In the world of Blue Star, monstrous beasts run rampant. Tu Shan has traversed Blue Star for 2.5 years, and just moments before the college entrance examination, he awakens to his unique achievement system. By accomplishing various feats, he can earn an array of rewards. To his astonishment, his first reward is Force Contract. The host can forcibly contract any beast they come into contact with, and the beast cannot refuse. Not only can he compel wild beasts into contracts, but he can even forcefully contract beasts contracted by others. As the examination begins, it comes as a shock that the campus belle of Yi City No. 1 High School is, in fact, a beast herself, a nine-tailed fox of the 7th rank. Gazing at his force contractability, a bold idea springs to mind. Such a bewitching nine-tailed fox. How could he possibly resist the temptation to bring her home? As his level increases, Tu Shan encounters more and more shape-shifting beasts, and the situation becomes increasingly bizarre. The songbird Qing Wan, the vampire queen, the snow maiden Loli. Others can only exclaim, "We asked you to tame beasts, not divine beings. I'm so nervous. I wonder if I can get into university. Is it even possible for you? Graduating would be a feat. Oh heavens, I just need to contract a beast ranked just above 100. In the classroom of Yi City No. 6 High School, a group of soon-to-be graduates sits together, their faces etched with anxiety and excitement. Among them, only Tu Shan remains calm, focused on his phone, his fingers deftly scrolling through the illustrations of higher-ranked beasts. It's been 2.5 years. Who would have imagined? Tu Shan mutters to himself. Indeed, he is a traveler from another world. On that fateful night 2.5 years ago, he was preparing to return to his room to play on the computer. Yet, as he opened the door, he was suddenly transported to this world. A most abrupt transition. This world boasts a technological development level comparable to his previous life, yet it is plagued by creatures known as beasts. These beasts have wreaked havoc for centuries, waging war against humanity. It is said that when beasts first emerged, humanity faced a catastrophic defeat, losing over 2/3 of its territory. It was only with the advent of beast taming techniques that humans gradually regained the ability to fight back. These techniques allow humans to form contracts with beasts, becoming beast tamers who summon these creatures to battle. Consequently, the educational focus has shifted dramatically, from fundamental scientific courses to in-depth training in beast taming techniques. Whether to lead a mundane life in the inner city or to aspire to the glory of becoming a renowned beast tamer hinges entirely on this college entrance examination. At that moment, a teacher named Shan Yueyue, clad in a white blouse and a black pencil skirt, enters the room, exuding an air of maturity and confidence. She claps her hands, and the classroom falls silent. The examination is about to commence. As for the rules of the college entrance examination, while you are all likely well acquainted with them, I will reiterate. This examination is conducted citywide, with 18 trial zones to choose from. The zones closer to the front are more challenging, but the probability of encountering higher-ranked beasts also increases. The assessment will last 3 days. Your task is to contract beasts within this time frame, and use the remaining time to enhance the strength of your contracted beasts. After 3 days, your contracted beasts will be evaluated, determining your college entrance examination score. Students, do not aim too high. Avoid choosing overly difficult trial zones for your challenges. If you fail to contract a beast, you may not even qualify for a technical college. You could even perish in the trial zone. All right, I can see your ears are growing weary. Now, please activate the terminal devices in front of you and select the trial zone you wish to challenge. Shan Yueyue declares with a serious expression. Her words stir the students, their eyes reflecting excitement. Encountering a beast ranked within the top 100 and successfully subduing it to form a contract is a fantasy held by nearly every student. Tu Shan, however, remains particularly composed and pragmatic. With the weakest physical attributes among his peers, unsatisfactory academic performance, and minimal mastery of beast-taming techniques, how could he dare to dream of ascending to the pinnacle of marrying a wealthy beauty? It is still daylight. Perhaps I should opt for the 18 trial zone and take it easy. Life is truly arduous for a traveler without any cheats. As Tu Shan prepares to select the final trial zone, a sudden mechanical voice resonates in his mind like a bolt of lightning. Ding. System binding in progress. Binding complete. Achievement system activated. Retrieving accomplishments. System. Has the cheat for travelers finally arrived? Before his journey, He was enamored with various web novels, well acquainted with the existence of systems. Yet, he never anticipated it would take 2.5 years to arrive. Shortly after, the system's notification chimes again. Congratulations, host, for achieving the accomplishment of being inexperienced in relationships. At 18 years, 3 months, and 17 days old, still without a girlfriend. How dismal for a man. Achievement points gained 100. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 100 achievement points. Reward. Force contract skill. Force contract. The host can forcibly contract any beast they come into contact with, and the beast cannot refuse. Force contract? No way. Chen exclaims in disbelief that in a world overrun by beasts, establishing a contract typically requires subduing the beast, seizing the moment when it is too exhausted to resist. Of course, some intelligent beasts may choose to align with certain humans based on various factors such as talent, background, strength, or appearance, seeking a better future. However, such occurrences are exceedingly rare, nearly negligible. Yet this forced contract skill is entirely different. According to the skill's description, as long as the user can touch the target beast, regardless of the beast's consent or strength, they can effortlessly subdue it and immediately make it their contracted beast. This is utterly ridiculous. Still, Chen rolls his eyes and mutters, "System, who says I don't have a girlfriend? Does my right hand not count?" The system ignores Chen's grumbling. The notifications continuing. Congratulations, host, for achieving the accomplishment of being a traveler. Could it be that all the missing individuals in history have traversed other worlds? Achievement points gained 50. Congratulations, host, for achieving the accomplishment of being orphaned, with parents either deceased or absent. Is this the hallmark of a protagonist? Achievement points gained 50. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 200 achievement points. Reward, insight skill. Perception. The host can see through the true information of all beasts. Another divine skill. As Chen's astonished voice faded, the sound of achievement retrieval abruptly ceased. Perhaps this was the culmination of all accomplishments achieved over the past 18 years. At that moment, a cerulean transparent interface quietly materialized. Name, Chen. Level, first stage, second tier. Astérisque physique, 8.0/8.0 *. Beast power, 0/11.2. Skills, Beast Mastery, Force Contract Perception. Achievement, points, 200/200 *. Contracted beasts, none. Is this my attribute? Chen murmured softly, his gaze fixated on the attribute interface. Setting aside the physique value for now, the number indicating beast power caught his attention. Isn't this the same value for my beast power test 3 days ago? The only noteworthy aspect Chen possessed was a beast power slightly above that of an ordinary person. Beast power, akin to the cost in a card game, directly determines the number and strength of contracted beasts one can summon, and it increases as one's level rises. If beast power is insufficient, even forming a contract with a powerful beast would not permit summoning it. A significant disparity may even lead to backlash from a contracted beast, resulting in loss of control and potential demise. As for physique, it likely represents the most fundamental aspect of physical fitness. In the senior year, the qualifying threshold for beast power was set at 10 points, and it is assumed that the physique value should be similar. Gazing at his attribute interface, Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems I truly lack training." That said, since he possessed such a formidable skill as Force Contract, should he not venture into the first trial zone? To languish would be a disservice to such a boon. With this thought in mind, Chen unhesitatingly clicked on the highest difficulty level of the first trial zone. In an instant, a brilliant light flashed. Chen's figure was swept away as if caught in a storm, vanishing from the classroom without a trace on the podium. Zhang Yueyue stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. She had just earnestly cautioned the students to act within their means and not to aim too high. Yet, Chen, who ranked at the bottom in both theory and physical performance, had resolutely chosen the most challenging first trial zone. Was he reckless? As a dazzling white light enveloped him, the scenery before Chen transformed, transporting him to the entrance of the shadowy forest of the first trial zone. Here, towering trees reached for the heavens, their dense branches intertwining to create a vast expanse of shadow. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the canopy, casting only faint rays of light that danced upon the ground, forming mottled patterns. The air was thick with a stench of decay and dampness, reminiscent of death, instilling a sense of oppression and unease. It's no wonder it's called the shadowy forest. It truly is dark enough. Tu Shan muttered to himself that he surveyed his surroundings and noticed several other students gradually materializing. These students donned matching sky blue uniforms, indicating they were all top-tier students from the prestigious Yeqing No. 1 high school. Among them were 7 robust males, exuding confidence and pride. The sole female, tall and attractive, dressed in a fashionable manner, was particularly striking. Tu Shan recognized her as Lin Yueer, the school beauty of Yeqing No. 1 high school. However, he had heard that her family was not well off. She too was an orphan. He was surprised to see such a girl venturing into the first trial zone. The 7 boys from Yeqing No. 1 high school displayed curiosity upon seeing students from other schools arrive, as the death rate in the first trial zone had historically exceeded 90. Did they mistakenly enter? Or were they simply naive? Tu Shan paid little heed to their gazes. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself frozen in place. For above Lin Yueer's head, there was indeed a cerulean system interface. *** name. Tu Shan Yueyue ***. Species sequence. Number 007 Nine-tailed fox. Level. First stage, 10th tier. Physique 58.9/59.0 Beast power 25.6/25.6. Talent skill Mirage. Skills Foxfire. Bond value 0 ***. Mirage can create illusions centered on herself, altering her presence. Tu Shan rubbed his eyes and blinked vigorously to ensure he was not mistaken. He inhaled sharply. The school beauty Lin Yueer was, in fact, a beast. Moreover, she was a transformed deity sequence beast. Could it be that her talent skill allowed her to perfectly disguise herself as a human? What could a beast possibly seek by masquerading as a human to participate in the college entrance examination? Nevertheless, amidst his astonishment, a bold thought flickered through Tu Shan's mind. This was the 9th sequence nine-tailed fox. If he could enforce a contract with her, wouldn't his future soar to unprecedented heights? It was known that there were 999 sequences of beasts. Those beyond 500 are termed lower sequences, devoid of any talent skills or remarkable intelligence, akin to the most basic minions. The sequences from 100 to 499 are classified as upper sequences. These beasts possess unique racial talents and exhibit significantly superior combat capabilities compared to lower sequences. Over 99.99% of beast masters have contracted beasts within this range. As for the top 99 sequences, they are known as deity sequences, possessing extraordinary power, making it nearly impossible for any beast master to defeat them at the same level. The chance to contract such a beast is exceedingly rare for any beast master, of course. The ranking of deity sequences does not fully represent a beast's strength. Ultimately, their power is influenced by level, skills, and environmental factors. Nonetheless, one must seize the opportunity to contract a deity sequence beast. Yet, as Tu Shan glanced at the nine-tailed fox's beast power value, a frown creased his brow. With a beast power of 25.6. Even though beast power was one of Tu Shan's few strengths, he still lagged behind her by more than 2.5 times. Even if he were to forcibly contract Tu Shan Yueyue now, given his current beast power, he might well face a catastrophic backlash. Perhaps I should first contract a lesser beast for practice to increase my beast power. Furthermore, attempting to contract that little nine-tailed fox in front of so many students feels like it might stir up trouble. Tu Shan murmured softly, contemplating his next steps. At that moment, a formless humanoid shadow suddenly appeared before everyone without warning. As the crowd stood in astonishment, the ethereal figure spoke. "Welcome, everyone, to the first trial zone, the shadowy forest. I am the examiner for this examination. This is your arena. The creatures lurking here are predominantly ranked beyond 300, with levels exceeding the first tier, segment 5. They possess significant strength compared to you, and a moment's carelessness could lead to your demise. That, of course, there may also be beasts of higher ranks present. The specifics are uncertain, and all depends on fate. As the examiner, my only responsibility is to ensure the safety of the resting area. I will not concern myself with what transpires within the shadowy forest. If you feel fear now, you may withdraw immediately and opt for another trial zone. The examiner's final words sliced through the silence like a sharp blade. Two boys trembled slightly, their faces paling. Yet, in the presence of Tu Shan Yueyue, they stifled their fear and remained silent. Seeing no one speak up, the examiner declared, "Without further ado, let the trial commence." With that, the examiner's figure vanished in an instant. Yueyue, we promise to help you capture a high-ranked beast for your contract. Indeed. Yueyue, just trust us. We will ensure you gain admission to the finest university. Yes. Thank you all. Do stay safe. As soon as the examiner left, 7 boys surrounded her, fervently vying for her attention. It felt akin to a term that begins with fawn and ends with dog. Meanwhile, Tu Shan shook his head, inwardly muttering, "This human girl's appearance is likely an illusion. Once you see her true form, you might be frightened out of your wits." With that thought, he plunged into the depths of the shadowy forest without a backward glance. The students from Yicheng High School scoffed at Su Chen's solitary venture into the perilous woods. As top students from a prestigious school, they would never dare to explore the first trial zone alone without a contracted beast. Given Su Chen's slender build, likely weighing less than 120 pounds, he seemed destined to become prey himself. Having traversed mere hundreds of meters into the forest, Tu Shan was met with an oppressive, sinister aura of black magic wolf. Standing just over a meter tall, appeared before him, baring its teeth and glaring with fierce intensity. Creature rank: Number 385 Black Magic Wolf. Level: First Tier, Segment 6. Physique: 20.9/21.5. Demonic Power: 6.6/6.6. Talent Skill: Keen Sense of Smell. Skill: Shatterbite. Keen Sense of Smell can detect the movements of all entities within a 300-meter radius. First tier effect. Excellent. I didn't expect to encounter a high-ranked beast right off the bat. I'll start with this one. A smile crept onto Su Chen's lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Leaning slightly forward, he bent his legs, adopting a defensive stance, ready to counter the black magic wolf's assault. As for a weapon, it was entirely unnecessary, with a guaranteed lethal move at his disposal. What need had he for a weapon? However, to the black magic wolf, Su Chen's posture seemed nothing short of a provocation. Awoo! It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a deafening howl, before lunging towards Su Chen with formidable speed. Despite the disparity in physique, nearly 2.5 times his own, Su Chen could not afford to be taken down in an instant. As the wolf pounced, he quickly stepped back, instinctively shielding his neck with both hands to avert a swift death. True to form, the black magic wolf, like ordinary wolves, prioritized attacking the neck of its prey. Its fangs sank deeply into Su Chen's right wrist, sharp teeth piercing through skin, and blood gushed forth. In that fleeting moment, Su Chen bore the pain and decisively activated his binding contract ability. A mysterious light emanated from his hand, enveloping the black magic wolf in an instant. Mandatory contract activation successful. Contracting in progress. The black magic wolf seemed to perceive the system's alert, its eyes widening in disbelief that IT attempted to resist the binding force, but found it as immovable as a mountain, utterly insurmountable. Were it capable of speech, it would surely utter 3 letters of exasperation. Contract successful. In the next instant, an overwhelming pull surged forth. This force swept in like a tempest, tearing the black magic wolf's corporeal form apart. Under the influence of this binding power, the wolf transformed into strands of energy, merging into Su Chen's being. Congratulations, host, on achieving the milestone of your first contract. Your first contracted beast is a high-ranked one. Are you perhaps the favored child of fortune? Achievement points earned: 80. Congratulations, host, on achieving the milestone of your first beast kill. Contracting the beast should also count as a kill, correct? Achievement points earned: 40. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 300 achievement points. Reward: 5 free attribute allocation points. Su Chen paused, inquiring, free attribute allocation points? Are they used to enhance physique and demonic power? Indeed. However, the minimum allocation per instance is 1 point. Very well. Allocate all points to demonic power. Notification. Allocation complete. Current host demonic power value: 6.6/16.2. Splendid. Feeling the transformation in his demonic power, Tu Shan murmured with satisfaction that to enhance one's demonic power and physique, aside from certain rare treasures and persistent training, the most expedient method was to elevate one's level. In this world, leveling up necessitated harnessing the power of contracted beasts. Each beast harbored a core, the source of its strength. Upon consuming a beast's core, a contracted beast not only augmented its own power, but also generated a unique energy to nourish its tamer, facilitating their breakthrough in levels. Without a contracted beast, one could only absorb the residual special energy in the air, gradually accumulating for an upgrade. After 2.5 years in this world, Tu Shan had only managed to advance to the first tier, segment 2, with an agonizingly slow pace. His last level up had only yielded a meager 0.3 points in attribute enhancement. Ridiculously low, yet unexpectedly, a wave of rewards from the system had granted him a direct increase of 5 points in demonic power. As expected, products from the system are always of the highest quality. With a flourish of his hand, Tu Shan summoned the recently contracted black magic wolf. Its inky fur bristled with an air of menace, a palpable aura of hostility permeating the atmosphere. Yet, due to the binding power, it could not launch an attack against Tu Shan. Instead, it howled in discontent, akin to a disgruntled pet. Stick with me for a few days, and I shall provide you with beast cores. Once I contract that nine-tailed fox, I will release you. Bending down, Tu Shan petted the black magic wolf as one would a loyal dog. Though the wolf could not articulate words, it comprehended human language to some extent. Aware that Tu Shan would provide it with the crystal cores of the demon beasts, the black magic wolf finally closed its maw. Come, lead me to the demon beast you can conquer, Awu. The black magic wolf responded and began to guide the way ahead. That it must be said that the disparity in strength between higher tier and lower tier demon beasts is as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Having taken only a few steps, 3 first tier, 5 section demon beasts, identified as the 740th sequence black python, suddenly lunged out from either side of the black magic wolf. In less than 10 exchanges, all 3 black pythons lay defeated in pools of their own blood, their necks easily severed. Regrettably, this time, no system notification rang out. I had hoped for some triple or quadruple kill achievement, that Tu Shan murmured, gently patting the black magic wolf's head. Those 2 demon beast crystal cores are yours. Go ahead and consume them. Upon hearing its master's command, the black magic wolf excitedly began to rummage through the carcasses of the black pythons. Its claws were extraordinarily sharp, effortlessly tearing through the flesh and skin of the black pythons until it unearthed an irregular crystal the size of a ping-pong ball. Untainted by blood and emanating a faint green glow, the black magic wolf carefully grasped the crystal in its mouth and swallowed it without hesitation. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. Devouring crystal core. Demon beasts can consume crystal cores to upgrade. Can humans also elevate their levels through consumption? Achievement points gained, 40 points. At that moment, Tu Shan felt a warm current begin to surge within him. This warmth flowed like a gentle spring breeze, caressing his body and imparting an unprecedented sense of comfort. He closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the movement of this newfound power. Ultimately, after the black magic wolf had consumed all 3 demon beast crystal cores, Tu Shan successfully ascended to the first tier, 3 section level. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. Level up through crystal core. The speed of upgrading by devouring crystal cores is rapid. Should the host also attempt to consume a demon beast crystal core? Achievement points gained, 40 points. Congratulations, host. Achievement points have surpassed 400 points. Reward, 1 silver short dagger. As the system's voice faded, a dazzling silver light suddenly flared. In an instant, a short dagger, shining with a silvery brilliance, appeared in Tu Shan's hand. However, faced with this unexpected dagger, Tu Shan felt no joy whatsoever. Instead, he couldn't help but roll his eyes dramatically. What he truly needed at that moment were 5 attribute allocation points, not a new weapon. Though the dagger did appear quite impressive, both in sharpness and craftsmanship, it would hardly serve any utility for someone of Tu Shan's physique. Forget about this trinket. Let us continue on our journey, little wolf cub. Awu. Chapter 4. Tu Shan Yueyue meanwhile, at the eastern entrance of the dimly lit forest, a burly man with a crew cut was fiercely wielding a sharp axe. Engaged in close combat with a tree demon that bore a grotesque visage. After a few swift strikes, he cleaved the creature in two, exclaiming with exasperation, "Why are we only encountering these lowly beasts ranked beyond 800? The muscular man furrowed his brow, expressing his dissatisfaction. Standing beside him, a tall young man with glasses quickly extracted the beast core from the slain tree demon. Adjusting his spectacles, he calmly suggested, "Lei, shall we consider forming a contract with a beast at random? We can always dissolve it later. Relying solely on our combat skills is not a viable strategy." Upon hearing this, the muscular man turned to glance at Tu Shan Yueyue, who stood beneath the shade of a tree. Her beautiful visage was marred by a look of concern, seemingly anxious for their safety. "Never mind. Yueyue hasn't he even formed a contract with a beast yet? Why rush into it?" he thought. Yet, he pondered, but she doesn't favor beasts of such low ranks either. It's merely a temporary measure. What can we do? Enough chatter. More enemies are approaching. Before he could finish, several tree demons appeared around them like phantoms. The 5 young men tasked with protecting Tu Shan Yueyue promptly drew their weapons and charged at the incoming beasts. In the tense atmosphere of battle, no one noticed that beneath Yueye's worried expression lay a hint of silent frustration. Why are we only facing these pathetic creatures? Can't something formidable arrive to annihilate them all? The reason she risked exposure by using her illusionary skill to disguise herself as a human and participate in the entrance examination was simply to escape from Yi City. Yi City, like every human city, had isolation barriers that segregated the inside from the outside. Within these barriers, any beast without a contract could not surpass their class limits, and those ranked below 5 could neither enter from outside nor leave from within. In her childhood, driven by curiosity, she had followed a wave of beasts and breached the city's isolation, feeling as if she had entered a paradise. However, a twist of fate struck swiftly. Before she could make her escape, the human forces descended like divine retribution, swiftly annihilating the main army of beasts. Simultaneously, the isolation barrier of Yi City was reactivated in the blink of an eye, trapping her inside. Many remnants of the beast horde within Yi City were captured, with the higher-ranked ones becoming commodities for the affluent, ruthlessly sold off. The lower-ranked beasts were summarily executed, reduced to mere beast cores. Fortunately, she possessed a formidable innate skill, the illusion of floral reflections, which allowed her to alter her appearance and aura. This skill was so powerful that even beast tamers of rank 5 and above found it difficult to discern her true identity. With this remarkable skill, she successfully concealed herself within the city of Yi. However, due to the isolation barrier, she had been unable to transcend the second tier for over a decade. Fortunately, the persistent conflicts between humans and demonic beasts had resulted in a plethora of orphans, leading to less stringent identity checks. Thus, under the guise of Lin Yueer, she integrated herself into human society, seeking an opportunity to outwit the isolation barrier of Yi City and escape beyond its confines. Her perseverance bore fruit, as after years of diligent effort, she finally uncovered a crucial piece of information. The 18 trial zones utilized for the human entrance examination were not situated within Yi City itself, but rather at a temporary outpost to the northwest. This location lacked an isolation barrier and was only guarded by a handful of humans at the 4th and 5th tiers. Though her illusions might not deceive the rigidly enforced isolation barrier, surely they could fool these humans. Consequently, she resolved to participate in the first trial zone, which had the fewest contestants and the highest difficulty level posed by the demonic beasts, intending to feign death within the trial and gradually find an opportunity to escape. However, the disparity between aspiration and reality proved harsh. The boys from Yi City No. 1 High School, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, closely followed her, eager to be her gallant protectors, leaving her with no chance to feign her demise. Had she known, she would have transformed into a less appealing girl. Tu Shan Yueyue sighed. Yet, it was too late for regrets. After all, even a demonic beast as a girl would naturally prefer not to appear too unseemly in her transformed state. Years ago, she could hardly have anticipated that her pleasing appearance would attract such complications. Reflecting thoughtfully upon the sky, she murmured, "I recall there being surveillance above each trial zone. I must find a way to die convincingly." Time passed in the blink of an eye, and half a day had swiftly elapsed. The dark and dense forest was teeming with various demonic beasts, bears, wolves, snakes, tree spirits. flower sprites, and more. Yet, regardless of the type, none could rival the formidable black magic wolf. It effortlessly contended against 2 or even 3 foes at once. Thanks to the black magic wolf, Su Chen's strength saw a remarkable enhancement, successfully advancing to the first tier, 4th segment. With his physical prowess elevated to 9 points and demonic power to 168 points. The black magic wolf itself also achieved a breakthrough to the first tier, 7th segment, with a demonic power value reaching 68 points. What had initially been a mere transitional capture turned out to possess such astonishing strength. She longed to keep it. However, after a moment's contemplation, Su Chen promptly shook his head, discarding that thought. The 9-tailed fox school beauty boasted a staggering demonic power of 256 points, and the achievement system dispensed rewards only every 100 points. Moreover, unlike the achievement features in online games, this system did not allow one to view the conditions for unachieved accolades, nor could one discern the specific rewards at each stage. The challenge of accumulating a maximum of 256 points of demonic energy before the assessment concludes poses a significant hurdle for Su Chen. How could he possibly expend 68 points of demonic energy to reserve a spot for the little wolf cub? While Su Chen was lost in contemplation, the black demon wolf once again displayed its ferocity. It lunged swiftly at a black python, its razor-sharp fangs severing the serpent's neck in an instant. Simultaneously, the long-awaited system notification echoed in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, for achieving the title of Serpent Slayer. You have swiftly slain 10 serpent-type demon beasts. Could it be that the host wishes to indulge in snake soup? Achievement points acquired, 30. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. So slaying 10 also counts towards achievement points? Moreover, it only considers the type rather than the sequence number. I did not expect the system sister to be so generous. The system remained silent. Yet, for reasons unknown, Su Chen felt as though he could envision the system's younger sister pouting with an air of arrogance. As night fell, the dimly lit forest appeared scarcely different from the day. The black demon wolf, having exhausted its strength, saw its physical prowess diminish to 15 points, significantly reducing its combat effectiveness. Observing this, Su Chen decided to seek a place to rest. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at a vast tree hollow. This towering tree stood majestically, its hollow boasting a radius of just over 3 meters, a circular cavity that could easily be mistaken for a small paradise. However, as Su Chen stepped into the hollow, he was met with a pair of crimson eyes fixed intently upon him. Chapter 5. The utilization of achievement points under normal circumstances. The black demon wolf, with its innate skills, should have sensed any anomalies from several hundred meters away. Yet, it was only upon catching sight of the beast within the hollow that the black demon wolf finally reacted. Species sequence. Number 352 Ghost Bat. Level. First stage. 6th tier. Physical strength. 158. Demonic energy. 95. Innate skill. Echo barrier. Skills. Ultrasound. Soul-devouring melody. Echo barrier. Capable of establishing a sound barrier, rendering the enemy's detection skills ineffective. No wonder the black demon wolf could not detect it. It appeared there was a counter-radar device in play. A slight smile crept onto Su Chen's lips as he hurriedly restrained the black demon wolf, mindful of his desire for a peaceful night's rest. The bat, as a nocturnal creature paired with its echo barrier's reconnaissance evasion capabilities, was ideally suited to serve as a gatekeeper. The ghost bat, perceiving the intrusion of a human into its territory, emitted a sharp warning cry. Nevertheless, Su Chen showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he retrieved an object from his waist and affixed it to his ear, advancing steadily with the black demon wolf. At that moment, the ghost bat was completely incensed. A piercing shriek reverberated throughout the space. Soul-devouring melody. The black magic wolf howled incessantly, seemingly exerting every effort to withstand a pain that was beyond description. Yet, Su Chen remained utterly unfazed, as if the sound had no effect on him whatsoever. The ghost bat stared in disbelief at Su Chen, pondering whether he might be a significant figure of the 2nd or 3rd rank. Just as this thought crossed the ghost bat's mind, it suddenly perceived, through its echolocation, 2 soft yet densely packed objects flanking Su Chen's ears. With a sharp screech, the ghost bat exclaimed in outrage, "How dare this human disregard martial decorum and wear earplugs?" Moreover, they were specially designed to guard against sound-based attacks. While the damage from sound-based moves may be minimal, their intangible nature makes them exceedingly difficult to counter in unexpected situations. However, when one is adequately prepared, aside from sound blasts that create shockwaves, the damage from other types of sound-based attacks becomes nearly negligible. Naturally, the school would not allow students to enter the trial area to battle beasts without proper preparation. Protective gear such as soundproof earplugs, which can instantly sever flames with cleansing water, and frosty pastes that detoxify and heal frostbite, are provided to every candidate. Little did they expect such preparations would be put to use so soon. While the ghost bat was still in shock, Tu Shan had already approached it like a specter, his lips curling into a slight, sinister smile. The ghost bat felt a surge of unease at the sight. It attempted to flap its wings and flee. But Tu Shan had already acted, gripping the ghost bat's wings with a strength akin to iron claws. Hee. Tonight, I'll need you to stand guard for me. The ghost bat struggled desperately to free itself from Tu Shan's grasp, but it was already too late. The force contract has successfully initiated. Contracting in progress. As the system's prompt echoed, a mysterious light emanated from Tu Shan's hand, enveloping the ghost bat tightly. Contract successful. WTF? The ghost bat was utterly bewildered. Why had it been inexplicably bound by a contract? Soon, it transformed into strands of energy, reluctantly merging into Tu Shan's body. Congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment of abundant demon power. The total demon power of the contracted beast is less than 10 points from the limit. What if the beast levels up and lacks sufficient power? Acquired 50 achievement points. It appeared that there existed a unique form of communication among demon beasts. Upon releasing the ghost bat, the black magic wolf, reminiscent of a seasoned veteran, began to engage in an animated conversation with the ghost bat. Before long, the ghost bat accepted its reality, standing guard on either side of the tree hollow. With the assurance of a secure rest, Tu Shan began to meticulously explore the functionalities of the system. Name, Tu Shan. Level, 1st rank, 4th stage. Physique, 8,490. Demonic power, 163,168. Skills, Beast Taming, compulsory contract. Insight, achievement points, 480,480. Contracted demonic beasts, black magic wolf, ghost bat. His gaze gradually settled on the column of achievement points, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes. Initially, he had not perceived anything amiss. Yet, why did the achievement points necessitate a slash to differentiate between the upper limit and current value? Akin to demonic power and physique? Could it be that achievement points serve additional purposes? At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in Tu Shan's mind, as if addressing his inner queries. Consuming existing achievement points allows the demonic beasts to learn all skills available within their racial sequence, assisting them in leveling up and rapidly restoring their combat prowess to its zenith. Tu Shan nodded, inquiring further. So, if I expend achievement points, it will not affect the additional rewards granted for every 100 achievement points, correct? No. As long as the host acquires 100 achievement points, a special reward will be granted. Can I preview the forthcoming rewards? Or perhaps review the completion conditions for other achievements? No. How frustrating. What kind of game does not allow for achievement previews? Tu Shan rolled his eyes, then turned his attention to the black magic wolf and ghost bat standing guard outside. He accessed their system interface. Skill 2. Heart of the Hunt. Passive skill. Restores physique at an enhanced rate of 50 during battle. Consumption of achievement points. 50 points. Skill 3. Blade of Sound. Inflicts damage upon enemies using sound as a blade. Consumption of achievement points. 80 points. Can I only see information regarding the next potential skills? Tu Shan furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Although the consumption of achievement points was not substantial, it seemed unnecessary to invest in their training. After all, these two contracted demonic beasts served merely as tools to assist him in leveling up, not warranting excessive attention or effort in their cultivation. He could always learn skills when confronted with insurmountable foes. Regarding the expenditure for enhancing the beast's levels, the cost for each minor stage increase remained consistent at 20 achievement points, which was minimal. However, Tu Shan speculated that the consumption would gradually escalate after reaching the 2nd or 3rd tier. He wondered if he could amass 256 demonic power points by tomorrow. Hee, little nine-tailed fox, your good brother is on his way. Immersed in delightful fantasies of the nine-tailed fox, Tu Shan gradually slipped into a sweet slumber. Chapter 6. The demonic beast tied the following day. The morning sun did not penetrate the vast tree hollow. The entire dusky forest still resembles a mysterious painting, with only specks of light filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting a glow upon the carpet of fallen leaves below, akin to the neon lights of the night. Flickering with a faint radiance, Tu Shan emerged from the tree hollow, stretching his limbs languidly. His gaze fell upon the black magic wolf and the spectral bat. Noticing that their physical vitality had diminished by several points, he deduced that they must have diligently stood guard throughout the night without any lapse in duty. To ensure a smoother endeavor in hunting the demonic beasts today and to enable them to maintain their vigil tonight, Tu Shan understood that certain actions were imperative. System: how many achievement points are required for their recovery? To swiftly restore the black magic wolf state requires 20 achievement points, and to swiftly restore the spectral bat state requires 10 achievement points. Does the host wish to proceed with the expenditure? It seemed that due to the black magic wolf's exhaustive combat the previous day, a greater number of achievement points was necessary for its recovery. Tu Shan nodded affirmatively. Very well, proceed with the expenditure. Restoration in progress. Restoration complete. As the system's voice fell silent, a surge of mysterious and potent energy suddenly manifested. This power appeared to emanate from the void, enigmatic and profound, yet imbued with an inexhaustible vitality. It enveloped the black magic wolf and the spectral bat, bestowing upon them an unparalleled sense of comfort. If the black magic wolf and the spectral bat could articulate their thoughts at that moment, they would undoubtedly be taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment. Reflecting on their previous inexplicable contract, they sensed they had encountered an extraordinary human. The hunt for demonic beasts resumed. Congratulations, host. On achieving the title of Nemesis of the Tree Demons, you have slain 10 tree demon-type beasts. Is this to prepare for an evening bonfire gathering? Achieved 30 achievement points. Congratulations. The host's achievement points have surpassed 500. Reward: 5 points for free attribute allocation. Wow. I adore you, dear system. Upon hearing the system's notification once again, Tu Shan was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. He had finally acquired 5 points for free attribute allocation, bringing him one significant step closer to bringing the little nine-tailed fox home. System: I wish to allocate all points to my demonic power. Allocation complete. Current host demonic power: 163218. Ecstatic, Tu Shan felt a surge of joy in his heart, and then commanded the black magic wolf, little wolf cub, let us proceed. If choices are available, steer towards areas frequented by flower spirits and bears. A howl of acknowledgement escaped the black magic wolf, and it dashed off with the spectral bat towards the southeast. Congratulations, host, on achieving the title of Nemesis of the Giant Bears. 10 bears and 20 bear paws. Are you certain you can consume them? Achieved 30 achievement points. Congratulations, host, on achieving the title of Nemesis of the Flower Spirits. Such delicate and adorable flower spirits. You actually dare to take action against them? Achievement points: 30 points. Congratulations to the host for achieving the title of Wolf Slayer. Would the host like to indulge in wolf meat hot pot? Achievement points: 30 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 600 achievement points. Reward: Indestructible Golden Body. Indestructible Golden Body grants immunity to all damage for 1 second, first tier effect, with a cooldown of 1 day. 1 second a day, a true man indeed. It seems rather futile. System sister, I could use an additional 5 attribute points. Tu Shan sighed, now that his achievement points had just crossed 600. The quest for 700 felt like an insurmountable distance. Time, like a fleeting shadow, passed swiftly. Before long, night was approaching, and a faint blush of twilight appeared on the horizon. After a day of leveling up, Tu Shan had finally managed to break through to the 5th stage of the first tier, raising his demon power limit to 222 points. At that moment, he was searching for a tree hollow to rest for the night. Suddenly, the black magic wolf emitted low, fierce growls towards the east, tightly gripping Tu Shan's pant leg, seemingly trying to drag him in the opposite direction. The ghost bat beside him also grew restless, tugging at Tu Shan's sleeve and emitting urgent squeaks, as if sensing an impending, tremendous danger. A knot tightened in Tu Shan's heart, though he was unaware of what exactly was happening. He did not hesitate for long and promptly took off running westward. He raced through the forest until, from the depths of the eastern thicket, he heard a cacophony of panicked cries from male students. Damn it! How could there be so many demon beasts? What a stroke of bad luck. The moon bear I contracted has just perished. I warned you not to provoke that creature. Now look, Yueyue seems unable to run anymore. It's fine. I still have enough stamina. I can carry her. You all need to distract those demon beasts. Alongside this, there were tremendous crashes of falling trees and the deafening roars of various ferocious beasts converging together, reverberating throughout the forest. Su Chen's brow furrowed tightly. Although he had not witnessed the events transpiring behind him, the sounds alone were enough to surmise that the students from Yeqing know. One high school had encountered a wave of demon beasts and were desperately fleeing for their lives. Moreover, within this surging tide of beasts, there was likely an extraordinarily powerful boss leading them, forcing the students to scatter in all directions. With this thought in mind, Su Chan unhesitatingly expended 10 achievement points to restore the black magic wolf's condition, then swiftly mounted its back and sped northward. Indeed, within less than half a minute of leaving his original position, he witnessed a tide of demon beasts, like an unstoppable flood, ravenously devouring the trees that resembled raindrops. Their numbers were staggering, likely amounting to hundreds. At this moment, Su Chan had reached a large boulder. His breath was somewhat labored, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. His gaze was fixed on the distance, as if beholding a landscape ravaged by a swarm of locusts, chilling to the bone. Wasn't this the trial zone? How could there be such a multitude of beasts forming a tide? However, recalling the third rule of the examination regulations, that only the initial point was a safe zone, and the evaluators would guard this place, while other areas could experience any unforeseen circumstances, with evaluators refraining from intervening, he pondered that perhaps this was what they termed an unexpected situation. Suddenly, Su Chen's attention sharpened as he spotted a familiar figure not far away. It was Tu Shan Yueyue, surrounded by 10 ferocious beasts. These creatures, with bared fangs and claws, appeared menacing, seemingly regarding Tu Shan Yueyue as their next meal. Su Chen was taken aback. Isn't that my little nine-tailed fox? With her strength, how could she be ensnared by these ordinary beasts? As Tu Shan Yueyue retreated in trepidation, Su Chen's line of sight was completely obstructed by a massive tree. Although he was confident that she would be all right, she was, after all, his contracted beast and now isolated. He felt compelled to investigate the situation. With the sound barrier provided by the ghost bat, detection seemed impossible. With that thought, Su Chan urged the black demon wolf to lead him towards Tu Shan Yueyue. Chapter 7. The Little Fox's Thoughts. Meanwhile, in the monitoring hall of the examination committee headquarters, the evaluators from 18 trial zones, along with some university faculty, sat upright, their eyes glued to the enormous screen, observing the general conditions in each area. In the desolate valley of Trial Zone 10, this trio of contestants was quite impressive. One contracted for ranged output, another for frontline tanking, and the third for group control support, working together almost seamlessly. A middle-aged man with slicked-back hair praised them with a broad smile, nodding in approval as he focused on the trio on the screen. Although the students' beast power levels appeared relatively low, and the strength of their contracted beasts was quite limited, they had managed to achieve a result exceeding the sum of their parts through clever teamwork. In this fiercely competitive era, many students harbored ambitions of standing out on their own, developing independently. Yet this team demonstrated a unique spirit of collaboration, promising a bright future ahead. On the other hand, a short-haired female teacher with black-framed glasses leaned back in her chair, seemingly drained of all vitality. Her crimson lips parted slightly as she murmured, "This is unbearable. In my managed Trial Zone 3, the Moon Mirror Lake, all 17 candidates perished." The slick-haired man was momentarily taken aback, his smile freezing. "But isn't there a genius from your school, Zhang-san? Did he also fall?" The short-haired female teacher nodded. "Indeed, he is far too ambitious. He could have commenced his exploration in the shallow waters, first forging a contract with a clam spirit, and then delving deeper into the Moon Mirror Lake. Instead, he insisted on challenging a merman without any contracted beast, only to be ensnared by the lake's kelp spirit and ultimately drowned." The oily-haired boy pressed further. "And what of the others?" The short-haired teacher sighed softly. "They are all in similar predicaments. I have repeatedly emphasized the importance of proceeding cautiously. Yet, well, no need to dwell on it." Upon hearing this, the oily-haired boy displayed a look of regret. Each year, numerous candidates perish during the college entrance examination, and the root of this tragedy often lies in the love-hate relationship with the idiom aiming too high and reaching too far. As for the contracts with the magical beasts, they can be dissolved at any time if the students are willing. They could easily contract 1 or 2 lower-tier beasts to enhance their overall combat ability. Once they encounter a desirable higher-tier beast and subdue it, they could simply dissolve the previous contracts without incurring any loss. Yet, Many students are eager to establish contracts directly with higher-tier beasts, fearing that a previous contract with a lower-tier beast would tarnish their reputation. It is baffling how often this has been reiterated, yet the source of such an obsession with image remains a mystery. The oily-haired boy turned to the young teacher, resembling a university student, and asked, "Molly, how goes it on your end?" The teacher, referred to as Molly, sighed and replied, "Luck has not favored us. A beast tide has emerged, and 5 fatalities have been confirmed." Upon hearing this, both the oily-haired boy and the short-haired teacher rose and gathered beside Molly to observe the situation in the first trial area. Each trial area is equipped with aerial cameras resembling satellite surveillance. In the dimly lit forest, the dense foliage obscures visibility almost entirely, making it challenging to grasp the full scope of the internal conditions. The oily-haired boy furrowed his brow. A beast tide has actually occurred? In the first trial area? No less. How unfortunate. After all, the trial areas are designed to simulate the most authentic wild environments, and they only intervene if second-tier or higher beasts emerge. Such beast tides manifest every few years within the trial areas, making them relatively commonplace. It serves as a stark reminder for students of the brutality involved in battling magical beasts. Molly shook her head in lament, her gaze falling upon a young man riding a black magic wolf on the monitor. This student from the 7th High had narrowly avoided the beast tide, but, upon witnessing other girls besieged by beasts, sought to enact a hero's rescue. How foolish. The eyes of the 3 shifted to the young man on the monitor, each exhaling a long sigh. Desire blinds reason. Once one becomes a beastmaster, they could choose any girl from the inner city at will. Why rush? In the depths of the shadowy forest, Tu Shan's steps gradually retreated until her back collided heavily against a sturdy tree. The 13 demon beasts surrounding her pursued like ravenous wolves. Yet, sensing an overwhelming aura emanating from Tu Shan, none of the beasts dared to approach her recklessly. Slowly lifting her head, she surveyed her surroundings, meticulously scrutinizing every detail. Only when she confirmed that the situation here could barely be perceived by the outside world did a faint, almost imperceptible smile grace her lips. Surely, this place should suffice? With that thought, Tu Shan slowly raised her hands, and an unusual wave of energy instantly blossomed from her palms. In the next moment, all the demon beasts, as if enchanted, surged wildly toward her. Tu Shan let out a terrified scream, yet her voice seemed so diminutive in the face of the frenzied beasts, utterly futile. Her fragile form was swiftly engulfed by the 13 demon beasts, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the earth beneath her feet. The silk of her uniform was shredded to pieces under the claws of the beasts, tattered remnants swirling through the air. The nauseating stench of blood permeated the atmosphere, evoking a visceral reaction of revulsion. Simultaneously, the great tree behind her bore the brunt of the demon beast's savage feeding frenzy. After a violent shaking, it was severed in two, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The scene before one, marked by the fragility of beauty, elicited a sigh of lament. However, not far away, Chen stood in stunned silence, his face a canvas of confusion. From his perspective, he too witnessed the scene of Tu Shan being torn apart by the demon beasts. Yet inexplicably, her system interface remained visible and continued to shift, while the interfaces of the surrounding beasts vanished one by one. Based on prior experience, the disappearance of a demon beast's system interface signified death. Conversely, the presence of Tu Shan's interface indicated that she had not perished. How could it be that while the beasts feasted upon her form, they instead met their own demise? Was this entire scene merely an illusion crafted by her? What was her intention? In less than half a minute, the 13 demon beasts that had encircled Tu Shan were all ripped apart by her hands. Each beast's death was accompanied by a spray of blood, the scene mirroring the phantasmagoric vision she had conjured as the ground turned a vivid crimson. Concurrently, Tu Shan deliberately severed the tree behind her, attempting to obscure her traces. Although the scene appeared somewhat crude and hasty, it should suffice to evade detection for the time being. This interval should provide her ample opportunity to escape this cursed place. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Tu Shan's lips, exuding an air of elegance. She gently crouched down and began to collect the beast crystals scattered on the ground. Previously, she had struggled to break through the barrier in Yi City. However, with just a few more beast crystals to consume, solidifying her prior experiences, she should be able to smoothly ascend to the second tier. How could such trivial challenges possibly deter me? Just as Tu Shan was humming a cheerful tune, preparing to swallow the crystals in her hand, her gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating intently on the thicket not far away. Who is it? Chapter 8. Exposure of movements. Seeing no one respond, Tu Shan slightly squinted her eyes, instantly conjuring a faint purple foxfire between her fingers. With a cold snort, her voice laced with unmasked authority, she declared, "Will you come out on your own? Or shall I summon you?" As the last word fell, she unhesitatingly waved her delicate fingers, and the ball of foxfire shot forth like an arrow, crashing into the thicket. In an instant, flames erupted, stirring up a cloud of dust. In her memory, the 7 sycophants from Yi City's first high school had perished in the beast tide, with no chance of survival. Based on previous years' occurrences, even amidst a beast tide, as long as it did not encroach upon the safe zone, assessors typically refrained from intervening. Thus, the most likely explanation was that other divine tier beasts were involved. Cough, cough. A faint coughing sound emerged from the dust cloud as Chen slowly stepped out. Upon recognizing the visitor's face, Tu Shan was momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment. It was the very student who had acted alone the previous day. His strength was clearly inferior to even that of her weakest sycophant, yet he had managed to survive the brutal beast tide. Chen wore a look of exasperation, silently lamenting his predicament. The ghost bat primarily relied on echolocation to perceive its surroundings and was thus not deceived by the illusion created by Tu Shan. He could barely confirm through his senses that it was not Tu Shan being devoured by the beasts, but rather that she had successfully turned the tables and defeated them all. This sight startled the ghost bat, causing the sound barrier to waver slightly, which Tu Shan keenly detected. How troublesome. Chen awkwardly twitched his lips, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere. I was merely passing by. Feel free to carry on. Beautiful. Currently, his demonic energy was insufficient. He could neither fight nor risk a forced contract, which might lead to backlash. It was certainly not an opportune moment for a meeting. The illusion she had cast involved a dozen beasts and every movement within a 10-meter radius, which was indeed quite taxing for Tu Shan. By the time she severed the great tree and departed the scene, she had already dispelled the illusion. In other words, all her previous disguises had now been fully revealed. There was no way she would allow Chen to leave. Although such actions carry the risk of exposure, it is certainly preferable to allowing Chen to escape and betray her. With this thought in mind, Tu Shan's gaze grew resolutely determined as she once again raised her delicate hand. Mirror flower, water moon. From Chen's perspective, Tu Shan appeared as a flustered and bewildered figure, resembling a startled fawn. Yet in reality, she had already taken a swift step forward, her form approaching Chen with an ethereal grace, each stride imbued with a lethal intent, as if she sought to rend him asunder. As the ominous system interface loomed closer, Chen's heartbeat quickened, for he understood that Tu Shan intended to silence him permanently. Was it truly necessary to resort to such extremes just because he had witnessed her self-indulgent demise? Though he yearned to voice his thoughts, time was of the essence. With Tu Shan's physique exceeding his by more than 5-fold, he realized that even if he guarded his vital points, he would still be effortlessly dispatched. Thus, he commanded the ghost bat, soul-draining melody. The ghost bat emitted a piercing shriek. In truth, it anticipated Tu Shan's actions without needing Chen's directive, instinctively aware of what was required at that moment. In an instant, a shrill sound wave erupted forth, akin to a powerful shock wave radiating outward. Unprepared, Tu Shan was struck directly in her mind by the soul-draining melody. In that fleeting moment, her body felt as though it were immobilized, unable to move. The illusion of mirror flower, water moon dissipated instantaneously, and she found herself merely 2 meters away from Chen. Seizing the opportunity, Chen swiftly mounted the black demon wolf and fled into the distance. When Tu Shan regained her senses, she clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, blood seeping forth. Cursed be, do not think of escaping. She abandoned her human illusion, transforming into a towering frostwolf monarch, pursuing Chen with all her might. Of course, this was merely an illusion, as the frostwolf monarch's form mirrored that of her 9-tailed fox essence. In this dire situation, should Chen manage to escape and reveal her whereabouts, the human forces would undoubtedly rush to provide aid. Given the presence of illusions, the humans would leave no stone unturned, ruthlessly scouring the entire first trial zone, sparing neither the innocent nor the guilty. even with her talent for mirror flower, water moon, which allowed her to disguise herself as any beast. Evading such an exhaustive manhunt would prove exceedingly challenging. Having survived in human society for over a decade, Tu Shan Yueyue possessed no records of illusions among the talents of the divine sequence beasts she had studied. Thus, no one would ever conceive of the possibility of illusions being at play. As long as she eliminated Tu Shan, her ability to employ illusions would remain undisclosed. After all matters have concluded, transforming into an ordinary little demon beast and finding a place to hide, escaping from Yi City would merely be a matter of time. Hence, Tu Shan must perish. On the other side, at the headquarters of the examination committee, numerous evaluators gathered before the monitors of the first trial zone. Captivated by the unfolding scene was that the Tsang Wolf Emperor, a creature of the 111th rank in the racial hierarchy, what could have caused such a formidable demon beast to appear in the first trial zone? When had it infiltrated? Could it be that the wave of demon beasts was instigated by its presence? A cascade of questions surged through the headquarters, echoing like a tempest. However, this tide of inquiries was soon supplanted by a chorus of sorrowful sighs. Given the current predicament, it seemed inevitable that the young boy riding the wolf would ultimately meet his demise at the jaws of the Tsang Wolf Emperor. The Tsang Wolf Emperor possessed an extraordinarily powerful innate skill known as Wolf's Majesty. This ability instilled a profound sense of dread in adversaries of equal or lesser rank, rendering escape from its clutches nearly impossible. Moreover, the Tsang Wolf Emperor boasted not only immense strength, but also remarkable defensive capabilities and agile speed. Embodying the quintessence of an elite contract demon beast, an amalgamation of damage dealer, tank, crowd control, and transportation. Among the aspirations of the Beast Tamer Association, aside from the Divine Series beasts, the Tsang Wolf Emperor ranked as the second most coveted contract beast in the hearts of many. The unexpected emergence of such an almost perfect demon beast within the examination was indeed astonishing. Alas, the number of survivors in the first trial zone had dwindled significantly, and it appeared that none possessed the capability to subdue it. Nevertheless, rules are rules. No individual could contravene them. Even in the presence of a Divine Series beast within the first trial zone, as long as it remained outside the safety zone, evaluators had no grounds for intervention. All the instructors could envision was the boy's despairing gaze as he witnessed the Tsang Wolf Emperor devouring his flesh. Unable to claim it as his own, a lamentable and bitter realization. It was truly lamentable. Chapter 9. The Ghost Tree Demon King feeling the murderous intent emanating from behind him. Tu Shan's heart raced uncontrollably. His mind raced, rapidly devising counter-strategies. Even the black magic wolf's physical prowess was vastly inferior compared to Tu Shan Yueye's. Being caught seemed merely a matter of time. Was this the rhythm of a doomed venture? Suddenly, the surrounding trees stirred as if roused by a disturbance, akin to a swarm of agitated bees. A vine, thick as a thigh, lashed out from the front like a ferocious serpent. The black magic wolf reacted with astounding speed, executing a nimble leap just in time to narrowly evade the attack. However, this was merely the beginning. Subsequently, 2, then 3, 7 vines in total, like lightning, launched a fierce assault towards Tu Shan. The black magic wolf immediately halted its steps, skillfully weaving through the tendrils that surrounded it, following the vines with his gaze. Tu Shan's pupils constricted sharply, a chill surging within him. Before him lay 7 individuals ensnared entirely by the plants, or rather, 7 lifeless corpses. From the garments they wore, it was evident that these were the 7 students from Yeqing No. 1 High School who had previously encircled Tu Shan Yueyue. Were these the withered wood puppets? Could it be the Ghost Tree Demon King? Before Tu Shan could finish his thought, the earth began to tremble violently. Dozens of vines, thicker than his own body, surged forth like dragons breaking through the soil, clawing and snapping at him. Shortly thereafter, not far ahead, a towering tree began to shift. Its immense trunk resembled the legs of a giant, each step sending tremors through the ground. All the vines attacking Tu Shan, as well as the roots connecting to the students' bodies, were extensions of this very tree. At that moment, its system interface came into view. Race sequence, no? 122 Ghost Tree Demon King. Level, 1st rank, 10th stage. Physique, 325,330. Demonic power, 158162. Talent skill, Withered Wood Puppet. Skills, Dormancy. Vine attack, bond value, 0. Withered Wood Puppet can create wooden puppets using corpses as mediums. Indeed, it is this entity. What fortuitous luck! Tu Shan exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Little wolf cub, assist me in fending off one of the vine attacks. Upon hearing this, the black magic wolf momentarily froze. This was the assault of the ghost tree demon king, sequence number 122, not that of the tree demon, sequence number 822. Enduring such an attack could very well cost it half its life. Noticing the black magic wolf's hesitation, Tu Shan added, if you assist me now, I shall grant you your freedom afterward. Otherwise, we shall perish together. At that moment, Tu Shan Yueyue also caught up. She was not particularly surprised by the emergence of the ghost tree demon king. After all, the current beast tied in the first trial zone had been instigated due to those 7 sycophants provoking the demon king. She had scarcely paid attention then, unaware that Su Chen's escape route was directly toward the domain of the ghost tree demon king. It seemed even fate was aligned in her favor. Tu Shan Yueyue wasted no time with idle chatter. She aimed to eliminate Su Chan before pondering the aftermath, lest they prolong the inevitable. She bared her snow-white fox fangs, conjuring a sphere of pale purple flames within her mouth, which she then hurled directly at Su Chan. To the eyes of other beasts, it appeared as if the Azure Wolf King had opened its gaping maw, charging ferociously towards Su Chan. As a member of the Wolf clan, the black magic wolf inherently felt a primal fear toward the Azure Wolf King. Its body trembled slightly, yet under Su Chen's assurance, it ultimately resolved to take the gamble. With a sudden leap, the black magic wolf surged forward like a bolt of lightning, charging towards the vine that was thicker than a human. It exerted all its strength to withstand a blow from the vine. The crack of the vine striking the black magic wolf resonated sharply through the air. A mournful howl echoed across the sky. The wolf's vitality instantly diminished by more than half, as blood gushed from its wounds, staining its fur crimson. Su Chan did not betray the trust of the black magic wolf. He tightly grasped the vine that extended from the ghost tree demon king. Release the contract with the black magic wolf. Release the contract with the ghost bat. Congratulations, host, for achieving the contract release. You have so easily abandoned the tool beast that stood guard for you all night. Does your family know of your callousness? Achievement points gained, 50. Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Chan nearly burst into a refined exclamation of traditional culture. Why must the system always accompany each achievement with a perplexing rhetorical question? It felt as if the system was designed solely to vex him. Yet, now was not the time for such musings. Activate Forced Contract. Forced Contract activation successful. Contract in progress. In an instant, a faint green light enveloped the colossal form of the ghost tree demon king. The demon king's expression was one of astonishment, as if bound by an irresistible force. Was this the power of a contract? How could this be? Why could it not resist? Contract completed. With a crisp sound, an astonishing scene unfolded. The towering form of the ghost tree demon king, standing 20 meters tall, suddenly disintegrated, transforming into countless shimmering particles of energy. These particles, seemingly drawn by some unseen force, converged into a tumultuous torrent, rushing into Su Chen's body with breathtaking speed. At that moment, the teachers observing the first trial zone were left bewildered. The black magic wolf and ghost bat were equally stunned. Tu Shan Yueyue stood in shock, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. What kind of ability was this? Just as she remained entranced by the spectacle, a thick vine lunged towards her without warning. Within the beast-controlling space, Su Chan had reached an agreement with the ghost tree demon king. As long as the demon king could repel the Azure Wolf King, he would be freed. The ghost tree demon king was a straightforward entity. Under the eaves of another, one must bow their head. Since Su Chan had outmaneuvered it and agreed to release it upon defeating the Azure Wolf King, there was no need for unnecessary hesitation. It was better for all to avoid a disastrous outcome. Thus, it decisively lifted Su Chan with the vine he had grasped, drawing him back to its side. Immediately, all remaining vines were mobilized to launch a fierce assault on Tu Shan Yueyue. She braced herself against the first vine attack, then sprang forward, dashing along the vine toward the direction of the ghost tree demon king. In response to the subsequent vine assaults, Tu Shan Yueyue skillfully activated the mirror flower water moon, creating a disparity between her actual position and the illusion. All the vine attacks missed their mark. This sudden turn of events left the ghost tree demon king momentarily stunned. Why did this Tsang Wolf Emperor seem rather peculiar? Chapter 10. Contract with the Nine-Tailed Fox. Seeing this situation, Su Chan couldn't help but sigh internally. Indeed, the power of higher-tier beast species was formidable, Even those slightly above the 100 rank were worlds apart from those of the Divine Era rank. Given such a disparity in strength, defeat seemed merely a matter of time. In light of this, his hopes rested solely on the system. His gaze gradually fell upon the surrounding tree demons. Taking a deep breath, he commanded with a steady and resolute tone, "Now, attack those tree demons." Upon hearing the order, the ghost tree demon king furrowed its brow in confusion, but did not hesitate for long, promptly executing Chen's directive. Although the tree demons, and it belonged to the same category, the differences among beast species were negligible, akin to the distinctions between Asians and Africans among humans, at most. They were merely variations of primates. Thus, it felt no apprehension about the consequences of its actions. Without hesitation, it severed the vine that bound Tu Shan, causing her to plummet from the air. Subsequently, it relentlessly swung its robust root-like appendages, striking at the surrounding tree demons like a tempest. Initially, the onlooking beast species were bewildered, pausing to observe the unfolding chaos. However, none anticipated that the ghost tree demon king would so decisively turn its aggression upon its own kin. The overwhelming size and strength disparity, combined with this unexpected ambush, left many tree demons unable to react in time, resulting in the swift demise of numerous members under the ghost tree demon king's assault. Congratulations, host, on achieving the title nemesis of tree demons. The wood from the fallen tree demons should serve well as firewood, wouldn't it? Achievement points earned, 30. Only 20 achievement points remaining? Chen's gaze remained fixed on Tu Shan, who was traversing the forest, gradually drawing nearer. Since there were corresponding achievements for slaying beasts for the first time, contracting a beast for the first time, and allowing a contracted beast to devour a crystal core, it followed logically that there would also be an achievement for teaching a beast a skill for the first time. Skill 3, Wooden Cage. Create a cage to restrict the opponent's movement. Achievement points required, 60 system. Allow the ghost tree demon king to learn this wooden cage skill. Learning in progress. Learning complete. Once the ghost tree demon king successfully mastered this skill, it paused momentarily, seemingly savoring the essence of this newfound power. After 2.5 seconds, it finally regained its composure. Without the slightest hesitation, the ghost tree demon king immediately unleashed the tree cage skill it had just mastered. Instantly, numerous sturdy branches sprouted like serpents, intertwining to form an incredibly resilient cage that ensnared Tu Shan within its grasp. Such trivial tricks. In the face of this predicament, Tu Shan merely clicked her tongue, exuding an air of disdain. Taking a deep breath, a blazing flame of foxfire materialized in her mouth and struck fiercely at the tree cage that confined her. With a sizzling sound, black smoke billowed from the point of contact between the foxfire and the branches, and in the blink of an eye, a large hole appeared. It hardly posed any significant challenge. Yet, that was sufficient. It was evident that Chen's gamble had paid off. As the ghost tree demon king learned its new skill, a notification from the system chimed in. Congratulations, host, on achieving a new skill. The tool demon beast has comprehended a new ability. Is this ultimately a boon or a bane? Achievement points obtained, 50. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your achievement points have surpassed 700. Reward, 5 free attribute allocation points. Oh, how I adore you, system sister. Let us allocate everything to the demon power value. Ding. Allocation complete. Current host demon power value, 162,272. A smile spread across Chen's face, a surge of confidence flooding his heart. His demon power value had finally surpassed that of Tu Shan. At that moment, Tu Shan had also successfully breached the defenses of the ghost tree demon king, appearing before Chen like a wraith. Without uttering a word, she employed the illusionary technique of mirror flower, water moon, concealing her true movements while seeking the opportune moment to strike down Chen. Perhaps wishing to conserve some demon power for crafting illusions to escape, Tu Shan opted not to unleash her foxfire for an instant kill. Instead, she created an illusion of her presence remaining in place, while she stealthily initiated a surprise attack from the side. In light of this situation, Chen finally grasped the significance of the indestructible golden body. At this critical juncture, the skill of a true man was undoubtedly a divine technique. Observing that the seemingly empty system interface was less than 2.5 meters away, Chen decisively activated the indestructible golden body without hesitation. A crisp clang resonated through the air. It seemed Tu Shan possessed quite a formidable bite. Seizing the moment, Chen boldly extended his right hand. As anticipated, he felt something furry in front of him, which appeared to be devoid of any presence. Terminate the contract with the Ghost Tree Demon King. Forced contract activation successful. Contract in progress. What have you done? Tu Shan Yueyue gasped in surprise. Her illusionary technique of mirror flower, water moon instantly shattered. Her true form, the nine-tailed fox, was unveiled before Chen without reservation. It was a breathtaking fox head, adorably charming, capable of melting anyone's heart at first glance. A pair of slender fox eyes gently arched, their corners revealing an alluring and enchanting grace. Its entire body was cloaked in pure white fur, resembling immaculate snowflakes, exuding a captivating luster. 9 fluffy tails swayed gracefully behind it, akin to a magnificent gown, while a splash of vibrant red among the tails added an extra touch of splendor and mystery. However, at this moment, Tu Shan Yueyue wore a face of furious indignation, glaring fiercely at Chen, as if she intended to devour him whole. Chen smiled faintly and gently remarked, "I haven't done anything, little fox. We're allies now, so please refrain from such a frightening expression." No sooner had he spoken than the system's notification chimed in. Contract completed. As the system's voice faded, Tu Shan Yueye's fluffy form swiftly transformed into billowy clouds of white, soft as cotton candy, rushing towards Chen and being quickly absorbed into his body. However, unlike the previous instances of absorbing the Ghost Tree Demon King, the Black Magic Wolf, and the Ghost Bat, the white clouds formed from the nine-tailed fox did not entirely enter Chen's body. A small portion began to gather slowly in the palm of his right hand, gradually outlining a white nine-tailed pattern no larger than a thumbprint. This diminutive white nine-tailed emblem was a unique mark of the Divine Generation series of demon beasts. As a creature of the Divine Generation series, its most notable characteristic was the irrevocability of the contract once established between a beast master and this type of demon beast. Furthermore, the beast master could, to some extent, share in the innate skills possessed by the demon beast. Of course, every situation has its dualities. This special contractual relationship was not without its drawbacks. Should the contracted Divine Generation demon beast meet its demise, the powers it had granted to the beast master would persist, unaffected by its death. It was indeed akin to boarding a pirate ship. Chapter 11. Divine Generation Series. Congratulations, host, on achieving the Divine Generation Series. You have contracted a Divine Generation demon beast, a nine-tailed fox proficient in illusions. Will this lead to various peculiar experiences for you? Achievement points gained, 60. Let me go, you scoundrel. Tu Shan Yueyue shouted furiously within Chen, her voice brimming with anger and resentment. Her body thrashed about, attempting to escape the confines of the beast master space. Yet all her efforts were in vain. Chen merely smiled slightly, a glimmer of mockery in his gaze. Little fox, as a Divine Generation demon beast, surely you understand? Our contract cannot be undone. You may as well submit to me. Get lost. I will never let you off the hook. I refuse to follow your orders. Little fox, if you don't protect me and I perish, you shall meet the same fate, you know? We are now a community of shared destiny. Let me make it clear. Should you fall victim to an onslaught of other beasts, I would heartily applaud. Chen recognized that Tu Shan Yueyue was merely being obstinate and chose not to engage in further banter. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the recently unbound Ghost Tree Demon King, a warm smile gracing his face as he greeted, "Old brother, I appreciate your efforts." Upon hearing this, the Ghost Tree Demon King hastily entwined its vines to form a shape vaguely resembling a human figure and replied, "It's nothing, merely a trifle. I must thank you for imparting a new skill to me. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, teaching the Ghost Tree Demon King a new skill had garnered considerable goodwill, preventing an immediate fallout upon the dissolution of their pact. He had initially contemplated using himself as leverage, hoping that Tu Shan Yueyue would safeguard his exit from this place. After all, who among the beasts does not value their life? In this realm, the death of a beast master invariably leads to the demise of their contracted beasts, a unique rule of this world. Now, however, it seemed entirely unnecessary. Chen chuckled. It is merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. Yet, as the night deepens, if you have the time, could you assist me in locating a tree hollow to rest in and gather the fallen beast cores? Absolutely. The Ghost Tree Demon King readily acquiesced. The favor was twofold. Not only had Tu Shan taught it a new skill, but his abilities were remarkably peculiar. Not just it, but even the Tsang Wolf King had been bound by Tu Shan in an instant, leaving no room for resistance. Such an anomaly was beyond the capacity of a mere first-tier beast to contend with. One could only imagine the repercussions of inciting Tu Shan's ire. He might very well enforce a binding contract upon it, and subsequently release it within the city, transforming it into a beast core in mere moments. "Is that person alive?" murmured the examiner, Jasmine, as she observed the colossal form of the ghost tree demon king steadfastly rooted in place. A flicker of doubt and concern shone in her eyes. Her brow slightly furrowed. Not only her, but other examiners from different trial zones also displayed expressions of curiosity. They whispered among themselves, gradually converging to witness the happenings in the first trial zone. Yet, the sheer size of the ghost tree demon king, coupled with the obstruction of other trees, rendered it impossible to discern the specific details of the battle. Setting aside how Tu Shan had inexplicably bound the ghost tree demon king, the commotion from the dark forest seemed to have subsided, yet the ghost tree demon king still stood alive. This strongly suggested that Tu Shan was likely still among the living. However, within the monitoring room, silence reigned. No one could provide a definitive answer. Time passed, second by second. At last, 10 minutes later, someone broke the stillness. "He is alive. That wooden puppet must be a skill of the ghost tree demon king, right?" Thus, it can be concluded that the sovereign of the Tsang Wolf has indeed perished, which is quite remarkable. The ghost tree demon king is not to be underestimated. All the teachers collectively exhaled in relief. Historically, every student who successfully emerged alive from the first trial zone has ranked among the top 10 in the Gaokao examinations in Yi City, with none of them achieving mediocrity in their future endeavors. A candidate like Tu Shan, who has even formed a contract with the ghost tree demon king, is undoubtedly a true prodigy of the new generation. It is a pity that all 8 top students from Yi City No. 1 High School have sacrificed themselves. "What is this student's name?" inquired a white-haired elder clad in military attire, his expression as calm as a still pond. Emily promptly responded, "Tu Shan. He hails from Yi City No. 7 High School." The white-haired elder remained impassive, nodding slightly. "Tu Shan, is it? Once his Gaokao results are out, bring him to me directly." Upon hearing this, many university professors sighed deeply. It seems that this Tu Shan is destined for greatness. Moreover, their respective schools would lose a remarkable talent named Tu Shan. Emily nodded affirmatively. "Understood, General. I shall convey the message." Under the guidance of the wooden puppet, Tu Shan arrived at a tree hollow even more spacious than the one from the previous night. The interior of the tree hollow was enchanting. Not only vast, but also exquisitely arranged. The ghost tree demon king had deliberately gathered some moonlight grass, which emitted a gentle blue glow, artfully scattered throughout the corners of the hollow, adding an air of mystique to the entire space. Vines intertwined to form a natural barrier sealing the hollow, evoking a profound sense of security. At this moment, Tu Shan summoned Shan Yueyue. Due to their contractual relationship, he now possessed insights into the essence of mirror flower water moon. Although he could not yet wield this skill, he could effortlessly discern whether his opponent employed illusions. Shan Yueyue had transformed into the guise of an unremarkable village girl with a pockmarked face. If one were to rate her appearance on a scale of 10, Tu Shan would scarcely grant her more than 3 points, as she was certainly one of those inconspicuous and unassuming figures within the class. She curled up in a corner, openly displaying a look of disdain in response to Tu Shan's scrutinizing gaze. Although he could not fathom why Shan Yueyue had chosen to manifest in such a manner, Tu Shan refrained from commenting further and directly accessed her skill panel. Skill 2, Heavenly Charm Divine Eye. Ensnares any enemy unit that gazes directly at the user in a state of enchantment. Achievement point cost, 200 points. Tu Shan supported his chin with one hand, reflecting, truly worthy of being a beast of the divine era. The achievement point cost to activate such a skill is indeed substantial. Let us proceed with the learning process. Learning in progress. Learning complete. As the system's voice echoed, Shan Yueyue's previously disdainful expression suddenly transformed into one of wide-eyed disbelief. Her heart stirred by tumultuous waves of astonishment. Due to the restrictions imposed by the Yi City isolation barrier, she had been unable to break through to the second tier or acquire any new skills. However, has she truly mastered it in an instant? Chapter 12, Bonding Value. Shan Yueyue blinked her bright, expressive eyes in disbelief, staring intently at Tu Shan and asked in astonishment, "What did you do?" Tu Shan maintained a calm demeanor, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I taught you skills. What's wrong? Do you not like it?" Upon hearing this, Tu Shan Yueyue pouted in annoyance, turning her face away as she muttered, "Humph. I don't like it. Who asked you to teach me?" At that moment, a system notification suddenly sounded. System notification: the bonding value of the nine-tailed fox Tu Shan Yueyue has changed. 05. Tu Shan was momentarily taken aback. It was then that he noticed that Tu Shan Yueye's information interface featured a name and bonding value section, unlike ordinary beasts. System: what is the purpose of this bonding value? I don't see this section with other beasts. Only divine lineage beasts possess bonding values. The higher the bonding value, the closer the relationship between the beast and its host. It is advisable for the host to cultivate the bonding value of the contracted beast, as it presents numerous hidden benefits. Tu Shan nodded thoughtfully, pondering. It seems this bonding value is akin to the affection levels in a dating simulation game. Thus, although Tu Shan Yueyue verbally expressed her disdain, her expression betrayed a different sentiment. She was indeed being contrary. With that realization, he decided, Skill 3, Soul Drain. Absorbs the enemy's power to restore oneself. Consumption of achievement points. 400 points. Let us learn it, Tu Shan murmured. Learning in progress. Learning complete. With the system's notification chiming, Tu Shan Yueye's brows furrowed even tighter. In under half a minute, Tu Shan had taught her 2 new skills. She had neither consumed any treasures nor witnessed any notable actions from Tu Shan, and her level had not even risen. How was this possible? Reflecting on the earlier moment when Tu Shan had forcibly contracted her, Tu Shan Yueyue felt increasingly bewildered. Who exactly was this human? System notification: the bonding value of the nine-tailed fox Tu Shan Yueyue has changed. 515 indeed. It is well known that for any girl, feelings for a boy often begin with a spark of curiosity. Following this remarkable display, Tu Shan Yueye's bonding value had soared to 15 points. However, there was a slight drawback. Tu Shan had sadly realized that he no longer had any surplus achievement points to allow Tu Shan Yueyue to indulge in further spending. Fortunately, a glimmer of hope remained. The Ghost Tree Demon King had finally gathered the beast crystals and delivered them. Along with the crystals obtained from the 13 beasts Tu Shan Yueyue had previously slain, they had just enough, 50 crystals in total. Without uttering a word, Tu Shan decisively stuffed the demon beast crystal cores into the delicate, fair hands of Tu Shan Yueyue. Hurry and eat, little fox. My future aspirations depend entirely on your beauty. Tu Shan Yueyue, glancing at her hands filled to the brim, let out a soft huff of playful annoyance, but ultimately accepted all of it. She slowly turned away from Tu Shan, silently consuming the demon beast crystal cores. Moments later, a series of system notifications resonated in Tu Shan's mind. Simultaneously, he could sense that the aura surrounding Tu Shan Yueyue had significantly intensified. Congratulations, host, for achieving the second-tier demon beast. It appears your contracted demon beast has broken through to the second tier, which should be quite impressive for someone of your age. Achievement points acquired, 100. Beep. Congratulations on surpassing 800 achievement points. Reward, Basic Combat Skill. Basic Combat Skill grants the fundamental capability for close-quarters combat. Congratulations, host, for achieving the explosive demon power. The total demon power of your contracted beast has reached its peak. Is this a precursor to a power surge? Achievement points acquired, 50. Beep. Congratulations on surpassing 900 achievement points. Reward, 5 free attribute distribution points. Taken aback, Tu Shan hastily opened his information interface. Demon power, 272272. Goodness, this little fox's upgrade yields such a significant increase in demon power. Tu Shan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly declared, allocate all 5 points to demon power. Beep. Allocation complete. Current host demon power, 272322. Meanwhile, Tu Shan Yueyue subtly turned around, stealing a glance at Tu Shan from the corner of her eye. Her elegantly arched brows furrowed slightly as she pondered. Does he feel nothing at all? Could it be that this human's demon power is far greater than I had imagined? Yet, he is merely a first-tier, 5-stage human. How could his internal demon power be so formidable? The more she contemplated, the more perplexed she became. She shook her head vigorously, deciding to set those thoughts aside for now. It was best to clear her mind and continue devouring the demon beast crystal cores, for the events of the day had been astonishing. First, she had swiftly grasped a new skill, and then recalling the earlier battle. Tu Shan Yueyue couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This Tu Shan seemed capable of penetrating her illusions, and his physical strength could withstand her full-force strike, nearly knocking her teeth loose. Who exactly is this individual? System notification: bonding value with nine-tailed demon fox Tu Shan Yueyue has changed. 1520, the following morning. A beam of golden sunlight finally penetrated through the crevice at the top of the tree hollow, illuminating the space and awakening Tu Shan. He rubbed his drowsy eyes, stifled a large yawn, and slowly rose from the ground. Once standing steadily, Tu Shan eagerly opened his system interface repeatedly. Upon seeing the words, nine-tailed fox, prominently displayed in the section for contracted demon beasts, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. At last, he had successfully contracted the nine-tailed fox. Recalling last night, after he had fallen asleep, Tu Shan Yueyue had continued to absorb the crystal core. To his astonishment, upon awakening, he had smoothly advanced to the first stage, 6th level. What a delightful surprise. Joyful events invigorate the spirit. In his excitement, he turned to the curled figure in the corner and called out, "Little fox, rise and shine. The sun is shining." At Tu Shan's enthusiastic call, the previously tranquil corner began to stir slightly. Tu Shan Yueyue blinked several times in a daze, her face marked with confusion and bewilderment. Clearly, she was still trying to grasp her current situation. However, as her gaze gradually focused and finally landed on Tu Shan, the look of bewilderment vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of disdain and helplessness. She pouted, rolled her eyes, and exhibited a look of realization that this was indeed not a dream. Yet, upon witnessing Tu Shan Yueyue's appearance, Tu Shan found himself equally perplexed. A torrent of words condensed into a single question. Who are you? Chapter 13. Beneath the mask lies a more beautiful face. Before him stood a woman of unparalleled beauty, impossible to forget. Her features were sharp and three-dimensional, each contour exquisitely defining her enchanting visage, particularly her peach blossom eyes, which, when slightly raised, radiated an abundance of charm. She exuded a unique gracefulness that was warm and refined, a stark contrast to Lin Yueer, the school belle of Yeqing No. 1 High School. The difference was vast. While Lin Yueer was beautiful, she lacked the elegant allure that emanated from within. Looking at this woman's figure, she was undeniably graceful, her curves perfectly accentuated. Her skin, as fair as snow, was as delicate and smooth as fine jade, pristine and devoid of any blemish. Her long, pure white hair cascaded like a waterfall, flowing down to her slender waist, gently swaying in the breeze, shimmering with a dazzling sheen and exuding a subtle, refreshing fragrance that was heartwarming. She donned a dress of pink and white, the fabric light and ethereal. The pale pink lace hem danced with the wind, resembling a bud on the verge of blooming, shy yet captivating. In summary, she embodied perfection intertwined with elegance, purity blended with enchantment. Name: Tu Shan Yueyue. Race sequence: No 007 nine-tailed fox. Level: 2nd stage, 1st segment. Physique: 600,600. Demonic power: 272-272. Talent skill: Mirage Flower, Water Moon. Skills: Foxfire. Heavenly Charm, Divine Eye, Soul Drain. Bond value: 20. If it were not for the system interface hovering above her head, Tu Shan would have almost believed he had wandered into a realm filled with seduction and allure. How could one encounter such a stunning beauty? Little fox, is this truly your appearance? Tu Shan stared for a considerable duration before regaining his composure, unable to suppress his curiosity. He detected no evidence of the use of Mirage Flower, Water Moon, indicating that this was likely Tu Shan Yueyue's authentic visage. He had thought that the school beauty, Lin Yueer, was already the pinnacle of beauty. Little did he expect that Tu Shan Yueyue's true form would surpass even that, presenting an almost flawless countenance. Goodness! The saying that a more beautiful visage lies behind the mask had unexpectedly manifested in reality. Tu Shan Yueyue gently tossed her long hair, the silky white strands cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, exuding a subtle fragrance. Observing Tu Shan's expression, she scoffed disdainfully. Humph. Indeed, men are all the same. She dusted off the dirt from her skirt and gradually rose from the ground. Soon after, she replaced her earlier disdain with a relaxed demeanor. Taking a deep breath, her presence was intoxicating, reminiscent of orchids and musk. She approached Tu Shan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Finally, her enchanting peach blossom eyes settled upon his face, and she let out a soft sigh. Tu Shan, momentarily taken aback, awkwardly touched his face and asked, "What are you doing? Never seen a handsome guy before. I am a nine-tailed fox, not blind." Tu Shan Yueyue rolled her eyes, retorting with annoyance. "Fine, I concede to you. Let us go. There's only a day and a half left for the assessment, and I wish to level up." Upon hearing this, the tension in Tu Shan's heart finally eased. Although the skill of forced contract could establish a direct bond with a demon beast, whether the beast would willingly serve or choose to perish alongside him remained uncertain. Some beast tamers spent nearly half a year after defeating a demon beast just to forge a bond that could be considered a shared fate. Not to mention, a proud divine sequence beast like Tu Shan Yueyue would be even more challenging to convince. To witness such a significant shift in attitude after just one night was indeed remarkable. At this moment, Su Chen's expression was as calm as water, a slight smile gracing his lips, revealing a hint of tranquility. He calmly extended his right hand, gently grasping the delicate, almost ethereal hand of Tu Shan Yueyue, and smiled. "Let us proceed, my little beauty. My grand endeavor of advancement relies entirely upon you." Yet, in the next moment, Tu Shan Yueyue shot him a playful glare, her lips slightly pouting, a subtle blush gracing her cheeks. Without hesitation, she withdrew her hand. Could this be the fabled aloofness? "Congratulations, host, for achieving the title of Beast Hunter. The variety of beasts you have vanquished has reached 30. Do you aspire to collect the entire beast compendium?" Achievement points awarded, 50. It was not until 10 o'clock on the third morning that the system's notification echoed once more in Su Chen's mind. He couldn't help but lament how the pace of achievement accumulation had slowed considerably. However, this could not overshadow Tu Shan Yueyue's astonishing speed in battle. The delicate flick of her slender fingers emitted a spark that seemed to harbor boundless power, capable of swiftly vanquishing even the most formidable of tiered beasts. Recalling the harrowing events of the previous day, Su Chen felt a shiver of dread. Had he been struck by her foxfire, he would likely have been reduced to mere ashes. Moreover, thanks to her soul absorption skill, Tu Shan Yueyue had no need to fret over the depletion of her mystical energy. When her energy began to wane, she merely needed to capture a beast and drain it, instantly restoring herself to full vigor. This ability was nothing short of extraordinary. With the influx of beasts due to the tide of demonic creatures, the dark forest teemed with an astonishing number of them. Even in the absence of the black magic wolf's tracking skill, a casual stroll would yield encounters with several beasts. With a steady supply of first-tier beast cores and ongoing battles, Tu Shan Yueyue's prowess continued to surge, now reaching the impressive height of second-tier, third stage. As for Su Chen's own attributes, name, Su Chen, level, first tier, 9th stage, physique, 115-118, mystical energy, 281-330, skills, beast mastery, compulsory contract, insight, indestructible body, achievement points, 240, 990, contracted beast, nine-tailed fox. Such levels and mystical energy values placed him among the elite of high school graduates. Contemplating this, a slight smile crept upon Su Chen's lips as he nodded in satisfaction. With a beautiful little fox maiden by his side, the prospect of leisurely selecting a coastal dormitory school after the college entrance examination results was precisely the life a transmigrator ought to lead. Time flew swiftly, 2 hours passing in the blink of an eye. The chime of noon resonated melodiously, officially heralding the conclusion of the college entrance examination. At that moment, the figures of Su Chen and Tu Shan Yueyue gradually blurred, as if melding into the surrounding environment. In the next instant, they vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the serene stillness of the dark forest. Chapter 14. Return to school. Meanwhile, silence enveloped the classroom where Su Chen was situated. Only the hurried and faint footsteps of the homeroom teacher, Zhang Ya, echoed in the air. Her hands tightly clutched her phone, her gaze incessantly shifting between the screen and the classroom, her expression increasingly fraught with anxiety. The college entrance examination in the Beastmaster world is far more formidable than in her past life. Even in the relatively simpler 18th trial zone, nearly 5% of students succumb each year. When considering all the trial zones, the sacrifice rate can exceed 30%. Such statistics are nearly equivalent to the casualty rates of beast tamers during a beast-tide assault on major cities. Yet, despite this brutal reality, all of it is unavoidable. After all, the various trial zones set for the examination, even the least challenging 18th trial zone, can be regarded as a relatively secure comfort zone compared to the perilous world outside the city. If survival proves difficult even in such an environment, how could one aspire to become a beast tamer? How could one defend their homeland? At that moment, the resounding chime of the clock striking 12 weighed heavily on the hearts of every teacher like a hammer. In an instant, brilliant beams of light erupted without warning above each desk in the classroom. Soon after, the silhouettes of students gradually materialized from these luminous columns like phantoms. Simultaneously, a strong, acrid scent of blood quickly permeated the air, provoking nausea. Accompanying this was a chorus of startled exclamations from the students. "Goodness, you scared me to death. I was just being chased by a falcon. Thank heavens for the timing." "Me too. I never expected the 16th trial zone to be so terrifying. This is unbearable. Just give me 10 more minutes, and I could have contracted the moonlit hawk. Ouch, my right arm feels broken." Upon seeing the familiar classroom environment, the students' previously panicked expressions swiftly faded like a receding tide, replaced by a sense of relief from having survived. They gasped for breath, as if trying to exhale all the fear and tension within them. Many had once harbored dreams of becoming beast tamers, marrying affluent partners, and ascending to the pinnacle of life. Yet at this moment, they would rather forfeit their chance at the examination to lead a mundane life as an ordinary worker in the inner city. Such an experience is one they never wish to endure again. The medical staff within the school had long been on high alert, promptly arriving in every classroom to tend to the students. They ensured that each student received timely medical attention, so that the results of the college entrance examination could proceed as scheduled an hour later. Shan Yueyue, witnessing the students gradually return to the classroom, felt a great weight lift from her heart. She let out a soft sigh, her taut nerves beginning to ease. However, when her gaze fell upon the 3 empty seats, an involuntary wave of sorrow surged within her. Despite the fact that losing merely 3 individuals in a class of over 30 during the Gaokao examination is considered a commendable outcome, the passing of each life weighs heavily on the heart. Even though such scenes unfold annually, Shan Yueyue finds herself unable to fully acclimate to the profound sorrow of parting with loved ones. Suddenly, a realization dawns upon her, and she stands momentarily frozen, a flicker of confusion passing through her eyes. It appears that none of these 3 vacant seats belong to Tu Shan. Could it be that he has returned alive from the first trial zone? "Tu Shan, are you unharmed?" Shan Yueyue hurriedly approaches Tu Shan's seat, her voice trembling with concern. "Teacher Zhang, I am perfectly fine," Tu Shan replies, lifting his head with an air of calmness. After meticulously scrutinizing Tu Shan and confirming his well-being, Shan Yueye's anxiety begins to alleviate slightly. She gently pats his shoulder and softly reassures him, "Regardless of whether you contracted a beast, your safety is what matters most. To have returned alive from the first trial zone, you are already a source of pride for your teacher." Tu Shan nods appreciatively. "Thank you for your concern, teacher." Once Shan Yueyue departs, Tu Shan begins conversing with Tu Shan Yueyue in the Beastmaster space. She had already divulged the reasons behind her presence in Yi City and her infiltration into the Gaokao under the guise of Lin Yueer the previous day. After all, she is now inseparable from Tu Shan, and there was no need for secrecy. This topic fosters a more intimate connection between Tu Shan and Tu Shan Yueyue, successfully raising their bond value to 25 points. However, Tu Shan Yueyue still seems to harbor some lingering resentment regarding the forced contract made by Tu Shan, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of dissatisfaction, akin to a girlfriend who is difficult to appease, often indulging in minor quarrels. "Little fox, the final test is about to commence. My admission to university hinges entirely on you. By the way, could you refrain from calling me little fox? I am a 9-tailed fox, not just a mere fox. Is there really a distinction?" Tu Shan rolls his eyes in exasperation. "Then shall I call you little Yueyue? Would that suffice?" Tu Shan Yueyue pouts and huffs softly. "Suit yourself." Tu Shan shakes his head in resignation, sometimes bewildered by whether Tu Shan Yueyue is genuinely tsundere or simply exhibiting childish whims. "By the way, I have always been curious, Tu Shan Yueyue. Did you choose your own name? Speaking of which, I'm not quite sure if it was my choice. Since I can remember, I have always known myself by this name. How it came to be and why I know it remains a mystery to me. So how old are you now?" "I am uncertain, from what I can recall. It has been about 18 years since I came to consciousness." Thus, the man and the fox continued their light-hearted banter, and an hour passed by unnoticed. All candidates were gathered on the playground, preparing for the final assessment of their college entrance examination scores. According to the school's statistics, a total of 1,088 students from Yi City's 6th middle school participated in the exams, with 801 successfully returning. Among these returning students, 657 managed to form contracts with magical beasts, thereby becoming beast masters. This ratio was quite comparable to previous years, without any significant deviations worth noting. The final phase of the examination, which assesses the comprehensive strength of the magical beasts, followed a remarkably straightforward process. At the center of the playground, a spirit-gathering array with a radius of approximately 3 meters had been erected well in advance. Each candidate simply needed to step into this array and activate their own beast master space. At this moment, the spiritual energy within the array would naturally merge into the beast master space, resonating with the powers of the magical beasts inside, and the data would then be relayed to the monitoring devices. This method allowed for an accurate calculation of the overall strength of all magical beasts within the Beastmaster space, and this value would directly determine each candidate's examination score. The advantage of this approach was to prevent colossal entities, akin to the Ghost Tree Demon King, from being summoned, thus averting disturbances both within and outside the school. It seemed that this examination model had been developed over a considerable period of time. Numerous university professors from other cities were also present, observing keenly. If they encountered a talent that piqued their interest, they would approach and attempt to recruit them. Chapter 15. Examination Results. Li Xianyang, 578 points. 2 contracted magical beasts. Cleared the 17th trial zone. Su Lily, 685 points. 2 contracted magical beasts. Cleared the 10th trial zone. Li Lei, 777 points. 3 contracted magical beasts. Cleared the 9th trial zone. Qin Kurson, 84 points. 1 contracted magical beast. Cleared the 5th trial zone. The final testing of examination scores was proceeding with great fervor. In just a short hour, over 100 students had successfully completed the strength assessment of their magical beasts. At this moment, when one student's score was revealed, it instantly stirred a commotion among the crowd. The scoring structure of the examination was calculated based on all contracted magical beasts within the Beastmaster space, akin to the power value system found in popular online games. Specifically, it resembled a card game. The higher the cost, the more magical power value the beast occupied, and correspondingly, the greater the overall strength and calculated score. Conversely, if the magical beast occupied a lower power value, its strength diminished, resulting in a lower score. Qin Kurson, having only contracted a single magical beast, achieved a remarkable score of 84, surpassing the score of Li Lei, who had 3 contracted beasts. What kind of magical beast could this be? So formidable? Incredible. I barely managed to amass enough magical power value for a score of 70, while Goddess Qin Kurson's solitary beast outscored me. The disparity among individuals is indeed astonishing. Qin Kurson, a goddess of beauty, not only possesses striking looks, but also exhibits remarkable prowess in beast mastery. Truly impressive. It is likely that she has contracted a beast ranked within the top 200. While basking in the adoration of the crowd, her exquisite visage remains devoid of any sign of excitement, tranquil as a still autumn lake, undisturbed by ripples. As the undisputed belle of Yi City No. 6 High School, Qin Kurson is accustomed to being the center of attention, with the gazes of admiration and reverence merely a commonplace occurrence in her life. Time passes quietly, and soon 2.5 hours have elapsed. By this point, more than half of the students have completed their assessments and received their scores. Just as everyone is immersed in their own emotions, the next announced score ignites a fervor among all present. Yang Wei, scoring 125 points. A contracted beast. He has conquered the 3rd trial zone. What an astonishing feat. A beast achieving a score exceeding 100? Could it possibly be a divine rank creature? It is conceivable. Just moments ago, Goddess Qin Kurson revealed that her contracted beast is a spirit flower fairy ranked 188, having advanced to the 1st level, 8th stage, scoring only 84 points. A score of 125 must belong to a divine rank beast. Goodness, must the gap between people be so profound? Even when combined, my 2 contracted beasts cannot match half of his score. A reasonable person would not dare to compare themselves to him. After all, he is the young master of the Yang family in Yi City, likely having consumed more rare resources than one has grains of rice. And his beast power must surely exceed 20 points. As students engage in animated discussions, university professors from other cities join the fray. We at Jiangxing University must have Yang Wei. No one shall vie with me for him. Old Lin, do not misguide these young talents. Jiangxing University has not produced a fifth-tier beast master in a decade, and is inferior even to a second-tier institution. This is a promising candidate for at least a sixth-tier beast master. Do you intend to ruin him? Enough. Although Jiangxing University has not birthed a fifth-tier beast master in the past 10 years, over 80 of our students have attained the fourth tier. And it is merely a matter of time before they break through to the fifth. This is what one calls accumulating strength for a grand emergence. Do you comprehend? Cease your bickering. Yang Wei is one of us from Yi City. Yi City University is his rightful place. Nonsense. Yang Wei has already been accepted by Heihe University. In an instant, the entire playground erupted into chaos, resembling a boiling cauldron. No one anticipated such a scenario, where dozens of professors, all of at least fifth tier, would compete for a single student. While similar scenes have occurred in previous years, the intensity of today's fervor is exceedingly rare. Take, for instance, the announcement of Chen Kursen's results not long ago. Although it did spark some contention among the professors, it pales in comparison to the tumult of the present moment. Amidst the throng of students, each pair of eyes widened in astonishment, their faces etched with envy and jealousy. After all, the esteemed institutions vying for attention, such as Jiangxing University, Yeqing University, Donghai University, and Heihe University, were all renowned academies for beast tamers. For many students, gaining admission to any of these prestigious universities was a cherished aspiration. Yet, the spectacle before them was truly extraordinary. These elite schools were embroiled in a fierce rivalry over a single student, nearly resorting to physical confrontation. Such absurdity was beyond belief. In the bustling crowd, the former examiner of the first trial zone, Li, furrowed her brow in contemplation. She had been dispatched by her superiors to escort Su Chun for an audience with General Han Xinghe. However, she had never anticipated encountering such an exceptional talent along the way. Although Su Chen's contracted beast was the ghost tree demon king, it seemed improbable that he would achieve such remarkable scores. She resolved to inform General Han of this unexpected development. As she pondered, Emily took out her phone to contact her direct superior. At that moment, Yang Wei wore an expression of triumph, exuding a sense of self-assuredness. Growing up surrounded by rare and extraordinary resources, he had cultivated an impressive demon power level of 22 points, an achievement unattainable for the majority of his peers. Moreover, as the college entrance examinations approached, his parents had generously invested a staggering 60 million credit points to secure the purchase of the 97th ranked demon beast, the Thunder King Gorilla, at an auction, subsequently forging a contract with it. Individuals like Yang Wei, who had successfully signed a contract with a divine-ranked demon beast prior to the examinations, were essentially exempt from participating in such assessments. A mere visit to the Beast Tamer Association for some straightforward evaluations would suffice for them to earn the title of Beast Tamer. After all, one who could forge a bond with a divine-ranked demon beast would likely view the first trial zone, considered a formidable challenge by many, as a mere trifle. Participating in the college entrance examination would only pit them against ordinary students for limited resources. Thus, such exceptional students could choose from any institution across the nation. Yang Wei's motivation for taking the entrance exam was solely due to one individual. Amidst the envious gazes of his peers, he slowly exited the testing array and approached the school beauty, Chen Kursen, from Yeqing No. 6 Middle School. Bowing respectfully, he smiled and declared, "Kursen, I admire you greatly. Would you do me the honor of being my girlfriend?" At this proclamation, the crowd erupted once more, particularly the female students, who were on the verge of squealing in delight. To be confessed to by a male idol in such a grand setting was a dream scenario for countless girls. However, Chen Kursen awkwardly twitched her lips, inwardly lamenting her predicament. Her gaze fell upon Yang Wei, stirring a tumult of conflicting emotions within her. Yang Wei, in terms of family background, prowess, appearance, and popularity, was unmatched. Not only was he a standout at Yeqing No. 6 Middle School, but he also ranked among the most sought-after individuals at Yeqing University. Nevertheless, his reputation for being a philanderer was equally notorious. Throughout their 3 years of high school, rumors about him proliferated, with even some girls claiming he had left them with child. Yet, he nonchalantly walked away, bearing no responsibility whatsoever. Chen Kursen was acutely aware of what accepting his confession would entail. She would likely become just one of his many girlfriends, ultimately succumbing to the fate of being discarded. However, To reject his confession in such a public setting would undeniably be a slight against him. While her family background was considerably better than that of the average student, it paled in comparison to the illustrious Yang family behind him. It could be said that if Yang Wei set his sights on her, he could easily make her life in Yecheng unbearable. As the students eagerly awaited Qin Kursen's response to Yang Wei, Tu Shan began his assessment. Calm and composed, he stepped into the testing array, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding clamor. He gradually activated his beast mastery space, quietly absorbing the spiritual energy that surged within. Meanwhile, the tester, Li Hongkai, was initially captivated by the spectacle of Yang Wei's confession, playing the role of an onlooker. After evaluating hundreds of students consecutively, he was somewhat fatigued. Yang Wei's recent score had indeed left an impression on him, so he did not pay much attention to the fluctuations on the computer screen. It was not until several seconds later, estimating that Su Chen's test must have concluded, that he finally turned around to announce Su Chen's results. However, when his gaze landed on the computer screen, his eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was imagining things. In fact, he even restarted the testing program to confirm there was no glitch. Upon seeing the displayed results again, he could not help but exclaim in disbelief. This exclamation instantly reverberated in the air, drawing the attention of many. Nearby, Wang Yubo, a staff member from the Beastmaster Association, found himself puzzled. Over a minute had passed, yet why had the students' results not been announced? What was taking so long? There were still over 300 students waiting. Did he not want to finish his shift? Wang Yubo muttered impatiently to himself, striding swiftly towards the tester. Li Hongkai swallowed hard, his finger trembling as he pointed at the numbers on the screen, his voice quivering as he asked, "Old Wang, what do you think this score signifies among high school students?" Wang Yubo, upon hearing this, felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. He has been a tester for decades, so why is he still so startled? When Yang Wei's results were announced, he reacted similarly. Every year, there are dozens, if not hundreds, of prodigies like Yang Wei across the nation. Is such astonishment truly warranted? However, when Wang Yubo's gaze fell upon the score displayed on the screen, his expression abruptly froze, his mouth agape as if robbed of the ability to articulate. From his throat emerged an exclamation, resonating even louder than Li Hongkai's voice. In an instant, many were drawn to the commotion unfolding with the testers. What on earth is happening? Why has the score not been announced yet? Perhaps there is a glitch in the system that requires troubleshooting. Damn, I'm next in line for testing. I was looking forward to impressing my girlfriend. Teacher, is something wrong? Su Chen's inquiry finally jolted the two testers from their stupor. Wang Yubo and Li Hongkai exchanged glances, each reflecting the disbelief mirrored in the other's eyes. They took a deep breath, slowly rising to announce, Su Shan, 254 points. A contracted beast, cleared the first trial zone. At this proclamation, the venue was engulfed in an eerie silence. The earlier clamor and excitement that accompanied Yang Wei's results evaporated, replaced by a suffocating stillness. Students present, teachers from Yecheng No. 6 High School, and representatives from various universities gaped in astonishment, questioning whether their ears were deceiving them. A comprehensive score of 254 for a Beastmaster is not particularly impressive. Many contracted beasts of the 3rd or 4th tier can achieve scores exceeding 300 when tested individually. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Su Shan is a candidate from this year's college entrance examination, a high school student likely at the 1st tier, 5th segment, barely 18 years old. Even if a 3rd or 4th tier beast were willing to yield to him as a contracted companion, his power level would hardly suffice to command it. A barrage of questions detonated in the minds of all present, sending shivers down their spines. 254 points? Surely, I must be mistaken. The staff of the Beastmaster Association would not jest about such matters, would they? Cleared the first trial zone? I have a friend at Yecheng No. 1 High School, and none of the 8 top students participating in the first trial zone returned. Su Chen actually managed to return? Indeed. The campus belle Lin Yueer from Yecheng No. 1 High School also perished in the first trial zone. Does anyone know who holds the record for the highest score in the past century? I do. It belongs to Lin Yueer from Yanjing No. 3 High School. 30 years ago in Yanjing, she fortuitously formed a contract with the vampire of the Divine Era Sequence No. 30, achieving an unprecedented score of 210 in the college entrance examination. The second place was Mo Xiaohe from Donghai No. 1 High School, whose contracted beast was the Sequence 27 Sun Qilan, ultimately scoring 206. To my recollection, it seems that only these two individuals have surpassed the 200-point mark in the examination. I have also heard rumors about Lin Yueer and Mo Xiao. However, it is unlikely that anyone could surpass their scores. At that time, the college entrance examination required the summoning of contracted beasts to evaluate comprehensive performance. The vampire's combat ability would be enhanced at night, while the Sun Qilan's strength would significantly increase under sunlight, influencing the final score assessment. Consequently, their scores were 40 points ahead of the third place. Nowadays, very few can achieve scores above 150. So what on earth is this 254 points? It's utterly absurd. Chapter 17. A fond memory. Not only the students and teachers present, but even the seasoned Jasmine, who had witnessed countless prodigies, was now staring in astonishment, almost rendered speechless. She was so engrossed that she completely forgot she was on a call with her superior. What has transpired? On the other end of the line, a slightly aged yet robust voice emerged. Jasmine abruptly regained her composure, hastily picking up her phone and responding, "General Han, there seems to be a situation at Yechingno 6 High School. I may need to take Tu Shan back, which could be somewhat challenging. Could you possibly send additional personnel for support?" Upon hearing this, Han Xing's brows furrowed slightly. He was well acquainted with Jasmine, the remarkable young woman who, at merely 25 years of age, had already ascended to the rank of a 5th-level Beastmaster and was a prominent figure on the Beastmaster rankings. Known for her meticulous and unhurried approach, she never engaged in frivolous matters. Since she had articulated such concerns, it was likely that the situation was indeed serious and might exceed expectations. "I understand. I will send someone over shortly. You stay put." "Understood." At that moment, time seemed to stand still. All eyes were focused on Tu Shan, their expressions filled with disbelief, as if they might drown him in their astonishment. 254 points. Moreover, he possessed only one contracted beast. Did this not imply that his contracted beast strength had surpassed that of the vast majority of third-level beasts? Tu Shan himself could hardly fathom that Shan Yueye's prowess was so formidable, achieving the highest score ever recorded. Feeling the pride emanating from Shan Yueyue within the Beastmaster space, Tu Shan inquired, "Yeah? You didn't use any illusions, did you? Don't play around at this moment. It could lead to serious trouble if discovered." Shan Yueyue shot him a playful glare. "Do you really have so little faith in my abilities?" Tu Shan couldn't help but murmur to himself, "The outcome is simply absurd. Initially, I believed that if your strength could yield a score of over 150, it would already be quite impressive. Yet 254 points truly exceeded my expectations." Upon hearing this, Shan Yueyue sighed helplessly and explained, "I think your perspective could use some refinement. I estimate my own strength to be around 200 points, and the additional 50 points likely stem from my mastery of powers that are not yet within my current grasp, hence the inflated score. So that is how it is." Tu Shan mused to himself. He never anticipated that the capabilities of this system could be so extraordinary. It was akin to a cheating device for the college entrance examination. No, it was indeed a cheat. It simply had the occasional inexplicable outburst of scathing remarks. As Tu Shan exited the testing array, the scene erupted into a frenzy. Numerous students and university faculty surged forward, encircling him. A majority of them were female students, all gazing at Tu Shan with infatuated expressions, their eyes shimmering with admiration. Among them were some excited younger students from the first and second year of high school, who squealed as if they were in the presence of a celebrity. "Tu Shan, can we exchange contact information? We could hunt magical beasts together in the future." "Tu Shan, my idol, do you have a girlfriend?" "This student, I am Wang Lin, the class instructor from the Beastmaster Combat Department at Hanqing University. Here is my business card." In an instant, Tu Shan became the focal point of fervent discussion. Just moments ago, Yang Wei, who had been basking in his own glory for less than 2.5 minutes, suddenly wore a dark expression. This was especially true when he noticed that Qin Kursen's gaze had unconsciously drifted towards the star-studded Tu Shan. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, as rage surged within him. 254 points, you say? Why not aim for 542 points instead? A voice suddenly rang out from behind Tu Shan, dripping with sarcasm and disdain. Yang Wei approached with an air of arrogance. The surrounding students instinctively parted to create a path, their eyes fixated on the impending clash between Tu Shan and Yang Wei. As if anticipating a fierce confrontation, the two stood a meter apart, their gazes locking in the air, igniting sparks of tension. "Who are you?" Tu Shan inquired in bewilderment. He did not recognize Yang Wei. During the testing and score announcement, He had been engaged in conversation with Tu Shan Yueyue, searching for information about various prestigious universities and their locations, contemplating where would be best for leveling up. Given Tu Shan Yueye's prowess, she could essentially choose any university in the country, so why concern himself with other scores? In school, he was somewhat of an unnoticed figure, lacking close friends. He only paid slight attention to the campus beauties of both his own and neighboring schools, merely enjoying their presence in passing. Who would take note of a strapping young man? Yang Wei, upon hearing this, felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. The protagonist, feeling a surge of indignation, refrained from voicing his thoughts in public. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his turbulent emotions before coldly asserting, "I am Yang Wei, and I suspect that your score of 254 is the result of cheating." Choking on his own saliva, Tu Shan could hardly contain his laughter. What were your parents thinking when they bestowed upon you such a name? Perhaps you should consider taking more of those herbal supplements. Witnessing this exchange, Yang Wei's expression darkened further. What is so amusing? He snapped. My apologies. I merely recalled a rather delightful incident. Tu Shan replied, feigning innocence. Humph, just seeking attention. Yang Wei retorted with a scoff before striding towards the principal of Yicheng 6th High School. Principal Liu, I suspect that the student named Tu Shan has cheated. Who would believe that a high school student could achieve a score of 254? Principal Liu Qinghe's brow furrowed at this assertion. Whispers erupted among the students as they speculated on the possibility of Tu Shan's misconduct. Unbeknownst to them, Principal Liu had been contacted 2 days prior by the First War Zone, indicating their intention to retrieve a student named Tu Shan. Although he lacked clarity on the situation, the involvement of such a mysterious entity left him with no grounds to object. Surely, Tu Shan must have achieved extraordinary results in the college entrance examination, which is managed by the military officers of various war zones. Even as the principal, he held no authority to question it. Yet, who could have anticipated that Tu Shan's situation would be so outrageous? A mere high school graduate achieving a score of 254 in the Beast Contract Assessment was beyond belief and warranted the attention of the First War Zone. It was noteworthy that even individuals of Yang Wei's caliber might not receive favorable treatment from them, despite the significant contributions of the Yang family to the development of Yicheng. Clearing his throat, Principal Liu fixed a serious gaze upon Yang Wei and inquired, Are you implying that you have found evidence of Tu Shan's cheating? Yang Wei shook his head, then nodded with determination. Principal Liu, I do not possess it at this moment, but I will soon. Oh, Principal Liu inquired with keen interest. And how do you intend to uncover this evidence? A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Yang Wei's lips as he scanned the assembly, his gaze ultimately landing on Tu Shan, filled with provocation and disdain. Tu Shan, do you dare to engage in a life-and-death duel? Chapter 18. The life-and-death duel. At that moment, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, creating a stifling tension. A life-and-death duel. This was a matter that could cost lives. Even in the absence of fatalities, the demonic beasts are destined to meet their demise. In this world, where strength reigns supreme and everyone yearns to form contracts with the divine lineage of demonic beasts, conflicts among beast tamers are all too common. To allow these tamers to vent their inner grievances, the Beast Tamer Association has introduced 3 solutions. The most fundamental among them includes mediation and legal proceedings, typically concerning minor financial disputes. However, when the matter escalates to disputes over contracted demonic beasts, resolution relies on life-and-death battles or simulated duels. Simulated duels take place within a designated barrier, and once both parties incur a certain degree of injury, they are forcibly ejected, thus determining the outcome. Within this barrier, neither the beasts nor the tamers suffer real harm. It is purely a contest of strength. Conversely, life-and-death battles are genuine contests of survival, devoid of any protective measures. Generally, these battles pertain to ownership disputes over divine lineage demonic beasts or exceedingly rare treasures. Such conflicts often reach an irreconcilable stage, with both parties entrenched in opposition, leaving no room for compromise. Tu Shan was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly necessary to resort to such an extreme request as a life-and-death battle simply for not knowing him? Just then, the system's prompt echoed through the air, slicing through the oppressive atmosphere and causing Tu Shan's eyes to widen in shock. Congratulations, host, for achieving the accomplishment of deep-seated enmity. Someone has issued a life-and-death challenge against you. What monumental offense have you committed to provoke such ire? Achievement points earned, 50. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 1,000 achievement points. Reward: Skill, Arrow of the Demon. Arrow of the Demon. Condensed demonic power to form arrows, inflicting damage upon adversaries. Good heavens! Is this demonic sorcery? Have I truly learned demonic sorcery? Tu Shan wore a bewildered expression, disbelief etched across his face. Demonic sorcery, in essence, refers to a form of magic. However, in this world, this special power is termed demonic energy, giving rise to the designation of demonic sorcery. Generally, one can only learn or utilize demonic sorcery upon surpassing the third tier, with demonic energy exceeding 50 points. To think I have mastered it now. Tu Shan silently marveled, praising the system's capabilities. Meanwhile, Yang Wei, observing Tu Shan's reaction, became even more convinced of his own assumptions, interpreting it as a sign of guilt. With a contract score of 254 for his demonic beast, it was evident that Tu Shan, with a mere score of 125, displayed such an expression upon receiving a life-and-death challenge. It was clear he was intimidated. This realization bolstered Yang Wei's confidence. He continued to taunt, "What is the matter? Are you afraid? Tu Shan, your demonic beast score is more than double mine. Surely, you wouldn't dare to accept the challenge? Do not act recklessly." Lu Qing has stepped forward, asserting that a simulated battle would suffice to demonstrate Tu Shan's prowess. Resorting to a life-and-death duel was an exaggerated measure. Upon learning of Tu Shan's trepidation, Yang Wei grew even more audacious. His face illuminated with fervor, he proclaimed loudly, "Principal Lu, we are all adults here, accountable for our words and actions. Since Tu Shan's beast has achieved a remarkable score of 254, I believe many here are eager to witness his true strength." At that moment, Tu Shan responded, "If you wish to validate my abilities through a life-and-death battle, then so be it. Conveniently, we have staff from the Beastmaster Association present. After all, those who initiate such duels typically possess notable achievements. Thus, accepting or winning such a duel should also yield accolades. With a challenger so eager to meet his demise, one ought not to overlook the potential rewards." Yang Wei grinned, displaying a set of uneven teeth. "Excellent. Tu Shan, I commend you for your courage." Lu Qinghe observed this scene, shaking his head in resignation, his heart heavy with concern. His intention to thwart the duel stemmed solely from a desire to protect Yang Wei. Tu Shan's recognition by the enigmatic first battle zone attested to his formidable strength, a quality not to be trifled with. However, as the sole heir of the Yang family, should he tragically perish here, it would be exceedingly difficult for Yi City No. 6 to justify the loss to the Yang clan. Thus, he could not help but advise, "You hold no deep-seated animosity towards one another. Should one party's contracted beast be vanquished, there is no need to deliver a fatal blow." After all, after serving as principal for several decades, Lu Qinghe commanded considerable respect. His proposition was acknowledged by both Tu Shan and Yang Wei. In no time, Tu Shan and Yang Wei solemnly signed the life-and-death agreement in the presence of the Beastmaster Association staff and all the teachers and students gathered. As anticipated by Tu Shan, engaging in a life-and-death battle indeed bestowed achievement points. Congratulations, host, for achieving the accomplishment of the life-and-death battle. Accepting the duel is bound to stir up considerable trouble. Achievement points gained, 50 points. At this juncture, the crowd had long since dismissed the fact that hundreds of students had yet to complete their college entrance examination assessments. Who could have foreseen that a mere doubt would lead to a lethal confrontation between these two prodigious beast masters? How utterly absurd. In the duel arena, Yang Wei harbored no respect for Tu Shan. What was there to fear from a cheater? This was the perfect opportunity to win over Chen Kursen's heart. The main course that had been preserved for 3 years must be secured tonight. Tu Shan, kneel and concede. Confess how you cheated while there is still time. Yang Wei sneered, then summoned his contracted beast, the Thunder King Gorilla. The moment it appeared, the sky erupted with the sound of thunder, as if heralding the arrival of the Thunder Monarch. It was a towering gorilla, exceeding 3 meters in height. Its purple fur glistening with a muscular form as solid as steel. The arrival of the thunderous King Kong cast a formidable pressure over the entire arena. Surrounding its massive frame, flickers of pale golden lightning danced, intertwining to create a magnificent spectacle. This was the mythical beast of the divine era, sequence number 97. The thunderous King Kong? What a revelation! It was expected that only a creature of the divine era could achieve an astonishing score of 125. How impressive! I wish I could possess such a beast. I wonder what beast Su Shan has. I am genuinely curious to see what kind of creature can attain a score of 254 without any foul play. Chapter 19. Hitting a snag. The crowd's gaze, sharp and unwavering, converged upon Su Shan. At that moment, Su Shan was scrutinizing the system information of the thunderous King Kong. Name: Leon. Species sequence: No. 097. Thunderous King Kong. Level: Second Stage, Third Tier. Physique: 445,445. Demonic Power: 238238. Talented Skill: Wrath of Thunder. Skills: Thunderous King Kong Fist. Thunder Roar. Bond Value: 0. Wrath of Thunder. Combat power significantly increases during thunderstorms. He pondered silently. Is this beast truly a second stage, third tier? Yet, is it weak in its attributes? Or is Yueyue simply too strong? Of course, I am strong. Need I even say it? Truly. Tu Shan Yueyue, with an expression of exasperation, remarked with a hint of playful reproach, By the way, Su Shan, do you wish for me to appear in my human form or my true form? Upon hearing his name, Su Shan was momentarily taken aback. This seemed to be the first instance of Tu Shan Yueyue addressing him by name, stirring an indescribable sensation within him. Could this signify a deeper bond between them? Without considering various factors, I would prefer you to appear in your human form. Is that so? Very well. Today I am in a good mood, so I shall reluctantly grant your wish. As Tu Shan Yueye's words fell, a breathtakingly beautiful figure blossomed beside Su Shan like a radiant flower. Descriptions such as a beauty that could sink ships and a maiden who outshines the moon seemed tailor-made for her. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, gently brushing against Su Shan's cheek, leaving behind a subtle fragrance. The crowd was momentarily stunned by her unexpected beauty, their eyes widening in disbelief. After a brief silence, an uproar followed. A shape-shifting beast? No way. To be able to transform at the second stage is a privilege typically reserved for the top 10 beasts of the divine era, right? With white fox ears and 9 tails, could she truly be the legendary 9-tailed fox? It must be. An existence of sequence 7. To this day, no one knows the innate abilities of the 9-tailed fox. The reason why the kingdom of Sakura sank into the Pacific Ocean 300 years ago is said to be due to a single 9-tailed fox. I laughed. Who are we to accuse others of cheating? With a 9-tailed fox by my side, I could easily score 200 points in the college entrance examination. Enough already. Even if we were to encounter a mythical beast from the divine era, our meager abilities would never allow us to form a contract. At that moment, Yang Wei was utterly stunned. His eyes widened, mouth slightly agape, his face a canvas of disbelief. As the heir of a prominent family, he was well versed in the legends of the divine era beasts. The iconic 9 tails and fox ears of Tu Shan Yueyue left no doubt that she was indeed the fabled 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed fox, ranked 7th among the divine era series, is a mythical creature seldom seen in a century. There has never been a record of a contract with a human in history. And now, you tell him that Su Shan's contracted beast is the 9-tailed fox. What on earth is this? Tu Shan Yueyue seemed to revel in the benefits of swiftly mastering new skills, her beautiful eyes glinting at Su Shan with a significant wink. Her intent was unmistakable. I've helped you this time. Next time, you must assist me in grasping new skills. In response, Su Shan nodded gently, acquiescing to her request. After all, she hadn't specified when the next opportunity would be, so he made a promise to please her for the time being. Su Shan had already planned to nurture Tu Shan Yueyue diligently. Once he amassed enough achievement points, he would naturally afford her the chance to learn new skills. With Su Shan's affirmative response, a radiant smile blossomed on Tu Shan Yueye's face. This smile was akin to flowers blooming in spring, vibrant and breathtaking, resembling a celestial maiden descending to earth, captivating all who beheld it. It perfectly illustrated the essence of a glance that bewitches 100 charms, rendering the beauty of the palace maids pale in comparison. All the young men present were left spellbound. Even some older men, married for decades, felt a stirring in their hearts, as if they had been transported back to their youth. Is it time? Can the life and death battle commence? Tu Shan Yueye's voice rang out like a golden aureole, clear and melodious, yet imbued with an indescribable authority. Her gaze swept across the staff outside the duel arena, brimming with confidence and anticipation. Wang Yuba and Li Hongkai were momentarily dazed before they finally regained their composure. They exchanged glances and then raised their hands, shouting, "The life and death battle begins." As their words echoed, the thunderous King Kong gorilla let out a deafening roar. Thunder Roar activated. At the cost of some rationality, its attack power surged dramatically. Following this, the thunderous King Kong gorilla swung its fist, larger than Tu Shan Yueye's entire form, charged with the power of lightning, hurtling towards her. Wherever the fist passed, the air was torn asunder, producing a sharp sound of piercing through space. As the formidable fist of the thunderous King Kong neared Tu Shan Yueyue, she remained unperturbed, merely extending her delicate fingers. With a gentle flick, a small flame of pale violet coalesced at her fingertips. A swift motion of her wrist sent the flames soaring forth like an arrow unleashed, hurtling towards the fist of the thunderous King Kong. In midair, the petite flame rapidly expanded, transforming into a blazing inferno that collided with the mighty fist with tremendous force. The ensuing explosion echoed like two ferocious beasts clashing, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that surged through the arena like a tempestuous tide. Spectators, 100 meters away, were struck with terror at this unforeseen upheaval, instinctively clutching their skirts in a futile attempt to conceal their modesty. Yet, amidst the chaos, Tu Shan Yueyue stood resolute, her seemingly fragile form unwavering like a mountain. Without hesitation, she shielded Su Chun with her diminutive frame, bracing against the overwhelming force of the shockwave. In stark contrast, the towering, thunderous King Kong found itself utterly powerless against this terrifying energy. It was as if an invisible force had struck it, sending its massive form hurtling through the air in a graceful arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Yang Wei, too, was like a kite severed from its string, propelled 100 meters away, rolling helplessly before finally coming to a halt, utterly disheveled. With a violent cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale as a ghost. In that moment, he grasped the gravity of his predicament. He had truly encountered an insurmountable challenge. Instinctively, he reached out for help from the Beastmaster Association staff outside the arena. However, Tu Shan Yueyue was not inclined to grant him such mercy. Since masquerading as Lin Yueer, she had been relentlessly pursued by a swarm of sycophants and hangers-on, unable to shake them off. To conceal her identity, she had suppressed her murderous impulses. But the resentment within her had been steadily mounting. Coupled with the events that transpired in the first trial zone, just as she was about to escape Yi City, she found herself forcibly contracted to Su Chun, unable to exact revenge. Her animosity towards human males had reached its zenith. She needed an outlet for her pent-up fury. With a single step, she vanished like a specter, reappearing before Yang Wei in an instant. A piercing scream erupted from him, shattering the stillness of the arena. In that moment, his confidence as a man evaporated without a trace. "Why you dare take my—" he stammered, but Tu Shan Yueyue merely smiled sweetly. "I believe you should be thanking me. After all, I have cured you of a certain affliction, haven't I? As they say, cut to cure. Do you understand?" Chapter 20. The first battle zone. The surrounding male compatriots, witnessing this scene, instinctively drew their legs together, a shiver running down their spines. How ruthless. This is utterly terrifying. Reduced to nothingness, one could hardly imagine that even advanced healing magic would be of any avail. Truly dreadful. Although I enjoy being stepped on by beautiful women, this is certainly not the manner in which I wish to be treated. In that moment, even those who had previously envied Yang Wei's prowess could not help but cast sympathetic glances in his direction. Even Su Chun felt a slight tremor in his legs. Is this not excessively cruel? How does this differ from outright murder? Subsequently, Tu Shan Yueyue ceased to concern herself with Yang Wei. She turned her gaze towards the nearby thunderous golden gorilla, her eyes gleaming with a cold and resolute determination. Mimicking the initial attack pattern of the thunderous golden gorilla, she concentrated her foxfire into her fist and unleashed a devastating punch. The thunderous golden gorilla had no time to evade. The blow struck its chest with the force of a cannonball. A dull thud resonated as its chest was punctured, blood and flesh splattering in all directions. Following this, she executed a spinning kick, channeling the foxfire through her feet, delivering a thunderous blow to the gorilla's head. The impact was so tremendous that it shattered the creature's skull. The lingering foxfire spread like raging flames through the gaping wounds in the chest and head, rapidly engulfing the thunderous golden gorilla. In less than half a minute, the godly sequence number 97 beast, the thunderous golden gorilla, was reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a second-tier beast core as testament to its former existence. Congratulations to the host for achieving the title of Life and Death Victor, winning this life and death battle. Could it herald the beginning of another? Achievement points gained, 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 1,100 achievement points. Reward, 5 free attribute allocation points. Congratulations to the host for achieving the title of Godly Sequence Beast Slayer. A beast of the godly sequence has perished. Will the host feel a twinge of sorrow? Achievement points gained, 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 1,200 achievement points. Reward, 5 free attribute allocation points. Due to a prior agreement. In this life and death battle, the party whose beast perished was deemed the loser. Thus, the staff of the Beastmaster Association promptly intervened to halt the battle. In this contest of life and death, Tu Shan emerged victorious. I initially believed it to be an evenly matched struggle, yet it concluded in under a minute. How tragic for Yueyue. Not only has he lost face, but his beast is gone too. The fox demoness is so formidable. How is it that Tu Shan could contract such a beast? It seems the Yang family in Yi City is an only child. Could this be a prelude to their extinction? Given the Yang family's modus operandi, it appears that Tu Shan may soon find himself in trouble. After departing from the dueling arena, Tu Shan found himself encircled once more by a throng of individuals. Their gazes, however, were no longer solely fixed upon him. Instead, they gravitated towards Tu Shan Yueyue, who trailed closely behind him. They yearned to initiate conversation but hesitated, fearful of repeating Yueyue's misstep. Previously, while queuing for the assessment, Tu Shan had conferred with Tu Shan Yueyue regarding 3 universities: Donghai University, Nanhai University, and Yinjing University. The allure of Donghai and Nanhai universities primarily lay in their independent seaside villas and the surrounding habitats teeming with second- and third-tier magical beasts, which provided an ideal training ground for Tu Shan Yueyue's current level. In contrast, Yinjing University stands as the pinnacle of beast taming academies in the Dragon Kingdom. It is said that the foremost beast tamers, ranked among the best, all hail from Yinjing University. More importantly, Yinjing University boasts 108 training grounds akin to trial arenas, each corresponding to various tiers of magical beasts. Based on prior experiences, hunting just 10 beasts of each species would yield achievement points. Undoubtedly, Yinjing University represents the prime locale for amassing such points. Furthermore, extrapolating from practical circumstances, if slaying 10 magical beasts grants an achievement, then vanquishing 100 or even 1,000 should similarly yield corresponding accolades. The sole lament remains that Yinjing University lacks independent seaside villas. As Tu Shan immersed himself in the reverie of choices, a woman named Xia Limu materialized before him. Her attire resembled that of a university student from a previous life, complete with black-framed glasses and a long braid, exuding an air of refined elegance. Yet beneath those glasses lay a visage that could rival the beauty of Qin Kursen, the campus belle of Yecheng No. 6 High School. Xia Limu smiled as she presented a business card, softly uttering, "Hello, Tu Shan. I wonder if you remember me?" Tu Shan accepted the card, reflecting intently before shaking his head apologetically. "I'm sorry, I don't recall." Limu did not take offense at his response. Instead, she smiled warmly. "I am Xia Limu, the head of the first trial zone. You must have seen my virtual image during your assessment, correct?" Upon hearing this, Tu Shan was momentarily taken aback. So that was you. I see. May I inquire what brings you here, teacher Xia Limu?" Without uttering another word, Xia Limu's calm gaze remained fixed upon Tu Shan. Unbeknownst to him, her identification badge, which had been affixed to her white blouse, suddenly slipped from its clasp and softly fell to the ground, revealing the bold inscription, "First Battle Zone." In that instant, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. All the students surrounding Tu Shan, along with the instructors eager to recruit him for their universities, collectively gasped in astonishment. For the average individual, the words "First Battle Zone" might merely represent an unfamiliar term, evoking little more than a mild sense of intrigue, perhaps perceiving the term "first" as somewhat pretentious. However, for beast tamers, the significance of these 4 characters is entirely different. It is akin to the Oscars in the realm of acting, the Nobel Prize in the field of science, and the Turing Award in the world of computing. It can be said that it represents the most coveted sanctuary in the hearts of Dragon Country's beast tamers. The total number of individuals in the first combat zone is approximately 500, which, compared to a national organization, is indeed quite small. Yet, within this modest assembly of 500, the most elite forces of beast tamers from Dragon Country converge. There are just over 100 beast tamers above the 8th rank in Dragon Country. with 60 of them residing in the first combat zone. Moreover, beast tamers of other ranks are formidable existences within their levels, with nearly every one of them having contracted a divine tier beast, and almost all of them holding a position on the rankings of beast tamers. Only those truly exceptional prodigies are deemed worthy of entering this most enigmatic combat zone. Even the chief beast tamer of Yenjing University must undergo rigorous evaluations to gain entry into the first combat zone. Yet, who would have imagined that such a legendary figure would appear in a humble institution like Yicheng No. 6 Middle School? Xiao Limo's expression remained unchanged. She merely bent down gracefully to retrieve the document from the ground and tucked it back into her waist. Subsequently, she raised her head to gaze at Tu Shan, her face adorned with an appreciative smile. I am Xiao Limo from the first combat zone, codenamed Jasmine. Tu Shan, I have come to extend an invitation for you to join our first combat zone. Would you be willing? Chapter 21. Heroes emerge from youth in a high-end restaurant located in the center of Yi City. The ambience is soft and elegant. Tu Shan sits at a table, his gaze fixed upon an elderly gentleman with white hair, who exudes vitality and possesses a piercing gaze, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Alongside Tu Shan, the petite beauty from the first combat zone, Jasmine, shares in his confusion. She had previously served as an evaluator in the first trial zone and had assumed that Tu Shan's unprecedented score of 254 in the college entrance examination would likely attract the attention of recruitment personnel from other universities, leading to a barrage of attempts to persuade him to enroll as their student. Consequently, she had specifically requested additional personnel from her superiors, fearing that she might struggle to manage the situation alone. However, who could have anticipated that Tu Shan's contracted beast would be the 7th divine tier nine-tailed fox, resulting in the Yang family's only heir in Yi City facing extinction? Of course, these events are not the crux of the matter. The most pressing question is why General Han would personally come and invite Tu Shan to dine at the restaurant. Hadn't he already returned to the first combat zone when they last contacted him? Did he make a special trip using the spatial transmission array? Accompanying Tu Shan is Shan Yueyue, who is currently seated beside him, indulging in various barbecued meats without a hint of restraint, completely disregarding the significance of the high-ranking figures from the first combat zone. General Han scrutinizes Shan Yueyue and Tu Shan closely, a satisfied expression evident in his eyes. He smiled faintly and said, Tu Shan, I am Han Xing'e, the head of the first battle zone, holding the rank of general. I am a Tier 10, Stage 2 Beastmaster. Others often refer to me as General Han. You may call me that as well. The notion of being the head of the first battle zone, a general of the Dragon Kingdom, and a Tier 10, Stage 2 Beastmaster was overwhelming for Tu Shan, filling his mind with questions. Could a person of such stature truly be encountered by an ordinary student like him? However, as a transmigrator equipped with a system, Tu Shan believed that reaching such heights in the future was not beyond the realm of possibility. Thus, he maintained a facade of composure and replied, General Han. Indeed, being able to remain unflustered in such circumstances spoke well of his potential. Han Xing'e nodded in satisfaction, his eyes reflecting admiration for Tu Shan. Tu Shan, I wish to ask you a question. What drives you to become a Beastmaster? At the sound of this question, even Tu Shan Yueyue slowed her eating. Perhaps intrigued by Tu Shan, the human capable of forcibly contracting with beast spirits, Tu Shan's thoughts began to drift, recalling the harsh realities of this world. In this realm, to ensure a viable force against the beast spirits, a system of polygamy was implemented. Here, the term husband was restricted to male beast masters, and the primary wife had to also be a beast master to preserve their lineage. Subsequent concubines could be chosen from ordinary women who were not beast masters, with the number of concubines dependent on the beast master's rank. Ordinary men were deprived of the right to courtship, relegated to supporting roles, while ordinary women faced a similar fate, though those of exceptional beauty might catch the eye of a beast master and be selected as a concubine. Upon reaching the age of 25, if their logistical contributions were commendable, the Dragon Kingdom would arrange for these men to marry ordinary women whom the beast masters had spurned. This is why individuals in this world aspired fervently to become beast masters. Yet, Tu Shan's initial intention was merely to take a laid-back approach, to traverse the simplest trial zones, become a beast master, and live a comfortable life with several beautiful wives. However, fate played a trick on him. No one could have anticipated that he would awaken his achievement system just a second before the college entrance examination. alongside the acquisition of a skill as overpowered as compulsory contracting. In this moment, Tu Shan took a deep breath, lifted his head, and his gaze sparkled with determination. Drawing inspiration from a line in an anime from Earth, he declared with righteous fervor, to expand the living space for humanity, to reclaim our rightful land, to cease the rampant devastation wrought by the beast spirits upon our homes, and to expel every last one of them. We have given our utmost, sacrificing far too much. If they did not exist, we could undoubtedly walk a straightforward path, no longer living in constant fear. Therefore, to become a beast master and restore the glory of our race is our undeniable duty. Well said. Indeed, Han Xinghe expressed his satisfaction, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of approval. Unlike the seasoned veterans of our first battle zone, who incessantly chatter about their desires to take multiple beautiful wives, it would be delightful to see them learn from you. Tu Shan, upon hearing this, was instantly engulfed in confusion. What a revelation! It was astonishing that after much contemplation, he could devise such a striking response. Little did he know that the members of the enigmatic Beast Master organization in the first battle zone harbored such thoughts. Similarly, Jasmine could not help but cast a respectful glance towards Tu Shan, impressed by the insight of a mere high school student. Reflecting on her own colleagues, she thought, without comparison, there can be no pain. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. However, only Shan Yueyue rolled her eyes in disbelief. Had it not been for Su Chen's gaze upon discovering her true appearance, she might have almost believed him, reclaiming the glory of humanity. Indeed, perhaps restoring the glory of being second best would be more fitting. At this moment, Han Xinghe noticed the silver short sword hanging at Su Chen's waist and inquired with curiosity, "Is this your weapon?" Su Chen nodded, cautiously drawing out the silver short sword gifted by the system to showcase it to Han Xinghe. Indeed, however, little Yueye's strength is exceptional, and she is remarkably protective, so I hardly need to intervene. Tu Shan Yueyue rolled her eyes once more, having never encountered such unabashed audacity. Nevertheless, Han Xinghe remained undeterred. Keeping his focus on Tu Shan, he straightforwardly asked, "So, Tu Shan, the question remains, are you willing to join our first battle zone?" Regarding this matter, Tu Shan had already conferred with Tu Shan Yueyue during their journey, although he was unclear about the exact nature of the first battle zone. The reactions of others following Jasmine's revelation suggested that its status within the Dragon Kingdom was undeniably significant, perhaps even surpassing that of Yinjing University. Given this perspective, the first battle zone undoubtedly represented a superior choice. Seizing this opportunity was imperative. With this thought in mind, Tu Shan rose without hesitation. Standing tall, he rendered a formal military salute and declared with conviction, "General Han, I am willing to join the first battle zone." Chapter 22. Teacher across the vast expanse of the Dragon Kingdom. To fend off the incursions of monstrous beasts, the populace has delineated a total of 9 battle zones. Among them, the first battle zone serves as the kingdom's most formidable bastion, specifically tasked with addressing the challenging dilemmas that the other 8 zones cannot resolve, as well as executing critical decapitation missions during certain beast tides. Each year, the number of beast masters eligible to join the first battle zone is exceedingly limited, consisting almost entirely of the elite among elites. The second war zone is tasked with reclaiming lost territories and reconstructing human cities. The third war zone oversees financial management and resource allocation. The fourth war zone is responsible for logistics and healing, saving countless lives. The fifth war zone ensures border defense and territorial security. The sixth war zone focuses on the training of magical beasts, striving for excellence. The seventh war zone is dedicated to the education of teachers and students, guaranteeing a fresh influx of talent. The eighth war zone is engaged in scientific research, seeking the unknown truths, and the ninth war zone maintains overall control to uphold social order. The 9 war zones collaborate closely, resembling an indomitable steel fortress, collectively safeguarding the fundamental existence of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. It is through their relentless efforts that the Dragon Kingdom remains steadfast on Blue Star, standing as one of the last 12 nations firmly resisting the onslaught of magical beasts. Since their establishment, the 9 war zones have achieved numerous remarkable feats, their heroic deeds shining like brilliant stars in the annals of the Dragon Kingdom's history. At every pivotal historical juncture, the influence of the First War Zone is evident. Han Xinghe hails from the prestigious Han family, renowned as the foremost beast tamers in Yinjing. Not only does he hold the esteemed rank of general within the Dragon Kingdom, But he has also invested heavily in the establishment of numerous practical training zones for magical beasts, laying a solid foundation for the future of the Dragon Kingdom, nurturing waves of exceptional beast tamers. In the recent high-stakes examinations in Yeqing, the first 3 trial zones were all under Han Xinghe's jurisdiction, while the management of the remaining zones fell to personnel from the 7th War Zone. Consequently, the difficulty of these 3 trial zones is markedly higher than that of the others, with the potential encounter of upper-tier magical beasts ranked just above 100. If Su Chen's earlier remarks were merely figments of fantasy from an animated series, then Han Xinghe embodies the unwavering commitment to the vow of restoring humanity's glory through his tangible actions. During their meal, Han Xinghe and Mo Li engaged in casual conversation, providing Su Chun and Tu Shan with some insights into the 9 war zones of Huagua and the character of Han Xinghe himself. As Tu Shan nearly depleted the food on the table, Han Xinghe sighed in resignation and spoke earnestly. Su Chun, as I previously mentioned, every beast tamer in the First War Zone is an unparalleled existence among their peers. Their perspectives are naturally extraordinary. Although I, as a general, possess the authority to directly summon you into the First War Zone, others may not readily accept you. His gaze then fell upon Tu Shan Yueyue, the 9-tailed fox ranked among the top 10 in the Shindai sequence. Despite no one having ever formed a contract with her, this does not directly reflect your strength, nor does it guarantee that those with lofty aspirations will regard you as an ally. Su Chun furrowed his brow, fully grasping the implied meaning behind Han Xinghe's words. It is akin to the situation in prestigious universities of his previous life. If a student lacking merit gained admission through parental connections, due to differing values and knowledge bases, he would inevitably struggle to form bonds with those who were admitted through legitimate means, potentially finding himself ostracized from the circle. Despite the fact that other students do not intentionally make things difficult for him and occasionally engage in conversation, an unmistakable chasm undeniably exists. In other words, only those who possess the true prowess to engage in dialogue on equal footing with those unparalleled prodigies can firmly establish themselves in the first combat zone. Although Su Chun achieved an unprecedented score of 254 in the college entrance examination, rendering him highly sought after by various universities, he is acutely aware that the genuine prodigies, those who had already forged contracts with the mythical beasts of the divine lineage prior to the exam, are exempt from such assessments and can effortlessly access a plethora of educational resources. These exceptional individuals predominantly hail from affluent aristocratic families, enjoying an early life replete with treasures that enhance both physique and beastly prowess. Thus, obtaining scores exceeding 200 in the examination is likely a trivial feat, even with his advantages. It would be a formidable challenge for Su Chun to surpass the years of accumulation others have achieved within a mere 3 days. Compared to those hailing from Beastmaster families, he still faces significant disparities in various aspects. Of course, Tu Shan Yueyue is the exception. Su Chun feels assured of her capabilities, despite her slight temper. With this thought, Su Chun takes a deep breath and inquires, "General Han, I understand your meaning. Is there anything you require of me? Young man, I am quite pleased with you." General Han Xinghe responds, his gaze filled with satisfaction as he laughs heartily, exuding a sense of admiration. "Moly, this young man will be entrusted to you. Once he breaks through to the 3rd tier, bring him to headquarters. This will prevent him from being looked down upon." Startled by the sudden mention of her name, Moly quickly regains her composure and nods gently. "Understood, General Han." A 3rd-tier Beast Master represents the standard level of graduates from prominent Beast Master universities, which have a 3-year program, differing from the 4-year curriculum of previous life universities. If one comes from a wealthy background, they can procure substantial quantities of beast cores and precious materials, coupled with persistent practical training. They may achieve a breakthrough to the 3rd tier around the latter half of their sophomore year. Do not underestimate Su Chen's rapid ascent from the 1st stage 2nd tier to the 1st stage 9th tier in just 3 days. This is due to the inherently swift upgrade pace of 1st-tier Beast Masters, his low starting point, and the solid foundation of Tu Shan Yueyue, whose speed in vanquishing foes and consuming cores presents almost no hindrance. Were it any other beast attempting to consume such an abundance of cores, they would likely experience a surge of chaotic power. For an average high school graduate, achieving a breakthrough of 2 to 3 tiers within 3 days is already an extraordinary accomplishment. Given Su Chen's exceptional caliber alongside the ample resources provided by the 1st combat zone, perhaps a breakthrough to the 3rd tier could be realized within a year and a half. This indeed poses a long-term endeavor. With this thought, Molly adjusts her black-rimmed glasses and extends her right hand once more towards Tu Shan. Her gaze revealed a hint of tenderness, and with a gentle smile, she said, Tu Shan, allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Xia Limo, hailing from an ordinary family. Currently, I am a 5th-tier, 8th-stage beast master, holding the rank of a mere 2nd lieutenant, which is hardly noteworthy. For the next few years, I shall be your instructor. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to bring them forth. I shall do my utmost to provide you with answers. Tu Shan extended his hand to grasp Xia Limo's delicate one, replying, Then I shall trouble you, Teacher Xia. Chapter 23. The teacher's hunting target. As the meal drew to a close, the clock quietly indicated that it was nearly 9 o'clock in the evening. After imparting some detailed instructions to Xia Limo, General Han Xing, he departed alone. Meanwhile, Shan Yueyue, having indulged in a hearty feast, returned contentedly to the beast master space, drifting into a deep slumber, exhibiting no reverence for the human elite. After all, the beasts and humans were in a state of war. How could she possibly display a pleasant demeanor? Xia Limo, however, showed no signs of discontent about this. Being a beast master was far from an easy task. Teacher Xia, where are we headed? Tu Shan inquired nervously, observing Xia Limo driving them away from the bustling city. Previously, Xia Limo had revealed that she had never been in a romantic relationship and had never accepted the advances of other men. Could it be that her hunting target was a fresh graduate like Tu Shan? Surely not. Should he resist? But could he truly oppose the might of a 5th-tier beast master? Just as Tu Shan's thoughts grew increasingly tumultuous, Xia Limo smiled slightly and explained, Of course. We're going to my home. After your college entrance examination, the school will likely reclaim the dormitory rights, right? Do you wish to sleep on the streets? At that moment, Tu Shan awakened from his reverie, recalling that he had yet to secure accommodation for the night. In this world, upon reaching adulthood, individuals could enter the awakening room of the Beast Master Association to awaken an inner world known as the Beast Master Space, where beasts could reside. This space would expand as one's beast power increased, provided that one successfully contracted a beast during the college entrance examination and became a beast master. This space would be preserved indefinitely. Besides beasts, any lifeless object could be stored within, serving a function akin to a personal space. Since Tu Shan possessed minimal personal belongings, he had already stored all his items in the Beast Master space the night before the college entrance examination. Initially, he had planned to make do with a bridge or tree hollow for the 2 months following the exam, until he could secure a private dormitory at university. However, he had nearly forgotten about this plan due to the series of events triggered by the awakening system. Curious, Tu Shan asked, Teacher Xia, do you reside in Yi City? Xia Limo nodded slightly, a flicker of sadness passing through her beautiful eyes, her voice tinged with a somber tone. My sister married into this place, but she and her husband passed away 3 years ago. The family of my brother-in-law did not wish to linger in this sorrowful place, so they sold it to me at a reduced price. Upon hearing this, Tu Shan was momentarily taken aback, a hint of regret surfacing on his face. I apologize. I did not mean to bring up this matter. Xia Limo gently shook her head, her gaze revealing a wisdom born of hardship. In a world such as this, life and death have become the norm. There is no need for you to dwell excessively on it. If you possess such goodwill, it is better to strive to grow stronger. Grow stronger? Tu Shan gazed intently at his system interface and suddenly declared, Rest assured, teacher, in this world, I shall certainly endeavor to save it. Everything I spoke of at the dining table, I will uphold my promise. To restore the glory of humanity is our unyielding duty. I shall expel every last one of those monstrous beasts. At that moment, Xia Limo's previously somber mood was instantly lifted by Tu Shan's words. Genius, after all, is merely a threshold to confront the crises of the world. Those who joined the first combat zone, who among them did not initially brim with fervor, harboring lofty ideals of saving the world? However, it is only after experiencing genuine life and death separations that they come to profoundly understand the cruelty of this world. Nevertheless, Tu Shan's determination and courage are indeed commendable, let alone the notion of leaving none behind. Xia Limo smiled as she added, In truth, some of the monstrous beasts are quite willing to coexist peacefully with us. Meanwhile, outside the ICU of the First People's Hospital of Yi City, a doctor slowly emerged from the ward, a trace of fatigue etched upon his face. After removing his mask, he approached a middle-aged couple who appeared haggard. Doctor, How is the situation? The middle-aged man's voice trembled slightly as he tightly grasped his wife's hand, anxiously inquiring. The doctor sighed, shaking his head in resignation. We have done our utmost. After a few days of recovery, there should be no major issues in daily life. But as for that aspect of functionality, it is unlikely to recover. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged couple felt as if struck by lightning, their bodies trembling as if the very heavens were about to collapse. Indeed, the individual lying in the ward was Yang Wei, who had engaged in a life-and-death battle with Tu Shan that very afternoon. This couple were none other than Yang Wei's parents, Yang Jiancheng and Lin Yueer, the influential figures of the Yang group in Yi City. Yang Jiancheng's vitality had always been poor, having reached his 40s before finally having a child like Yang Wei. He cherished him as a treasure, showering him with endless indulgence and pinning all expectations upon him, hoping he would elevate the Yang family. Yet now, this dreadful news struck like a bolt from the blue, shattering their world in an instant. Doctor, isn't there a way to use magical healing through those beasts? I will pay any price. Can you save Yueyue? Yang Jiancheng clutched the doctor's hand tightly, his voice trembling, eyes filled with despair and pleading. Indeed, doctor, our Yang family has but one heir. If he perishes, our lineage will be extinguished. Lin Yueer wept profusely, her sobs rendering her almost incapacitated. The doctor wore a bittersweet smile, explaining with resignation. Healing magic is not omnipotent. It merely accelerates the healing of wounds. The specific recovery depends on the individual's physical constitution. Given your son's current injuries, the severity of his wounds is beyond the recovery capabilities of a first-tier beastmaster. Unless what? Yang Jiancheng seemed to grasp a final lifeline. Hastily inquiring, he would go to any lengths, even procuring a divine-tier beast, if it meant saving Yang Wei, based on your son's injuries. If his physical value could surpass 100 points, equivalent to the level of a 5th-tier beastmaster, restoring his original functions should pose no issue. Truly? Yes. A physical value of 100 points is a watershed moment, both for humans and beasts. Once the value exceeds 100 points, recovery capabilities will see a significant enhancement. Even the regeneration of severed limbs is not a distant dream. The doctor paused before continuing, stating that, if conditions permit, rare herbs such as flesh lingji, snow mountain lotus, and moonlight grass, which significantly enhance physical constitution, could be administered to your son. Perhaps he might break through to 100 points at the 4th tier. Upon hearing this, Yang Jiancheng and Lin Yueer sighed in relief, as if glimpsing a sliver of hope. Recovery is all that matters. According to statistics from a few months prior, the proportion of 4th-tier beastmasters among the total population is merely about 0.08. Even rarer are the 5th-tier beastmasters, whose proportion dwindles to approximately 0.01. The Yang family possesses wealth and connections, with a profound background in Yi City. The likelihood of becoming a high-tier beastmaster is significantly higher than that ratio, with no reason to doubt it. Through the cold glass door, Yang Jiancheng and Lin Yueer gazed at the ailing Yang Wei on the hospital bed, their hearts wrenched in pain. They held each other's hands tightly, the pressure rendering their knuckles white, even drawing blood from their palms. Principal Lu Qinghe had already provided them with a thorough explanation of the situation. They were fully aware of how Yang Wei publicly accused Tu Shan of cheating and sought to validate his claims through a life-and-death duel, only to be utterly defeated by Tu Shan. Logically, even if Yang Wei were to lose his life as a result, it would be his own doing. He could not blame others. After all, the entire incident was instigated and developed by him alone, and the responsibility lay squarely on his shoulders. Moreover, Tu Shan had now garnered the favor and attention of the first combat zone, transforming from a figure with no connections into one with a powerful backing. However, these factors hold no significance for Yang Jiancheng and Lin Yueer. Their minds are consumed by a singular thought, the anguish of their precious son being bullied, his dignity utterly shattered. A gentleman may seek revenge, even if it takes a decade. Yet for a beastmaster, vengeance can be exacted at any moment before death. They refuse to believe that Tu Shan will not have the opportunity to venture out for solitary training. Who knows what unforeseen events may arise at that time. Chapter 24. The Nine-Tailed Pillow. At 10 o'clock that evening, the night was as dark as ink, enveloped in profound silence. Lin Yueer drove to an upscale villa area in the northern part of Yi City, halting before a villa that spanned just over 800 square meters. The house was devoid of light, and given its size, it appeared rather desolate. However, The moment Xia Limuo flicked on the lights, the entire space was bathed in warm radiance, accompanied by a subtle fragrance that wafted through the air. It was evident that the place was meticulously maintained. With all essential amenities present, the potted plants thrived, vibrant, and full of life. Xia Limuo felt entirely at ease. As soon as she entered, she shed her outerwear, revealing her graceful figure. She then retrieved a change of clothes from the Beastmaster space and made her way to the bathroom. "Shall we do this together?" she casually inquired, her voice laced with a playful tone. Tu Shan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of anticipation stirring within him. He had initially thought he would share a bath with such a beautiful teacher, only to discover that the villa's shower and bathing areas were separate. Preferring a bath, Xia Limuo directed Tu Shan to the adjacent shower room. Afterward, Xia Limuo briefly guided Tu Shan through the villa's layout. She assigned him the largest guest room before retreating into her own chamber, leaving Tu Shan standing in a daze. "Humph, what are you waiting for?" came the suddenly mocking voice of Tu Shan Yueyue from the Beastmaster space. Tu Shan helplessly shrugged and replied, "I'm merely hoping to deepen our relationship tonight. After all, this bed is truly soft. Are you certain you want to stay cooped up in the Beastmaster space?" Seemingly provoked by his words, Tu Shan Yueyue leaped out of the Beastmaster space, her expression pouting as she gazed at Tu Shan. "Don't think I'm oblivious to your thoughts. Speaking of which, your tastes are rather peculiar. Different species, and yet you still entertain such notions? You wouldn't be harboring thoughts about my beastly form, would you?" Tu Shan hurriedly clarified. "I've said nothing of the sort. You're simply overthinking." Yet Tu Shan Yueyue persisted, sticking out her tongue and playfully chiding. "Who would believe you?" Clad in loose, comfortable pajamas, Tu Shan flopped onto the bed like a rag doll. He gently patted the empty space beside him, a broad smile gracing his face as he urged, "All right, enough dawdling. My abilities are not as formidable as yours. Even if I had the inclination, I would surely be subdued by you in mere moments, wouldn't I?" "Humph." Upon hearing these words, Tu Shan Yueyue playfully huffed, and then proceeded to change into the cartoon pajamas she once wore as Lin Yueer. Once she was dressed, without any reservations, she lay down beside Tu Shan, turning her back to him and murmuring softly, "At least you possess a modicum of self-awareness." Tu Shan could only respond with a helpless smile. He then unhesitatingly extended his arms, wrapping them around Tu Shan Yueye's 9 fluffy tails, gently rubbing and stroking them back and forth. "Ah, so fragrant, so soft, so delightful. What are you doing?" she inquired. "Hee, is it forbidden? I can't sleep without a pillow. Yet there is a perfectly good pillow right behind you. Why must you cling to my tail? Don't be so stingy. When we embark on our adventures in the future, this beautiful tail will be the only reliable source for my pillow. I need to get accustomed to it now. Go away, stop touching. This fur is so well kept. Without this tail as a pillow, I'd be utterly lost." The night passed in silence. The following day, with dawn's first light filtering through the window, Tu Shan Yueyue gradually awakened. Stretching lazily, she inadvertently noticed a tuft of fur missing from her tail. Her eyes widening in shock, filled with both heartache and irritation. How could Tu Shan be so restless in his sleep, relentlessly tugging at her tail? Did he not understand how laborious it was to maintain this fur? The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Yet, when she glanced at Tu Shan's honest sleeping face, she sighed, a helpless expression of resignation adorning her features. Truth be told, Tu Shan Yueyue felt utterly uncertain about her destination after leaving Yi City. Her escape was motivated solely by the fear of merciless slaughter and an even greater dread of being captured by humans, only to be displayed like a mere commodity at an auction, living in constant trepidation. Although she possessed illusionary skills to temporarily deceive human eyes, she could not evade the constraints of the boundaries laws. Sooner or later, her identity as a 9-tailed fox would be laid bare. The prospect of continuing to reside within human society was undeniably more convenient than living in the wilderness. She found herself reluctant to part with this relatively stable and comfortable existence. Clean running water, a variety of prepared foods, an array of hair care products and clothing. These luxuries were but distant dreams for beasts dwelling in the wild, almost unattainable aspirations. Yet now, she could relish all these conveniences and comforts without a trace of worry or dread. One cannot deny the gratitude she felt towards Tu Shan for solidifying this resolve within her, despite the rather unseemly circumstances surrounding it. Alas, the nature of men is indeed peculiar. Tu Shan Yueyue let out a gentle sigh, resigning herself to the thought that she could always regrow what was lost. She slowly rose, donning her favored checkered shirt and a simple over-the-knee skirt, before returning to her bed and presenting her 9 taels before Tu Shan. Naturally, Tu Shan Yueyue intended to repay Tu Shan in her own way. Yet, unbeknownst to her, in the realm of dreams, Tu Shan had long since embraced her presence. System notification: the bond value of the 9-tailed fox Tu Shan Yueyue has changed. 2,530. Shocking. A student from Yeching 6 High School has contracted the 7th sequence 9-tailed fox, achieving an extraordinary score of 254 in the National College Entrance Examination, surpassing the second place by a full 100 points. This student is likely to have joined the first battle zone. Yeching University has submitted an application to the first battle zone, intending to allocate all possible teaching resources to nurture the examination top scorer, yet has yet to receive a response. Yang Group has publicly announced that young Master Yang Wei has been stabilized after emergency treatment, and they have issued a public apology to the student embroiled in the life and death struggle, demonstrating the conduct worthy of a distinguished family. The first trial zone has erupted with a tide of demonic beasts, resulting in the unfortunate demise of 7 individuals, including the heir of the Dai family, Dai Lu Shang, the liberal arts top scorer Du Zitong, and the belle of Yizhong, Lin Yueer. Let us take a moment of silence for them. In just a single night, news of the college entrance examination and Tu Shan spread throughout the streets and alleys of Yeching. The name Tu Shan began to ferment wildly online, prompting many to delve into his family background. The outcome, however, was astonishing. Tu Shan was an orphan? Chapter 25. The Hidden Secrets of Attribute Points. After breakfast, Xia Limo took Tu Shan to the training ground behind the villa. At this moment, she had changed into a fitted black bodysuit that accentuated her alluring curves, showcasing her voluptuous figure to perfection. Her former black-rimmed glasses had been replaced with contact lenses, exuding an air reminiscent of a sports belle. In fact, Xia Limo had indeed been the belle of Yeching University in her day. However, it seemed fate did not wish to grant Tu Shan much time to appreciate this sight. Before he could fully savor the beauty before him, Xia Limo pulled him aside to commence training. For nearly 3 hours, he tirelessly repeated various fundamental exercises, one after another, with no respite in sight. Finally, breathless and drenched in sweat that trickled down his forehead, soaking his clothes, Tu Shan couldn't help but ask Xia Limo, "Teacher Xia, do you really have to train this much every day? I can barely hold on." Upon hearing this, Xia Limo, who had been diligently instructing him, paused in surprise. She looked at Tu Shan with a perplexed expression and explained, "This is not training. It is merely a warm-up." Upon hearing this, Tu Shan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He spoke with a hint of disbelief. "Preparation activities? Surely you jest. After nearly 20 kilometers, 300 push-ups, and countless other exercises, this can hardly be deemed a warm-up. Where on earth is a 3-hour preparation period?" Xia Limo sighed and gently clarified, "I deliberately slowed down to ensure you could keep pace with me. If it were just me, I could complete it in half an hour. By the way, you've only finished half of the warm-up." Tu Shan was taken aback, feeling utterly dismayed. He had thought he was nearing the main event, only to be informed by the referee that he had yet to reach the starting line. What an astonishing predicament. Seeing Tu Shan's expression, Xia Limo couldn't help but smile with a maternal warmth. She recalled her own experience of joining the First War Zone as the top graduate of Yeching University, enduring grueling 18-hour training sessions daily. However, unlike the upperclassmen who reveled in the struggles of the freshmen during military training, she did not share in their schadenfreude. Tenderly, she retrieved a towel and the lemon water she had prepared earlier, approached Tu Shan, and gently crouched down to hand him the towel. With a smile, she said, "I heard your physical tests in high school were among the lowest. You've already done remarkably well in today's first training session. Keep it up." Tu Shan accepted the towel, wiping the sweat from his brow, and then took a hearty drink of the lemon water. "Thank you for the praise, Teacher Xia." Yet, while the beautiful instructor offered words of encouragement, it did not imply a reduction in training intensity. "Take a 10-minute break. After that, complete the remaining half of the warm-up, and then we shall commence with the formal training." Tu Shan looked at Xia Limo, a flicker of resistance gleaming in his eyes. Sensing his reluctance, Xia Limo earnestly advised, "Tu Shan, I know you possess great ability, and your contracted 9-tailed fox is exceptionally formidable, likely outmatching most third-tier beasts. However, as a beastmaster, one cannot solely rely on their beasts. This is a truth earned through the sacrifices of many predecessors. To illustrate, a month ago during our internal physical assessment, my physique score was around 120 points. Yet, even among beasts of the same rank, those in the lower tiers often surpass that value. In other words, as levels increase, the gap in power between us and the beasts widens. In the wild, many unforeseen circumstances arise, and contracted beasts may not react swiftly enough. At least in those initial moments, one must rely on their own capabilities rather than placing all hope in their contracted beasts. Therefore, it is absolutely essential to strengthen oneself. Xiao Limo's words had been reiterated countless times in her high school classroom. While the physical prowess of humanity may not rival that of equally ranked beasts, it is possible to compensate for this disparity through the potency of weaponry, thereby overcoming adversaries. However, should the gap in strength be too vast, even wielding a sword capable of severing all that exists may not suffice to conquer one's opponent. Yet, Tu Shan dismissed these thoughts as mere background noise, failing to regard them with any seriousness. He shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Teacher Xiao, is your impressive physique of 120 points a result of consuming abundant rare herbs and treasures?" Xiao Limo nodded slightly, indeed. Without the aid of such extraordinary resources, it would be remarkable for a 5th-tier beast tamer to achieve a physique value of 80 points. Those who surpass the 5th tier undoubtedly possess substantial resources at their disposal. Understanding dawned upon Tu Shan as he gazed at the scant remaining allocation points in his system interface, a sigh escaping his lips. His initial intention was to allocate all points to his beastly power, hoping to contract additional beasts in the future. However, it now appeared that prioritizing his physical value was essential for survival in this training. Nevertheless, he resolved to reserve 2 points as a precaution. After all, Tu Shan Yueye's power increase with each upgrade was exceedingly high, nearly 2 to 3 times that of Su Chen's, with the remaining beastly power dwindling. Should subsequent achievement rewards fail to provide attribute points, he would find himself in an irretrievable predicament. This peril was one of the risks associated with contracting divine-tier beasts. The inability to sever the contract while lagging behind their growth would lead to dire consequences. System, enhance my physique by 8 points. Ding. Allocation complete. Current host physique value, 198. As the system's voice echoed, a refreshing sensation washed over Tu Shan like a spring breeze, enveloping him entirely. It felt akin to having worked tirelessly for 3 consecutive days, only to finally indulge in relaxation within a grand sword. An exquisite pleasure that rendered one entranced and unwilling to escape. In that moment, all fatigue dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented vigor, as if his entire being brimmed with boundless strength. What sorcery is this? Tu Shan suddenly grasped a terrifying realization. Could it be that each enhancement of physique restores him to peak condition instantaneously? At that moment, Xiao Limo, observing the time, gently prompted, "Tu Shan, it seems you've had enough rest. Shall we resume our training?" "Of course, Teacher Xia," Tu Shan replied, snapping back to attention. With the increase in his physique value, his speed was markedly enhanced, allowing him to complete the training volume that previously took 3 hours in less than 2. Xiao Limo stood by, astonished at Tu Shan's performance. He had previously appeared as if on the brink of collapse, yet now he seemed to possess newfound strength. Was it possible he had been concealing his true capabilities all along? This Tu Shan appeared to regard her with a measure of indifference, daring to reserve his efforts even in such formal training. It is imperative to intensify the training regimen. Chapter 26. The Arrow of the Demon. Tu Shan was blissfully unaware of Xiao Limo's thoughts. His attention was entirely consumed by his system interface. Physical value, 105199. It seemed that after 5 hours of rigorous training, his physical threshold had naturally increased by 0.1 points. However, what astonished Tu Shan was that, despite feeling as if his entire body were on the verge of disassembling from the excruciating soreness, the decline in his physical value was unexpectedly not even halfway diminished. He couldn't help but reminisce about the time he forged contracts with the Black Demon Wolf and the Ghost Bat. Even after they had battled relentlessly for an entire day, their physical values had not plummeted below half. Could it be that a reduction to half signifies an injury to the body? Of course, these matters were trivial. What was more crucial was to verify the previous conjecture. System, allocate 1 point to physical value. Ding. Allocation complete. Current host physical value, 209209. Immediately, a sensation akin to being enveloped in a gentle spring breeze washed over him, permeating his entire being. In an instant, all feelings of fatigue dissipated. replaced by a wondrous sensation as though his body brimmed with inexhaustible energy. Indeed, 1 point of physical allocation equated to a full revival gift package. My system sister is truly remarkable, Tu Shan exclaimed with delight, yet he feigned exhaustion, panting heavily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After all, if Xia Liemo noticed his rapid recovery, she might very well add more training tasks. However, Su Qin's ruse was not lost on Shan Yueyue, residing within the Beastmaster space. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she softly inquired, Su Chen, what exactly is your physique? How did you recover your stamina so swiftly? Su Chen brushed it off with a casual grin, responding, just basic skills, nothing to worry about. Tu Shan Yueyue rolled her eyes, her tone laced with playful reproach. If you don't want to share, then don't. At that moment, Xia Liemo was seated in a meditative posture, her eyes gently closed. The surrounding demonic energy gradually condensed around her, forming delicate ripples of pale blue light, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake. After a few seconds, these ripples slowly morphed into the shape of an arrow, hovering before her. Though this arrow measured merely 20 centimeters in length, it exuded an aura of immense power. The shaft shimmered in a light blue hue, flowing gracefully like water. The arrowhead, a deep blue, emanated a profound sense of pressure, as if it could penetrate any obstacle. The fletching materialized as pure white streams of energy, appearing exceptionally ethereal. Xia Liemo slowly opened her eyes and spoke softly. Now, we shall proceed to the main subject. This arrow, known as the Demon Arrow, was created 3 centuries ago by the Gongsun family, a prestigious lineage skilled in demon arts from Yanjing. Over generations, it has undergone numerous enhancements to become a formidable technique. I have dedicated my life to mastering it and have achieved a 50% proficiency, allowing me to provide support when my contracted demon beasts are at an impasse with their adversaries. Even a 6th-tier demon beast cannot withstand its onslaught. General Han has attained over 90% proficiency. Should he unleash this technique against demon beasts below the 10th tier, it guarantees a swift kill. Upon hearing this, Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly. The demon arrow? Wasn't that the skill bestowed upon him by the system earlier? From the tone of Xia Liemo, it seemed rather impressive. However, Su Chen discerned a key detail in their conversation and curiously inquired, what is the Demon Master family? At that moment, Xia Liemo gracefully waved her delicate fingers, resembling jade. Instantly, another arrow, shimmering with a cold gleam, began to dance around her like a butterfly. With her crimson lips parting, she patiently elucidated. The Demon Master family is a mysterious lineage adept at wielding demon arts. Individuals of this family possess a unique constitution, their demon power significantly surpassing that of ordinary humans. However, they are incapable of forming contracts with demon beasts. Thus, they have dedicated themselves to researching various demon techniques as their source of strength. Over 90% of the demon arts within the Dragon Kingdom originate from their studies. Su Chen nodded, feeling a sense of awe. I see. I never imagined such a family existed. In the next moment, Xia Liemo summoned her contracted demon beast. It was also a female-looking demon beast, tall and slender, standing at approximately 1 meter 80, exuding a mature and alluring aura. A closer inspection revealed several greenish vines snaking around its graceful form, twisting and extending in a somewhat unsettling manner. Species sequence, number 1, 15 vine demon flower, level, 5th tier, 7th stage, physique, 2145-2145, demon power, 895-895, talent skill, parasitic seed, skills, vine attack, floral healing art, leaf storm, sunblaze, greenwood guardian, entanglement. Floral venom, parasitic seed, allows the user to plant seeds within an enemy's body, which, upon germination, can continuously siphon their power. Subsequently, with a mere thought, a flicker of pride lit up her beautiful eyes. The arrows encircling her, as if imbued with life, instantly shot forth like lightning, propelled by a fierce momentum towards the vine demon flower. The vine demon flower, undeterred, swiftly conjured a massive vine shield, layers upon layers forming a formidable barrier before it. With a swift slash, the demon arrow, akin to a razor-sharp blade, effortlessly sliced through the vine shield, penetrating 3 layers of defense before the vine demon flower managed to evade the final strike. Xia Liemo's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a hint of triumphant smile as she proudly proclaimed, "How about that? The power of the demon arrow is formidable, isn't it?" "Indeed, it is impressive." Su Chun posed another question. Our high school teacher mentioned that one must possess a demon power level exceeding 50 points to wield demon arts. Even if I learn it now, will I be able to use it? Xia Limo retracted the vine demon flower, yet her expression remained one of pride. She elucidated. This is merely practice. Do you expect to master it in a single day? It took me 5 years to grasp the basics. Furthermore, the notion that one must have a demon power level above 50 points to utilize demon arts is rather conservative. After all, the majority of those capable of wielding demon arts possess a power level well above 50. As long as there is a surplus of demon power, one can attempt to use demon arts. Just follow my lead and concentrate on gathering your demon power, envisioning the form of the arrow in your mind, and see how far you can progress. Chapter 27. A subtle transformation. Xia Limo closed her eyes once more. It felt as though the surrounding air had solidified, with demon power surging like tumultuous waves. In less than 2 seconds, the nascent form of the arrow had coalesced in her hand, emitting a faint glow. Su Chun focused intently on Xia Limo's actions, carefully envisioning the shape of the arrow in his mind as she instructed. Simultaneously, he began to mobilize the demon power within him, concentrating and gathering it at his fingertips. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Surrounding Su Chen's body, pure white demon energy swirled like wisps of smoke, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. With a resounding boom, a tremendous aura erupted from Su Chun, akin to a volcanic eruption, abruptly interrupting Xia Limo's concentration on the demon arrow. She stared at him in astonishment, her face a mask of confusion as she inquired, Su Chun, what are you doing? Su Chun remained silent, continuing to meticulously sketch every detail of the arrow in his mind. Meanwhile, before him, a colossal demon arrow gradually materialized. This arrow was not only larger than the one Xia Limo had previously formed, but it also radiated a dazzling brilliance. The power contained within it caused the very space around the arrow to begin to warp slightly. Su Chun slowly opened his eyes and turned around, asking, Teacher Xia, is this correct? Witnessing Su Chen's instantaneous mastery of the demon arrow left Xia Limo utterly dumbfounded. Although her talent was not considered top tier in the first combat zone, it certainly surpassed that of over 80% of individuals. Yet, despite this, it had taken her a full 5 years to initially grasp the demon arrow. But what of Su Chun? He was completely oblivious to the concept of the demon-wielding clan, and after merely one explanation and demonstration, he could so effortlessly master this technique. Even the most gifted prodigies of the demon-wielding clan would require at least several months to learn it, wouldn't they? Su Chun, were you always capable of employing this technique? The incredulity in Xia Limo's voice was unmistakable. Su Chun scratched his head, feeling a tad embarrassed as he explained, I actually learned this during yesterday's life and death battle. He spoke the truth, indeed. It was after Yang Wei had challenged him to a life and death duel that he had earned this skill as a reward. However, due to the constraints of the high school curriculum, which limited his demon power to 50 points, he had hesitated to utilize it, fearing potential irreversible repercussions. Since Xia Limo expressed no concerns, he decided to trust her completely. Yet at that moment, Xia Limo felt as though the world had dimmed, as if everything were collapsing around her. Surely, Su Chun was jesting. The magnitude of the demon arrow was intricately linked to one's mastery. To wield such a formidable arrow suggested an understanding of at least 80%. It is worth noting that within the entirety of the first battle zone, only 5 individuals had achieved such a high level of prowess. And here was Su Chun, not only having contracted the nine-tailed fox, but also demonstrating such profound mastery over the demon arrow. He was merely an 18-year-old student who had just completed his college entrance examinations. As this realization dawned upon her, a faint blush crept across Xia Limo's cheeks. Just moments ago, she had been smugly boasting about spending 5 years mastering the demon arrow, intending to flaunt her accomplishment before Su Chun. While such an achievement was indeed remarkable in the eyes of an ordinary person, it paled in comparison to Su Chen's extraordinary capabilities. Teacher, is something the matter? Su Chen's voice jolted Xia Limo back to reality. Su Chun, how could you deceive me so thoroughly? You actually possess the demon arrow. For lying to your teacher, you shall run an additional 20 kilometers. Xia Limo playfully scolded, her tone imbued with a hint of Tu Shan Yueye's essence. Wait, just because my skills are inferior to yours, I must also run 30 kilometers? Let's go, we shall run together. Before Su Chun could voice his refusal, Xia Liemo, radiating the energy of a vibrant sun, clasped his hand tightly and began to dash around the villa. Of course, the intensity of the training far exceeded the 20 kilometers she mentioned. It was in fact a grueling 100 kilometers. It nearly left Su Chen's bones feeling as though they might shatter. Time flew by, and soon half a month had passed. The fervent discussions surrounding the casualties of the college entrance examination had ebbed away like the tide. Such occurrences were commonplace every year, and public interest was fleeting. Yet, for reasons unknown, Su Chen's name had grown increasingly prominent in the public discourse. At some point, his phone number had also been leaked. Consequently, he was inundated with hundreds of harassing calls daily. The content of these calls varied wildly, with some inquiries absurdly asking if Su Chan desired to take a concubine, extolling the beauty of their daughters to the point that even Tu Shan Yueye's allure seemed to fade in comparison. Upon witnessing her esteemed protégé subjected to such harassment, Xia Liemo decisively requested a dedicated mobile phone and number from headquarters, thereby isolating all irrelevant communications. Consequently, the tumult gradually subsided. Naturally, the past fortnight was spent exclusively on foundational and demonic power training at the training grounds, yielding no points of achievement. Each day, Xia Liemo prepared 21st-tier demon beast cores and 5 second-tier cores for Tu Shan Yueye's consumption. This was not due to any stinginess on Xia Liemo's part, but rather a reflection of the scarcity of practical combat experience with demon beasts. Even substantial consumption of demon cores would not facilitate effortless refinement and absorption. The daily provision of these cores enabled Tu Shan Yueyue to steadily accumulate strength and laid a solid groundwork for her next battle against demon beasts, allowing for a potent surge in power. These practices were distilled from the extensive experiences of predecessors, who recognized that indiscriminately devouring vast quantities of demon cores or engaging in relentless combat would not only fail to enhance one's cultivation, but could also yield detrimental effects. Moreover, the bond value between Su Chan and Tu Shan Yueyue had inadvertently risen to 50 points. However, Su Chan felt that her demeanor towards him had not notably changed. She still exhibited her usual capriciousness. Each night, she would voluntarily place her tail before him, offering it as a makeshift pillow, leaving him perplexed about her thoughts. As for Su Chan himself, akin to the effort values in certain games, his were almost negligible until this past month of training, which had led to a comprehensive enhancement of his foundational attributes. Name, Su Chan. Level, 1st tier, 9th stage. Physique, 245,245. Demonic power, 281,368. Skills, Beast Mastery, Compulsory Contract, Insight. Indestructible Golden Body, Arrow of the Demon. Achievement points, 540-1290. Contracted Demon Beast. Nine-Tailed Fox. Chapter 28. The Monthly Tasks of a Beast Master. Is your demonic power value truly 368? Su Chan, you must be honest with me. Were you truly abandoned by your parents as a child? Are you not the scion of any prominent faction? Xia Liemo's gaze was fixated on the astonishing figure on the testing crystal, her delicate brows furrowed, and her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of disbelief. According to detailed statistics from the Dragon Kingdom Times, the average demonic power value for a 1st-tier 9th-stage Beast Master is approximately 124 points, with the median even higher at 130 points. After all, many Beast Masters do not even reach a demonic power value of 10, significantly lowering the average. Yet, the 368 points displayed before her were undeniably formidable. Given that Su Chan could contract a nine-tailed fox, it was evident he did not hail from a demon-hunting lineage. However, the conundrum lay in the fact that even prodigies from prominent factions rarely achieve such levels of power by the age of 18. Su Chan could not help but twitch his lips and responded helplessly, indeed. In this world, I truly feel like an orphan. Xia Liemo narrowed her eyes and continued to interrogate. I mean no offense, but your demonic power level is astonishingly high. It is inconceivable to reach such an impressive degree without having consumed various precious treasures since childhood. Su Chan found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain. He certainly couldn't disclose to Xia Liemo that he possessed a personal system. Could he? Scratching his head, he stammered. Perhaps it's because I've indulged in all sorts of food since I was young and accidentally ingested some rare treasures. Xia Liemo let out a faint sigh, recognizing that Su Chan seemed reluctant to reveal more information. This was only natural. After all, for everyone harbors their own secrets. She gently clapped her hands. Attempting to ease the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Adjusting her glasses, she said, "Let us set that aside for now. You are aware of the regulations pertaining to beast masters, are you not?" Tu Shan nodded and replied, "After becoming a beast master, regardless of one's family background, one must complete a task within the Beast Master Association every month. Failure to do so results in the forfeiture of one's qualification as a beast master, along with the loss of any associated benefits. To regain qualification, one must undergo re-evaluation at the Beast Master Association. There is a saying that this is the monthly task for beast masters. You refer to this, correct?" "Indeed." Xia Li Mo confirmed, taking out her phone to check the calendar. "The settlement date is the last 3 days of each month. Although you completed your college entrance examination and became a beast master at the beginning of June, according to the regulations, you must still fulfill the June extermination task. It would be quite troublesome to apply for your beast master certificate afterward. Today is the 20th. You should have enough time to complete the task in 10 days. And it would also allow you to refine the energy from the beast crystal core that you previously fed to Tu Shan Yueyue. Coincidentally, I have received a task that requires me to return to the first battle zone. You should be fine on your own during this period, correct?" "Absolutely," Tu Shan replied confidently. "I haven't earned any achievement points in over half a month. I must make up for it." Xia Li Mo smiled charmingly, her eyes revealing admiration. "Well said. The mere thought of exploring outside the city alone without any hesitation surpasses more than half of the beast masters. I shall escort you to the Beast Master Association in the northern part of the city." "Thank you, teacher." Half an hour later, Tu Shan arrived at the Beast Master Association in the north, accompanied by an exquisite woman, none other than Tu Shan Yueyue. It was her own request to come out for some fresh air and to see what the Beast Master Association looked like. After all, when she was a wild beast, she had never dared to step through the doors of the Beast Master Association, fearing that there might be some kind of barrier that would expose her identity. But now, she had come ashore and could finally glimpse the forbidden realm for beasts, the headquarters of human beast masters, the Beast Master Association. This time, she did not disguise herself with the illusion of flowers and water. After all, during the life and death battle, her true identity had already been revealed, and many were familiar with Tu Shan. When it came time to accept the task, her identity would inevitably be exposed. Concealing her true appearance seemed superfluous and would only betray her trump card of illusionary arts. Thus, the combination of the top scorer Tu Shan and the stunningly beautiful nine-tailed fox Tu Shan naturally captivated the attention of countless onlookers the moment they stepped into the Beastmaster Association. Is that really Tu Shan? And beside her is the nine-tailed fox? Truly as beautiful as the rumors suggest. Wake up, brother. The nine-tailed fox is a beast. Are you daring to entertain such bold thoughts? Beauty is justice. Even if her true form is a nine-tailed fox, I would venture forth without hesitation. Even if it were a Komodo dragon. You're something else. You can't possibly be a spy sent by the country of Asan to our dragon nation, can you? Tu Shan headed towards the task hall. Could she be there to complete this month's regular mission? Let us follow her and see what tasks the top scorer undertakes. I agree, but I'm curious to see whom Tu Shan will team up with to accept the task. Perhaps she will seek out the seniors from Yi City University? Amidst the bustling crowd, whispers filled the air as people exchanged thoughts and discussions. However, surprisingly, despite their curiosity about Tu Shan, very few dared to approach her. The reason was simple. The news of Tu Shan's formal induction into the first battle zone had been widely reported and confirmed by various media outlets. The mere mention of first battle zone inspired awe in many. Though a sense of reverence lingered in their hearts, the human tendency for gossip proved hard to suppress. After all, Tu Shan was not only this year's top scorer, but also the youngest member of the first battle zone in the history of Dragon Nation. Furthermore, her contracted beast was the 9th-tier, nine-tailed fox. With such 3 remarkable identities, the buzz surrounding her far exceeded that of a recent internet sensation known for his middle-part hairstyle and penchant for chickens. At that moment, in an inconspicuous corner of the Beastmaster Association, a young man slowly set down the newspaper he had been reading. A subtle, slightly mischievous smile crept across his lips. Humph. Tu Shan has indeed come here to accept the task. Fortune favors me. It seems that this hefty bounty of 20 million credit points is destined to be mine. With that, the young man meticulously folded the newspaper and tucked it away, adjusting his cap lower over his eyes. He then stealthily followed behind Tu Shan into the task hall. Chapter 29. Leaving the city as the end of the month approached. Coupled with June being a crucial examination period for numerous high schools, a plethora of new beastmasters emerged like mushrooms after rain. In their pursuit to ensure the successful completion of monthly tasks, they often opt for relatively simple assignments, collaborating in teams to accomplish them. This has even given rise to a profession dedicated to assisting with hunting tasks, often referred to as cowherds. Consequently, the remaining tasks in the mission hall tend to be either located in remote areas, exceedingly difficult, or possess extremely stringent completion requirements, rendering them nearly impossible to accomplish within a day or two. However, the rewards for these tasks are quite generous. Chen did not overly concern himself with the difficulty of these tasks. After all, Xia Limo's assessment of Tu Shan prowess was comparable to that of a third-tier demon beast. In terms of the demon-beast congregations surrounding Yi City, such strength was nearly invincible. The only issue was that these tasks were situated far away. Outside the city, there were no public buses. Transportation between cities relied on armored vehicles, which did not allow for convenient stops like taxis. Thus, reaching various task locales would require walking or similar means. After all, Tu Shan was a nine-tailed fox. During her previous battle with the Ghost Tree Demon King, although she had transformed into the Tsang Wolf Emperor, her essence, form, and speed had not undergone significant changes. One could only imagine how magnificent it would be to ride atop a nine-tailed fox. Yeah, you have spent time outside the city. Which task do you think is more suitable? Chen gently patted the curious Tu Shan and inquired. How about this one? Tu Shan extended her delicate finger toward an S-level task displayed on the operation terminal. Task: investigate the strange singing in the East Sea. Difficulty: S-level. Estimated level: second tier, 6th stage. Task reward: 150,000 credit points. The singing in the East Sea? Chen furrowed his brow, a hint of doubt creeping into his mind. He couldn't help but recall various myths and legends he had encountered in his past life. In a certain maritime region, there existed a place known as the Graveyard of Ships, where it was said that a siren could lure sailors to their doom with her enchanting voice. Additionally, within the divine sequence, there were still 17 types of demon beasts yet to be confirmed. Surely, it couldn't be that coincidental. Chen vigorously shook his head, casting aside such distracting thoughts. The East Sea was approximately 350 kilometers away from Yi City in a straight line. Choosing the shortest route would necessitate crossing 3 major congregations of demon beasts and 1 city. However, the areas surrounding Yi City were predominantly plains, featuring smooth roads with few peaks or cliffs, provided they did not encounter a terrifying surge of demon beasts or any unforeseen incidents. Tu Shan speed would easily allow them to make a round trip in half a day. Coincidentally, the task list also contained assignments related to the latter 2 congregations, so it would be prudent to tackle them simultaneously. With that thought in mind, Chen felt no hesitation and promptly accepted all 3 tasks. "Are you heading to the East Sea?" approached a bespectacled girl, her voice soft as she spoke. The green logo badge hanging from her chest indicated she was a sophomore at Yi City University. "What is it?" Chen inquired, turning to her. "Well, I noticed you accepted the task regarding the investigation of the mysterious song from the East Sea. Coincidentally, our team has taken on a mission to search for pearls and gems near that area. Would you like to join us? It would be nice to have someone to rely on during the journey." The girl offered a friendly smile, gazing at Chen with anticipation. "Sorry, I'm fine on my own," Chen replied, promptly returning Tu Shan to the beast space and striding towards the front desk to register. Alone? Has Chen lost his mind? Even if he is this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, venturing alone to the East Sea for exploration seems utterly reckless. The girl stood momentarily in disbelief as she watched Chen prepare to tackle a second-tier S-level challenge solo. "Linley, what's wrong?" A boy with a buzz cut approached, concern etched on his face. Linley twitched her lips, her gaze still fixed on Chen, who was registering at the front desk. Chen has taken on the task of exploring the mysterious song all by himself. "What?" The buzz-cut boy was incredulous. He was well aware of the rumors surrounding Chen and had just asked Linley to recruit him for their team. Yet, even if Chen were exceptionally talented, he was still just a newly graduated student, likely yet to break into the second-tier Beastmaster rank. Accepting a second-tier S-level task alone seemed like a recipe for disaster. Is he really so foolish as to tackle a second-tier S-level task solo? That's akin to courting death. However, he quickly continued, "Well, it's said that the more gifted one is, the more arrogant they tend to be, and it appears to hold true in this case. Even if we recruited someone like him, it would only lead to dissatisfaction. I've just contacted a second-tier, 5-segment beast master. We have enough people now. Lin nodded. All right, let us go register. Wait. Did Tu Shan just accept 3 S-level tasks in one go? Is he out of his mind? And aren't they all second-tier S-level tasks? What is he thinking? He even declined invitations from other teams. Surely he doesn't wish to split the rewards. Yet he turned down even those who were merely passing by. Sigh, let us disperse. I was expecting the top scorer to be a remarkable talent, but it seems he's just a lunatic. I've already thought of tomorrow's headline. This year's top scorer, the youngest member of the First War Zone, Tu Shan, tragically falls during a subjugation mission. A cautionary tale for all prodigies. Beware of hubris. Unperturbed by the skeptical murmurs surrounding him, Tu Shan completed the task registration and proceeded to a department store to purchase supplies. Afterward, he hailed a taxi, heading toward the eastern part of the city. This was his first venture outside the city, and he felt a tinge of nervousness. Gazing at the isolation barrier before him, a sense of anticipation welled within Tu Shan. During high school classes, the teacher had warned countless times about the perils beyond the city. Little did I expect that this moment would arrive so swiftly. Beside me, Tu Shan Yueyue overheard Tu Shan's words and couldn't help but retort. What's there to be nervous about? I spent over a decade in your human city without any issues. Why fear just a slight venture outside? Tu Shan chuckled softly, clarifying, it's not fear. It's anticipation. Tu Shan Yueyue rolled her eyes, exasperated, and replied, All right, you're right. Let us go. To Tu Shan's surprise, when he suggested riding on her true form, Tu Shan Yueyue showed no resistance whatsoever. On the contrary, she appeared quite pleased to oblige. After all, walking alongside Tu Shan while remaining vigilant against potential attacks from other beasts was hardly appealing to her. The importance of swift action was certainly not lost on her. As she spoke, her body gradually transformed into her true form, 9 fluffy tails unfurling gracefully. Tu Shan wasted no time and leaped onto her back, securing his grip. Hold tight. Tu Shan Yueyue inhaled deeply, her hind legs exerting a slight force, and in an instant, her formidable power surged forth. One of her tails swiftly extended behind her, securing Tu Shan firmly to prevent him from falling during the rapid pace. Simultaneously, she employed the mirror flower water moon technique to conceal her true form, transforming into a colossal tiger of sequence 666. In a flash, she darted forward, covering several kilometers in the blink of an eye. So fast, truly worthy of my Yueyue. You could shower me with more compliments. Too many might inflate your ego. As if I care. Chapter 30. The Abandoned City. Thanks to the mirror flower water moon technique, Tu Shan and Tu Shan Yueyue encountered hardly any beast attacks along their journey. In fact, the scarcity of beasts made their passage remarkably swift. This marked Tu Shan's first glimpse of the world beyond the city. Lush green mountains rolled in waves, clear streams flowed gently, and a few pristine clouds floated in the azure sky, presenting a scene reminiscent of a utopian fairy tale, utterly enchanting. Certainly, there were patches of wilderness, but they constituted a minor portion. Tu Shan couldn't help but marvel. The world untouched by humanity is truly breathtaking. How beautiful it is. An hour later, Tu Shan arrived at the first gathering place of the beasts, the Tianqi forest. He could faintly sense the vibrations of battle emanating from within the forest, likely the result of other beast tamers engaged in fierce combat with the beasts. However, he chose not to interfere, passing through the Tianqi forest as if unnoticed. This must be the abandoned city, and there are indeed other beast tamers here. After another hour, Tu Shan finally reached the second major gathering place of the beasts, the abandoned city. This area, 300 years prior, had been a thriving metropolis of humanity. However, later, the emergence of a 7th-tier divine sequence beast, the soul-eating mouse, infected the entire city with a terrifying technique known as soul poison. Humanity transformed into monsters, their souls eternally bound within the city, unable to transcend. It was not until several months later that a powerful human arrived, ultimately slaying the soul-eating mouse. Nevertheless, the city fell into desolation, becoming a gathering ground for beasts, predominantly rodents. As for the details of the task, exterminate the beast leader in the ruined city. Difficulty, A class. Estimated level, 2nd tier, 5th stage. Task reward, 100,000 credit points. Upon hearing that Tu Shan was alone, the expression of the beast master turned cold, as if doused with a bucket of icy water, revealing a trace of displeasure. Yet, despite the burgeoning dissatisfaction, he refrained from uttering a word of protest. Slowly, he extended his finger, pointing towards the depths of the ruined city, and spoke in a dispassionate tone. There are other beast masters inside. Should you encounter anything unclear in this desolate city, feel free to consult them. Tu Shan, perplexed, could not help but inquire. Aren't you participating in the hunt? The beast master slightly curled his lips, a flicker of disdain passing through his eyes. He then clarified in a seemingly self-evident manner. The task issued by our Tai City Task Hall merely requires us to assist the beast masters arriving from Yi City and the neighboring Yang City. The specifics of the extermination are beyond our responsibilities. Over there is also our stronghold, responsible for notifying the situation at the onset of the beast tide. After hearing this, Tu Shan chose not to dwell further on the matter and directly entered the ruined city with Tu Shan Yueyue. From what these individuals suggested, it appeared that the beast leader within the city had yet to be identified. Given that the task had been announced for some time now, it was curious. By the way, that young man earlier bore a semblance to the top scorer's Tu Shan, didn't he? I also think he resembles him. However, much of the information about Tu Shan online has been deleted. I heard the first battle district seems to be getting involved. How could it be him? Tu Shan's contract beast is a nine-tailed fox, not a low-tier beast like a giant tiger. Even if one does not recognize Tu Shan's appearance, surely a nine-tailed fox would? True, but is that fellow okay? Exploring the ruined city alone? Every day, countless beast masters and ordinary people perish in the Dragon Kingdom. His life or death is of no concern to us. Just as Tu Shan departed, a few beast masters within the stronghold huddled together, whispering. Young beast masters who had just finished their college entrance examinations often develop an unwarranted sense of superiority, an arrogance that blinds them to the harsh realities of life. This blind confidence envelopes them like a thin mist, obscuring the brutal truth. The tasks issued by the Beastmaster Association's mission hall have always recommended that at least 5 Beastmasters form a team to embark on their quests together. This guideline has been refined through countless experiences and is deemed the optimal strategy. The difficulty of the tasks is significantly reduced, and the distribution of rewards among 5 participants ensures that no one leaves empty-handed. Yet, here you are, daring to venture alone for a second-tier A-level task. Who can be blamed for such reckless folly? Naturally, Tu Shan was oblivious to the speculations of those lurking in the shadows. Upon entering the desolate city with Tu Shan Yueyue, he transformed back into his human form and commenced his exploration to hunt the demonic beasts. Indeed, as previously indicated in the mission, the city was plagued by enormous rodent-like demonic creatures. These beasts were colossal, exuding an unbearable stench, and would undoubtedly be classified as boss-level adversaries in a cinematic portrayal. Fortunately, Tu Shan Yueyue fundamentally possessed the capabilities of a ranged mage. With a mere flick of her wrist, a ball of foxfire soared across the sky like a shooting star, instantly striking down a demonic beast. The foxfire was immensely potent, not only obliterating the creature, but also purifying the foul odor that lingered. To avoid unnecessary complications, Tu Shan Yueyue cleverly employed a mirage technique, concealing her fox ears and tail while allowing her stunning beauty to remain visible. Before long, the system's notification chimed once more. Congratulations, host, on achieving the title of Rodent Slayer. It is said that rat meat has quite a delectable flavor. Would you care to sample it? Achievement points gained, 30. Ding. Congratulations. Host, your achievement points have surpassed 1,300. Reward, 5 free attribute allocation points. Splendid, another 5 points of free attributes. Tu Shan felt a surge of joy within, but refrained from immediately utilizing these points. After all, each point equated to a perfect restorative potion, and using them directly would be rather wasteful. He decided to wait until his demonic energy reserves were depleted before contemplating their use. As time passed unnoticed, 2.5 hours slipped by. It was at this moment that they encountered another team of beastmasters engaged in hunting demonic beasts. This team consisted of 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women, who exhibited a remarkable level of coordination, their movements fluid and natural, suggesting they had been teamed up for quite some time. In no time, they successfully dispatched 6 black rat demons, each around the 2nd tier, 3rd stage. Let us find another location, Tu Shan suggested to Tu Shan Yueyue as they prepared to continue their hunt. Just then, the 4 beastmasters called out to them. Wait, You too. Are you also searching for the demonic beast leader? Upon hearing this, Chen turned and nodded in response. Indeed. Do you know the whereabouts of the beast? The four-member team exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Their expressions bore a hint of fatigue, as if they had been scouring the desolate city for quite some time. We arrived 3 days ago, yet we have yet to uncover the so-called beast leader. However, we have joined a coalition organization that allows us to share intelligence on the areas we have searched, alleviating some of the pressure of our search. Would you two like to join us? Upon hearing this, Tu Shan and Tu Shan Yueyue exchanged glances, a flicker of excitement igniting within them. After all, the ruined city is merely a remnant of an ancient city. Relying solely on the two of them for the search could lead to a prolonged period of hunting the most rudimentary of rat demons. Nevertheless, Tu Shan feigned hesitation and inquired, "A coalition organization? How many members do you currently have, and what is the progress of your search?" Approximately 30 individuals, but regrettably, no one has yet discovered any trace of the beast. We do not even know its species. It seems to be exceptionally skilled at concealment. A female beast master responded with a hint of resignation. I see, Tu Shan nodded. How might I join your coalition organization? The female beast master gestured towards the crimson clouds in the sky, explaining, those red clouds are signal flares we use for marking. If you follow them, you will reach our base. Thank you for the information. Tu Shan expressed his gratitude before turning to delve deeper in the direction of the red clouds. A male beast master observed Tu Shan Yueyue's retreating figure and remarked, "That girl is truly beautiful." Another male beast master concurred, "I wonder if we will see her at the base." Unsurprisingly, both were met with disdainful glares from two other female beast masters. Enough idle chatter. Let us continue our search to the west. If we still cannot find anything, we shall pay the penalty and change our task. 20 minutes later, Tu Shan and Tu Shan Yueyue finally located the coalition's base. It was a once thriving yet now dilapidated site, reminiscent of the ruins of a grand shopping mall. Vast in scale, after 3 centuries of erosion and sediment accumulation, it resembled a deep cavern, suffused with a musty, decayed atmosphere. As they approached, 2 beastmasters, one tall and one short, greeted them with palpable enthusiasm. "Oh, we have 2 such young newcomers. Please come in. To be honest, we have been stationed here for half a month without discovering anything unusual. We are beginning to suspect that the mission intel may be flawed." Tu Shan, upon hearing this, allowed a sly smile to play upon his lips. "If you continue searching in this manner, you may not find anything for a decade." His voice, though soft, carried an air of inexplicable confidence. "Excuse me?" The 2 beastmasters bristled at his words. They had devoted themselves tirelessly to this task, steadfastly holding their ground in the center of the base for half a month, coaxing newcomers to join the search. Yet, this newcomer had the audacity to mock them upon arrival. Tu Shan remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the hood of the diminutive beast tamer to his left. With a smirk that danced on the edge of humor, he remarked, "Indeed, the most perilous places are often the safest. This adage holds true. The beast leader lies just there." As his words echoed, the beast tamers of varying heights momentarily froze, struggling to grasp his meaning. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a shocking scene unfolded. The small beast tamer's head abruptly detached from his body, blood splattering in an instant. Simultaneously, an invisible blade of wind surged towards Tu Shan like a bolt of lightning. The piercing sound of the wind blades slicing through the air was deafening. Tu Shan Yueyue reacted swiftly, positioning herself before Tu Shan and deftly crushing the wind blade with a gentle squeeze of her jade-like hand. "What is happening?" The tall beast tamer staggered back in terror, his mind racing to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Species sequence, number 169 Ghost-Faced Spider. Level, 2nd tier. 5th stage, physique, 359,359. Magical power, 266,266. Talents, ghost-faced. Skills, silk spinning, shadow devouring, wind blade. Ghost-faced, can manipulate opponents slain by itself. Up to 2 units, 2nd tier effect. Tu Shan's expression turned grave as he elucidated, "He must have perished several days ago. The beast leader is not the rat demon you presume. It is the formidable ghost-faced spider of sequence 169. No sooner had he spoken than the body of the small beast tamer crumpled to the ground. Following this, a palm-sized blue-black spider emerged slowly from his corpse. The 3 markings on its back resembled a grotesque face, evoking an unsettling sense of the uncanny valley. The ghost-faced spider quivered slightly. In an instant, A heart-stopping shadow shot forth from its 8 legs, enveloping the surrounding space in a substance akin to black sludge. The small beast tamer's corpse, scattered debris, dirt, and stones were all inexorably consumed by the encroaching darkness, sinking slowly into the black mire. Even the sports shoes worn by Tu Shan, crafted by Hong Xing, began to show signs of being eroded by the mysterious black sludge, hinting at impending consumption. This is bad. This is shadow devouring. It will relentlessly drain our magical power. Once our power is exhausted, we will be utterly consumed, with no hope of return. The tall beast tamer finally regained his senses, his voice laced with terror and panic. Meanwhile, he frantically fumbled for his phone, attempting to contact his companions who were searching for the whereabouts of the beast leader. Such trivial skills are hardly worthy of mention. Tu Shan Yueyue scoffed lightly, a flicker of disdain glimmering in her eyes. She swiftly turned her hands, and 2 orbs of foxfire, each the size of a basketball, coalesced in her palms, illuminating the shadowy walls and instantly filling the ruins of Qingda Plaza. As the foxfire blazed, familiar system notification sounds resonated once more in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, for achieving the 100 sequence. The beasts of the 100 sequence are indeed formidable entities. Without this system, would you have the qualifications to forge a contract with such beasts? Achievement points, 80. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 1400 achievement points. Reward, 5 free attribute distribution points. Chapter 32. You will know soon after a grueling battle. Tu Shan Yueyue successfully refined the beast cores she had devoured over the past 10 days, smoothly breaking through to the 2nd tier, 3rd stage. In tandem, Su Chen also ascended to the 1st tier, 10th stage. Work done. Easy as pie. Su Chen bent down to pick up the 2nd tier beast core of the ghost-faced spider and handed it to Tu Shan Yueyue, saying, "Here, yours. Let us head to the next location." Tu Shan Yueyue wore a speechless expression, playfully pouting as she retorted, with that tone. "One might think you were the one who killed the beast." Su Chen gently wrapped his arm around Tu Shan Yueye's delicate waist, softly replying, "Didn't you slay it on my behalf? Why act so distant? Let us hurry. We might reach Tai City before nightfall and find a hotel for a good rest. Otherwise, we'll have to sleep outdoors." Tu Shan Yueyue did not resist Su Chen's embrace, pouting and teasingly declaring, "Humph, I want barbecued meat tonight." Watching the figures of Su Chen and Tu Shan Yueyue gradually fade into the distance, the tall beastmaster finally regained his senses. His eyes widened in disbelief. That beauty is actually a humanoid beast? But wait, how could a 2nd tier beast possibly transform? Could it be a beast of the 3rd tier or higher? Yet, according to the regulations, high-level beastmasters must present various certification documents from the Beastmaster Association to undertake lower-tier tasks, proving that the task's difficulty exceeds what could be handled by a current-level beastmaster. Continuing without such proof could lead to significant casualties, thus allowing only high-level beastmasters to intervene. Of course, during a beast tide, all levels of beastmasters must join the hunt. Without this regulation, high-level beastmasters would undoubtedly seize low-level tasks for safety and efficiency, leading to a scenario where high-level tasks would be neglected and low-level beastmasters deprived of training, perpetuating a vicious cycle that would ultimately lead humanity towards extinction. Moreover, this task in the ruined city is merely an A-level task, not even breaking into S-level. How could high-level beastmasters possibly be involved? This is indeed peculiar. What happened? Why has the base transformed like this? Have they discovered the whereabouts of the beast leader? Where has Old Sun gone? Su Chen and Tu Shan Yueyue had barely departed from their stronghold when a steady stream of beastmasters from various allied organizations began to arrive. Observing the ravaged state of the base, they displayed expressions of utter bewilderment. Everyone disperse. The beast leader of the desolate city has already been dealt with. Huh? Dealt with? By whom? The tall beastmaster sighed heavily, his gaze fixed in the direction Su Chen had taken. Perhaps it was some prodigy from a powerful faction. Regardless, his contracted beast is undeniably exquisite. Tonight's dreams are assured. Upon hearing the word exquisite, a 4-person beastmaster team gasped in unison, their minds conjuring images of the duo that had introduced them to this location. What a coincidence! After departing from the desolate city, Su Chen and Tu Shan Yueyue pressed onward towards the east. The scenery along their journey contrasted markedly with that around Yi City, as the frequency of beast encounters was significantly higher. However, for the formidable Yueyue, this posed no substantial challenge. The approaching beasts were merely deliverers of beast cores, causing little delay. As time passed, it was not until 9 o'clock in the evening that Tu Shan finally arrived at Tai City. This city mirrored the design and layout of Yi City, both being nearly circular fortresses spanning close to 100 square kilometers. Encircled by robust city walls and a protective barrier, Tai City was slightly smaller than Yi City. Tu Shan mused to himself. It appears that the layout of each city is likely quite similar. Barbecue. Barbecue. Tu Shan, I want to eat barbecue. Upon entering the city, Tu Shan Yueyue exclaimed with excitement. Tu Shan let out a slight sigh. Indeed, even as a nine-tailed fox, her innate nature remained akin to that of a fox, irresistibly drawn to meat. Well, just find a barbecue restaurant that looks good, and let's go there, he replied, unlocking his phone and handing it to Tu Shan Yueyue. After all, having lived among humans for a time, she was well-versed in using smartphones. Her previous phone, associated with her identity as Lin Yueer, had met its demise in human society, and using it recklessly could lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, it was incinerated with a burst of foxfire. He had originally intended to purchase her a new phone, but delays due to Xia Limo's training had postponed that plan. Tonight, he resolved to take care of it all at once. Let us choose this one. Kuan barbecue restaurant sounds quite upscale, Tu Shan Yueyue exclaimed enthusiastically. Under the night sky, her flawless profile illuminated by the lights appeared extraordinarily enchanting, prompting Tu Shan to swallow hard. This evening presented a rare opportunity for solitude. As Tu Shan Yueyue was his contracted beast, there should be no issues, right? After enjoying the barbecue, procuring a new phone, and completing various formalities, the clock struck midnight. Tu Shan decided to indulge himself, booking a luxurious suite for the night. After all, whether before or after the journey, he had never stayed in a hotel. Now, with the credit points subsidy provided by the First War Zone and the possibility of reimbursement for hotel expenses, it was only natural to indulge in the experience. However, upon entering the room, a twinge of disappointment surged within Tu Shan. The so-called luxurious suite, aside from an array of decorative items, did not possess the spaciousness and opulence he had envisioned. The bed emitted a scent of disinfectant, far inferior to the one at home, imbued with the fragrant essence of Tu Shan Yueyue. It was indeed quite disheartening. What are you staring at? Tu Shan Yueyue. Her hair cascading like a waterfall and still dripping with water droplets from her recent shower, exuded a faint aroma of body wash. In the moment she adjusted her bathrobe, an unsettling sensation washed over her, as if a malevolent gaze was fixated upon her. Naturally, that disquieting gaze belonged to Tu Shan. Taking a deep breath, he feigned composure and slowly spoke. What? Is it wrong for me to admire my own sister? Hearing this, Tu Shan Yueyue huffed. Humph, I hope you're merely observing. As she spoke, she picked up a nearby hairdryer and began drying her hair. During this process, her eyes remained warily fixed on Tu Shan's every move, as if sensing he harbored some nefarious intent. Tu Shan sighed softly, secretly acknowledging her keen perception. As the seventh entity of the divine generation, the nine-tailed fox indeed possessed extraordinary awareness, easily discerning the thoughts of others. Nevertheless, that was of no consequence. Previously, out of respect for teacher Xia Limo's household, Tu Shan had refrained from causing any disturbances. But today he must prove himself to the system sister. Even if she might retract the achievements already granted, it mattered not. My little Yueyue, would you like to know what I am thinking right now? I don't want to hear it, nor do I wish to know. Fear not. You shall find out soon enough. Chapter 33. The sulking Yueyue. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on Tu Shan's face. He languidly stretched, savoring the essence of a new day. As the hour hand gradually approached 10, he finally yawned and sat up in bed. Being an early riser, this was the first time he had awakened so late. He rose and made his way to the living room, brewing himself a cup of hot tea, relishing the fragrant aroma that enveloped him, refreshing his spirit. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. For achieving the accomplishment Shan, he doesn't let go. Does this count as a bold move? Achievement points earned, 100. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 1,500 achievement points. Reward, skill silent words. The sudden voice, silence of words, seal the opponent's demonic power, rendering humans unable to wield sorcery or preventing demonic beasts from utilizing their skills. Momentarily startled Tu Shan, who then bore a faint smile on his face. How thoughtful of the system sister not to disturb me last night. This new skill feels rather promising as well. On the other hand, Tu Shan had already awakened, seated on the chair opposite Tu Shan. Observing him indulging in tea with an air of contentment, seemingly oblivious to her feelings, she felt a surge of indignation. Tu Shan, you are a scoundrel. Shameless. Indecent. Utterly disgraceful. Is this truly the lake of Tianjing? It differs significantly from my recollections. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Tu Shan stood upon a desolate expanse, gazing at the scene before him with a sense of lament. This land was once a serene lake hundreds of years ago, but now the waters have receded, exposing the riverbed. The surrounding grasslands have vanished, replaced by an endless desert, starkly contrasting the verdant scenery of Yi City. The task here is to slay desert scorpions and collect 500 kilograms of scorpion tails. Based on the average size of these creatures, approximately 50 must be slain to complete the task, which is not overly challenging. However, it is classified as a level difficulty, and despite its proximity to Tai City, few dare to undertake it, primarily due to the scorpion's innate skill, scorpion venom. Once struck by their attack, one becomes poisoned, even if an antidote is consumed immediately. The damage remains irreparable. In gaming terms, this means that the poison not only deducts from your current HP, but also permanently reduces your HP limit. Unless one's physique exceeds 100 points, allowing for regeneration through limb severance, recovery is nearly impossible. Nevertheless, for Tu Shan, these desert scorpions were utterly unapproachable. Their hardened exoskeletons were incinerated in an instant by her foxfire, leaving even the task's target, the scorpion tails, reduced to ash. My dear, could you perhaps show some mercy? How am I to complete this task? Tu Shan lamented helplessly. Tu Shan seemed still miffed, letting out a soft huff without responding. She felt immense dissatisfaction regarding Tu Shan's actions, yet found herself powerless against him. Thus, she could only vent her frustrations upon the desert scorpions. Despite her anger, her bond with Tu Shan remained intact, indicating she harbored no deep-seated resentment. With a resigned sigh, Tu Shan's gaze slowly drifted to his system interface. In essence, this was a matter of reaping rewards from one's own efforts. It appears I must resort to some clever tactics. System. I wish to assist Tu Shan in leveling up. Each level advancement for a second-tier demonic beast requires the expenditure of 100 achievement points. Does the host wish to proceed with this consumption? A sly smile crept upon Tu Shan's lips, revealing his cunning intent. Gently, he took the delicate hand of Tu Shan, which resembled mutton fat jade, and softly remarked, "Let us enhance your levels twice." Enhancement in progress. Enhancement complete. At that moment, Tu Shan, who initially intended to sulk and shake off Tu Shan's hand, suddenly felt a warm force emanating continuously from his palm, swiftly spreading like a babbling brook. Tu Shan's eyes widened in astonishment as she realized that, without any prior indication, she had unexpectedly broken through 2 levels. Ascending directly to the second stage, 5th tier, her previously pouting visage was now replaced by profound shock. Tu Shan, what on earth have you done? Consider this my apology. Please don't be upset, my little Tu Shan explained with a smile, a glimmer of pride sparkling in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Tu Shan let out a long sigh. She was aware of Tu Shan's peculiar abilities, which could instantly assist her in learning skills and even enforce contracts with other beasts. To her surprise, he now possessed yet another talent capable of directly enhancing beast levels, which was truly unexpected. All right, let's leave it at that. Just promise me you won't act recklessly next time. Hee. I appreciate your magnanimity, beautiful Next time, I won't be reckless. I'll take a direct approach. Get lost. Next time, I will resist. No worries. I have faith that my beautiful will not resist. After their playful banter, the little turmoil in Tu Shan's heart gradually dissipated. This time, her mastery over the foxfire reached an extraordinary level. The body of the desert scorpion was precisely burned through, while its tail remained intact, even eliminating the need for cutting. Impressive, my Tu Shan couldn't help but exclaim. You ought to realize who I am. Tu Shan proudly lifted her chin, her eyes shimmering with confidence. Congratulations to the host for achieving the title of Scorpion Slayer. It is said that the venom of scorpions in this world tastes quite sweet. Would you care to try it, host? Achievement points gained, 30. Tu Shan pushed forward relentlessly, leaving behind nothing but charred remains of desert serpents and scorpions in her wake. Moreover, with soul absorption, the skill of foxfire could be used almost limitlessly, with no concern for resource depletion. However, Their scattered distribution posed a significant challenge to Tu Shan's collection efforts. Finally, after 3 hours of tireless endeavor, she managed to gather 500 kilograms of scorpion tails. Just as Tu Shan and Tu Shan prepared to depart from the shores of Tianjing Lake in search of a safe resting place, a sudden glimmer of cold light shot forth from behind. Tu Shan's gaze sharpened as she swiftly extended her right hand, catching the icy projectile barehanded. Was that an ice arrow? Tu Shan sensed the imminent danger and quickly turned around, his eyes fixed on a man standing on a sand dune several dozen meters away. Appearing to be around 30 years old, his frame appeared somewhat emaciated, and his visage bore traces of weariness, with a scruffy beard adorning his chin that evoked an impression of misfortune. Yet, the chilling aura of malevolence that emanated from him was enough to instill dread in anyone who approached. To him, the act of taking a life seemed a trivial matter. Beside the man stood a humanoid beast, cloaked in an icy blue hue, wielding a bow and arrow. It radiated a bone-chilling coldness. Unmistakably the very creature that had just launched an ambush on Tu Shan with its icy arrows. Chapter 34. The Assassin. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Tu Shan's voice was frigid, laced with unmasked inquiry. Had it not been for Tu Shan's timely reflexes, they might well have become victims of a double demise. Do not blame me. I am merely a hired hand. If you must assign fault, direct it towards those you ought not to provoke. The man's tone was devoid of remorse, instead tinged with a feigned sorrow, as if lamenting the demise of the divine beast that had perished because of Tu Shan. An assassin, indeed? A flicker of lethal intent flashed in Tu Shan's eyes. He had always been a law-abiding citizen, never having taken a life nor engaged in any illicit activities. However, that did not imply he could remain oblivious while others brandished knives at his throat. Species sequence, no? 144 Ice Demon. Level, 3rd stage, 5th segment. Physical power, 605606. Demonic power, 255255. Talented skill, Ice Body. Skills, Ice Arrow, Ice Blade. Ice Explosion, Ice Body. Any object that makes contact will suffer the curse of ice, resulting in slowed movement. This 3rd stage. 5th segment beast possesses neither the physical nor demonic power to surpass yours. Can you prevail? Tu Shan gazed at Tu Shan, a look of bewilderment crossing her features. Her mind was awash with questions. Typically, attributes and power levels required specialized treasures for accurate measurement. How could Tu Shan discern the opponent's attributes and level at a glance? Was there a system interface hovering above the ice demon's head, akin to a game? What other secrets did Tu Shan harbor that she remained oblivious to? A ripple of curiosity stirred within her. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she declared, "A mere 3rd stage, 5th segment is nothing. Victory is assured." With Tu Shan's assurance, a subtle smile graced Tu Shan's lips. "With your promise, there is no doubt. If possible, it would be best to capture them alive and uncover the identities of those behind this." Tu Shan nodded in agreement. "I am aware of this. Unless we eliminate the puppeteer, we shall continue to live in fear. By the way, let us keep the ice demon alive as well. I have an experiment in mind." "Very well." The assassin, observing the exchange, immediately issued a command. "Engage. Eliminate the 2 of them, and you shall be rewarded with riches to procure a millennium of ice essence." The prospect of slaying a divine sequence beast was an exhilarating thought, one that filled him with intoxicating delight. The icy blue humanoid beast's lips curled into a maniacal grin, exposing a hint of derision. It gripped its bow tightly, releasing a frigid arrow that shot forth like lightning towards Tu Shan's brow. Yet, at the moment the ice arrow was poised to pierce his forehead, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. It was merely an illusion. Tu Shan and Tu Shan had stealthily approached the assassin and the ice specter from the right. How could this be? Was it an illusion? The assassin paused, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Clearly, he had not anticipated this maneuver. However, as a 3rd-tier beast master who had slain dozens of young prodigies, he did not succumb to panic. Tu Shan, merely a fledgling beast master who had just recently embarked on his journey, would surely be easily overwhelmed in a direct confrontation, even if the initial ambush had failed. There was no need for restraint. The ice specter swiftly retracted its icy bow, its gaze shimmering with a chilling light, as if concocting an even more formidable assault. It conjured a massive block of solid ice with both hands and shattered it with a ferocious blow. In an instant, Countless shards of ice rained down upon Tu Shan and Tu Shan like a torrential downpour, creating a deluge of ice. Yet, to the shock of both the assassin and the ice specter, this too was an illusion. Their attacks failed to connect, while Tu Shan and Tu Shan emerged unscathed before them. How could this be? The assassin's heart swelled with confusion and disbelief. Just as he pondered his next move, a blazing fireball erupted around the ice specter. The searing shockwave, akin to a volcanic eruption, sent the assassin hurtling dozens of meters away. The flames seared his skin, leaving half of it charred and emitting a noxious odor. Though the ice specter, with its high physical attributes, managed to withstand the blow, its disheveled demeanor betrayed the significant damage it had sustained. Cursed, it clicked its tongue in frustration, a flicker of anger flashing in its eyes. Ice explosion technique. The ice specter bellowed, retracting its ice bow. A brilliant blue light coalesced in its hands, crashing down upon the ground with ferocity. In an instant, a torrent of cold air, mingled with sand and debris, howled outward like a surging tsunami. However, the response to this assault was an even larger fireball. Facing a third-tier beast, Tu Shan did not dare to hold back this time. With a resounding boom, the icy tidal wave unleashed by the ice specter surged forth like a tumultuous tide. Yet, the foxfire, akin to roaring flames, swiftly devoured the frigid onslaught. The ice specter's seemingly solid form began to show signs of scorching. However, this was far from the end. Before the ice demon could readjust its stance, another fireball hurtled towards it like a shooting star, crashing forcefully against its form. This was swiftly followed by a relentless barrage of purple fireballs, second, third, and fourth, falling like raindrops, seemingly intent on engulfing the ice demon entirely. Due to the effects of the mirror flower, water moon, the ice demon found itself unable to ascertain the precise location of Tu Shan, no matter how hard it tried. It could only passively endure wave after wave of assaults, rendered powerless, like a wooden post subjected to mockery. The assassin, propelled by the explosion, coughed up blood, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld the scene before him. Who could have anticipated that a formidable third-tier, fifth-stage beast would be so thoroughly subdued by a first-tier beastmaster's contracted creature, almost without any means of retaliation? Damn it, the ice demon had a rating score of 280. Why couldn't he defeat that fox? The assassin cursed through gritted teeth, his gaze shifting towards Tu Shan. The battle among beastmasters is, in truth, quite straightforward. As long as one can successfully slay the beastmaster, no matter how powerful the contracted beast, it becomes utterly inconsequential. Thus, the crux of the conflict lies in how to circumvent the beast's defenses and eliminate the beastmaster themselves. Bloodblade. The assassin bellowed, his aura surging dramatically. Waves of demonic energy surged like a torrential flood into his right hand, coalescing into a sword-like blade, crimson as blood. He then stepped forward, charging towards Tu Shan with an unstoppable momentum. Chapter 35. Tu Shan's secret weapon. Tu Shan's gaze sharpened momentarily as he glanced at the assassin. Is this a demonic technique? Perfect, let me show you my newly learned skill. As the thought crossed his mind, he swiftly raised his middle and index fingers to his lips, whispering, "Silence incantation." In an instant, an invisible wave radiated from Tu Shan, rippling outward. This wave, akin to a gentle breeze, appeared soft and insubstantial, yet was imbued with boundless power. The assassin, keenly aware of this peculiar energy, instinctively sought to lift his blood blade to block. However, the potency of the silence incantation was like a whispering wind, silent and elusive, lacking the tangible lethality of the blood blade. The assassin inwardly chuckled, considering his previous reaction to be foolish. How could Tu Shan, merely a recent graduate, possibly wield such a technique? It was likely just a trivial trick. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his smile froze in place. He was astounded to discover that the blood blade he had conjured in his right hand had vanished into thin air. Even the demonic energy within him seemed to have been siphoned away, leaving him feeling like an unawakened ordinary person, utterly incapable of sensing any trace of demonic power. Moreover, with the disappearance of the demon power, the ice ghost, engaged in battle with the nine-tailed fox, seemed to have suddenly lost the very support of its strength, instantly weakening by a third. The once impenetrable ice armor now appeared fragile, as Tu Shan's fireball streaked across the sky like a meteor, directly blasting through its legs and utterly incapacitating the ice ghost's ability to resist. With a curious expression, Tu Shan turned to Tu Shan, pondering. Has Tu Shan unveiled another piece of black technology? Observing the astonishing effect of this move, Tu Shan himself was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, is this technique truly so outrageous? Forcing the opponent's demon power to be stripped away was akin to silencing a mage and depleting their mana bar for a beast tamer, was it not? No wonder it was dubbed the silent word. However, the consumption of this technique was indeed considerable. After employing it once, Tu Shan felt as though his entire demon power had been drained, nearly collapsing under the strain. It seemed this move could only serve as a trump card for critical moments. Resolute in his decision to conclude the battle swiftly, he aimed to deny the enemy any chance for respite. Seizing the moment while the assassin was momentarily stunned, Tu Shan quickly summoned the demon power within him. Gathering it at his fingertips, the demon power spiraled like a whirlwind, coalescing into a luminous arrow of demon energy. With a piercing gaze, he locked onto the assassin, unhesitatingly launching the demon arrow towards him. The Ice Ghost, ranked at the 3rd level and 5th tier, possessed formidable strength. Judging by the assassin's appearance, he likely had not contracted multiple demon beasts, suggesting his level resided within a similar range. His physical value was approximately around 40 points. This strength, when equated to demon beasts around sequence 500, would likely correspond to the 2nd level and 3rd or 4th tier. Given the potency of the demon arrow Tu Shan released, it should suffice to handle the current predicament. With a sharp, piercing sound that echoed through the air, the demon arrow shot forth like lightning. The assassin's right arm was instantly penetrated, the immense force propelling his body backward. The assassin, who had just charged towards Tu Shan, was abruptly sent flying back to his original position. His body tumbled along the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Gasping, the assassin coughed up a mouthful of blood, his previously murderous gaze now replaced with sheer terror. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could a 1st-tier beast tamer possess such terrifying strength, wielding demon arts with such finesse? The lethality of the demon arrow had easily inflicted severe injury upon him. Who sent you to kill me? Tu Shan inquired, once more conjuring a demon arrow, maintaining a safe distance to avoid any potential ambush from the assassin. The assassin, clutching his blood-soaked right arm, struggled to rise from the ground. His complexion was as pale as parchment, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Damn it! Those fools from the Yang family, weren't they just high school graduates? He spat vehemently, cursing inwardly. Slowly rising to his feet, he retrieved a smoke talisman from his pocket and activated it with haste. Instantly, a thick cloud of smoke billowed forth like a massive storm cloud, swiftly enveloping his surroundings and obscuring his vision. However, after taking just a few steps, he suddenly felt an excruciating pain radiate from his thigh. He stumbled and fell, glancing down to find his left leg cruelly pierced by a demon's arrow, blood gushing from the wound like a fountain. The intense agony compelled the assassin to emit a painful wail. Meanwhile, the battle on Tu Shan Yueye's side had concluded. The ice demon, its limbs blown apart by foxfire, lay on the brink of death, discarded at Su Chen's feet. Tu Shan Yueyue stood triumphantly upon the ice demon's body, a proud expression adorning her face as she said, "Here's the ice demon you wanted. By the way, what experiment do you wish to conduct? Impressive, my Yu, to have defeated an opponent of a much higher level." Tu Shan praised, his gaze shifting to the prostrate ice demon. "I wish to test my secret weapon." "Secret weapon?" Without a word, Tu Shan extended his hand and gently placed it upon the ice demon's form. Compulsory contract, activate. Compulsory contract activation successful. Initiating contract. As Tu Shan's words echoed, a peculiar wave of energy surged from his palm, swiftly enveloping the ice demon's shattered body. The ice demon seemed to sense something unusual. Its pleas for mercy abruptly ceased, replaced by confusion and dread. What have you done? Despite its existing contract with the assassin, it found itself inexplicably ensnared by this young man. What strange power is this? Contract completed. In the next moment, the ice demon's body began to transform. It gradually morphed into strands of energy, being absorbed into Tu Shan's body. However, due to Tu Shan's insufficient demonic power, this process was fraught with difficulty. Like a jammed tape, some strands of energy lingered before Tu Shan, flickering in and out of visibility, as if engaged in a strenuous tug-of-war with his very being. Congratulations, host, for achieving the feat of seizing a demon beast. To forcibly claim another's demon beast, does your conscience not ache? Achievement points gained, 100 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 1,600 achievement points. Reward. Volume 1 of the Beast Tamer's Cultivation Secret Method. Volume 1 of the Beast Tamer's Cultivation Secret Method. Mastering this skill significantly enhances the efficiency of energy feedback gained from demon beasts when consuming crystal cores. Congratulations, host, for achieving the feat of demonic power overload. The host's contracted demon beast has surpassed its power limit. Is this the rhythm of impending destruction? Achieved 80 achievement points. Ding. Congratulations, the host's achievement points have exceeded 1,700 points. Reward. 5 points for free attribute allocation. Chapter 36. Breaking through the second tier. At this moment, Tu Shan profoundly experienced the suffocating sensation of a demon power surge. His body felt as though it were being consumed by an irresistible force, each muscle trembling, every bone threatening to fracture. The agony was akin to the torment one endures after running a 1,500-meter test, only to be compelled to perform an additional 100 push-ups when one's body has reached its limit, feeling as though his muscles and bones no longer belong to him. An unprecedented sense of suffocation surged within him, as if he had brushed against the gates of the underworld. His breathing became rapid and labored, his heart pounding as if it might burst from his chest. Fortunately, Su Chen's mind remained relatively clear, not overwhelmed by the pain. Terminate the contract with the Ice Ghost. Having confirmed the viability of this method, there was no need to continue further. In the next moment, the contractual bond between him and the Ice Ghost was severed, and the tumultuous demon power gradually subsided into tranquility. At this instant, Shan Yueyue was utterly bewildered. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Tu Shan. The fact that Tu Shan could forcibly contract such a wild demon beast was astonishing enough, but to think he could also contract other people's demon beasts was simply outrageous. The assassin was equally stunned, even forgetting the blood that continued to flow from his right hand and left leg. How could Tu Shan directly contract his own contracted demon beast? The Ice Ghost was left in a state of utter confusion as well. In less than 2.5 seconds, it first had its contract with the assassin dissolved, then was contracted by Tu Shan, only to be released once more. What had transpired? 3 large question marks appeared above the heads of the trio. Regaining his composure, Tu Shan hastily called out to Tu Shan Yueyue. Yeah, you can make your move. All right. Tu Shan Yueyue responded, swiftly conjuring a blazing fireball, imbued with immense power, and hurled it towards the remnants of the Ice Ghost. The fireball instantly engulfed the Ice Ghost, producing a violent explosion, reducing its body to ashes. Only a third-tier demon beast crystal core lay quietly in the desolate expanse, flickering with a faint glow. Congratulations, host, for achieving the accomplishment of slaying beyond your level. To defeat an opponent a whole tier above you. Is this truly your prowess? Achieved 100 achievement points. Ding. Congratulations, the host's achievement points have exceeded 1,800 points. Reward. 5 points for free attribute allocation. Tu Shan's gaze burned fiercely, fixed intently on the assassin. Now speak. Who sent you? The assassin remained silent. He was acutely aware that in such circumstances, should the information be divulged, only a dead end awaited him. Previously, he had often engaged in such dealings, yet he was the one wielding strength, the one who posed threats to others. As long as he kept this secret, Tu Shan would not take his life. Seeing the assassin remain unmoved, Tu Shan sighed in resignation. He turned to Tu Shan Yueyue and said, "It's up to you now." With a charming smile, Tu Shan Yueyue crouched down to meet the assassin's gaze. In the next moment, the assassin's previously tense expression began to ease. His eyes grew hazy, reminiscent of those who had once surrounded Tu Shan Yueyue, filled with infatuation. Heavenly enchantment, a skill originally designed for control, could also be applied to extracting information. Speak, who sent you? The Yang family of Yi City. They have placed a bounty of 20 million credit points on your head. Upon hearing this, both Tu Shan and Tu Shan Yueyue's expressions darkened. 20 million credit points. The Yang family was indeed investing heavily this time. Yang Wei himself had instigated a life-and-death battle. Tu Shan had shown mercy by sparing his life. Yet the Yang family resorted to such despicable means as hiring assassins. Are there other assassins? 3 more, but after I tracked your location, I submitted the completion of the task to the Yang family, so they may have already retreated. Tu Shan nodded. He hadn't anticipated that this assassin would possess such confidence in his abilities, eager to report even before the task was completed. Indeed, A third-tier Beast Master holds a significant advantage over a first-tier Beast Master. Under normal circumstances, anyone else would have been reduced to mere dust in the desert. However, this situation had inadvertently saved Tu Shan considerable effort. At least for the immediate future, no more assassins would come after him. After gathering sufficient intelligence, Tu Shan once again conjured the arrow of demons and pierced the assassin's skull. Congratulations, host, for achieving the accomplishment of slaying a fellow being. How does it feel to take a life for the first time? Achievement points gained, 100. Beep. Congratulations, host, your achievement points have surpassed 1900. Reward, identification skill. Identification skill allows the user to view detailed information about various items. After scavenging the body, Tu Shan dialed Xiao Limo's number, recounting the assassination attempt and the hidden mastermind behind it in full detail. The Yang family of Yi City? That might be troublesome, came Xiao Limo's slightly distressed voice from the other end of the line. Teacher Xiao, is there nothing you can do? Indeed, the Yang family has a 6th-tier Beast Master, Yang Shichao, who was promoted to a high-ranking official in the Beast Master Association 6 months ago due to an incident. If we confront the Yang family head-on, we will encounter difficulties on multiple fronts. I see. However, Tu Shan, just because I say I cannot assist does not mean that General Han cannot. I will relay this matter to him. He will certainly provide you with a favorable resolution. Upon hearing these words, Tu Shan hurriedly expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Teacher Xia. You will always be the most beautiful. Stop flattering me. Continue with your tasks. If you find yourself with free time, just stay in Tai City for now. I will return to Yi City in a few days. You may come back then. Thank you, teacher. While Tu Shan was conversing with Xia Limo, Shan Yueyue had already raised her delicate hand, conjuring a faint purple fox fire to incinerate the corpse of the assassin. After accomplishing this, Tu Shan and Shan Yueyue exchanged a glance and departed from this perilous place. Regardless of whether it was an act of self-defense, having slain their adversary, it was imperative to leave no trace behind. Yueyue, you should consume that 3rd-tier crystal core first. I wish to break through to the 2nd tier as soon as possible. What are you thinking? You've only just recently broken through to the 1st tier, 10th stage. Do you wish to advance already? Shan Yueyue replied, her expression one of disbelief. However, she did not hesitate for long and promptly swallowed the 3rd-tier beast crystal core. In an instant, Tu Shan felt himself entering a wondrous state of enlightenment. If previously, the energy feedback he received from Shan Yueyue's consumption of crystal cores was as delicate as a trickling stream, now, with the enhancement of the Beast Master Cultivation Secret Technique, Volume 1, this energy surged into him like a roaring river, flooding his body relentlessly. He directly broke through to the 1st stage of the 2nd tier. Furthermore, he sensed that he was also not far from reaching the 2nd stage, 2nd tier. Name, Tu Shan. Level, 2nd tier, 1st stage. Physique, 272,276. Demonic power, 300,395. Skills, Beast Mastery, Compulsory Contract, Insight, Indestructible Body, Martial Arts, Arrow of Beasts. Beast Master Cultivation Secret Technique, Volume 1, Appraisal Technique. Achievement points, 960-1910. Contracted Demonic Beast, Nine-Tailed Fox. Remaining free attribute points, 25. What on earth is this? Tu Shan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had initially thought that the level growth enhancement provided by the Beast Master Cultivation Secret Technique, Volume 1, would cap at a mere 50. Yet this was nearly a 10-fold increase. Shan Yueyue was equally astonished, her exquisite face reflecting sheer shock. How could her master be so extraordinary? Just over half a month ago, he was merely a 1st-tier, 2nd-stage novice, and now he had already advanced to the 1st stage of the 2nd tier? She felt that by following such a master, her own prospects of breaking through to the 10th tier were indeed promising. Chapter 37. The eerie sounds of the East Sea. The attack by the assassin was merely an unforeseen incident, which did not significantly impact Tu Shan. At most, it resulted in him refraining from teasing Shan Yueyue during their journey. Of course, this was not due to any effect on his character from the act of killing, but rather, he was currently engrossed in studying the new skill of appraisal technique. From the body of the assassin, only a few smoke talismans were scavenged. Item: smoke talismans, rarity, C. Description: consumable. Capable of generating a significant amount of obscuring smoke that hinders perception when powered by demonic energy. Upon the death of a beastmaster, their internal beast space is obliterated. resulting in the complete disappearance of its contents. At that moment, Tu Shan regrettably realized he had forgotten to ask the assassin to relinquish any valuable items before taking his life, leading to a rather unfortunate loss. Nevertheless, that was not the crux of the matter. Smoke talismans were available for purchase in the marketplace, priced at approximately 10,000 credit points each, rendering them a somewhat extravagant consumable. Yet, despite this, their rarity was merely rated as C. In stark contrast, his pineapple phone was priced at only 5,000 credit points and could be easily obtained in the market, yet it boasted a rarity rating of S. What could account for this discrepancy? System, what does the rarity of this item signify? Does it indicate its level of scarcity? I have never heard of items being classified by rarity. Not quite. Rarity is a comprehensive assessment by this system based on the item's functionality, scarcity, true value, and its utility to the host, rated from the highest SSS to the lowest F. The closer the rating is to SSS, the more beneficial the system perceives the item to be for the host. Rarity does not reflect the true value of the item, so the host is advised to proceed with caution. Is that so? Tu Shan pondered thoughtfully. So my phone's high rarity is due to my familiarity with it? Or perhaps because losing it would pose significant inconvenience. The host's phone contains a total of 388 gigabytes of learning materials, which this system deems highly important for the host, thus resulting in a higher rarity rating. What the heck? Tu Shan's expression darkened. This system is exceedingly intelligent, capable of even discerning the contents of my phone. With Shan Yueyue by his side, there was no need for studying anymore. He had already broken ties with his past. Meanwhile, not far from the East Sea, a temporary outpost erected a few months prior lay amidst overgrown weeds, seemingly forgotten by time and exuding an air of desolation. A chilling wind swept through, instilling a sense of dread as if one had stepped into a haunted house. Yet, unlike the eerie wails typically heard in such places, a melodious song echoed from within, akin to a fair maiden playing a lute or a celestial being's gentle laughter, imbued with an enchanting mystery. It would not be surprising if anyone who heard this exquisite melody felt irresistibly drawn to explore its source. Thus, it was no wonder that three beastmasters appeared, journeying together towards this enigmatic outpost. Brother, I believe it would be best for us to return. This place is far too strange. A young beastmaster named Lin Yueer, in his early 20s and already a distinguished second-rank 9th stage practitioner, questioned with a pallid countenance. Indeed, given that this task has remained unaccomplished for 3 months, and that all beast masters who undertook it have mysteriously vanished without a trace of their reports, it is evident that some malevolent force is at play. Another beastmaster, Yang Li, also in his early 20s and at the same rank, nervously concurred. What is there to fear? Zhang Yuan, exuding confidence with his stubbled visage and having reached the second-rank 10th stage, encouraged them, asserting that if the task were indeed so formidable, the Beastmaster Association would have escalated its difficulty or enlisted more advanced beast masters to handle it. Thus it should not fall to us. Since it remains an S-level task, it implies that the association considers it unnecessary for higher-ranked beast masters to intervene. We have completed numerous A-level tasks. How much more challenging could an S-level task be? If we withdraw now, do you not wish to graduate? The trio comprised a renowned beast master team in Tai City. Also third-year students at Tai City University, having accomplished 10 A-level tasks through their collective strength. The graduation requirements at Tai City University consist of 3 criteria, of which one must be fulfilled to graduate. First, to become a third-rank Beastmaster. Second, to complete a total of 100 tasks issued by the Beastmaster Association during their time at school. Third, to accomplish one S-level difficulty task. Given their current circumstances, achieving the first 2 criteria within this year seems nearly impossible, likely necessitating a deferral until the following year. Contemplating this, Lin Yueer and Yang Li could not help but swallow hard, their hearts laden with anxiety. Failing a year is a most embarrassing predicament for any student, particularly for a graduate of Tai City University. Such a setback would undoubtedly impact their future endeavors. Resolute in their thoughts, the 3 summoned their contracted mystical beasts and stepped into the stronghold. The decaying wooden planks creaked beneath their feet, adding an eerie atmosphere to the otherwise silent surroundings. They advanced with great caution, their flashlights illuminating the path ahead, yet they encountered no mystical beasts. At last, they arrived before a wooden door adorned with a curtain of pearls. The melodious sound resonated from within this very door. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and said, Shaolin, your contracted beast possesses formidable defense. Let it open the door. Lin Nai nodded and softly commanded, Shield Bull, go and break down the door. The Shield Bull complied, charging directly at the wooden door. With a resounding thud, the door was forcefully flung open, and the pearl curtain emitted a delicate tinkling sound. The enchanting melody continued to emanate from all directions, yet it was tinged with an unsettling aura. Instantly, the trio entered a heightened state of vigilance, their eyes scanning the surroundings with utmost alertness. However, within the confines of the door, an eerie silence prevailed, devoid of any human presence or beastly trace. Only two azure feathers lay quietly on the desk by the window. Zhang Yuan's gaze fell upon his contracted beast, the magic eye lizard, and he murmured, This creature does not possess the ability of invisibility, yet the sound persists. We must exercise caution. Understood. Yang Li and Lin Nai responded in unison, cautiously advancing to collect the feathers from the desk. Are these feathers from a falcon? No. The feathers of a falcon are remarkably firm, suitable for use as a projectile. These, however, are soft and pliable. Let us keep them for now. The sound has not ceased. We should investigate elsewhere. Before Zhang Yuan could finish his sentence, a sudden gust of malevolent wind swept through the room. The once melodious tones, reminiscent of a warbler's song, grew increasingly chilling, as though the grim reaper from the depths of hell whispered ominously. What is this? No. Roar. The three beast tamers and their respective contracted beasts clutched their heads, writhing in agony upon the ground, emitting pitiful wails. Blood streamed from their nostrils, mouths, and ears, casting an eerie azure glow in the moonlight, resembling phantoms of the netherworld. It's sonic magic. Put on the soundproof headphones and flee from here. Zhang Yuan, enduring excruciating pain, shouted to the other two beast tamers. Summoning all his strength, he struggled to rise, preparing to retrieve the soundproof headphones from the beast's space. The tinkling of wind chimes accompanied the sudden slamming of the door, isolating them completely from the outside world. Minutes later, the chilling sound subsided, replaced by a harmonious melody echoing within the stronghold. Chapter 38. The Azure Phoenix in the tumultuous waters of the East Sea. The night cloaked this mysterious ocean. Upon a dilapidated cargo ship, a statuesque beauty sat serenely atop the sails. Her azure hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, and a pair of cerulean wings quivered gently on her back, as if poised to take flight at any moment. With her eyes firmly closed, she swayed her slender legs, softly singing. Her voice, melodious and poignant, resonated under the moonlight, transforming her into a songstress performing on a grand stage. Her stunning visage was enchanting, evoking a dreamlike beauty that seemed almost unattainable. However, a glance downward unveiled a chilling truth hidden behind this captivating facade. Scattered across the sunken deck lay 96 human corpses. No, 3 more had been added, bringing the total to 99. Their bodies exhibited varying degrees of decay. Some had turned to mere bones, while others emitted a foul stench. These lifeless forms appeared to be an audience, eerily listening to the song, an unsettling sight indeed. Before long, the woman slowly opened her eyes. Her cold gaze tinged with a hint of resentment, yet so breathtakingly beautiful it was heart-wrenching. Her eyes wandered towards the distant expanse of the Pacific Ocean, as if she were searching for something. Lulu, your last wish, I shall soon fulfill. Will I be able to hear your voice once more, the name you never uttered, Yueyue? What is it? Tu Shan, noticing Tu Shan Yueye's sudden pause, inquired with curiosity. Tu Shan Yueye's gaze remained fixed on the nearby stronghold as she murmured, There is a sound, and it is quite peculiar, unlike that produced by any musical instrument or recording device. A sound? Su Chen took out his phone to check the map. This location was less than a kilometer from the East China Sea, and if they ventured a bit further, they should soon reach the beach. Could it be the strange sound mentioned in the mission? Indeed, what a fortunate coincidence. He had initially planned to rest here for the night and explore the source of the sound tomorrow. To think they encountered it right upon arrival. Let us go take a look. If we act swiftly, perhaps we can return to the hotel in Tai City tonight. Upon hearing the name of the Tai City Hotel, Tu Shan Yueyue rolled her eyes and playfully stuck out her tongue at Su Chen. Nevertheless, she acquiesced to his suggestion and dashed toward the stronghold. Oddly enough, why can I not hear the sound? Su Chen arrived at the stronghold, his face etched with confusion. He furrowed his brow, straining his ears in an attempt to capture the rumored strange sound. Yet, all was silent around them, save for the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. Were it not for Tu Shan insistence that the sound emanated from this very stronghold, one would hardly suspect anything unusual here. You can't hear it? Indeed. I can hear your voice clearly, but the song you mentioned eludes me. How can this be? Tu Shan was equally perplexed. Such an apparent sound. And yet Su Chen could not perceive it? To validate her claim, Tu Shan retrieved her phone and activated the recording function. She cautiously brought the phone closer to the source of the sound, hoping to capture the mysterious noise. However, the outcome was utterly disappointing. No sound was recorded at all. How strange. Tu Shan scratched her head, her bewildered expression adorably charming. Do not ponder too much. Let us venture inside. Su Chen patted Tu Shan shoulder in reassurance. Soon, they arrived at the end, standing before a wooden door adorned with wind chimes. The chimes swayed gently in the breeze, producing a clear, melodic sound. You still cannot hear it? It is within this very room. Indeed, I cannot hear it. However, seeing your unwavering conviction makes me question whether I am indeed hearing impaired. With a sigh, Tu Shan decided to take the lead and ventured inside. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the wooden door. A musty aura enveloped the room, as if time had lingered here for an eternity. Tu Shan cautiously stepped in, her gaze sweeping across every corner. The interior remained barren, save for 2 azure feathers resting on the desk. Su Chen activated his appraisal technique, instantly revealing the specifics of the feathers. Item: Feather of the Qingyuan, rarity, S. Description: a feather that embodies immense vitality. Upon reading the description of the Qingyuan feather, Su Chen furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Given its name, this must indeed be a feather of the Qingyuan. Yet, among the 999 beast sequences of this world, the Qingyuan was conspicuously absent. Could it possibly be an undocumented divine beast from a bygone era? Su Chen mused as he stepped further into the room, carefully retrieving the 2 feathers. After all, their rarity was akin to that of a smartphone housing invaluable educational resources, undoubtedly suggesting extraordinary utility. However, in that very instant, Tu Shan, who had been vigilantly observing her surroundings, suddenly clasped her hands tightly over her head, her face contorted in extreme agony. What's wrong? Su Chen's heart tightened as he hurriedly inquired. Damn it, the pitch of this sound has changed. It seems to be an extraordinarily potent sound magic. Tu Shan gritted her teeth, responding with difficulty. Su Chen promptly recognized the gravity of the situation. Swiftly producing soundproof earplugs and placing them into Tu Shan's furry ears. Before long, her expression calmed, even allowing her the strength to readjust the earplugs. Thank you. I'm glad you're all right. Su Chen exhaled in relief, quickly ushering Tu Shan away from the stronghold. Yet, for reasons unknown, even after distancing themselves from that perilous location, a profound sense of unease lingered in Su Chen's heart. As it turned out, Su Chen's foreboding was not unfounded. Shortly after their departure, a brilliant azure light suddenly flashed across the heavens, slicing through the night sky like a bolt of lightning. A colossal azure bird, with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters, descended from myth into reality, radiating a heart-stopping emerald sheen under the moonlight. Its piercing gaze, akin to a hawk locking onto its prey, fixated intently on Su Chen and Tu Shan, emanating an aura of boundless malice and authority. Name: None. Race sequence: No 009 Qingyuan. Level: 2nd stage. 8th tier. Physical strength: 675675. Demon power: 348348. Talent skill: Lingering Echo. Skills: Song of Doom, Song of Blessing, Sonic Boom. Thunderous Drum. Bond value: 0. Lingering Echo significantly enhances the range of sound magic, inflicting a devastating mental blow on entities with lower demon power. Chapter 39. Thunderous Drum. Indeed, the Qingyuan truly exists. Su Chen murmured, his gaze sharp with realization. He had not anticipated that this task's instigator was also a divine sequence demon beast. If others were to discover this, they would likely faint in despair. Simultaneously, Su Chen understood why only Tu Shan could hear that peculiar sound. It was, after all, due to the Qingyuan's talent skill. With his own demon power surpassing that of the Qingyuan, he was immune to the effects of lingering echo. Su Chen, what is that bird? Tu Shan inquired, tilting her head with curiosity. The 9th in the divine sequence, Qingyuan, 2nd stage, 8th tier, adept in sound magic. Its strength is comparable to yours. and the strange sound you heard earlier was produced by her, Su Chen succinctly explained. Upon hearing this, Tu Shan furrowed her brow. Although she had never heard of the Qingyuan, and there was no relevant documentation in Human Society's archives, the title of the ninth in the divine sequence was sufficient to indicate its prowess. Must we fight? Indeed. We have already been marked as hunting targets. At this moment, Su Chen's mind raced as he devised a plan to subdue the Qingyuan. He opened the system interface, glancing at his demon power, which stood at 395, augmented by 25 points of free attribute allocation, totaling 645 points. The combined demon power of the Qingyuan and Tu Shan reached 648 points, leaving him short by 3 points. He sensed that he was on the verge of leveling up. He had to take a chance. Yeah. Let us head towards the Eastern Sea region. There should be a gathering of demon beasts in the shallow waters. Why head there? Su Chen cast a determined glance at the rapidly approaching Qingyuan. That Qingyuan is mine. Meanwhile, within a cave in the Eastern Sea region, Lin Yueer wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, a satisfied smile gracing her features as she murmured, "Finally, I have found the last pearl gemstone. Tonight, I shall not sleep outdoors." Upon hearing this, the other 4 beast tamers exhaled in relief, feeling a weight lifted off their shoulders. These individuals were part of the beast tamer team that had invited Su Chen to join them on their quest at the task hall in Yi City. In the Eastern Sea region, the demon beasts typically ranged around the 2nd stage, 5th tier, exhibiting formidable strength, compounded by the presence of an S-level task, rendering the danger level exceedingly high. Spending the night here would inevitably instill fear in their hearts. However, the incessant back-and-forth travel, even to the nearest Taichung, requires approximately 3 hours, proving to be both time-consuming and laborious. It is only 9 o'clock in the evening, and their anticipated return to Taichung is around midnight. After spending a night there, they would return to Yecheng the following day, which is quite delightful. Yet, as they departed from the cave and set foot on the shore, preparing to leave this place, an astonishing sight captured their attention. In the distance, illuminated by the moonlight, a white figure was sprinting at an incredible speed towards the East Sea. Above it, a massive azure bird soared gracefully, continuously unleashing sharp sonic booms directed at the white figure below. Each cry of the giant bird was accompanied by a piercing sound, one that seemed capable of penetrating eardrums, causing a stinging sensation in the ears of the 5 beast masters. What was happening? What kind of beast was that? A white tiger? A hawk? It didn't appear to be either. No, it seemed to resemble the 9-tailed fox, Su Chen's contracted beast. Hadn't Lin Yueer mentioned that Su Chen had undertaken the task of investigating the mysterious sound? It truly seemed to be him. Goodness. Could that azure bird behind be the target of this mission? It was hard to say. Perhaps they should follow and see. Yet, on second thought, they hesitated, feeling a headache coming on. The sounds emitted by that bird were rather peculiar. It must be some sort of sound magic. They had brought soundproof earplugs, right? They had never seen that bird before, and it could very well be an unconfirmed Divine Series beast. This could be a significant discovery. Indeed, if they could submit an unconfirmed Divine Series beast to the Beastmaster Association, they would never have to worry for the rest of their lives. Enough dawdling. Let us quickly put on the soundproof headphones, or we might lose track of it. After a brief discussion, the 5 beast masters ultimately decided to follow and uncover the truth. One of them had a contracted beast, a ghost bat, capable of preventing others from detecting them. Thus the chance of being discovered was quite low. They only needed to quietly snap a few photos from a distance, capturing the new beast's specific features, and subsequently submit the images to the Beastmaster Association. However, upon following, the scene before them left them utterly speechless. They beheld Tu Shan, agile and swift, dodging the attacks of the Qingyuan, moving as if possessed, weaving through the beast swarm in the East Sea. With the Qingyuan's assaults, she managed to forcefully eliminate several wild second-tier beasts, transforming them into beast crystals. Not only that, but while evading the attacks, Tu Shan also found the opportunity to consume the beast crystals scattered along the beach. Was it even possible to fight like this? In the sky, the Qingyuan curled her lips into a cold smirk. That 9-tailed fox and the human were naively believing they were evading her sonic attacks through their own strength. In reality, this was merely a trap she had deliberately left open. She was well aware that her talents, the echoing melody and the song of doom, would be subdued by soundproof earplugs, and the offensive power of her sonic blasts was relatively diminished. Given the capabilities of this Beastmaster, enduring 10 strikes would unlikely prove fatal. Thus, she had no expectation that these attacks would yield immediate results. The reason she persistently employed sonic blasts against Tu Shan and Tu Shan was that her ultimate technique, the thunderous drum of sound, required a substantial residue of sound elements to unleash its formidable might. Each sonic blast contributed to the accumulation of sound elements necessary for the execution of the thunderous drum. This seemingly futile assault was, in fact, a crucial prelude to her ultimate move. Just one more to go. Success was imperative today? Qing Luan pondered inwardly. Observing that her setup was nearly complete, she raised her head and let out a long, clear cry that shattered the stillness of the night. With a powerful sweep of her wings, countless azure beams shot forth like meteors towards Tu Shan and Tu Shan. These beams traveled with astonishing speed, carrying a fierce aura as they wove together in midair to form a colossal sound net. As the sound net took shape, a circular space with a radius exceeding 300 meters erupted like surging waves. The thunderous drum of sound was a guaranteed lethal strike. As the dust gradually settled, two lifeless bodies came into view. The nine-tailed fox lay on the ground, its 9 tails drooping weakly, and its once bright eyes now devoid of sparkle. Tu Shan lay bloodied and motionless nearby. Chapter 40. Forced contract with Qing Luan. How could this be? Tu Shan is dead, just like that? Lin Yueer exclaimed in shock from a distance. The nine-tailed fox had achieved a score of 254 in its examination, indicative of the strength of an ordinary third-tier beast. Yet, even so, it could not withstand a single blow from that azure giant bird. What kind of beast was that, truly? We should leave quickly. We have taken the photos. There's no need to linger. Indeed, if discovered, Tu Shan's fate would be ours as well. Wait, what does that azure giant bird intend to do? As a crew-cut man spoke, Qing Luan flapped her wings and gracefully descended to the ground. With a flash of azure light, she transformed into a striking beauty, her appearance and demeanor almost on par with Tu Shan, and she strode towards the bodies of Tu Shan and Tu Shan. What the hell? It can actually shapeshift. The level of that Qing Luan should not exceed Tier 3. Even second-tier beasts can transform, which suggests she is among the top 20 of the divine lineage. Numbers 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14, and 16. 10 of the 20 existences have yet to be confirmed. If I am not mistaken, she should be one of them. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Should we proceed? The words of the crew-cut man echoed like thunder, silencing everyone around. The first 20 entities of the divine generation sequence are the coveted existence sought after by countless individuals. Securing a contract with one of them and entering the first battle zone would yield an abundance of resources, propelling one towards the pinnacle of life. In comparison to the rewards for providing information about the divine beasts of the sequence, the difference is akin to heaven and earth. Yet, the crux of the issue lies in her formidable strength. Even Tu Shan's nine-tailed fox was rendered powerless before her, effortlessly dispatched. Should one engage? How to engage? These two questions swirled in the minds of all present like a tangled mess. However, just as Qing Luan approached Tu Shan's lifeless body, ready to retrieve him from the sunken vessel, an unforeseen change occurred. Tu Shan's corpse, drenched in crimson, and the nine-tailed fox's form suddenly vanished like a fleeting apparition. In their place lay a scene of even greater devastation. The shallow waters were pockmarked, littered with the remnants of the beasts, resembling a grotesque portrayal of hell, evoking a chill of horror. Then, a hand gently rested on Qing Luan's shoulder. To her astonishment, she found herself in the company of the stunningly beautiful Tu Shan, unscathed, alongside a visibly jealous Tu Shan. In that instant, Qing Luan experienced a revelation, finally comprehending the previous oddities. Despite her sonic blast striking the gravel of the shallow area countless times, no dust had risen. It dawned on her that both the images of Tu Shan's frantic escape and the scenes of the Tianyin formation, slaying them, were mere illusions. She had been played with by Tu Shan and the nine-tailed fox all along. With this realization, a surge of fury erupted within Qing Luan. At such proximity, even if the opponent wore soundproof earplugs, her sound-based abilities could inflict considerable damage. Taking a deep breath, she shot a fierce glare at Tu Shan, preparing to unleash the song of annihilation. Yet, at that moment, a system notification abruptly echoed in her mind. Forced contract activation successful. Contract in progress. Forced contract? What is this? When did I sign a contract with him? Qing Luan's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a mask of confusion and perplexity. A chilling force of restriction surged forth like a tidal wave from Su Chen's right hand, enveloping her entire being. She vigorously shook her head, attempting to deny the reality unfolding before her, but that restraining power offered her no chance for resistance. Desperately, she struggled to break free from the terrifying force. Yet all her efforts proved futile. No, no. Qingluan's voice rang out in despair, but it changed nothing. Contract completed. In the next moment, the ethereal form of the Azure Phoenix dissipated instantaneously, unleashing a myriad of azure beams from her shattered body. These luminous threads intertwined and coalesced into countless slender strands of azure energy, which continuously surged into Su Chen's being. Concurrently, a feather emblem, radiating a soft azure glow, fully manifested within the palm of Su Chen's left hand. The Azure Phoenix had officially become a part of Su Chen's collection. Congratulations to the host for achieving the Divine Era Sequence, too. You have successfully contracted a second Divine Era Sequence beast, and notably, a beautiful one at that. Could it be that the host specializes in collecting shape-shifting beauties among the beasts? Achievement points gained, 100. Ding. Congratulations on surpassing 2,000 achievement points. Reward, 5 points for free attribute distribution. Tu Shan, do tell me, what exactly are your abilities? How did you know her skills? And what was that technique you used to fend off the thunder drum of celestial sound just now? Tu Shan Yueyue grasped Su Chen's hand tightly, shaking it incessantly, her face alight with curiosity. Her gaze suggested a determination to not relent until she had her answers. Su Chen smiled gently. I'll explain everything once we return. Tu Shan Yueyue pouted in dissatisfaction, always keeping me in suspense. You insufferable man. Time rewound slightly. After resolving to capture the Azure Phoenix, Su Chen began to contemplate his strategy for confronting her. The pivotal aspect of this battle lay in swiftly advancing to the second stage, or perhaps achieving some milestones to earn additional free attribute points. The relentless pursuit of the Azure Phoenix felt akin to provoking her ire, leaving him no opportunity to engage with other beasts. Thus he prioritized his ascension. However, after several encounters with the Azure Phoenix, Su Chen keenly sensed an unusual pattern. It appeared that the Phoenix was deliberately guiding the battle. Her seemingly fierce attacks bore an underlying rhythm. As a 9th-tier Divine Era beast, she was fully aware that the sonic explosion would likely not harm Tu Shan Yueyue, yet she persisted in employing that technique. Coupled with the thunder drum of celestial sound, Su Chen deduced her intentions. Thus, he discreetly instructed Tu Shan Yueyue to cast a mirage, creating the illusion that they were still evading attacks, while his true self ventured to collect the beast cores from those slain by the Azure Phoenix, promptly consuming them. With dozens of second-tier beast cores, along with the assistance of the first volume of the Beast Master's Cultivation Secret Art, Su Chen rapidly ascended to the second stage, increasing his beast power by 0. For points. At that moment, sensing the opportune moment had arrived, the Azure Phoenix unleashed a vast area attack with the thunder drum of celestial sound. Intent on annihilating Su Chen, he summoned Tu Shan Yueyue into the Beastmaster's space and employed the invincible golden body to withstand the onslaught. Using the ensuing dust cloud as cover to release Tu Shan Yueyue and maintain the illusion. And thus, the current scene unfolded. Chapter 41, Breaking the Norm. Release me. Human. At this moment, the Azure Phoenix within Su Chen's beast confinement space was incessantly shrieking, its voice brimming with fury and resentment. It spread its wings, relentlessly beating against the spatial barriers in a desperate attempt to escape, but to no avail. Its eyes flickered with fire, as if intent on incinerating Su Chen. This scene felt oddly reminiscent. Wasn't Tu Shan Yueyue once in a similar predicament, vowing to resist to the death, only to ultimately submit? Why could these mythical beasts not come to terms with reality? Must they endure a moment of clarity before relinquishing their pride? Su Chen smiled serenely and spoke softly. Little Azure Phoenix, as a creature of the Divine Series, surely you understand that our contract cannot be dissolved. You might as well accept your fate. I shall ensure you are treated well. Upon hearing this, Tu Shan Yueyue rolled her eyes in exasperation. Did Su Chen possess no other words to utter? The Azure Phoenix bristled, its voice sharp as a blade. Begone. Mark my words. Even if I were to starve to death or plummet from the heavens, I shall never heed your commands as your contracted beast. The Phoenix's tone was steeped in defiance and resolution. Although she could not fathom why she had been bound to Su Chen, she would never submit to a human, especially not to a male one. Su Chen, however, was unfazed. After brushing off the sand from his attire, he instructed Shan Yueyue to lead him to the previous human stronghold. With such obstinate demeanor, "Just wait until I teach you a new skill. Let us see how long you can maintain this stance." After all, dealing with the 20 version Tu Shan Yueyue was hardly a challenge. Chen couldn't help but marvel at the universal applicability of the law of unexpected acceptance. Meanwhile, not far off, a quintet of beast tamers gazed in bewilderment at the extraordinary twists unfolding in the shallows. Their faces were etched with confusion and astonishment, as if their mental faculties had been exhausted in an instant. What had just transpired? Were Chen and the nine-tailed fox not dead? How had they inexplicably returned? And what of the azure giant bird? Had Chen truly formed a contract with it? Wasn't he merely a first-level beast tamer? How could he contract a nine-tailed fox and still possess enough spiritual energy for another? A torrent of questions surged through their minds, leaving them in a state of disarray. If that azure giant bird were indeed one of the top 20 Divine Series beasts yet unconfirmed, and had been successfully contracted by Chen, it would undoubtedly become sensational news throughout the Dragon Kingdom. It was worth noting that even the most formidable beast tamer in the kingdom, the esteemed General Long Haojia, renowned as the Divine General of the Dragon Kingdom, was merely a 10th-level 9-stage beast tamer stationed in the first battle zone. Among the 8 contracted divine beast sequences he possessed, only one beast ranked within the top 20. Has Chen now managed to contract 2 beasts from the top 20 of the divine sequence? Should we divulge this information? The words of the buzz-cut man struck everyone like a heavy hammer, plunging them once more into silence. Their gazes met, revealing the hesitation and unease reflected in one another's eyes. Perhaps it would be best to let this matter lie. Better to avoid unnecessary complications. Agreed. Even if we were to share this knowledge, we likely would not receive any reward for confirming the divine sequence beasts. Thus, it is settled. After weighing the pros and cons, the 5-member team ultimately resolved to keep this matter buried deep within their hearts. After all, the fact that Chen possessed the power to contract 2 divine sequence beasts, coupled with his audacity to publicly confront Yang Wei, undeniably indicated that Chen's background was far from simple. He might well be the scion of a hidden family, backed by formidable resources, having enjoyed the benefits of rare treasures since childhood, thereby attaining such formidable beast power. Such an existence is indeed terrifying. It is likely that his influence has already spread across the globe. The reason they felt so secure allowing Chen to undertake an S-level mission, aside from their absolute trust in his strength, was presumably due to the presence of skilled guardians watching over him in secret, ensuring his safety. Their covert observations might very well have been detected already. Should they entertain even the slightest notion of reporting this, they would likely vanish from this world in an instant, without a trace or knowledge of their demise. Better to avoid unnecessary troubles, especially since they could not definitively ascertain that the azure giant bird was indeed a divine sequence beast. What if it resembled the Snow Woman, whose true form bore little distinction from that of a human? This matter is best taken to the grave. Upon returning to Tai City, after enjoying a late-night meal at a street stall, the time had crept close to 1 in the morning. They returned to the same hotel as the previous night, where Chen had booked a luxurious suite. Upon entering, he did not immediately release the Qing Yuan, but instead settled on the sofa to examine the skills she could acquire. Skill 5, Wind Blade. An attack on enemies using the wind as a blade. Consumption of achievement points, 100 points. The consumption is surprisingly low. Is it not the case that the more skills one possesses, the higher the consumption of achievement points? Chen furrowed his brow, pondering aloud. Not necessarily. The amount of achievement points consumed is determined by the strength of the skills learned. The beast Qing Yuan excels in sound and wind attribute techniques. Thus, she can learn the most fundamental wind attribute skill, Wind Blade. That explains it. No wonder Shan Yueyue could learn such extraordinary skills, albeit at a high achievement point cost. Chen nodded and declared, "Let us have the Qing Yuan learn Wind Blade. Learning in progress. Learning complete." As the system's prompt echoed, Chen took a deep breath and released Qing Yuan from the beast's space. The moment she appeared, Qing Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by a look of utter bewilderment. Eventually, she acknowledged Chen's prowess, letting go of her inner pride, and embraced him tightly, admitting her identity as his contracted spirit beast. However, the scenario Chen had envisioned, inspired by the script of Tu Shan, did not unfold. Instead, as soon as Qing Yuan emerged, She darted towards the hotel window, resolutely flinging it open, intent on escaping. "Wait, what are you doing?" Tu Shan exclaimed, startled by her actions, swiftly retracting her back into the beast space. "Human, I have already made it clear, I will not heed your commands. You contracted me and consumed your own spirit power. This is your own doing. Do not blame me for the warning." Qing Wan's voice remained cold and devoid of emotion. Tu Shan's face darkened. How could Qing Wan deviate so completely from the expected script? Chapter 42. The Perils of Humanity. Tu Shan pondered inwardly. Could it be that she disliked wind attribute skills, which is why she had never learned them? If that were the case, then system, grant me an increase of 2 points in spirit power and assist Qing Wan in her advancement. Beep. Allocation complete. Current host spirit power, 648,669. Level enhancement in progress. Enhancement complete. At that moment, Qing Wan spoke again. "Human, your abilities are indeed remarkable. However, I must make it abundantly clear that even if you were to allow me to learn 100 skills and elevate me to the 10th tier, I will never obey your commands." Her words struck like a sharp blade, cutting through the air and enveloping the room in a tense atmosphere. Hearing Qing Wan's defiant proclamation, Tu Shan's frown deepened. Why was she so impervious to reason? Observing the exchange, Tu Shan Yueyue sighed softly and spoke earnestly. "Indeed, Tu Shan's strength is extraordinary. By following him, you may find greater prospects than wandering alone in the wilderness. The contract cannot be undone, so why cling so stubbornly to your resistance?" Perhaps due to their shared status as divine tier spirit beasts, Qing Wan's tone softened slightly. She glanced at Tu Shan Yueyue and sighed, "Looking at you, it seems you have lived among humans. Are you not aware of their treachery and malice?" Upon hearing this, Tu Shan Yueyue shot a sharp glance at Tu Shan. Reflecting on her past as Lin Yueer, she recalled how many men had courted her favor, an experience that had been more irritating than enlightening in terms of human nature's darker aspects. However, it was only after last night that she fully comprehended the true malevolence of humanity. Yet, since Qing Wan had already been contracted by Tu Shan, they would henceforth be comrades in battle. Thus, it would be unwise to let their relationship become excessively strained. She slowly settled on the edge of the bed, her expression instantly transforming into the gentle demeanor of Lin Yueer when faced with those infatuated admirers. In a soft whisper, she remarked, "I understand. However, there are many beautiful aspects of human society. At least from my perspective, it is far more comfortable and secure here than in the wilderness. Our conflict with humanity is for the sake of survival. Since human society is also capable of sustaining life, and we have no other options, why not embrace it? Regarding your quest for eradication, it has already been posted in the Beastmaster Association's mission hall. I fear that in due time, a high-ranking Beastmaster will come to hunt you down." Before she could finish, she was abruptly interrupted by Qing Wan, who declared, "That will not happen. No high-ranking Beastmaster will come to hunt me." Upon hearing this, Tu Shan and Tu Shan Yueyue exchanged glances, both surprised by the conviction in Qing Wan's tone, suggesting an extraordinary certainty about the matter. Tu Shan Yueyue's mind raced, prompting her to inquire, "Are you implying that you have spies among humans?" Qing Wan fell silent, tacitly acknowledging Tu Shan Yueyue's insinuation. Tu Shan realized that Qing Wan harbored a profound disdain for humanity, undoubtedly stemming from a concealed past. Such obstinacy and resistance might only be penetrated by delving into her history. With this thought in mind, Tu Shan cleared his throat gently, striving to adopt a tone that was both tender and sincere. "Little Qing Wan, shall we make a deal?" "A deal?" Qing Wan's brows furrowed slightly, her eyes betraying a flicker of doubt and caution. She seemed to ponder Tu Shan's proposition, weighing its merits and drawbacks. Tu Shan continued, "Indeed, a deal. If I am not mistaken, you must have an insider within the Beastmaster Association, correct? This insider would help you suppress all matters, preventing your quest from escalating to the level that necessitates the intervention of a high-ranking Beastmaster. Why not share with us what transpired that required an insider's placement in the association, and why you must remain in the EC region? If you can confide in me, I will do my utmost to assist you in resolving the issue. Should I succeed in aiding you, you shall become my contracted demon beast, and we shall progress together in the future. Conversely, if I ascertain that I cannot resolve this matter, I will release you, accepting the loss of the demonic energy expended as my misfortune. This arrangement bears no detriment to either of us, does it?" Upon hearing Tu Shan's words, Qing Wan again fell into silence. Her gaze revealed a tapestry of complex emotions, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Once, she loathed humanity with a passion. Now, she found herself seeking their aid, a cruel twist of fate indeed. Faced with Su Chen's entreaty, a flicker of temptation ignited within her. Nonetheless, Su Chen chose not to press further. It was evident that Qingluan's resentment toward humanity ran deep, making an immediate decision quite challenging for her. As the day grew late, with pressing matters still to attend to, it seemed prudent to defer any response from Qingluan until tomorrow. He turned to face Tu Shan Yueyue, a slight smile gracing his lips. "What are you up to, Su Chen?" Tu Shan Yueyue retreated a step, her eyes betraying a hint of vigilance, as if she had already foreseen the unfolding events. Su Chen smiled faintly. "Did I not mention it yesterday afternoon?" Upon hearing this, Tu Shan Yueyue rolled her eyes in exasperation and replied, "I take back what I said earlier. For the human world is indeed treacherous. You must tread carefully, especially with you, Su Chen, for you embody the very essence of human treachery." The following day, at 10 in the morning, Su Chen once again savored the delightful feeling of having slept in. He made his way to the dining hall for breakfast. Regrettably, he had yet to receive a response from Qingluan. Within the realm of his beast space, the environment resembled a vast prairie, with gentle breezes caressing the lush green grass. On the prairie stood a small dwelling, specifically constructed for Tu Shan Yueyue, since she had not returned to the beast space the previous night. The abode had been left for Qingluan, transformed into human form. Qingluan lay quietly upon the wooden bed, sleep eluding her throughout the night. Her thoughts surged like a tumultuous tide, persistently contemplating the proposal Su Chen had presented. Especially after Tu Shan Yueyue had personally experienced the perils of the human realm the previous night, her resolve to decline the offer grew stronger. Yet, remaining confined in the beast space was not a feasible solution. There were matters she must attend to, lest she be unable to find peace in death. As for becoming Su Chen's contracted beast, that was utterly out of the question. "Lulu, I shall fulfill your final wish. In due time, I shall follow you." Qingluan silently vowed to herself. Determined, she patted her cheeks, mustered a faint smile, inhaled deeply, and then began to share her thoughts and past with Su Chen. Chapter 43. The past. It was a night 6 months prior, under a luminous full moon. An unremarkable armored passenger ship, journeying from Smoke City to Demon City, glided smoothly across the calm sea. The vessel was escorted by 7 fifth-tier Beast Masters and 1 6th-tier Beast Master dispatched by the Beast Master Association, ensuring the safety of its passengers. On the deck, a strikingly beautiful woman with azure hair and azure wings engaged in cheerful conversation with a lively girl of moderate appearance. The azure-haired woman was none other than Su Chen's contracted beast, Qingluan, while the girl was named Yang Yueer, a 2nd-tier 10th segment Beast Master. Yang Yueer, her face tinged with guilt, was the first to speak. "I'm so sorry, little Qing. My innate talent is rather limited. After all this time, my beast power still falls short by 0.5 points for us to form a contract." Qingluan pouted and muttered, "Could you refrain from calling me little Qing? It feels so dismissive." Yang Yueer covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. "Once I establish a contract with you, I will surely bestow upon you a name that is truly melodious." Qingluan also laughed teasingly. "I'm just joking. Whatever name you give me, Yueer, I shall adore." Yang Yueer replied, "Rest assured, you will undoubtedly love it. However, do refrain from breaking through to the 2nd tier and 8th level. Otherwise, my demonic power may prove insufficient." Qingluan pouted. "For your sake, I haven't consumed a demon beast crystal core in an entire year, so what is there to worry about?" As the sea breeze caressed them, bringing a hint of coolness and a salty tang, both the girl and the demon reveled in their aspirations for the future. A year prior, Yang Yueer had embarked on an E-level mission in Smoke City to explore a mysterious sound, only to unexpectedly encounter Qingluan. Initially, Qingluan was meant to be her target for subjugation. However, due to their shared passion for singing, their relationship blossomed rapidly, and they soon became close friends. In her pursuit to forge a contract with Qingluan, Yang Yueer dedicated herself to rigorous training, continuously enhancing her demonic power. Qingluan faithfully accompanied her, assisting in slaying demon beasts and collecting their crystal cores for her contract demon to consume, thereby facilitating her swift growth. During their journey to Demon City, Qingluan, concerned about potential maritime disasters or formidable demon beasts, disguised herself as Yang Yueer's contract demon to ensure she could fly her to safety in times of crisis. Thus, they found themselves in this situation. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was overheard by the lone 6th-tier Beastmaster guard aboard the ship. When Yang Luer boarded, she was noted as being at the 2nd tier, 10th level, having contracted a 3rd-tier demon beast that had already taken form. Such occurrences, while rare, were not unheard of, so it did not initially raise much concern. However, the 6th-tier Beastmaster distinctly caught wind of the phrase 2nd tier, 8th level. The ability for a 2nd-tier demon beast to take form was a privilege reserved for the top 20 demon beasts of the Divine Era sequence, and it seemed that this demon beast had not contracted with the girl. In an instant, malicious thoughts began to fester within him. Divine Era sequence demon beasts are a prize for the capable, although such actions would be ethically dubious, potentially leading to murder charges. Once he contracted a Divine Era sequence demon beast, he could not dissolve that bond. A 6th-tier Beastmaster who had contracted a Divine Era sequence demon beast would be fiercely protected by the Beastmaster Association, regardless of considerations of combat strength or other factors. The murder of a 2nd-tier Beastmaster would be of little consequence to the association. Qing Wan remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, her enthusiasm unabated as she inquired, "By the way, what brings you specifically to Demon City? Aren't there plenty of demon beast gathering spots near Smoke City?" Yang Luer's face lit up with anticipation, her eyes sparkling as she declared, "For the sake of my dreams." "Dreams?" Qing Wan asked curiously. "Indeed. Besides being a Beastmaster, I am also an underground idol, though I possess little to no popularity." Yang Luer's expression appeared somewhat dim, yet it quickly regained its luster. "However, a talent agency in the magical city had taken notice of me, and she was willing to host an underground concert to gauge the situation. If all went well, I might even secure a contract. I fervently hoped for an audience of at least 100. Upon hearing this, Qing Wan smiled gently, offering reassurance. "There will surely be 100 attendees. Your singing prowess puts even me to shame. Not to mention 100, 1,000 might even be possible." Before she could finish her sentence, Qing Wan suddenly sensed a powerful aura of malice approaching. She intended to spread her wings and whisk Yang Luer away, but it was already too late. Despite being a divine-tier beast, she felt insignificant and powerless in the face of such overwhelming disparity. In an instant, she was ensnared by the tendrils of a vine demon flower, rendering her utterly immobile. Yang Luer, in a state of terror, turned to the 6th-tier Beastmaster guard behind her, demanding, "What are you doing? She is my contracted beast." Yet, the chilling response came in the form of 3 merciless words: "Kill her." As the words fell, the vine demon flower lunged forward like a demonic appendage, ruthlessly piercing through Yang Luer's chest. In the blink of an eye, her body slumped down, as if bereft of support. The tendril callously discarded her lifeless form into the boundless ocean, akin to tossing away refuse. The entire scene unfolded in a flash. Qing Wan's eyes widened in shock, her mind blank as she struggled to comprehend the unfolding horror. Her dear friend had inexplicably perished before her eyes. The sudden blow left her in a daze for what felt like an eternity. "You killed her?" Qing Wan stammered, disbelief lacing her trembling voice. How could this be? Were they not supposed to protect the passengers? Why had they turned against Yang Luer? The 6th-tier Beastmaster grinned, revealing a jagged smile filled with cold malice, his eyes brimming with avarice and desire. He had no intention of answering Qing Wan's questions. Instead, he continued to command the vine demon flower to lash out at her, intent on exhausting her strength for a contract. Eventually, Qing Wan's consciousness began to wane, and she succumbed to darkness. When she awoke once more, she found herself adrift alone on the vast, unending sea, not bound to any other Beastmaster. In the distance, a scene of fiery chaos caught her attention. It was only later that she learned from some sea beasts that several Beastmaster guards aboard the ship had inexplicably turned against one another. The devastation wrought by the contracted beasts of 5th and 6th-tier masters had swiftly obliterated the armored passenger ship, leading to this catastrophe. The reason was all too clear. It was undoubtedly due to the exposure of her divine-tier beast identity. The Beast Tamer's guards, in their fervent quest for her contract rights, resorted to brutal infighting, igniting a civil war. How ironic. Chapter 44. Coincidence. Qing Wan finally found her heart swayed by humanity, only to have her impulsive actions lead to Yang Luer's tragic demise at sea, with her body never recovered. This outcome pierced her heart like a sharp blade, leaving her utterly disillusioned with humankind. Biting her lip, she resolved to fulfill Yang Luer's wishes. Thus, she established a base at the sunken ship and embarked on a journey of vengeance. However, such a large-scale sacrifice in one area would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Beast Tamer Association. By a stroke of fate, Qing Wan learned from an audience member that the 6th-tier Beast Tamer responsible for Yang Luer's death had miraculously survived. He concealed the true cause of the shipwreck, merely attributing it to an encounter with an 8th-tier beast that led to total annihilation. The scene indeed bore the marks of a fierce battle, leaving no time to report the circumstances. Yet, astonishingly, he not only survived the encounter with the 8th-tier beast, but returned with crucial intelligence, receiving no punishment. Instead, he was recommended for a position at the headquarters of the Beast Tamer Association in the Demon City. This revelation nearly shattered Qing Wan. The murderer of Yang Luer was not only alive, but thriving. Nevertheless, she understood the value of patience, recognizing that she was no match for the 6th-tier Beast Tamer. Suppressing her anguish, she instructed the audience member to write to him, insisting that to maintain his current status, he must turn a blind eye to the events unfolding in the East Sea, forbidding any Beast Tamer of 3rd tier or above from investigating. Otherwise, the truth of the shipwreck would be exposed. Although the 6th-tier Beast Tamer was unaware of the letter's author, he felt compelled to suppress all matters concerning the East Sea to preserve his own position and prevent the truth from surfacing. Even amidst the mysterious disappearance of over a dozen 2nd-tier Beast Tamers, which failed to raise the association's suspicion. Initially, Qing Wan harbored concerns that the 6th-tier Beast Tamer might unexpectedly confront her. Yet, the following day, he specifically tasked the audience member to relay messages, showing no intention of caring for the lives of the low-tier Beast Tamers, killing as many as he desired without remorse. From that point on, Qing Wan ceased to hold back, determined to grow stronger while fulfilling Yang Luer's final wishes. It was only yesterday that she encountered Tu Shan. Qing Wan recounted her past for nearly 2 hours. Her voice was low and tinged with sorrow, as if each word bore the weight of heavy memories. Especially when speaking of Yang Luer, her eyes involuntarily glistened, crystalline tears swirling within her gaze, perhaps unbeknownst even to herself. Regardless of the veracity of the circumstances, her feelings for Yang Luer, the Beast Master, are undeniably genuine. Tu Shan stands as the 100th listener, hence, Qing Wan exerted her utmost effort to eliminate him last night. Whether this is deemed fortunate or unfortunate remains ambiguous. Tu Shan, opting to selectively overlook Qing Wan's slaughter of 99 low-ranked Beast Masters, reflects on the grim reality of a world rife with conflict between human and beast. Once one has embraced the mantle of a Beast Master and accepted the mission of extermination, one must take responsibility for their own life. Death is merely a consequence of one's own inadequacy. However, once he has completely subdued her, Tu Shan plans to employ the tactics he used against Shan Yueyue the previous night to impart a lesson. She must understand the profound value of life. After a moment of silence, Tu Shan inquired, "So, you wish to fulfill Miss Yang Luer's last wish by gathering her 100 listeners and eliminating that 6th-tier Beast Master, correct?" Qing Wan nodded. "As long as you aid me in this, my life shall henceforth belong to you." This proposition placed Tu Shan in a quandary. As merely a 2nd-tier Beast Master, he lacked the strength to slay a 6th-tier Beast Master, no matter his intentions. He sighed inwardly, a wave of powerlessness washing over him. "May I ask the name of this individual?" "Yang Xichao, currently serving at the Beast Master headquarters in the Magic City." "What?" Upon hearing the name Yang Xichao, Tu Shan and Tu Shan Yueyue were struck as if by lightning, both springing from their seats in shock. Qing Wan also sighed in resignation. The notion of a 2nd-tier Beast Master ascending to the ranks of a 6th-tier Beast Master, let alone possessing the strength to defeat a seasoned 6th tier, seemed utterly fantastical. With a minuscule chance of even 1 in 100,000. Even if such a miracle were to occur, it would require decades of effort. By that time, the individual in question would likely have aged and passed away, rendering the pursuit meaningless. She had no desire to remain near a human capable of such brutality against beasts. Fearing she might meet a similar fate, having fallen into Tu Shan's grasp, she felt despondent and resigned. Once the last listener gathered, she anticipated no lingering attachments to this world. Yet, she could not have foreseen that Tu Shan's subsequent actions would strike her heart like a bolt of lightning. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Good morning, Teacher Xia." On the other end, Xia Limo seemed to have just awakened, her voice laced with a hint of languor and confusion. Is that you, Su-chin? What is the matter? Well, Teacher Xia, regarding the Yang Shichao you mentioned yesterday. Su-chin took a deep breath and recounted the entire sequence of events surrounding the shipwreck incident from 6 months prior. Who could have anticipated such a coincidence? Su-chin, are you saying all of this is true? Xia Limo's tone conveyed a trace of disbelief. She could hardly believe that a guardian of a passenger ship would ruthlessly turn against innocent travelers. Is this truly what humanity has come to? How could there be such scoundrels within the Beastmaster Association? Indeed, to be candid with you, Teacher Xia, the central figure of this incident, the ninth in the Divine Age sequence, Chen Yueyue, has already been contracted by me. What? Wait, do you possess sufficient demonic power? I do. However, I am perilously close to the brink of a power surge. Only then did Xia Limo breathe a sigh of relief. Do not frighten me. Let us return to the main topic. I have relayed the assassination attempt on you to General Han, who immediately commenced an investigation. And guess what? What happened? Xia Limo paused momentarily, her expression filled with indignation. Over the past decade, the Yang family has been implicated in numerous hired murder cases, eliminating many competitors. This is precisely how the Yang family has rapidly expanded. Such evidence alone is enough to bring about the downfall of the entire Yang clan. Really? Humph. When have I ever deceived you, teacher? Now, regarding Yang Shichao, without solid evidence, it may be challenging to convict him, but merely these statements are sufficient to discredit him. Without the backing of the Beastmaster Association, taking him down will be a breeze. In the first combat zone, we excel in assassination, whether it be beast or human. Upon hearing this, Su-chin couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Why does joining the first combat zone feel akin to entering a den of thieves? Chapter 45. Execution. However, Su-chin added, once Yang Shichao is captured, may I handle him myself? After a brief silence on the other end of the line, Teacher Xia's voice finally emerged. Are you seeking revenge for Chen Yueyue? No problem. Thank you, teacher. After hanging up, Su-chin felt a sense of relief and turned to Chen Yueyue. Little Chen Yueyue, I shall fulfill these 2 wishes for you. As for the final listener, shall we choose Yang Shichao? Upon hearing this, Chen Yueyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? You can eliminate Yang Shichao? He is a 6th-level Beastmaster. Su-chin smiled gently. Just watch. And I hope you will keep your promise and serve as my contracted beast well. Shock. According to insiders, the truth behind the shipwreck in the East China Sea 6 months ago is revealed. Renowned basketball player Kai Kunken, who has trained for 2.5 years, commented that it is a disgrace for such scoundrels to exist within the Beastmaster Association, utterly wasting the tax money paid by ordinary citizens each year. Li Hongwei, president of the Magic City Beastmaster Association and a 9th-level 5th segment Beastmaster, stated that involved individuals have been detained and await judgment. 80 million Beastmasters have spontaneously petitioned for severe punishment of such scoundrels, demanding the eradication of their backers to restore peace to the Beastmaster world. Only a day has passed, and the shipwreck incident from 6 months ago has ignited a fervor across the Dragon Nation. The name Yang Shichao has been thrust into the spotlight, with crowds gathering outside the Beastmaster Association offices in various cities, their emotions running high. They held high their banners, demanding a clear statement from the association. Of course, the reasons behind the civil strife were not disclosed. They merely offered vague reassurances citing ongoing investigations. After all, the existence of Chen Yueyue is an exceedingly sensitive topic, best left shrouded in mystery. Ironically, this ambiguity only heightened the curiosity of the common populace. Speculations arose that it was due to the discovery of a rare treasure, leading to disputes over its unequal distribution. Others whispered of the possible truth behind the attack of 8th-tier demonic beasts, suggesting that it was not a case of total annihilation in battle, but rather that Yang Shichao had used others as bait to escape, thus surviving. Many surmised the truth, recognizing that the internal conflict was instigated by the desire to claim the contract rights to the divine series of beast contracts. Yet their focus did not rest on Chen Yueyue. Public outrage erupted, and the air was thick with condemnation. The forces backing Yang Shichao were exposed, causing the stock prices of the Yang family in Yeqing to plummet. By noon on the 3rd day, the situation surrounding Yang Shichao had escalated to a fever pitch. However, just as emotions reached a boiling point, an even more astonishing revelation emerged. The Yang family of Yeqing is under arrest by the 9th War Zone for involvement in multiple murder-for-hire cases, with irrefutable evidence. This news detonated like a bombshell across Longhua, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. unable to fathom the gravity of the situation. It was indeed a case of not all in the same family entering the same door. The Yang family was truly steeped in infamy. In a private room at a hotel in Taichung, Qingwan clutched her phone tightly, its screen ablaze with countless denunciations of Yang Shichao and his family. She could scarcely comprehend that the one who had forced her into a contract, Tu Shan, wielded such formidable influence in human society. Though she was a beast herself, she was acutely aware of the standing of sixth-tier beast tamers and the high-ranking officials of the Beast Tamer Association. Yet, how could such a powerful entity be so effortlessly toppled by a mere second-tier beast tamer? At that moment, Tu Shan lounged casually, legs crossed, a triumphant expression gracing his face as he observed Qingwan's shock. A sly smile curled at the corners of his mouth, as if he were flaunting his victory before her. So, do you now believe me? No. I must first meet Yang Shichao himself. Qingwan's tone had softened considerably. While it sounded like a refusal, it carried an undertone akin to playful defiance. Tu Shan glanced at the text that had arrived just a minute prior and chuckled. Come. I shall take you to meet him, the very one who shattered your dreams. Once again, they returned to the sunken ship in the East Sea, where night had enveloped the surroundings. Qingwan stood silently on the deck, her gaze fixated on Yang Shichao, who knelt before her. His body bore the marks of torment, covered in wounds and blood, with despair and fear evident in his eyes. As she beheld the moonlight reminiscent of that fateful night, Qingwan's thoughts drifted back to the moment she and Lin Yueer conversed about their future on the very same deck, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Her hands clenched tightly, crimson blood seeping from beneath her nails, as if she were suppressing her wrath. Tu Shan, Xiao Limo, and Luo Yunchuan, the eighth-tier beast master dispatched to escort Yang Shichao, stood silently aside, observing the scene. The profound bond shared between beasts and humans prior to the establishment of a contract is indeed rare, and even post-contract. Achieving such a connection seems nearly impossible. Yet, it unequivocally attests to Qingwan's deep sense of loyalty and affection. After what felt like an eternity, Qingwan finally regained her composure, her eyes now brimming with resolve. Although Yang Shichao was a sixth-tier beastmaster, with a peak physique value reaching 120 points, almost double that of Qingwan at present, he was now a mere shadow of his former self, his body battered, veins shattered, rendering his original appearance almost unrecognizable. His physique value had likely plummeted to less than a third of its former glory, with his life hanging precariously in Qingwan's hands. Yang Shichao pleaded fervently for mercy, desperately seeking reprieve. Major Luo, please spare me. I recognize my mistakes. I was blinded by greed and acted rashly in that moment. I am willing to spend the remainder of my life making amends for the Dragon Kingdom. If granted life, I shall save countless more of its people. Please, I implore you, spare me. Luo Yunchuan remained steadfast, his eyes tightly shut, deaf to Yang Shichao's entreaties. As the executive minister of the Ninth War Zone, he was not one to be swayed by compassion. The fate of Yang Shichao had long been sealed. In a world fraught with unrelenting cruelty, each life is as fragile as a delicate flower, fleeting and ephemeral. Thus, the passing of each life must hold significance and value. The death of Yang Shichao, the sixth-tier beast master, would yield far greater benefits than allowing him to linger in a state of misery. It would quell public outrage, serve as a warning to others, and reinforce the Beastmaster Association's reputation for accountability, ultimately enhancing the cohesion of Dragon Kingdom's Beastmasters and the prestige of the Ninth War Zone. Qingwan took a deep breath, her exquisite features illuminated by the moonlight, rendering her even more enchanting. Tears traced clear paths down her cheeks, glistening like pearls, further enhancing her aura of vulnerability. She endeavored to compose herself, a smile gradually gracing her lips, reminiscent of the breathtaking smile she had once shared with Lin Yueer. Tu Shan, thank you. Her voice was as light as a feather, yet imbued with heartfelt sincerity. Subsequently, she summoned the wind blade that Tu Shan had taught her, coalescing it in her right hand. With a swift and decisive motion, the blade descended, severing the head of a sixth-tier beastmaster, a rare breed emerging from a population of 500,000. Chapter 46. I can only offer myself. System notification. The bond value with Qingwan has changed. 0.30. Congratulations, host, on achieving the feat of slaying a sixth tier. It is truly fortunate to have such a mentor. One hopes you will not entertain thoughts of betraying the path of the Beast Master in the future. Achievement points gained, 300. Ding. Congratulations, host. for surpassing 2,100 achievement points. Reward: 5 points for free attribute allocation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 2,200 achievement points. Reward: 5 points for free attribute allocation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 2,300 achievement points. Reward: 5 points for free attribute allocation. As the head of Yang Shichao separated from his body, a cascade of system notifications echoed in Su Chen's mind. 300 points of achievement? I had assumed the cap for a single achievement was merely 100. But system, are you serious about this notion of betraying the path of the Beast Master? Su Chen silently scoffed. However, his attention was swiftly drawn back to Qingwan. She gracefully leaped onto the sails of the ship, her eyes gently closed, presenting a silhouette reminiscent of an ethereal being. Time passed, second by second. After 2.5 minutes, Qingwan finally began to sing. Her voice flowed like a clear spring in the stillness of the East Sea. Although not particularly adept at appreciating music, his phone devoid of a music player, Su Chen could still feel the enchanting beauty woven into Qingwan's melody. Her song soared and resonated. Akin to a celestial choir, each note seemed to narrate a poignant tale, stirring the heart deeply. The melody was imbued with profound sorrow, as if lamenting a departed friend, yet also conveyed a fervent hope of reunion in the future. This intricate tapestry of emotion left an indelible impression upon the listener. Su Chen mused that perhaps it was his immersive experience that allowed him to grasp the essence of this song so profoundly. Not only Su Chen, but also Xia Limo was equally moved by Qingwan's voice. Tears glistened in her eyes, reflecting her deep empathy. A girl brimming with hope for the future, yet tragically marred by the greed and selfishness of others. Such a fate was indeed heartbreaking. Soon, the song came to a close. Qingwan seemed to have fulfilled a significant mission, as if avenging Yang Yueyue. After singing this requiem, her body appeared to lose all strength, gently descending from the sails. Observing this, Su Chen rushed forward without hesitation, extending his arms to catch Qingwan with steadfast assurance. He gazed down at her, noticing her breathing gradually stabilizing, the tension in her body finally easing. Her sleeping face exudes an innocence akin to that of a child, unguarded and evoking a deep sense of affection. At this moment, Xia Limo softly inquired, "Is this sufficient?" Su Chen nodded in affirmation, responding with unwavering conviction, "Indeed, thank you, teacher. Once I grow stronger in the future, I shall repay your kindness." Upon hearing these words, a tender smile graced Xia Limo's lips, her expression softening with warmth. She gently tapped Su Chen on the head, her voice low and soothing. "Your safe existence is the greatest reward you can offer me." Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly remarking, "That simply won't do." From a purely pragmatic perspective, eliminating the Yang family effectively saved my life. Allowing Qingwan to avenge her enemies undoubtedly brings us closer together. Such immense grace cannot go unreciprocated. I can only offer my life in return. In an instant, a blush tinted Xia Limo's cheeks as she playfully glared at Su Chen, reproaching him. "Oh, you mischievous child. How dare you entertain such thoughts towards your teacher?" As the conversation veered off course, Luo Yinchuan gently cleared his throat twice. "Ahem, Su Chen. I still have use for Yang Shichao's remains, which need to be returned to headquarters. As for the other beast tamers, I will ensure their bodies are taken back for a proper burial. It's far too lonely to leave them aboard the sunken ship, so please be aware of this." Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately straightened his posture and rendered a crisp military salute to Luo Yunchuan, solemnly stating, "I understand completely. I am grateful for your consideration, Major Luo." Regarding whether Qingwan would face punishment for slaying so many beast tamers, he firmly believed it was unnecessary. After all, many of the contracted beasts may have blood on their hands long before forming their bonds with their tamers. What truly matters is that they assist in reclaiming human territory and achieving notable feats. That, in itself, serves as their punishment. Returning to Tai City, the night was deep, enveloped in silence. Naturally, Su Chen and teacher Xia Limo took separate rooms for rest, ensuring nothing further would transpire. Cursed system, he thought, frustrated by its nonsensical suggestions of inappropriate conduct, which left him with a tumult of thoughts whenever he gazed upon Xia Limo, rendering him unable to settle his mind. Tu Shan Yueyue did not emerge that night. For the past 2 days, she had been cooped up in the beast space, throwing a fit since midday, refusing to come out. Yet, Judging by her bond value rising to 60 points, Tu Shan could only smirk and think, what a woman of contradictions. As for Yueyue, she slumbered soundly, likely experiencing her most peaceful night since the shipwreck incident 6 months prior. Tu Shan, of course, would never take advantage of anyone's vulnerability, especially not amid the peril posed by the beasts. He approached the bed and gently tucked Yueyue in before turning to the sofa, reclining slowly. She was quite different from Tu Shan Yueyue. As she slept so soundly, it was truly hard to disturb her. At such moments, any action taken could easily cause the hard-earned bond value of 30 points to vanish. Perhaps it was best to allow her to rest for the night. The recent days spent in tumult with Tu Shan Yueyue had indeed been exhausting. The following noon, Tu Shan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was still somewhat hazy, as if he had not fully awakened from his slumber. In this foggy state, he seemed to hear two melodic voices, akin to orioles emerging from the valley, engaging in conversation within the room. Fragmented snippets of their dialogue were filled with laughter and joy. It was evident that it was Tu Shan Yueyue and Yueyue. It seemed Yueye's temper had finally subsided. However, upon discerning the content of their discussion, Tu Shan felt a palpable frown etching deeper on his forehead. Why were they incessantly recounting his shortcomings? It appeared that their delightful exchange revolved solely around his faults, as if they could never exhaust the topic. How could they tarnish the reputation of their own master in such a manner? Unable to contain his exasperation, Tu Shan rose abruptly and strode into the bedroom. Yueyue, there are 2 points I must clarify. I stand at 180 centimeters tall, not 179. Moreover, what do you mean by insinuating that I have no women interested in me? Hence I resort to venting with contract beasts. I have had a former girlfriend, though we have since parted ways. Chapter 47. Your name. Though Tu Shan spoke these words with righteous indignation, his voice resonating like thunder. Tu Shan Yueyue and Yueyue appeared to disregard his remarks, continuing their conversation unabated. Yueyue, do you really think Tu Shan had a girlfriend in the past? He hardly seems like a man who would be well received in human society. Yueyue's eyes sparkled with curiosity, placing particular emphasis on the phrase girlfriend. Tu Shan Yueyue lightly shrugged, a smirk dancing at the corners of her mouth. With a mischievous glance at Tu Shan, she replied, who knows? Perhaps it was his left hand, or maybe his right. Having spent a year with Lin Yueer, Yueyue was well aware of the implications behind Yueye's words. She couldn't help but chuckle. Is that so? In that case, he certainly qualifies as having had a former girlfriend. With a gentle sigh, Tu Shan Yueye's tone turned somewhat resigned. Alas, we are both rather unfortunate. I have never heard of any human daring to entertain such thoughts about a beast like me. It's truly terrifying. Yueyue sighed in agreement, lamenting, how dreadful. The heavens are unjust. Tu Shan's lips twitched slightly, but soon he felt a sense of relief. If they could speak so freely of him in his presence, it seemed that any barriers between them had diminished considerably. Compared to Yueyue's initial cold and taciturn demeanor, the current situation had certainly improved. To maintain a relationship with just a hint of tarnish is, in fact, a favorable outcome. After a few minutes, it seemed that the playful banter between them had finally worn thin. Tu Shan Yueyue stood up, stretched languidly, and remarked, I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll return to the beast space for some rest. Yueyue nodded in agreement. She then shifted her gaze to Tu Shan, her expression imbued with a touch of complexity. The room was left with only Tu Shan and Yueyue, creating an atmosphere that felt somewhat awkward. Yet, as the saying goes, those who lack shame are invincible. Tu Shan Yueye's earlier actions seemed intentional, creating a moment of solitude for Tu Shan and Yueyue. Perhaps this was indeed Yueyue's request, a desire for a private conversation with Tu Shan. With that thought in mind, Tu Shan hesitated not, taking a seat in the spot previously occupied by Tu Shan Yueyue. He wore an expression of calm nonchalance, his gaze settling steadily on Yueyue as he said, if there is something on your mind, feel free to speak. There's no need for unnecessary preamble. Yueyue was evidently taken aback by Tu Shan's forthrightness, momentarily stunned. However, given that her master had laid everything bare, there was no reason for her to meander through a lengthy discourse. Taking a deep breath, she slowly articulated, Tu Shan, I am truly grateful for this opportunity to avenge Lin Yueer. I am also willing to heed your commands and become your contracted beast. Tu Shan nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. That is wonderful. I shall also uphold my end of the bargain and guide you to the pinnacle of greatness. The fluctuations in their bond were starkly evident, unaffected by Tu Shan Yueye's contradictory words. According to the system's description, a bond value of 0 signifies complete unfamiliarity, akin to a first encounter, whereas a bond value of 30 denotes an ordinary friendship among humans, characterized by an absence of animosity. This is the typical state between a beast master and their contracted beast. A bond value as high as 60, like Tu Shan indicates a relationship akin to that of a couple dating for about 6 months. Although they may still drift apart in the face of significant challenges, under stable circumstances, they represent the utmost trust. Therefore, Tu Shan embodies a paradoxical pridefulness that can be quite exasperating. In contrast, Qing Yuan appeared more straightforward and sincere. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to muster a certain resolve. Chen, do you recall what I mentioned before? I've never had a name. I intended to wait until Lin Yueer and I formed a contract to choose one. However, here, she paused slightly, a hint of unmasked sorrow flickering in her eyes. Yet she swiftly regained her composure and continued, now that I am your contracted beast, I hope you will bestow upon me a name. A name, indeed? Chen fell into contemplation. It felt somewhat awkward to merely call her Qing Yuan every day. In the interface of the system, the divine sequence beasts possess a dedicated name information section. Although he was unaware of its specific significance, Tu Shan Yueyue seemed to attach great importance to it, even choosing the name Lin Yueer when disguising herself as a human. After a prolonged silence, Chen finally spoke. Qinglu, how does that name resonate with you? Qing Yuan momentarily paused, softly repeating, Qinglu? Chen nodded, elucidating. Indeed, Qing symbolizes the vibrant hue of your feathers, whereas Lu is derived from Miss Yang Luer's name, reflecting my hope that you will carry on her legacy and live well. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Qing Yuan's gaze deepened profoundly. She continuously murmured the newly acquired name, as if to imprint it indelibly within her heart. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Chen's mind. System notification, the bond value between Qing Yuan and Qinglu has changed. 3040. Congratulations, host, on achieving the naming feat for the beast. You have named a divine sequence beast and received recognition for it. Are you considering establishing a naming training course? Achievement points acquired, 40. Was this name truly recognized? Chen murmured softly, casting a quick glance at Qing Yuan's system interface. Sure enough, the name section had transformed to Qinglu. Chen, thank you. I genuinely adore this name. Qinglu expressed with heartfelt gratitude. A warm sentiment surged within her. To inherit her friend's name and carry it forward was a desire that had just blossomed. Now, this aspiration was becoming a reality, and the one aiding her in this endeavor was none other than Chen. Chen exhaled with a slight sense of relief, smiling. I'm glad you like it. At that moment, a faint blush colored Qinglu's cheeks. She lowered her head, murmuring shyly, That's Chen. Could it be that I? The subsequent words seemed lodged in her throat, utterly unutterable. Yet her gaze constantly flitted between Chen and the business bed, her hands fidgeting, as if attempting to mask her anxiety. The intent she wished to convey was evident to any discerning observer. Witnessing this scene, a subtle smile crept upon Chen's lips, forming an ambiguous curve. If one were to portray Xia Limo as a refined scholar exuding a subtle fragrance of literature, and Tu Shan Yueyue as a youthful beauty radiating the exuberance of early adulthood, then the Qinglu before him embodied the essence of a mature, alluring ice queen, exuding an air of high elegance. Every expression, every movement she made emanated an irresistible charm, compelling onlookers to merely stand at a distance, hesitant to approach for fear of desecration, yet inevitably igniting their imaginations. With Qinglu so candidly posing her question, how could Chen possibly feign ignorance? Let me put it this way. Yueyue will undoubtedly be grateful to you. Chapter 48. The Realm of Beast Masters. After safely escorting Chen to Yi City, Xia Limo paused briefly to relay some important instructions before taking her leave to return to the first combat zone. After all, she still had several matters pending. Having taken leave for this trip, in light of this situation, Chen was filled with profound emotion and gratitude. He found himself at a loss for words to adequately express his heartfelt appreciation for Xia Limo's unwavering support. Ultimately, he mused, perhaps the only way to repay such deep affection would be to dedicate himself to her in the future. At this moment, the vast villa was left solely to Chen, yet he dared not act recklessly. This was, after all, his teacher's residence, deserving of respect. He resolved to find a hotel nearby and book a modest room for the night. ensuring he treated both Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu fairly. The following day, the inevitable gossip from Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu would surely ensue. Look, it's Su Chun. He actually returned alive? It's been nearly a week. I thought he must have perished. It seems the nine-tailed fox didn't make an appearance this time. Could it have fallen during the mission? I believe he must have gone to the task hall to cancel his missions, 2 A-rank tasks and 1 S-rank task, all at the 2nd tier. How could a 1st-tier Beast Master possibly complete them? As Su Chun made his way toward the Beast Master Association's task hall, he could hear whispers like these around him. He merely smiled faintly, paying them no mind. Throughout his life, he had never been one to concern himself with the opinions of others. Upon arriving at the task hall, Su Chun ambled toward the counter. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he calmly retrieved a hefty 500 kilograms of scorpion tails from his beast space and gently placed 3 completed task lists on the counter. In that instant, the entire task hall fell into a profound silence. Eyes widened and mouths agape. It seemed as if one could fit a chicken egg inside. What on earth was happening? This was the collective thought racing through everyone's minds. A 1st-tier Beast Master had, in less than a week, successfully completed 2 2nd-tier A-rank tasks and 1 S-rank task. Was he defying the heavens? However, when Su Chun collected his task rewards and underwent identity verification, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. The instruments measured Su Chun's level, revealing that he had already attained the 2nd tier, 2nd stage. Was this a mistake? Could it be that Su Chun had concealed his true level? Hadn't he been merely a 1st tier, 2nd stage during the entrance exams? In less than a month, he had transcended an entire rank? It had to be true. No wonder young Master Yang had been effortlessly defeated in the life-and-death battle. A 2nd-tier Beast Master bullying a 1st-tier was akin to child's play. No wonder Su Chun only undertakes 2nd-tier tasks. It turns out he is indeed a 2nd-tier Beast Master, regardless of whether he had concealed his true rank before. Having just graduated as a 2nd-tier Beast Master and independently completing an S-level mission, isn't it difficult to acknowledge someone else's excellence based solely on this? Indeed, there are no regulations against concealing one's own rank. Su Chun had not anticipated that while he focused on completing his routine tasks, discussions about him would arise outside. It seems that some people have too much idle time on their hands, constantly debating others. However, just as Su Chun was about to leave the task hall, a conversation among a group of Beast Masters caught his attention. Lin Zhang, what do you think? If Su Chun were to challenge the Beast Master realm, what rank would he achieve? Once he breaks through to the 2nd-tier 10th stage, he should be able to enter the top 10, right? But given that he's only at the 2nd-tier 2nd stage now, he likely wouldn't challenge himself unnecessarily. That would be quite disadvantageous. I'm not talking about our city's rankings. I'm referring to the national rankings of the Dragon Kingdom. National rankings? That's a different story. Once he breaks through to the 2nd-tier 10th stage, he might have a shot at the rankings, but entering the top 10 seems a bit far-fetched. He is at a disadvantage due to his age. Indeed, those older contenders, despite their talent, are still stuck at the 2nd-tier Beast Master stage in their 40s or 50s, repeatedly trying to climb the rankings. It's utterly frustrating that they can't assess their true level compared to their peers anymore. Exactly. It feels like rankings should be categorized by age rather than level. It's unfair otherwise. The term Beast Master Realm echoed in Su Chen's mind. This phrase was not unfamiliar to him. He had heard of it back in high school. At that time, however, he lacked a system and merely aspired to be indifferent, possessing only a superficial understanding of the concept. Although the system could accurately gauge the physique and magical power of contracted beasts, and the college entrance examination could evaluate the overall strength scores of these creatures, the actual outcomes of battles were influenced by numerous factors. Physical condition and magical power were not the sole determinants. Weaker beasts could indeed triumph over those with higher scores. Instances of the underdog prevailing were commonplace in the realm of Beast Masters. Perhaps he could utilize the Beast Master realm to test the abilities of Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu. With this thought in mind, Su Chun opened his phone and began searching for information regarding the Beast Master realm. Each city possessed such a realm at its center, complete with rankings at the city, national, and global levels. The Beast Master realm comprises 4 challenge tiers: 2nd tier, 3rd tier, 4th tier, and 5th tier, each corresponding to the ranks of the Beast Masters. Those at the 6th tier and above, being exceptionally rare among Beast Masters, possess their unique philosophies and thus find no necessity to validate their strength through the Beast Master realm. Similarly, 1st tier Beast Tamers are excluded, as this stage merely marks the inception of their growth, rendering the assessment of strength rather insignificant. However, these rankings only display the top 100 individuals, chronicling the achievements of all since the establishment of the beast-taming realm. Thus, the average person would scarcely entertain the notion of making the list. The methodology of challenge within the beast-taming realm resembles that of a fully immersive online game, requiring participants to upload their mental consciousness to the platform and enter a virtual world for assessment. Aside from the protracted duration of the challenges, which may necessitate enduring a period of hunger, this testing approach imposes negligible physical strain. Many beast tamers have undergone evaluations within the beast-taming realm, using their performance to gauge the level of magical beasts they can confront before proceeding to the task hall to select suitable missions, significantly minimizing the likelihood of unforeseen incidents. Consequently, the beast-taming realm is universally recognized as the most authoritative platform for assessing the prowess of beast tamers, and serves as a benchmark for many to compare and showcase their abilities. Chapter 49. Be a person. Is it truly situated directly across from the Beast Tamer Association? Tu Shan gazed at the navigation information on his phone, a flicker of astonishment swelling within him. He hastened out of the Beast Tamer Association, his attention captivated by a platinum-colored technological tower standing majestically in the center of the plaza. The silhouette of this tower tapered from bottom to top, soaring over 100 meters in height. Its surface bore no windows or distinguishing marks, merely enveloped by a silvery luminescence that gently shrouded its periphery. This seemed to bear no relation to the grandiose title of the beast-taming realm. Perhaps Beast Tamer Tower would have been more fitting. So, this is the beast-taming realm? I had always presumed it to be merely a landmark. Chen sighed, internally lamenting the feeling of traversing a spurious alternate world. He had been in this realm for 2.5 years, yet remained oblivious to the functional amenities of Yi City. The beast-taming realm boasts 8 entrances, each flanked by personnel clad in the attire of the Beast Tamer Association, tasked with fee collection and maintaining order. It is worth noting that engaging with the beast-taming realm is not entirely free. A fee of 500 credit points is required for each attempt. While this price is not exorbitant, it is certainly not trivial either, given the considerable operational costs associated with maintaining such a colossal technological tower. Moreover, were the challenges complementary, those seeking to ascend the rankings would likely reside there indefinitely. After undergoing identity verification and paying the requisite credit points, Chen stepped into the second stage testing area. The average duration of assessments within the beast-taming realm exceeds 5 hours, and with the current university holiday season in full swing, the area was teeming with participants, leaving prime spots in the corners long claimed by earlier arrivals. Reluctantly, Chen settled for a relatively central position. He donned the mental link sensor, adjusted his state, and prepared to commence the evaluation. Soon, a series of broadcast prompts, markedly different in tone from the achievement system, resonated in his mind. Esteemed Second-Order Beastmaster, greetings. Welcome to the realm of Beast Mastery for your strength assessment. Establishing a mental link. Link established. Ding. It has been detected that this is your first challenge in the realm of Beast Mastery. For your privacy and security, please choose a nickname, which will be used to view your ranking in the realm. As the voice faded, Tu Shan was momentarily blinded by a flash of light, and a window reminiscent of a naming interface from an online game materialized before him. A soft keyboard appeared alongside for text input. A username? He decided on the best in the world. Ding. Detected that the nickname is already in use. Please choose another. How can it be taken? Then let us go with Wu Yinzu of Yi City. Ding. Detected that the nickname is already in use. Please choose another. Goodness. There is actually someone named Wu Yinzu in this world? Chen's face darkened as he could not help but complain. The restrictions, no duplicates, no special characters, and a mere 5-character limit, left him feeling quite exasperated. After centuries, it was likely that all the appealing and intriguing names had already been claimed. This was indeed quite frustrating. Ultimately, as a naming novice, he resolved to name himself after his contracted spirit beasts, Fox and Bluebird. That username should pose no issues, right? Ding. Registration successful. Fox and Bluebird, your challenge will commence in 1 minute. Please summon your contracted spirit beasts and prepare to embrace the challenge. With a grand gesture, Chen summoned Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu, who instantly appeared beside him like vigilant guardians. Graceful and enchanting, they resembled celestial maidens descending to earth, a vision that surely every man would dream of. Tu Shan Yueyue had been well rested over the past few nights. exuding vitality and even had the mood to share a playful flirtation with Tu Shan. Meanwhile, Qinglu's expression returned to her usual icy demeanor, reminiscent of a glacial mountain, radiating an aura of reverence. Determined to deliver a flawless performance in her first battle, she was resolute in showcasing her true prowess. The fleeting minute passed swiftly. The broadcast prompt echoed once more. You are currently challenging the first level. Please defeat the virtual beast. Barely had the words left the announcer's mouth when a hyena beast, designated as Sequence 995, was summoned and launched a fierce assault on Tu Shan, leaving him no time to react. Logically, the virtual beasts faced by each challenger should be identical to ensure fairness. Otherwise, those seeking to ascend the ranks could exploit easy beasts through strategic saves to bolster their standings. Such a sudden onslaught would likely incapacitate many novice beast masters attempting the trials for the first time. Was it intentionally designed this way? Fortunately, Tu Shan's contracted beast is no ordinary creature. At the very moment the hyena beast launched its attack, a blazing foxfire surged forth like a meteor, striking the hyena beast with unerring precision. In an instant, the hyena beast was reduced to a heap of data remnants, resembling twinkling starlight, which scattered into the air. However, merely 3 seconds later, these data remnants astonishingly reassembled into 2 hyena beasts, brandishing their claws and once more charging at Tu Shan. This time, however, Qinglu swiftly unleashed her wind blades, effortlessly dispatching them in an instant. Following this, in the third round, 3 hyena beasts appeared, in the fourth round, 4. And only after the fifth round, where 5 hyena beasts were eradicated, did the broadcast announce a notification. Ding! Congratulations on completing the first layer of the challenge. The second layer will commence in 10 minutes. Please prepare yourselves. Upon hearing this, Shan Yueyue beamed at Qinglu with a triumphant smile, as if to say, this time, I have won. Meanwhile, Qinglu let out a slight sigh, her expression tinged with reluctance. Tu Shan observed the scene before him, somewhat taken aback. Had their relationship truly grown this amicable? It felt akin to a friendly competition between close friends, with neither willing to concede. This dynamic seemed rather pleasant. A measure of rivalry could indeed spur mutual progress, Tu Shan mused. However, he remained unaware that Tu Shan Yueyue and Qinglu had just established a wager within the Beastmaster space. Whoever slays fewer beasts must assume the responsibility of caring for Tu Shan for the ensuing week, while also devising ways to persuade him against favoring the victor. Who would dare to lose, knowing they risk a week of restless sleep? Currently, following the first layer's trial, the score stood at 10-5 in favor of Tu Shan Yueyue. It was evident that her command over the foxfire far surpassed Qinglu's ability with the wind blades. After all, foxfire was a skill Tu Shan Yueyue had mastered since childhood, while wind blades were a technique Tu Shan had only recently assisted Qinglu in learning, necessitating further time for refinement. Naturally, had the other beast masters been privy to their little scheme, they would likely be left in stunned disbelief. In the realm of beast masters, others fought to assess their own strength, pouring their all into each battle while also considering how to conserve their stamina and mystical energy. Yet here they were, competing over who could slay more beasts. Such behavior was quite peculiar, and yet, neither of them could be deemed entirely human. Chapter 50. The first of Yi City time passed inexorably. Half a day swiftly elapsed, and Tu Shan finally reached the 8th layer. The reason for such a lengthy duration lay in the progressively increasing waiting and resting times between each layer. Confronting these virtual beasts was an effortless endeavor, almost a matter of instant annihilation, requiring hardly any time at all. However, the waiting period between each level escalated from an initial 10 minutes to the current hour. After all, not everyone possesses the ease of slaying these beasts as Tu Shan does. The average beast masters, when challenging each level, typically engage in fierce battles lasting several hours or even an entire day to clear the stage. Without a moment's respite, they would likely face imminent defeat. At the moment when all the virtual beasts on the 8th level were vanquished by Tu Shan Yueyue and Qinglu, the protective barrier outside the Beastmaster realm suddenly radiated a golden brilliance. All the Beast Masters gathered in the central square, and those across the street at the Beastmaster Association were taken aback by this spectacle, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. They momentarily forgot their tasks, their gazes eagerly drawn towards the direction of the Beastmaster realm. Golden light? Has someone shattered the record of the top 3 in Yi City? Goodness! The white barrier outside the Beastmaster realm can change colors? I have been in Yi City for 20 years and have never witnessed such a phenomenon. It is primarily because the previous top contenders in Yi City set their records so high that breaking them seemed impossible. Who could possibly be so remarkable? Swiftly, this news spread like wildfire. The tale passed from one beast master to another, multiplying from a handful to a multitude, as throngs of people congregated at the central square, eagerly wishing to glimpse the ranking list of the Beastmaster realm. Then, everyone was left utterly bewildered, completely dumbfounded. Nickname: Fox and Bluebird. Cleared levels: 2nd stage. 8th level, currently challenging the 9th level. Time taken: 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Waiting time deducted. Ranking in Yi City: 3rd. National ranking: not listed. World ranking: not listed. 2 minutes and 30 seconds? What in the world? Is the Beastmaster realm malfunctioning? Not at all. If each virtual beast was eliminated the instant it was summoned, this time frame would be approximately accurate. The top contenders from every city typically achieve swift clearances in the initial levels. I had the fortune of witnessing the brilliance of the prodigies in Yanjing a few years ago. Which sword master from Shirley Slope has emerged now? Unbelievable. It seems I have never heard of this individual before. Could this be their first challenge? The crowd buzzed with speculation, and more onlookers gathered. No one could have anticipated that the long-standing records in Yi City, untouched for over 2 decades, would finally be shattered on this day. The hour-long waiting period concluded at last. The virtual beasts of the 9th level surged forth like a tide. This time, the situation was markedly different from the previous 8 levels. A staggering 50 virtual beasts appeared all at once, each at the 2nd stage, 10th rank, with their identifiers ranging from 200 to 300 and exhibiting a plethora of diverse varieties. The moment these virtual demon beasts appeared, they pounced upon Tu Shan with the ferocity of a starving tiger. Initially, Tu Shan felt that the hour-long wait was excessively protracted. In hindsight, however, it is evident that rest was indeed necessary. Although the individual strength of these virtual demon beasts is not particularly formidable, it would be a trivial task for Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu to dispatch them swiftly. The crux of the problem lies in their overwhelming numbers. The design of the Beastmaster realm was conceived to minimize casualties among beast masters in the wild, thereby simulating a realistic combat environment. The primary targets of these virtual demon beasts are the beast masters themselves, as opposed to the mechanics of Pokemon games, where the battles are solely between contracted beasts without direct aggression towards the masters. Furthermore, this is not merely a game. There exists friendly fire. When casting wide-area skills, it is imperative to ensure that the Beast Master remains unharmed. Thus, while Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu engage in slaying their enemies, they must also divert some of their focus to safeguard Tu Shan. Despite their verbal expressions of disdain, their actions betray a sincerity that is utterly endearing. 10 minutes later, when Tu Shan Yueyue successfully vanquished the final virtual demon beast of the 9th layer, a radiant golden glow transformed into a resplendent rainbow hue. Astonishing. A colorful brilliance. This signifies our Yeqing's ascent to the pinnacle. The national rankings have emerged, and to our astonishment, we are placed at 99th. At long last, someone from Yeqing has entered the national rankings. The 9th layer serves as the threshold for national ranking, where 50 diverse demon beasts attack simultaneously. It is virtually impossible to succeed without undergoing hundreds of trials. Yet, he managed to conquer it in merely 10 minutes? I don't recall hearing of this individual before. He is still in testing, and hasn't he emerged? Could it be that he intends to challenge the 10th layer? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Those prodigies who breach the 10th layer have invariably endured countless trials. This individual has never even graced the rankings. Are you suggesting he can surpass the 10th layer in a single attempt? The crowd remained in a state of astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief etched upon their faces. The challenges of each layer in the Beastmaster realm have long been clearly outlined on the official website. The Beastmaster realm comprises 11 layers. The first 8 layers are training layers, where virtual demon beasts are summoned in 5 rounds, presenting relatively low combat pressure, allowing any prodigy from a major power to succeed. Conversely, the 9th and 10th layers are challenge layers, where all demon beasts are summoned simultaneously, resulting in an exponential increase in combat difficulty, thus truly delineating the disparity among contenders. Successfully navigating these layers signifies entry into the ranks of the national elite. The 11th layer, however, presents an endless challenge. refreshing 5 random virtual demon beasts, or a single divine sequence virtual beast every minute, with rankings determined by the duration of endurance. Upon reaching the 10th level, the difficulty escalates dramatically, introducing formidable creatures of the 3rd rank and beyond. Although the distinction between a 3rd rank 1 segment and a 2nd rank 10 segment appears minimal in terms of levels, it constitutes a chasm that is arduous to traverse, a matter of qualitative difference. From the 3rd rank onward, the virtual beasts within the realm of beast taming are designed to be fully manifested, exhibiting significantly enhanced strength and intelligence rivaling that of an ordinary adult. Pitting a 2nd rank beast tamer against such beings, especially when faced with 50 simultaneously, presents a challenge that can only be described as exponentially increasing in difficulty. Notably, those extraordinary prodigies ranked above Tu Shan have failed to conquer the 10th level, with the 35th ranked individual never having succeeded. Consequently, rankings are determined based on the number of virtual beasts slain and the time taken within the 10th level. In other words, achieving a successful passage through the 10th level guarantees a national ranking no lower than 35. How utterly absurd. Chapter 51. Global Rankings amidst a cacophony of discussions. Time slipped away unnoticed. An hour and a half passed swiftly, leaving the crowd in a state of astonishment, their minds tumultuous and restless. After accounting for an hour's respite, the fact that someone had persevered for over half an hour within the 10th level was nothing short of astonishing. What on earth is happening? Could it be that they are on the verge of conquering the 10th level? Are we truly about to witness history? As the crowd's imaginations ran wild, a sudden, thunderous chime reverberated through the sky. The sound was akin to a stampede of horses, deafening and soaring to the heavens, audible to nearly everyone in Yi City. All breaths were momentarily suspended in a state of shock. Surely not. Before long, the previously dormant multicolored screen began to display changes in ranking information. Nickname: Fox and Bluebird. Completed level: 2nd rank 10th level, currently challenging the 11th level. Challenge duration: 32 minutes and 52 seconds. Waiting time deducted. Yi City ranking: 1st. National ranking: 15th. Global ranking: 100th. Global ranking 100? Incredible. This sword god of 10, Li has been biding his time for who knows how long. I had never heard of this individual before. And now he emerges to seize a spot on the leaderboard? My mother asks why I kneel before the rankings. Believe me, I wish to stand as well. Truly, this is a testament to the might of our dragon kingdom. At last, someone has entered the global rankings. Someone from Yi City, no less. Ha ha ha. Do you not see the time taken for this achievement? Merely half an hour to conquer the 10th level? The dragon kingdom reigns supreme. Yi City reigns supreme. Fox and Bluebird reigns supreme. The crowd continued to buzz with excitement, shifting their focus from Tu Shan's prowess to curiosity and speculation about his identity. Many individuals, inspired by the moniker Fox and Bluebird, envision a middle-aged beast master, adorned with a conical hat, who retreats to the desolate mountains, accompanied daily by foxes and bluebirds. The perception of him as a middle-aged beast master arises from a simple rationale. In this realm, those beast masters who strive to ascend the ranks and secure their levels have, for decades, consumed rare treasures to enhance their beastly powers. In essence, as long as a steady supply of resources is available, longevity translates to a greater accumulation of beastly strength. According to the rules of this world, should one's beastly power be sufficiently formidable, even a first-tier beast master possesses the capability to contract with a 10th-tier beast. The pivotal factor determining the number and strength of contracted beasts is not the beast master's level, but rather their beastly power. Advancement in levels not only augments this power, but does so at a rate far surpassing that of mere consumption of rare treasures. Concurrently, higher beast power indicates greater strength. Hence, the notion that only high-tier beast masters can contract powerful beasts is substantiated. Furthermore, those capable of challenging the 2nd-tier realm can reach a maximum level of 2nd-tier 10 segments. Consequently, individuals able to contract such formidable beasts are invariably those who have accumulated extensive experience over the years, typically aged at least in their 40s or 50s. They may even be nearing the twilight of their lives, with one foot already in the grave. Meanwhile, in the 7th private room of a tea house in the First War Zone, Xia Limo quietly listens to the eloquent discourse of the man before her. A faint smile of resignation gracing her features. Before her sits a cup of tea long gone cold, as she idly fiddles with her phone, engaging in conversation with her close friend. Indeed, The urgent task Xia Limo received in the first war zone is, in reality, a matchmaking endeavor. Although the gender ratio among beast masters is relatively balanced, the disparity becomes stark at levels above 5, with a mere 8-to-2 ratio. Coupled with the world's emphasis on bloodlines, high-tier female beast masters are rendered exceedingly rare. Now at the age of 25, Xia Limo has surpassed the average age for childbirth in this world by several years. Additionally, with her parents long deceased and no other relatives to rely upon, establishing a family sooner rather than later becomes imperative. Seated before her is the impeccably groomed Li Yueer, the eldest scion of the Li family from Yanjing. At just 25 years of age, he has already attained the rank of a 4th-tier 2-segment beastmaster and remains unmarried. A university classmate of Xia Limo, he has pursued her since their college days. Aside from being slightly less powerful than Xia Limo, he embodies the ideal qualities of a marital partner. Upon learning of this situation, both the 1st and 7th war zones have sought to facilitate this union, thus orchestrating this matchmaking task. Molly, is something amiss? You seem preoccupied. He inquires. Li Yueer inquired with genuine concern evident in his gaze. It's nothing. I just didn't sleep well last night, Xia Limo hurriedly explained. I see. Fortunately, I have a chi-replenishing pill here that can restore your vitality. Please take it. Li Yueer seemed oblivious to the fact that Xia Limo held him in low regard. Otherwise, how could he have pursued her for 7 long years without any progress? His family's influence had instilled in him a false sense of confidence, leading him to believe that Xia Limo's strong demeanor and slight arrogance were the reasons for her rejection. Xia Limo smiled faintly. It's really fine. I'll just rest a bit when I go home. Yet, Li Yueer persisted. No, please eat it. A single chi-replenishing pill is hardly worth much. As he spoke, he extended the pill towards her. Xia Limo looked at him with exasperation, feeling a wave of distaste rise within her. She truly wished to end the entanglement with Li Yueer and again declined. There's no need. Please, it's nothing. Seeing you so listless truly makes me feel sorry for you. I assure you, it's really fine. Just as their stalemate continued, Xia Limo's phone, which lay on the table, suddenly lit up with several messages from her close friend. Jasmine, did you see the news just now? A 2nd-tier beastmaster in Yi City has actually entered the world rankings at the 100th position in the beastmaster realm, and he cleared the 10th level in just over half an hour. His nickname is Fox and Bluebird, and he is currently challenging the 11th level. I remember you were on a mission in Yi City recently. Do you have any leads on this person? Upon reading her friend's messages, Xia Limo instinctively reached for her phone to put it away, but quickly realized something was amiss. Fox and Bluebird? Could it possibly refer to the 9-tailed fox and the Qingwan? And in Yi City as well? What a coincidence. The world rankings cannot possibly be true. Is Tu Shan's strength truly that extraordinary? I must go and investigate. With this thought, Xia Limo promptly stood up and apologized. I'm sorry, Li Yueer, but I've received an urgent task and need to return to Yi City. Li Yueer was taken aback. Didn't you just come back from Yi City? You have to return again? Xia Limo nodded. Yes, this is a 5-star emergency mission. We can chat more next time. With that, she swiftly exited the private room and once again requested to use the teleportation array, returning to Yi City. Chapter 52, 10th in the nation at this moment. Tu Shan gazed at the countdown timer in the Beastmaster realm, feeling a pang of helplessness. He had initially thought the longest wait would be merely an hour. Yet now he found himself waiting for 3 hours. In this virtual space, he could not use his phone and could only sit idly, watching Shan Yueyue and Qinglu argue over the outcome of their contest. I killed 151 virtual monsters. You only killed 149, so I won this time. Shan Yueyue exclaimed indignantly. No, it was I who slayed 151, so do not feign ignorance. Qinglu retorted defiantly, her voice tinged with a hint of stubbornness. No, you must be mistaken. You are the one who is mistaken. The tension escalated, and it appeared a quarrel was imminent. Tu Shan, observing this scene, felt a sense of exasperation. He interjected, why not consider it a draw? It's a mere triviality, and there are more matters to attend to later. Why bicker over such inconsequential details? Upon hearing this, Tu Shan Yueyue and Qinglu crossed their arms, huffing in unison and turning their heads away, their expressions betraying a petulant demeanor. Is this what they call a plastic sisterhood? Quite the spectacle indeed. However, it wasn't long before the two resumed their argument. Little bird, I am merely at the 2nd tier, 6th stage, while you have attained the 2nd tier, 9th stage. Even if we were to follow Su Chen's proposal and deem it a draw based on kills, my level is inferior, so I should rightfully be the victor. We are only comparing kills. Levels are irrelevant. Besides, how long have you been practicing Foxfire? I've only been learning Windblade for a few days. If you don't utilize sonic booms, who can you blame? Regardless, I refuse to accept this. For the past few days, I have been attending to Tu Shan. And tonight, mid-sentence, Qinglu realized she had let something slip. She quickly covered her mouth, staring blankly at Tu Shan. Tu Shan, initially taken aback, soon grasped the situation. It finally dawned on him why both of them were so unwilling to concede. Goodness. So, this was the wager? A smirk crept onto his lips as he rose and approached the two ladies, teasingly remarking, "My esteemed beauties, for my sake. Let us agree to a draw as I suggested earlier. No need for further disputes, all right?" Seeing that Tu Shan seemed to dismiss the matter lightly, Shan Yueyue and Qinglu exchanged glances, secretly relieved. However, they could hardly anticipate the words that would soon escape Su Chen's lips, nearly causing them to choke in disbelief. Given that this contest concludes in a draw, in a certain sense, both of you have actually lost. With the outcome settled, he continued, "I suppose I shall bear the burden a little today?" "Huh, no, that's not what we meant." Su Chen smiled, gently patting both their shoulders, reassuring them, "Fear not. You need not worry about my stamina. Such trivial matters pose no challenge for me. I can handle it perfectly well." At this declaration, their faces paled instantly. Amidst the relentless barrage of Tu Shan Yueyue and Qinglu's complaints, 3 hours swiftly passed. The challenge on the 11th level finally commenced. The difficulty of the endless mode challenge surpassed all expectations. Even beings of divine lineage like Tu Shan Yueyue and Qinglu, after enduring several rounds of intense combat, could not help but exhibit signs of fatigue. Certainly, the predominant reason for his sense of despondency after hearing Su Chen's words was increasingly palpable. His fighting spirit had vanished entirely. Faced with such a predicament, Su Chen also abandoned the thought of continuing the challenge. In the 13th round of the Endless Mode, the Beast Realm had summoned the God Generation Sequence number 90, the Devouring Tiger, which boasted a formidable level of 3rd stage, 8th segment, and had already taken form. However, under the relentless onslaught from Tu Shan Yueyue and Qinglu, this beast could not withstand even half a minute before being effortlessly vanquished. This clearly illustrated that even a God Generation Sequence beast of approximately 3rd stage, 10th segment, would likely prove no match for the two of them. Having realized this, Su Chen deemed it sufficient. Persisting in the challenge would likely be a futile endeavor. After all, he had no intention of recklessly confronting 4th stage beasts, understanding that it sufficed to know that their prowess rendered them invincible within the 3rd stage. Thus, he decisively opted to withdraw from the test and return to the real world. At that moment, he was already famished, his stomach pressing against his back, having missed both lunch and dinner. Yet, just as he exited the beast realm, a brilliant burst of colorful light erupted from the exterior, slicing through the night shrouding Yi City. A name became indelibly etched in the hearts of all present. Nickname: Fox and Bluebird. Cleared layers. 2nd stage, 11th layer. 18th round. Challenge duration: 1 hour, 12 minutes, 20 seconds. Waiting time deducted. Yi City ranking: 1st. National ranking: 10th. World ranking: 50th. 10th in the nation. 50th in the world. Accomplished in just over an hour. This astonishing achievement sent Yi City and indeed all of Dragon Country into a frenzy. Countless exceptional beast masters in Dragon Country were left in awe, while numerous high-ranking officials hastily made their way to Yi City, eager to witness this unprecedented prodigy whose name they had never heard before. At this moment, Su Chen had just removed the mental link headset, stretching luxuriously with a sense of relief. He glanced at the time. It was already past 10 in the evening. How exhausting. Wasn't he had agreed that apart from hunger, there would be no other concerns? He truly could not fathom how those individuals managed to fight for 2 or 3 days. Stretching once more, he rubbed his stomach and couldn't help but voice his thoughts. However, as he stood up, he was astonished to find the entire 2nd stage testing area teeming with various individuals, densely packed to the brim. Even the staff from the Beastmaster Association had mobilized, scrutinizing the crowd as if searching for someone of significant importance. Su Chen felt bewildered, inwardly muttering, could it be that a murderer had escaped to this place? Just then, a familiar voice suddenly floated into his ears. Su Chen, you are indeed here. Upon hearing this call, Su Chen instinctively turned around. It is indeed Teacher Xia Lemo. Moreover, today as Teacher Xia is markedly different from her usual self. adorned in an exquisite lilac gown, her hair elegantly styled high, and stepping gracefully in delicate high heels. She bears a subtle yet captivating makeup, radiating a brilliance that far surpasses her everyday charm. Such meticulous preparation gives the impression that she is off to some grand soiree. Chapter 53. What brings you here? Tu Shan was utterly taken aback by this sight. After a considerable pause, he finally broke the silence. As if awakening from a dream, Teacher Xia Limo, why are you back so soon? I had thought you wouldn't return until early July. In response to Tu Shan's bewilderment, Xia Limo offered a gentle smile, explaining softly, things over there progressed smoothly, so I managed to wrap everything up ahead of schedule. I just returned today and thought I would come to see how you are doing. Are you tired? Hungry? Come, let me take you out for a late-night snack. Tu Shan expressed his gratitude. Thank you, teacher. I am indeed quite hungry after a day full of challenges. To be honest, when he first spotted Teacher Xia Limo here, he was genuinely startled, fearing that a criminal, one whom even the Beastmaster Association could not handle, had appeared, prompting the first combat zone to dispatch personnel for pursuit. It turns out, she had merely come to fetch him. Truly, she is an exemplary teacher. Even without him disclosing any details about his whereabouts, she was able to find him with remarkable precision. It seems that such kindness warrants a lifelong commitment in return. By the way, teacher, what exactly is happening now? Why are there so many people? Tu Shan inquired, surveying the bustling crowd with curiosity. However, Xia Limo did not elaborate on his question. Instead, she swiftly took hold of Tu Shan's arm and decisively led him out of the Beastmaster realm, ushering him into a taxi parked by the roadside. As the door closed, the vehicle promptly drove towards Xia Limo's villa. Once inside, she made a phone call to their frequently visited Kunkan barbecue restaurant, instructing the owner to personally bring ingredients and equipment to the villa's courtyard for a barbecue that evening. This left Tu Shan in a state of astonishment. What on earth is going on? Along the way, numerous passers-by glanced at Tu Shan, but soon diverted their gaze, shaking their heads. Was that Tu Shan? Could he possibly be the fox and azure bird? After all, his contracted beast is a nine-tailed fox, a staff member clad in the uniform of the Beastmaster Association remarked, observing the taxi as it faded into the distance. Nevertheless, as soon as the words left his lips, he was met with immediate rebuttals from his colleagues nearby. What are you thinking? Just this morning, Tu Shan completed his identity verification in the task hall, and he is only a second-tier, second-stage practitioner. Are you suggesting that such a person could rank among the top 10 in the nation? Is it true that he broke through to the second tier, 10th rank in just half a day? Indeed. And at merely 18 years of age, despite being nourished by various extraordinary resources since birth, he is still just a child compared to the seasoned veterans on the leaderboard. The disparity in both innate power and combat experience is staggering. It is essential to focus on the Beast Masters at the second tier, 10th rank. I concede that Tu Shan is indeed remarkable, yet he remains an unrefined gem, and the final outcome will ultimately be shaped by the passage of time. Well, I understand now that the Beastmaster realm was developed by individuals from the 8th battle zone, and they hold the back-end permissions, leaving the Beastmaster Association powerless to access the information of various Beastmasters. In such circumstances, the only viable approach to uncover clues is through the most primitive and clumsy methods. Yet, after scouring the Beastmaster realm, thousands failed to find the true form of Fox and Bluebird. Just as confusion set in among the crowd, a startling hypothesis began to take root in their minds. Based on various indications, it is highly likely that Fox and Bluebird has successfully contracted the 25th God Generation sequence, the space-marked Divine Owl. This creature is among the earliest of all demon beasts to master spatial abilities. With its unique spatial teleportation skill, the space-marked Divine Owl can traverse several kilometers in the blink of an eye. It is presumably through this very skill that Fox and Bluebird was able to vanish from the Beastmaster realm without a trace, leaving no hint behind. Contemplating this, all present could not help but express their awe and lament the missed opportunity of not witnessing the true form of Fox and Bluebird after waiting for so long. In the villa's living room, Xia Limo tightly grasped Tu Shan's hand, her eyes brimming with pride and excitement, even glistening with unshed tears. Tu Shan, you are incredible. Her voice trembled slightly, as if she were striving to contain the tumult of emotions within her. On the way here, she had already confirmed Tu Shan's identity through a chat on her phone. Indeed, her suspicions were correct. Fox and Bluebird was Tu Shan's nickname in the Beastmaster realm. It is worth noting that Tu Shan is merely 18 years old. He has just reached the second tier, second rank. He has only been a beast master for less than a month. To claim a spot among the top 10 nationwide is an extraordinary feat, especially considering that in the second tier range, the top 100 million are likely all second tier, 10th rank. After all, this ranking reflects the achievements of all prodigies since the establishment of the Beastmaster realm 500 years ago. Even those who have fallen or advanced beyond the third tier retain their rankings. To enter the national top 10 at the second tier, second rank is not just unprecedented, it is genuinely unparalleled. There is no one else in the world who has accomplished such a feat. And to think that this prodigy is my student? Xiao Limo could hardly believe she was not dreaming. Tu Shan scratched his head, a shy smile breaking across his face. He had not anticipated that a mere casual challenge to the beast's sovereign realm would yield such astonishing results. Did he feel no pressure at all? It was all thanks to his teacher. Without their guidance, he would not be the person he was today, so he might as well pledge himself in gratitude. Tu Shan remarked half-jokingly, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xiao Limo's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently tapped Tu Shan's shoulder and playfully retorted, "In terms of foundation, you have long surpassed our teacher by an immeasurable margin. In my opinion, your talent could easily rank among the top in the first battle zone." Just as she was about to continue, a sudden, clear chime of the doorbell interrupted the tranquility of the living room. Xiao Limo felt a twinge of confusion. Aside from Tu Shan, she should have no acquaintances in Yi City. If it were a superior, they would have contacted her via phone beforehand rather than arriving unannounced. "I'll go answer the door," she said, her expression quickly regaining composure, though the lightness in her steps betrayed her underlying excitement. However, upon opening the door and seeing the visitor's face, her entire body froze in shock. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Limo exclaimed in disbelief. The person standing at the gate was none other than her previous blind date, Li Ruoji. Chapter 54. The King of the Simps, but it was not just Li Ruoji. Not far behind him were two third-tier beastmasters accompanying him. Li Ruoji, with a worried expression, said, "Mo Li, I just inquired through contacts in the first battle zone, and there haven't been any urgent tasks recently in Yi City. I was concerned about your safety, so I found out your villa's address." Upon hearing this, Xiao Limo's expression darkened instantaneously. A flicker of displeasure flashed in her eyes. The joy she had felt from Tu Shan's accomplishments was abruptly extinguished, as if doused by a bucket of cold water, plunging her mood into despair. Regardless of the battle zones, it was an unwritten rule that one should not pry into the task details of others. Yet, not only had Li Ruoji inquired, but he had also discovered her address, and even come to her door, which was undoubtedly a blatant disrespect for her privacy. Nevertheless, she mustered a strained smile, striving to keep her tone composed. "I'm fine. The urgent task was something my best friend asked me to handle. It's entirely normal for the higher-ups to be unaware. I've taken care of it, and will return tomorrow." "It's a relief to hear that." Li Ruoji exhaled, a significant weight lifting from his heart. With the 7th battle zone backing him and the higher-ups of the 1st battle zone somewhat approving of their engagement, even if minor obstacles arose, it would merely be a matter of time before he leveraged his connections to persuade Xiao Limo and win her over. After all, Xiao Limo's innate talent was remarkably exceptional, and the 1st battle district often urged her to marry early, which shouldn't be overly difficult. Xiao Limo glanced at her phone and spoke in a remarkably calm tone. "It's quite late. I need to rest. There is a 5-star hotel a kilometer north from here. You may stay there for the night." Li Ruoji nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that since they were not yet married, it would indeed be inappropriate to insist on staying with her. However, just as Li Ruoji turned to leave, he suddenly noticed a pair of men's sports shoes in front of Xiao Limo's door. The size of the shoes was evidently much larger than Xiao Limo's, making it impossible for them to belong to her. A wave of doubt surged within him, and he stammered, "Molly, do you have someone at home?" Xiao Limo did not conceal the truth and replied, "Yes, it's a student of mine." "Is there a problem?" "Your student?" Li Ruoji asked, his face a mask of suspicion, clearly skeptical of Xiao Limo's words. "When did you obtain your teaching certificate? Even if he is your student, why would you be spending the night together? Is he perhaps your man?" At this, Xiao Limo's anger flared instantly. While Li Ruoji was fairly competent in various aspects, his slightly inferior capabilities were not a major issue. If he were to enter the dating market, he would undoubtedly be a highly sought-after candidate. However, his fatal flaw lay in his lack of intellect. During their university years, Xiao Limo had repeatedly rejected his confessions and made it clear that she had no intentions of pursuing a romantic relationship. Yet, Li Ruojia persisted like an adhesive, loitering daily at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, causing her roommates to regard her with a strange gaze, leaving Xiao Limo in distress. To avoid him, Xiao Limo had to rely on her contracted spirit beast, the Song Tian Eagle, to take her elsewhere every day, whenever she exchanged a few words with any male classmate. The next day, that boy would flee at the sight of her, like a mouse escaping from a cat, not daring to glance back. It was evident that this was the result of Li Ruojia's meddling. Finally, after enduring until graduation, Xiao Limo was admitted to the first battle district as the top student from Yenjing University. Li Ruojia, lacking the requisite strength, could not enter the first battle district, but managed to secure a position in the 7th battle district through connections, and was even assigned to the college entrance examination department, a role related to Xiao Limo's. Due to work-related constraints, Xiao Limo could not confront him directly. The only solace for her was that he was stationed in Yenjing while she operated near Yeqing. Thus, she only had to endure his tiresome inquiries about her well-being each day. Yet, contrary to her hopes, due to her age, the first battle district arranged for her to go on a blind date with Li Ruojia. Did it really have to be this revolting? Li Ruojin, I have expressed my indifference toward you countless times. Could you please refrain from bothering me any further? Do you realize that I have to set an alarm every morning and evening just to respond to your incessant inquiries about my well-being? Otherwise, your calls would incessantly come pouring in, and you have no idea the extent of disruption this causes me. I am utterly exhausted. If you truly harbor feelings for me, could you not make my life so burdensome? Xiao Limuo's face flushed with indignation, her voice strained as she nearly shouted, as if to release all her pent-up frustration. Tears brimmed in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. Li Ruojin stood stunned, taken aback by Xiao Limuo's words. To think that she had grown weary of him long ago? No, that cannot be. It must be that another man is enticing her, for she would never utter such words otherwise. Mo, these are merely your angry words, aren't they? I admit my sudden appearance today was somewhat abrupt, but it was born out of concern for you. Look at the others, I would never disturb you so late at night. Li Ruojin's voice was filled with urgency and grievance as he attempted to explain himself, hoping to mend the situation. However, before he could finish, his expression froze. Behind Xiao Limuo, he caught sight of a man approaching, Tu Shan, who had come to ascertain the commotion following Xiao Limuo's outcry. Tu Shan's brow furrowed slightly. Based on Xiao Limuo's earlier exclamation and Li Ruojin's words, combined with her attire today, he quickly pieced together the situation. No wonder when he had previously questioned why such a beautiful teacher like Xiao Limuo had no admirers, a hint of helplessness had flashed in his eyes. It turns out there was a relentless suitor persistently harassing her. At that moment, any man would feel compelled to intervene. A surge of protectiveness welled up within Tu Shan. Without hesitation, he extended his right hand and wrapped it around Xiao Limuo's slender waist, a gesture that felt entirely natural, as if to assert his claim over her in front of Li Ruojin. With a slight smirk, he declared disdainfully, "Who are you? Do you not know that my teacher, Xia, is my woman? Coming to disturb us at this late hour? Have you no shame? Or do you have a penchant for such things?" Xiao Limuo's face instantly turned crimson. This Tu Shan had no regard for propriety, so boldly proclaiming her as his. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, shyness mingled with a tinge of delight. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, there was not a shred of resentment in her heart. Rather, she felt a flicker of joy. Could it be that I truly have feelings for Tu Shan? Chapter 55. Compensation for emotional distress upon hearing those words. Li Ruojin felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His expression shifted from shock to a blazing fury. Xiao Limuo was the woman he, the heir of the Li family, had long coveted. He had always reserved the position of his rightful wife for her, never once taking a concubine or entertaining scandalous affairs, content only to clandestinely indulge in fleeting encounters. All this was in the hope that one day he could bring Xiao Limu into his home as his bride. Even though they were not yet wed, Xiao Limu's standing in his heart was untouchable by anyone else. The young man before him, seemingly not yet 20, audaciously embraced Xiao Limu and uttered such crude words. Li Ruojin's fury erupted like a volcano, feeling his dignity challenged as never before. "Die!" he bellowed, arrow of the demon. A powerful surge of demonic energy erupted from him, coalescing into an incredibly sharp arrow, hurtling with fierce momentum towards Tu Shan. It must be said that while Li Ruojin may lack wisdom, his innate talent was indeed remarkable. The mastery of the demon arrow was exceptionally challenging, typically eluding the grasp of ordinary individuals. Yet he executed it with such finesse, a testament to his formidable prowess. Xia Limu appeared still and enraptured by Su Chen's audacious remarks, not immediately regaining her composure. Of course, Su Chen gently squeezed her waist, signaling her to refrain from intervening, assuring her that he would handle the situation. Is this all? A fourth-tier beastmaster, and I expected more. Su Chen's lips curled into a faintly disdainful smile. His right arm remained firmly around Xia Limu's slender waist, while his other hand snapped his fingers. Silence. In an instant, time seemed to freeze, the world around them descending into utter stillness. Upon contact with Su Chen, Li Ruojin's demon arrow vanished without a trace. Moreover, Li Ruojin himself felt an overwhelming sensation of suffocation, as if an invisible force had completely sealed his demonic power, rendering him unable to summon his beasts. What is happening? Li Ruojin's eyes widened in disbelief, staring in shock at the unfolding scene. Before he could recover from his astonishment, Su Chen snapped his fingers once more. Instantly, a colossal demon arrow, several times larger than the one Li Ruojin had conjured, materialized before him. With a gentle wave of his hand, the arrow shot forth like lightning. The sound of air being pierced resonated instantly. The demon arrow, traveling at an astonishing speed, struck Li Ruojin squarely on his right shoulder. Nevertheless, the disparity between the fourth tier and second tier was insurmountable. Despite being a fully developed demon arrow, it merely inflicted a slight tear on his shoulder, unable to penetrate deeply. Young master, are you all right? Two attendants rushed forward. Panic etched on their faces as they inquired about Li Ruojin's condition. Li Ruojin gritted his teeth against the pain, disregarding his injury, and glared viciously at Su Chen, his eyes alight with fury. Impudent scoundrel, how dare you lay a hand on me? Yet, Su Chen remained unfazed, spreading his hands in a gesture of nonchalance as he calmly retorted, What? Is it only permissible for you to strike, while I cannot? Li Ruoji, seething with fury, found himself at a loss for words, his complexion darkening further. Need I jog your memory with the surveillance footage? Su Chen indicated toward the cameras positioned at the entrance of the courtyard, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. In an instant, Li Ruoji's expression turned ashen. He was acutely aware of Su Chen's insinuation, regardless of whether Su Chen had provoked him first. The undeniable truth remained that it was he who had initiated the physical confrontation. In a moment of reckless impulse, he had overlooked this critical fact. Let me be frank with you, your demise is imminent. Li Ruoji spat through gritted teeth, turning to leave with his two attendants. However, Su Chen remained undeterred. His demeanor unruffled as he remarked, 1,000,000 credit points for the absolution of a fourth-tier beast master's reputation. Quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? You? Li Ruoji was seething with rage. The implication was unmistakable. Su Chen was overtly threatening him, demanding 1,000,000 credit points to procure the surveillance footage. What do you mean by you? Is the prestige of a fourth-tier beast master not worth 2,000,000 credit points? Surely, with attendants in tow, your status must be considerable. How about this? Transfer 3,000,000 credit points immediately, and I shall delete the footage on the spot. Do you not think my mentor, Teacher Xia, deserves at least 4,000,000 credit points for the emotional distress suffered over the years? Just a moment ago, did you not claim 1,000,000? How has it suddenly escalated to 4,000,000? Li Ruoji could no longer contain his outburst, his voice laced with fury and indignation. What? When did I mention 5,000,000? I distinctly stated 10,000,000 credit points. Now hurry. If you fail to transfer, I shall upload it online without hesitation. Su Chen's voice rose an octave, a mocking glint in his eyes. Blast it. Li Ruoji, heartbroken, pulled out his phone. Bring forth the payment code. I hope you honor your word. Now that is more like it. Su Chen replied cheerily. Despite his somewhat foolish actions, Li Ruoji was the scion of a prominent family, well-educated and endowed with discernment. After a moment of contemplative reflection, he recognized that the current predicament was decidedly unfavorable to him. Issues that could be resolved with currency were hardly significant dilemmas. Should Su Chen unveil that footage to the public, the repercussions from the 7th war zone, even potential expulsion, would pale in comparison to the catastrophic impact on his family's enterprises. Simply due to a fleeting moment of hesitation, he was about to squander an additional 9,000,000 credit points, an amount equivalent to his allowance for several months. Damn it, I let my emotions take over. And now I've handed him leverage. Regret and anguish filled Lin Yueer, yet these sentiments had become inconsequential. The crux of the matter lies in the arcane technique recently employed by Tu Shan, the extraordinary skill capable of dispelling demonic arts, confining the beast-controlling space, and preventing the summoning of fiends is none other than the renowned secret art of the Murong family, a prestigious lineage in the Magic City, known as the Silent Word. Lin Yueer pondered silently. The individual before him likely was not a direct descendant of the Murong clan, yet he must possess some special connection to them, suggesting an identity far from ordinary. If it were otherwise, how could he possibly access such profound knowledge? Observing the size and potency of the demonic arrow, it is plausible that this person's family ranks among the top 10 beast masters in the Dragon Kingdom. The loss of 10 million credit points in Xiaolimo was indeed a significant blow to Lin Yueer. However, in light of the potential repercussions of incurring the wrath of such a formidable family, this outcome could be deemed the least unfavorable. Nonetheless, this enmity has been irrevocably established. Having his beloved taken from him, coupled with the humiliation he suffered, Lin Yueer silently vowed that he would one day seek retribution. Chapter 56. Heavenly Materials and Earthly Treasures. Tu Shan. The influence of the Li family in Yanjing is by no means weaker than that of the Yang family in Yi City. Your provocation could have dire consequences, Xiaolimo expressed with a face full of concern. Though her words trailed off, the implication of the potential fallout was clear. I sent it precisely because I have Teacher Xia backing me that I dare to act so boldly? Tu Shan replied with a grin. He did not believe that the Li family would resort to sending assassins against him as the Yang family might. Those who could join the various battle zones had surely undergone thorough background checks, which were conducted annually, akin to the political reviews of the past. Any suspicious elements would prevent one from entering the 9 major battle zones. According to Xiaolimo, the last audit took place in late May, thus confirming that aside from this past month, the Li family had not engaged in any egregious conduct, indicating at least a baseline of decency. Furthermore, the conflict between Tu Shan and Lin Yueer had unfolded in Xiaolimo's presence. Should anything befall Tu Shan, the Li family would undoubtedly be scrutinized closely. Given their extensive influence, they would be acutely aware of the ramifications. Therefore, the likelihood of them dispatching assassins was virtually non-existent, although minor obstacles may be placed in his path. Of course, Xiaolimo was certainly astute enough to recognize this, which explained her tacit approval of Tu Shan's actions. Thank you, Tu Shan. You have solidified my resolve, Xiaolimo said softly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. This decision marked a definitive break from Lin Yueer, a choice she might not have been able to make without Tu Shan's encouragement. Surely, this would lead to a substantially quieter life moving forward, she mused, feeling a flicker of satisfaction in her decision. Previously, when you assisted me with the Yang family issue, my repayment could only amount to a mere fraction of your kindness, which hardly seems adequate. Tu Shan retrieved his mobile phone and accessed his online banking, addressing his teacher. This 10 million credit points are your compensation for mental distress. I shall transfer it to you. Xiaolimo promptly waved her hand in refusal. There is no need. My savings have long surpassed 100 million. You should keep these credit points to acquire rare treasures to enhance yourself. With unwavering determination, Tu Shan replied, No, this belongs to you, teacher, not to me. Observing Tu Shan's resolute demeanor, Xiaolimo sighed inwardly. She understood his character well. Once he had made a decision, it was nearly impossible to alter. Resigned, she shook her head, aware that her words would be futile. Consequently, Xiaolimo retrieved 2 massive boxes from her beast-taming space. One box was filled with an assortment of rare treasures, each extraordinarily uncommon, most of which were unfamiliar to Tu Shan's scholarly knowledge. The other box brimmed with the crystal cores of second-tier magical beasts, containing at least over 1,000. Tu Shan, taken aback by the sight of the 2 boxes, could not help but inquire, Teacher Xia, what is this? Xiaolimo responded with a gentle smile. These are the resources allocated quarterly to each individual in the first battle zone, accumulated over the years. I never anticipated the usage would increase so much. But regarding this mental distress compensation, it was you who advocated for me, so I cannot accept it without giving something in return. Fortunately, I have little use for these materials. You may take them all. Hearing her words, Tu Shan felt a swell of emotion within. He understood how precious these resources were to a cultivator, yet Xiaolimo selflessly offered them to him. Is there really so much? He asked. Indeed, otherwise, why would everyone desire to enter the first battle zone? It is only natural that the exceptional enjoy greater resources. Realizing that Xia Limo's insistence stemmed from a desire to avoid owing a debt of gratitude to her student, Tu Shan recognized the awkwardness of such a situation. Given his pressing need for these materials, he refrained from further refusal and accepted them wholeheartedly. With a half-joking tone, he said, "Thank you, my dear." "Oh, no, thank you, teacher." Xia Limo's cheeks flushed a delicate hue as she lightly tapped his chest with her small fist, playfully admonishing, "You cheeky one, how impolite." Tu Shan quickly dodged. Laughing, "I smell barbecue. Let us go, teacher, and enjoy a late-night snack." As the night descended like ink, enveloping the world in silence, everything appeared particularly tranquil, devoid of any events or disturbances. Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu expressed their gratitude towards Sister Xia Limo with exuberant shouts. After the training concluded the following day, Tu Shan ventured alone to the underground training chamber of the villa. Gazing at the box brimming with rare treasures, he swallowed hard. Since his arrival in this world, he had never had the opportunity to savor the essence of such precious materials. At last, he would finally discover their true flavor. He extended his hand, casually selecting a palm-sized object that bore a striking resemblance to ginseng. Item: Snow Mountain Ginseng, 29 years. Rarity: S. Description: a rare treasure from nature. Consuming it has a small probability of increasing one's physique value by 0.1 within a year. So, it is a matter of probability? I had assumed that simply ingesting it would guarantee an enhancement. Tu Shan mused to himself in perplexity. He had studied some knowledge regarding rare treasures in his high school classes. They were categorized into 3 main types: oral, nurturing, and spiritual treasures. The Snow Mountain Ginseng, like this one, fell under the oral category, and only one of the same type could be consumed within a short time frame. Only after the power contained within it was fully absorbed and transformed by the body could one continue to consume it. Otherwise, irreversible harm could be inflicted upon the body. Thus, the consumption of these treasures necessitated various clever combinations and rotations to maximize their value. While it was not uncommon for beast masters from well-to-do families to afford several rare treasures, only those from powerful clans could select from thousands of such treasures to enhance their children's physiques. Originally, Tu Shan believed that the more he consumed, the stronger he would become. However, he now realized that luck played a crucial role in this process. He shook his head in resignation, silently lamenting that matters in this world were indeed not so simple. With this thought in mind, Tu Shan hesitated no longer. He firmly grasped the Snow Mountain Ginseng in his hand and began to gnaw at it without hesitation. The taste was, well, quite unpleasant. He furrowed his brow, struggling to chew, yet he could not mask the bitter and peculiar flavor. It was no wonder people advised consuming rare treasures alongside ordinary food. The primary reason was their difficulty in being swallowed. Congratulations, host, for achieving the accomplishment of consuming a rare treasure. There is still dirt on this Snow Mountain Ginseng. Are you not afraid of contracting any parasites by consuming it this way? Achievement points received, 50. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your achievement points have surpassed 2,400. Reward: Sense of Crisis. Sense of Crisis allows detection of all hazardous factors within a 50-meter radius. Second tier effect. Chapter 57. Rapid Refinement of Rare Treasures. System Sister, must you be so harsh? Tu Shan immediately retorted. As he spoke, he clenched his fists, inwardly muttering, "This bite truly felt inconsequential, and my physique value has not increased." However, when Tu Shan glanced at the other Snow Mountain Ginsengs in the beast space, he suddenly experienced a sense of déjà vu akin to gazing at a second bucket of instant noodles after finishing the first, accompanied by a wave of nausea. He simply did not wish to consume any more. Perhaps this was what they referred to as energy saturation. Tu Shan sighed, conceding, "Never mind. I shall rely on the System Sister for enhancement. The progress from rare treasures is simply too slow." Just as Tu Shan's words fell, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. Detecting that the host possesses an unactivated essence value of 0.1. The system offers to consume 100 achievement points to perfectly refine the dormant 1 point of physical or demon energy. What? Tu Shan was momentarily taken aback, a look of astonishment gracing his face. Is there really such a fortunate opportunity? He mused inwardly. While others must endure prolonged consumption of rare treasures to have a minuscule chance of enhancing their physical strength or demon power, the system guarantees a 100 success rate. Nevertheless, I find this delightful. Su Chen secretly rejoiced, promptly retrieving several rare treasures that enhance physical strength from the Beastmaster space, gathering them to form 1 point of physical energy and consuming them all. System, activate the residual energy within me. Ding. Consumed 100 achievement points. Successfully converted to 10 points of physical energy. With the system's notification, Su Chen felt a surge of formidable power coursing through his body. That force, akin to a raging torrent, instantly dissipated his previous fullness, rendering him immensely comfortable. The sensation of nausea from witnessing similar treasures vanished without a trace, even igniting a desire to indulge further. My system is incredible. Continue. Without hesitation, Su Chen resumed consuming the rare treasures. Fortunately, Xiao Limo was occupied training Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu at that moment. Otherwise, witnessing this scene might have led her to question her existence once more. In the following month, Su Chen continued to train alongside Xiao Limo in the villa courtyard. Although his nightlife had become considerably mundane, it nonetheless elevated Qing Lu's bond value to 50 points and Tu Shan Yueyue's to 65 points. Of course, the training was not solely for Su Chen. Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu also participated. Refining the energy within demon beast cores does not necessarily require battling wild demon beasts. With Xiao Limo's demon beasts serving as sparring partners, Su Chen made remarkable progress, breaking through to the second rank, 8th stage. Name, Su Chen. Level, 2nd rank. 8th stage. Physical strength, 426. Demon power, 688,755. Skills, beast mastery, forced contract, insight, indestructible body, martial arts, arrow of the demon. Volume 1 of the Beast Master Cultivation Secret Method, Appraisal, Crisis Perception, Achievement Points, 502,400, Contracted Demon Beasts, Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. Qing Lu, remaining free attribute points, 18, Tu Shan Yueyue similarly advanced to the 2nd rank, 8th stage, while Qing Lu broke through to the 2nd rank, 10th stage. Merely a step away from the 3rd rank, 1st stage. With the perfect refining of a 3rd rank demon beast core, she would achieve her breakthrough. As Xiao Limo observed Su Chen's growth, her heart brimmed with astonishment. She had never anticipated that a human could progress at such a rapid pace. To ascend from the 2nd rank, 2nd stage to the 2nd rank, 8th stage in just 1 month, and with such a solid foundation at that. Is this talent not exceedingly extraordinary? Even with an inexhaustible supply of demon beast crystal cores, it is difficult to fathom how such tremendous progress could be achieved in such a brief span of time. Although Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu have also made rapid breakthroughs. For demon beasts, as long as there are ample crystal cores and a wealth of combat experience, their advancement occurs at an accelerated pace. It is indeed the first time I have heard that a human's rate of breakthrough surpasses that of contracted demon beasts. Initially, I believed it would take Su Chen a year or 2 to reach the 3rd tier. Yet now, at this rate, he may very well attain a breakthrough by the end of the month. Xiao Limo could not help but recall Su Chen's level prior to his college entrance examination. Back then, he was merely at the 1st tier, 2nd stage. Now, merely 2 months later, he has ascended to the 2nd tier, 8th stage. A leap across a staggering 16 stages. What on earth is this? Xiao Limo felt that her own talent paled in comparison to Su Chen's. However, despite her astonishment, it was crucial to address the matter at hand. Su Chen, there is something I would like to ask of you, she said, a hint of shyness in her voice. Of course, it is not an official matter, but rather a personal one, and I will not impose it upon you. What is it, my dear teacher? As long as I am able, I will certainly oblige. Su Chen replied with a playful grin. In response, Xiao Limo lightly tapped Su Chen's forehead, feigning annoyance as she said, "You rascal, always so irreverent." For the past half-month, Su Chen had continuously mixed up the titles of teacher and wife, clearly teasing her on purpose. Yet, her tone held no trace of reproach, rather a subtle affection. She even entertained the thought of what life would be like if she and Su Chen were to marry, envisioning days spent training in the courtyard, growing stronger, conquering the world together, and growing old side by side. No, how could a teacher harbor such fanciful notions about her student? Xiao Limo quickly regained her composure and, after a brief pause, slowly spoke. Su Chen, you should be aware of the opening training sessions at various universities, correct? Su Chen nodded. I have heard a bit about it. What is the matter? In this world, beast tamers are a revered profession. The opening training sessions are designed to assess the cultivation results of beast tamers during the holiday and to better prepare them for future battles. Essentially, it is somewhat akin to the entrance examinations from before the crossover. Much like the college entrance examination, students from various universities will be assigned to different trial zones prepared by the 7th Battle District, where they will survive for half a month. The only difference is that during the training, high-ranking beast tamers will be on standby, ensuring a far greater level of safety compared to the entrance examinations. And the rewards are quite generous. After all, these are already nurtured seeds of beast tamers. It would be tragic for them to perish. Upon completing the training, one is guaranteed a subsidy of 200,000 credit points, along with additional rewards based on rankings, akin to scholarships. Xia Limo adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and retrieved a promotional poster regarding the training from the beast taming space. My dear friend, Yin Yao, is affiliated with the 7th War Zone. She is responsible for the training camp for the third-year students at Yenjing University, which commences in 3 days. Hence, she wishes to extend an invitation for you to participate in the training as well. Would you be inclined to join us? Upon hearing this, Tu Shan was momentarily taken aback. Had he not joined the First War Zone already? Why was he still required to attend the training camp? Xia Liemo seemed to discern Su Chen's thoughts, and with a gentle smile, she softly explained, Yin Yao has been confiding in me about her struggles. This year's third-year students at Yenjing University, emboldened by their innate talents, have grown arrogant and defiant, believing themselves invincible. Such students, when they venture into the world, may easily fall due to their overconfidence, a fate none wish to witness. Therefore, she hopes you will participate in the training, allowing those students to understand what it truly means to be a peerless prodigy and to recognize their own limitations. Is that so? Su Chen pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand. Over the past month, although his strength had been rapidly increasing, he had not accrued any achievement points. Given the lamentable achievement system, perhaps competing with the third-year students at Yenjing University and slaying some monsters could yield unexpected rewards and accomplishments. He looked up at Xia Liemo and inquired, but, Teacher Xia, since I am not a student of Yenjing University, will there be any issues with my participation? In response, Xia Liemo playfully winked her left eye and flashed a cheeky smile, saying, You need not worry about that. The training camp does not restrict beast tamers from participating. As long as your background is clean, the 7th War Zone would certainly welcome more participants, as it would intensify the competition. Hearing this, Su Chen's apprehensions dissipated, and he jokingly remarked, Since she is my wife's close friend, she is naturally my friend as well. I shall certainly assist with this. Xia Liemo placed her hands on her hips, playfully rolling her eyes at Su Chen, and admonished, Do not be so cheeky. In front of Yin Yao, you must mind your words. Su Chen continued to jest, All right. So I can call you anything I wish as long as it's not in front of your friend. Correct? A faint blush graced Xia Liemo's cheeks as she playfully retorted, I never said that. Do not twist my words. The following morning, before the sun had fully risen, Su Chen and Xia Liemo hurriedly made their way to the armored vehicle station. There was only one armored vehicle departing from Yi City to Yenjing each day, setting off promptly at 6 in the morning and arriving in Yenjing by 9 in the evening. Along the way, Su Chen could not help but grumble to himself. According to the tropes of various novels, protagonists often encountered perilous situations during their journeys, such as monster attacks, bandit ambushes, or the emergence of treasures. Surely, these encounters were the hallmark of a protagonist's journey, were they not? Su Chen began to doubt whether he possessed a system, questioning if he truly was not the protagonist after all. However, despite the absence of extraordinary events, they would be lodging in a hotel renowned for its exceptional soundproofing that night, which brought a sense of quiet delight to Su Chen. After a month of accumulation, it was finally time to indulge a little tonight. System notification. The bond value with the nine-tailed fox, Tu Shan has changed. 6,570. System notification. The bond value with the Qing Lu, has changed. 5,060. He couldn't help but exclaim, These two magical beasts are indeed full of contradictions. On the morning of the third day, August 1st, various Beast Master universities began their academic sessions, filling the campus with a vibrant atmosphere. On the streets, students gathered in small groups, their laughter and joy evident, their youthful figures scattered about. Su Chen and Xia Liemo arrived punctually at the entrance of Yenjing University. Soon, a tall and alluring beauty approached them, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the pavement. Her top buttons seemed ready to burst, drawing the attention of numerous passers-by. Yao Yao. Long time no see. Xia Liemo was the first to speak. Emoli, it's been ages. Yun Yao responded warmly, her gaze shifting to Tu Shan. What a handsome young man. Much more attractive than in the photos. Tu Shan smiled slightly and replied politely, Teacher Yun Yao, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Tu Shan, a student of Teacher Xia. Upon hearing the term teacher, Yun Yao's eyes narrowed into charming crescents, and she let out a hearty laugh. You certainly know how to flatter. Haha, let us go. The training session is about to begin. Once they reached the playground, Yun Yao parted ways with Tu Shan and Xia Liemo. It wasn't long before she appeared on the platform alongside several distinguished beast masters, likely faculty members of Yenjing University. Below them stood a group of third-year students, standing in perfect formation. However, Tu Shan did not notice the presence of other beast masters attending the training session, as Xia Liemo had previously mentioned. Roughly estimating, there seemed to be around 200 individuals. Curiously, he began to scan his surroundings, murmuring, I thought there would be more students in university. I didn't expect so few in the third year. Hearing this, Xia Liemo explained, Yenjing University has always implemented an elite training system, selecting only the most outstanding students from across the Dragon Kingdom for focused cultivation, which naturally results in a smaller population. In contrast, institutions like Yenjing Beastmaster Academy, which belong to the second-tier category, may not have such stringent admission standards, thus attracting a larger number of students. After listening to Xia Liemo's explanation, Tu Shan nodded thoughtfully. It sounds quite similar to the training in the First War Zone, doesn't it? Indeed. After all, the availability of certain rare materials is extremely limited, so selective breeding is essential. If the resources were sufficient, we could certainly cultivate more beast masters. As the two conversed leisurely, a sudden, piercing bird call echoed through the sky, reverberating across the entire playground. Almost instantaneously, the light before them dimmed, as if the night had descended without warning. Concurrently, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the crowd. In astonishment, they gazed upwards to behold a magnificent golden raptor, its wingspan exceeding 100 meters, spiraling majestically in the high heavens. The gusts it stirred as it soared were fierce, and its formidable presence instilled a profound sense of dread. Name, Jinbuhuan. Species sequence, number 045, three-legged golden crow. Level, 8th rank, stage 1. Physique, 36, 603, 660. Demonic power, 19, 051, 905. Talented skill, divine bird transformation. Skills, lightning, thunder roar, wing slash, wind blade, storm, tornado, feather roost, Godspeed, Crimson Lotus Inferno, Flame Burst. Heavenly Fire Scorched Earth, Divine Bird Transformation, ability to freely alter size. Is this the profile of an 8th-tier demon beast? With a physique value of 366. It feels as though a mere breath could annihilate me, murmured Tu Shan, gazing at the system interface of the three-legged golden crow. Chapter 59. The Valley Gorge. As the three-legged golden crow descended, two figures leapt gracefully from its back. One was a man, appearing to be in his 60s, yet his countenance exuded an air of authority, reminiscent of a seasoned warrior, as if the passage of time had deepened his wisdom and restraint. It was evident that the three-legged golden crow was his contracted demon beast. The woman accompanying him was exquisite, standing tall and poised, her skin as fair as snow, seemingly around 18 years of age. She alighted effortlessly from the towering creature, her movements fluid and elegant, suggesting her physique value was no less than 30. Principal Luo. All staff members, including Yun Yao, hurried forward to greet him. It appeared he was indeed Principal Luo Hongwei of Yenjing University. However, the crowd's attention swiftly shifted to the young woman beside him. Who is she? Inquired a middle-aged teacher, curiosity piqued. My granddaughter, Luo Yuyan. She has just entered her freshman year, but I intend for her to participate in the junior training camp. Luo Hongwei replied casually, pride and confidence evident in his tone. Upon hearing this, many third-year students erupted in excitement. Luo Yuyan? Could she be the same individual recently reported, ranked 97th in the UA list with a second tier? 7th stage level? I recall reading about her half a month ago. Indeed, the media hailed her as a genius beauty among beast masters. It's astounding. She has already advanced to the second tier, 7th stage in her freshman year? I scored 138 on the college entrance exam. Yet I barely reached the second tier in my first year. Is this the epitome of prodigious talent? Truly remarkable. uncertain whether he could win her heart. He mused that this would elevate the Zhao family to unprecedented heights. "Brother, do you require a splash of cold water to awaken your senses?" The students whispered among themselves, their eyes brimming with astonishment and envy. Tu Shan was equally taken aback, and he couldn't help but scrutinize the young lady named Lin Yueer. It wasn't solely her striking beauty that captivated him, although she was indeed stunning. Rather, it was the fact that Tu Shan had achieved the second tier 8 stage at merely 18 years of age, thanks to his unique advantages. The revelation that Lin Yueer had nearly reached this level right after graduating high school left him pondering her extraordinary talent. Could she be another prodigy like himself? At that moment, Xiao Limo seemed to perceive Su Chen's confusion and smiled as she elucidated. "She differs from you. She turned 18 last September and, shortly after reaching adulthood, forged a pact with a divine beast from the Shindai series. In total, she has been a beastmaster for nearly a year. Of course, attaining such heights in just a year is truly remarkable." Su Chen nodded in understanding. "I see." Xiao Limo waved her hand and bid farewell to Su Chen. "I must take my leave now. Best of luck, Su Chen. I have high hopes for you." Su Chen jested in response. "All right, teacher. I shall prepare a wedding for you once I complete my training." Naturally, his words caused a delightful blush to bloom on Xiao Limo's cheeks. Before long, as the audience settled into silence, Yun Yao stepped forward to elucidate the rules of the upcoming training session. Most of what Su Chen needed to know was already familiar to him, but the crucial aspect pertained to the scoring and ranking system. With a clap of her hands, a staff member approached, carrying an oversized box. Upon opening it, they discovered an array of devices resembling wristwatches. Yun Yao extracted one and affixed it to her wrist, stating, "This is the point tracker, which also serves as your lifeline. During your expedition to the trial zone, you must wear it. After slaying a beast, simply swipe the beast's crystal core against the device to tally your points. A second-tier beast crystal core is worth 10 points, while a third tier's is 100 points. The point tracker is equipped with a locator. Should you find yourself in peril, pressing the emergency button will summon assistance to extract you from the trial zone." She continued, "No beast crystal cores or provisions are permitted during this training. Should you be found in possession of any, it will be deemed cheating, adversely affecting your future credit record and resulting in expulsion." With that, she invited any questions, declaring that once the session commenced, there would be no opportunity for clarification. Her words ignited a fervor among the crowd. Each beastmaster aspiring to enter Yanjing University was among the elite of their generation, possessing unparalleled talent and strength. The notion of fear or retreat was simply inconceivable for them. At that moment, a plump student from the crowd raised his hand and, with a hint of melancholy, inquired, "Teacher, a few days ago, I accidentally fell victim to the venom of the black magic serpent. I need to take gold and silver grass for detoxification for half a month. May I bring it along?" Yun Yao nodded slightly. "You may provide a hospital report later. However, there are strict regulations regarding the quantity you may carry. So please take note of that." The student expressed his gratitude with a glance towards Yun Yao and vigorously nodded. "All right, thank you, teacher." Seeing that no further questions arose, Yun Yao commenced distributing the score devices. "Well, since there are no inquiries, let the trial begin now." As her words echoed, the ground of the playground suddenly erupted with a dazzling radiance. A colossal circular magic array gradually emerged, gleaming with golden light. Immediately, everyone felt an immense force pulling them, as if their bodies were being drawn into an endless vortex. In the blink of an eye, they were transported to the trial area established by the 7th Combat Zone. In the depths of the mountains, the terrain undulated, with ravines crisscrossing. The bright sunlight cascaded through the mountains, yet an inexplicable sense of solitude permeated the atmosphere. This was the training ground for the students of Yanjing University, Yogujian. A total of 206 third-year students, alongside 2 first-year students, Su Chen and Lin Yueer, were all teleported to the entrance of Yogujian. As the crowd regained their composure, many of the third-year students, who had previously arranged to team up, began to pair off and venture into the peripheral area of Yogujian, eager to seize the initiative and swiftly accumulate more points. However, there were also some students who were not in such a rush. "Classmate Yuan, I am Zhang Yuanbao from the Zhang family of Shiqing. My current level is Stage 3, Segment 1, and I have contracted 2 magical beasts of Sequence 100. One serves as support and the other as damage dealer. Would you like to form a team to hunt magical beasts together?" "Classmate Yuan, I am Lu Kuo from the Lu family in Yanjing. I have contracted a divine era sequence 97 thunderstorm golden gorilla. I would be honored to be your knight and protect you. Yueyue, my nickname in the Beastmaster realm is Hengi Little Overlord. Half a year ago, I ranked 100th on the Yanjing leaderboard, but after breaking through to stage 3, I could no longer challenge others and was subsequently pushed down the ranks. I wonder if you remember me? Many male students were not in a hurry to enter Yogujian, but rather focused all their attention on Luo Yueyue. Chapter 60. The training commences in a mere moment. Luo Yueyue was surrounded by a throng of diverse male students. They hailed from various backgrounds. Some were dashing and charming. Others were refined and gentle, while a few exuded an air of nonconformity. Yet, these students, when facing Luo Yueyue, exhibited not a trace of timidity, but rather a confident demeanor. It is understandable, as every student capable of gaining admission to Yanjing University is undoubtedly a prodigy nurtured by prominent factions. They brimmed with confidence in their abilities and background, undoubtedly having enjoyed unchallenged success in romantic endeavors during their high school years. With Luo Yueyue being the daughter of the esteemed president of Yanjing University, her elevated status ensured that winning her favor would pave a smooth path ahead, potentially bringing endless benefits to her family's legacy. Naturally, many students merely observed from the sidelines. Their curiosity piqued as they speculated who among the suitors would ultimately capture the heart and approval of this enchanting maiden. These fellows, despite their commendable prowess, seemed utterly devoid of wit. The president, having admitted her alone, intended for her to train independently. Otherwise, in a scenario where collective training was permitted, escorts would undoubtedly accompany her, leaving no room for their meddling. Amidst the crowd, Chen shook his head in bemusement. He examined the map in his hand, having already outlined a preliminary route and strategy in his mind. He then strolled leisurely toward the outskirts of the Valley of Shadows. The valley was divided into 4 distinct areas: the outskirts, the central zone, the core area, and the spring zone. The outskirts were primarily inhabited by beasts of the 3rd tier or below, relatively weak and easily manageable for the junior students of Yanjing University. Most opted for the border between the central and core zones as their hunting grounds, where the beasts typically hovered around the initial stages of the 3rd tier. After all, defeating a beast that had successfully broken through to the 3rd tier would yield a corresponding crystal core, making it not only less challenging but also a swift way to accumulate points. The students lacked neither wealth nor resources, yet they were in dire need of reputation and prestige. Achieving a commendable rank during training was undoubtedly the fastest route to fame. Consequently, few students lingered in the outskirts. However, for Chen, the situation was quite different. The variety and sheer number of beasts in the outskirts were substantial, densely populated as if a horde had descended. And with no one competing for the monsters, it was an ideal spot for swiftly racking up achievement points. Yeah, Qinglu, we need to camp out in the wild tonight. And one of us will need to keep watch, Chen casually remarked. So, whoever among you slays the most beasts tonight will take on the lookout duty. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Shan Yueyue and Qinglu stiffened instantly. They understood that Chen had recently acquired a new skill, crisis perception, which enabled him to detect any danger within a 50-meter radius even during deep slumber. His suggestion of having just one person keep watch was, therefore, quite transparent in its implication. They exchanged a resolute glance, determination flashing in their eyes. To ensure a restful night, they could not afford to lose. Luo Yueyue sighed inwardly as she observed the eager young men vying for her attention. Just as Chen had initially asserted, their intentions were all too apparent. However, many of these individuals had never graced the rankings of the beast masters in Yanjing during their peak at the 2nd tier, 10th stage, and yet they hoped to look after her. Merely refraining from causing her trouble would be a cause for gratitude. Luo Yueyue forced a smile and candidly stated, "I apologize, but my father sent me here for the purpose of training. If I were to team up with others, I fear I would not genuinely uncover my shortcomings. Thus, I appreciate your good intentions." In the midst of the crowd's lamentations, Luo Yueyue summoned her contract beast, the 3-legged golden crow. This creature was slightly smaller than Principal Luo's, with a wingspan of no more than 5 meters, yet the aura it exuded was no less formidable than that of a mid-tier 3rd-stage beast. Subsequently, she gracefully leapt onto its back and soared towards the valley. During her flight, her gaze inadvertently drifted to the periphery, where she caught sight of Chen leisurely wandering about. Her brows furrowed slightly, lost in thought. That person seemed to be this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, swiftly admitted into the first battle zone, and astonishingly, he had already broken through to the second-tier Beastmaster level. Indeed, he possessed remarkable talent. However, this surprise did not linger for long, as Luo Yuyin quickly averted her gaze. Among those hailed as peerless prodigies, who could truly endure to the end and ascend to the pinnacle, what mattered was not the present, but the future. Meanwhile, within the undeparted student assembly, a man with a stern expression was intently observing Luo Yuyin's receding figure. The corners of his mouth curled into a subtle, devilish smile. This individual was Zhao Lan, the eldest son of the Zhao family, a prominent third-tier beastmaster from Yanjing. Zhao Lan refrained from courting Luo Yuyin's favor because they had known each other since childhood and were well aware of her character. Luo Yuyin held a preference for men of great strength and held little regard for those she deemed weak. Furthermore, her family, the Luo clan, ranked 5th among the beastmaster families in Yanjing, making it improbable for her to be swayed by the scions of rural beastmaster families. These foolish beastmasters, who had yet to demonstrate their innate talents, fancied winning the affection of a goddess. Such dreams were but folly. Allow me to enlighten you on the art of wooing women. With a mere thought, Zhao Lan summoned a flying beast from his beast space. One with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, entirely black, emanating a sinister aura. Upon its appearance, the beast resembled a specter from the night, radiating a disquieting presence, eliciting gasps of astonishment from numerous students. Goodness, could that be the divine sequence number 69 Black Feather Jin? So impressive. Isn't that Zhao Lan? I recall he merely held a nominal position and seldom attended classes, yet he has contracted such an extraordinary beast. Is Zhao Lan truly the Zhao Shan Feng, the 19th ranked individual in the second tier of the beast taming realm's Yanjing list? The eldest son of the Zhao family. It indeed seems to be him. My goodness. He is a rare prodigy who ascended the beast taming realm rankings without passing through the card level. No wonder he can contract such a formidable beast. Alas, I merely wish to secure a position within the top 10. I intend to confess to the goddess upon my return home. Yet why must it be so arduous? Chapter 61. The first kill of the beast Tu Shan remained oblivious to the events unfolding at the initial point. The outer region of the Yugu Jian was characterized by rugged mountain paths, with bizarrely shaped rocks resembling a labyrinth. These peculiar stones served not only as natural cover, but also as excellent hiding spots for lurking beasts. A moment's carelessness could render other beast tamers as prey to these creatures. However, Tu Shan possessed a heightened sense of crisis. This ability allowed him to perceive all beasts within a 50-meter radius, regardless of how cleverly they concealed themselves. There was no need to fear a surprise attack. Any rustle of grass or whisper of wind could not escape his awareness. Before long, Tu Shan's sense of crisis was activated. Behind a massive rock ahead, a beast lingered. It seemed to sense the approach of others and ceased its concealment, boldly emerging from behind the stone. Its right forelimb scraped the ground incessantly, raising a cloud of dust, as if preparing for an imminent assault. Meanwhile, Tu Shan initiated a reconnaissance spell. Species sequence, number 757 Black-Scaled Rhino, level, 2nd tier. 8th stage, physique, 289,300, beast power, 156156, talent skill, none skills, horn charge, a mere 30 points in physique? I feel I could easily best it. Currently, Tu Shan's physique soared to 426 points, complemented by his mastery of basic combat techniques and armed with a silver short dagger bestowed by the system. From every perspective, this encounter was destined to be a complete rout. With this thought in mind, Tu Shan immediately exclaimed, "Do not engage. I wish to gauge my current strength." Hearing this, Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu sheathed their impending lethal strikes. The black-scaled rhino emitted a low, rumbling roar, exhaling plumes of white vapor alongside its heavy breaths. With a sudden burst of power from its hind legs, it surged forward like a speeding vehicle, rapidly exceeding 60 kilometers per hour. In response to this spectacle, Tu Shan remained remarkably composed. He gripped the silver dagger tightly, his gaze fixed intently upon the charging black-scaled rhino. At the instant the beast charged, he swiftly sidestepped and thrust the short dagger fiercely towards its body. The silver blade effortlessly pierced through the rhino's scales, penetrating its flesh. In the wake of the beast's frantic dash, a gaping, crimson wound opened, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The black-scaled rhinoceros emitted a mournful wail that resonated throughout the forest. Its massive form continued to charge forward for several meters due to inertia before crashing down with a thunderous thud, convulsing uncontrollably. Mere moments later, its entire body quivered as if struck by an electric shock, and it fell silent. Immediately after, a crisp system notification chimed in. Congratulations, host, on achieving the feat of human strength. To slay a beast of the same level without the aid of contracted demonic beasts or sorcery is a remarkable feat. Do you aspire to become a superhuman? Achievement points gained, 50. Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu gazed at the scene with expressions of astonishment. Although this was merely a lower-tier demonic beast, the ease with which it was dispatched was indeed rare among its peers. Feeling that with a bit more effort in accumulating achievements, one might almost transform into a super scion. Chen looked at the black-scaled rhinoceros, which had met its end in a single blow, his heart brimming with excitement. According to the statistics from the Beastmaster Association, beyond the second tier, the likelihood of a human overcoming a demonic beast of equal rank without the aid of sorcery, special weaponry, or the backing of a beast-taming family was nearly non-existent. It was akin to the improbability of handily defeating an adult tiger on Earth before his journey into this realm. Remarkably, that last strike had required minimal effort on Chen's part, yet it resulted in a swift kill. This was ample proof that his current strength could likely dominate among second-tier demonic beasts. At that moment, Tu Shan Yueyue suddenly recalled something and inquired, "By the way, it seems we aren't allowed to bring food for this training session. Are we expected to subsist on the flesh of these wild demonic beasts?" "Indeed. What else could we do? Survive on nothing but the wind." Chen, while skillfully dismembering the carcass of the black-scaled rhinoceros with his silver dagger, responded, "Rest assured. I purchased some cooking utensils that I stored in my spatial pouch. During my solitary days, I often prepared my own meals and know which demonic beast meats are edible. For instance, the meat of this black-scaled rhinoceros is exceptionally nourishing." Hearing this, Tu Shan Yueyue let out a sigh of relief. She had feared that they would be left to starve during the 2 weeks of training. Although based on their current physical capabilities, enduring a month without food would pose little problem, hunger was never a pleasant experience. At that moment, Chen jokingly added, "Yeah, I also have banana milk and lollipops with me. Would you care for some?" Tu Shan Yueyue blinked her sparkling eyes, somewhat puzzled as she replied, You brought snacks? I thought the rules prohibited bringing food. I recall there would be inspections of the beast-taming space." Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Such items are inconsequential. If the opportunity arises one night, I shall let you try them." Consider yourself fortunate. I won't hold it against you for the arrangements for these few nights." Tu Shan Yueyue huffed lightly, turning away with a proud demeanor. Nearby, Qing Lu nearly burst into laughter upon overhearing their exchange. The enchanting Tu Shan Yueyue has resided among human society for so long, yet remains oblivious to the meaning of these two terms. It seems that if one could surpass Tu Shan Yueyue today, the evening would surely present a delightful spectacle. It would be prudent to place a refrigerator in the Beastmaster space beforehand. After dismembering the corpse of the black-scaled rhinoceros, Chen suddenly recalled a crucial matter. This raw meat is bound to spoil. During his earlier exploration, he had carried only cooked food, never considering the issue of food preservation. The Beastmaster space is not akin to the spatial rings found in immortal novels, where time stands still and items do not expire. It appears that he must hunt some edible beasts daily. Chen pondered this while his hands continued their work without pause. Ding. Detection of a second-tier beast core, earning 10 points. Current ranking, 137th. Chen placed the beast core from the black-scaled rhinoceros onto the scoring device, and soon a mechanical prompt echoed. Simultaneously, the ranking of others appeared on the score display. First place, Xiaolon, 400 points. Second place, Lin Yueer, 350 points. Third place, Luo Yuyan, 340 points. Fourth place, Su Ying, 260 points. 137th place, Chen, 10 points. To his astonishment, Chen spotted Luo Yuyan's name among the top 3, and her score far surpassed that of the 4th place. Among the third-year students of Yenjing University, more than 2/3 had successfully broken through to the 3rd tier of Beast Masters, representing the elite of their rank. Yet, Luo Yuyan, merely a 2nd-tier 8th segment Beast Master, was able to compete against these formidable individuals for a top position, which was truly remarkable. Based on her points, She must have successfully slain 3 third-tier beasts and 4 second-tier beasts to achieve an impressive score of 340. However, this was of little concern to Tu Shan. After all, for him, the rewards of achieving points were far more enticing than those of merely claiming the first place. It seems the nearby beasts have been thoroughly hunted. Qinglu, may I borrow your form for a ride? Yeah, could you please use your illusion technique to provide cover? After carefully surveying the surroundings, Tu Shan spoke up. Ride. Here? But I have yet to determine a victor against Yueyue, and we are so close to the entrance. Other students may pass by. Qinglu's cheeks suddenly flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she shyly responded. Clearly, her thoughts had strayed. Tu Shan cast her an exasperated glance and clarified. What are you thinking? I meant to hunt elsewhere, allowing you to revert to your original form to carry me. Do you really believe I am the sort to act indiscriminately in any situation? Upon hearing this, Qinglu let out a relieved sigh. Perhaps she could bear it if Tu Shan were to engage in such antics. However, to ask her to engage in such activities under the bright sky and in full view of the public is, to be honest, quite unreasonable. Although she is a beast, she possesses a normal human sense of shame. This time, it was Tu Shan Yueye's turn to stifle a laugh. It seems that Qinglu is truly experiencing a fight-or-flight response. Congratulations, host, for achieving the title of the nemesis of cattle. What distinguishes the flesh of cattle beasts from that of domesticated bovine? Acquired 30 achievement points. Congratulations, host, for achieving the title of the insect nemesis. It is said that the protein content in most insects is 6 times that of beef. Since the host consumes beef to satiate hunger, how about trying a gourmet insect platter? Acquired 30 achievement points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 2,500 achievement points. Reward. 5 free attribute allocation points. In less than 3 hours, Tu Shan effortlessly collected another 60 achievement points. Tu Shan Yueyue and Qinglu surged forward like a tidal wave. Wherever they passed, every beast either transformed into beast cores or became provisions alongside beast cores. No beast could withstand a single move against them. After all, in the realm of beast taming, they could easily defeat beasts of the 3rd tier and 10th segment. And even divine tier beasts would falter after a few exchanges. For these lesser beasts, barely reaching the 3rd tier, it was akin to child's play. Meanwhile, Tu Shan merely needed to act as a diligent little bee, quietly following behind to gather beast cores. At that moment, Tu Shan suddenly noticed 5 students ahead, desperately fleeing on their contracted beasts. Their faces were painted with terror and despair, with bloodstains that had yet to be wiped away. Tu Shan, somewhat bewildered, inquired, "What has happened to you?" These students seemed not to recognize Tu Shan, yet they exhibited no signs of disdain. As they galloped on their contracted beasts, they shouted in panic, "Run! Brother, don't blame me for not warning you earlier. There are a multitude of sequence 589 venomous spiders ahead, along with a sequence 209 shadow spider queen mixed in. It's utterly terrifying." Upon hearing this, Tu Shan's eyes sparkled not with fear, but with exhilaration. His voice trembled with barely contained excitement. Really? That's fantastic. The fleeing students looked utterly perplexed, as if they had just heard the most unbelievable news. This was a tide of venomous spiders, and it was led by the Shadow Spider Queen. While a venomous spider on its own may not pose much of a threat, being easily dispatched as a low-tier beast lacking innate skills, the Shadow Spider Queen possesses the innate ability of Venom Nest, which significantly enhances the toxicity of surrounding venomous spiders. Once poisoned, the damage inflicted would be indelible and exceedingly difficult to recover from. Among the myriad varieties of monstrous beast tides, the venomous spider tide, led by the Shadow Spider Queen, undoubtedly stands as one of the most terrifying entities, a fact that is essential knowledge for high school students. Unless one possesses overwhelming strength that eclipses all else, daring to venture into such perilous territory is tantamount to courting death. A mere moment of carelessness could lead to a disastrous downfall. Yet here you are, brimming with excitement upon hearing about the venomous spider tide. Is it truly worth risking your life for a handful of points? However, life is ultimately one's own to gamble. Having already offered a word of caution, his subsequent folly is of no concern to him. With that said, the fleeing students hasten their steps, eager to escape this treacherous place. Thank you for the warning. Yeah, Qinglu, let us get to it. Eliminate those spiders, and then we can have lunch. With Tu Shan's declaration, a sudden cacophony of trees being effortlessly uprooted echoed from the woods behind him. Immediately thereafter, dozens of spider beasts, each comparable in size to a large vehicle, appeared before them, brandishing their menacing limbs. These arachnid creatures displayed an eerie shade of dark green. Their 8 elongated legs adorned with sharp barbs that carved deep gashes into the ground with each movement. Their heads bore a pair of enormous compound eyes, gleaming with a chilling light. Most fearsome of all were their sharp fangs, capable of piercing through any solid object with ease. The massive trees, with a radius exceeding 1 meter, appeared as fragile as paper in the presence of these beasts. Regrettably for the spiders, they now faced the formidable nine-tailed fox and the Qinghuan, who were determined to unleash their full power against Tu Shan. The outcome was already predetermined. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a series of thunderous roars, nearly 100 venomous spiders, alongside a beast tide led by the Shadow Spider Queen, were swiftly eradicated. In less than 2.5 minutes, the fleeing students could only stare in disbelief. Am I dreaming? The venomous spider tide has been vanquished just like that? Who on earth is that person? Is he from our school? Or perhaps, like Zhao Lan, merely a nominal figure? The beast with 9 tails is the 9-tailed fox. I see now. He is Tu Shan, this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. Wasn't he all over the media 2 months ago? A prodigy with a score of 254. Goodness, his score is twice mine. No wonder it's so extraordinary. He is unbelievably powerful. Chapter 63, Rapidly Accumulating Points. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the title of Spider Slayer. It is said that spider venom is a rare treasure. Would you care to sample a bit? Achievement points obtained, 30. Initially, Tu Shan had dismissed the system's teasing remarks upon achieving accomplishments. However, this time, his interest was piqued. Venom? A precious treasure? Tu Shan was utterly bewildered. He had never encountered such an intriguing notion. Although the system's sister enjoyed banter, she ought not to speak without basis, should she? With a sense of curiosity, his gaze gradually fell upon the venomous spider, slain by the wind's blade, lying on the ground. He inhaled deeply and, wielding a silver dagger, delicately sliced open the creature's head. Instantly, a stream of purplish-blue liquid oozed forth, exuding a pungent odor, unmistakably toxic. Subsequently, he employed an identification technique on it. Item: spider venom, 100 milliliters. Rarity: E. Description: a rare treasure of nature. When applied to the body, it has a minuscule chance of enhancing physical attributes by 0.1 over the course of a year, but also poses a risk of causing skin decay. Upon reading the detailed description of the venom, Tu Shan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Initially astonished, then disappointed, he ultimately felt resigned. He muttered to himself, I expected something precious. But it turns out to be this pitiful trinket. Nonetheless, this experience served as a reminder for Tu Shan. He realized that it was prudent to examine the remains of certain beasts post-mortem with identification techniques, lest he miss out on any valuable treasures. First, he would scour the beast cores. He recalled that the Shadow Spider Queen was likely above the 3rd tier. Meanwhile, after Tu Shan had eliminated the wave of venomous spiders, he promptly processed all the beast cores through the point system for identification. In a conference room at Yenjing University, a group of faculty members observed the fluctuations in the leaderboard scores. They watched in astonishment as Tu Shan's score skyrocketed like a rocket, increasing by 1.060 points in the blink of an eye, propelling him to the 4th position. This sudden turn of events elicited gasps of disbelief from the attending educators. What is happening? How did Tu Shan accumulate so many points in one go? It must be due to the beast cores he collected after slaying those creatures, which hadn't been registered yet, one speculated. No, look at his points accumulation record. There's a new entry every few minutes. While the points from the 2nd-tier beast cores are modest, it's clear he must be registering each kill immediately. How could he possibly manage so many beasts? Isn't he just a high school graduate this year? Even if he is exceptionally talented, it's implausible. Perhaps that's the essence of genius. Listening to the surrounding faculty's discussions, Xia Liemo couldn't help but let a smile creep onto her lips. She felt a surge of pride, nearly wanting to stand up and proclaim to her colleagues, Behold, this is my student, Tu Shan. Impressive, isn't he? However, she ultimately restrained herself, mindful of her own dignity. Such ostentatious behavior was beyond her. Beside her, Yin Yao gently nudged Xia Limo's shoulder with her arm, grinning as she remarked, My Tu Shan is remarkable. I knew I hadn't misjudged him. Perhaps now those students will be a bit more focused. Xia Liemo extended her arm in response, playfully bumping Yin Yao's chest, chiding, What do you mean, your Tu Shan? He is mine. Yun Yao stifled a soft laugh, yet quickly regained her composure, continuing, by the way. Emoli, how do you think Su Chen managed to accumulate such a substantial amount of points in one go? Could it be that he encountered a surge of magical beasts? Upon hearing this, Xia Limo's brow slightly furrowed as she fell into contemplation. It was evident that Su Chen must have faced a horde of magical beasts to achieve such an impressive increase in points. After all, the challenge of the 10th layer of the beast taming realm required one to confront dozens of third-tier or higher magical beasts simultaneously. And Su Chen had successfully completed it in merely half an hour. This had occurred a month prior, and now, with his further enhanced strength, he would undoubtedly handle a second or third-tier magical beast surge with ease. However, what intrigued Xia Limo was how much time Su Chen had actually spent during this recent encounter with the magical beasts. It is worth noting that the arena of the beast-taming realm is a circular space devoid of obstacles, while the unique geography of the Valley of Shadows is characterized by its abundance of hindrances. Given these considerations, it was likely that he had taken around half an hour. Perhaps not even 10 minutes could suffice to eliminate a batch of magical beasts in such a dense mountainous environment, where those creatures were exceedingly adept at evasion. With this in mind, Xia Limo quickly waved her hand, saying, "Let us not speculate recklessly at this moment. We can simply ask him after the training concludes." Yun Yao nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. Now, let us go. It is lunchtime, and I shall treat you for the next half-month." Xia Limo rose with a smile, replying, "Isn't that only proper?" At the moment when Su Chen unexpectedly ascended to 4th place, many students from Yanjing University were equally astonished, particularly Zhao Lan, Lin Yueer, and Luo Yuyan, who had consistently dominated the top 3 spots, displayed expressions of shock. Su Chen, the same name? Or is it the top scorer from the college entrance examination? Zhao Lan found himself glancing at Luo Yuyan's score every few minutes. However, this time the leaderboard revealed a completely unfamiliar name, Su Chen, who had suddenly surged to 4th place. Yet, he quickly shook his head, the surprise on his face dissipating in an instant. For several hours, he had been circling in the sky atop his black feathered vulture, searching for concentrations of magical beasts. Only upon locating third-tier beasts would he descend without hesitation to slay them. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for his points to be lower. After all, effortlessly dispatching second-tier magical beasts was merely a casual task for his black feathered vulture. It was likely that this Su Chen had discovered a location abundant with second and third-tier beasts, continuously clearing them over the past 3 hours, which accounted for his sudden emergence during the recent score tally. Merely seeking attention. Zhao Lan snorted coldly and closed the leaderboard, continuing to steer his black feathered vulture deeper into the Valley of Shadows. It was him. On the other side, upon witnessing Su Chen swiftly ascend to 4th place, Luo Yuyan could not help but display a profound look of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. Just 3 hours prior, she distinctly recalled seeing Su Chen leisurely strolling in the peripheral area, his demeanor seemingly indifferent to the competition at hand. Yet now, he had surged directly into the 4th position. What on earth was happening? Luo Yuyan pondered in her heart. If Su Chen had indeed amassed a substantial number of beast crystals and then registered them all at once to acquire these points, it would undoubtedly demonstrate his formidable strength in successfully slaying numerous beasts within a mere 3 hours. Such an achievement could not be fabricated. However, even if he had reached 4th place, what of it? There remained a significant gap of several hundred points between them. Chapter 64. The 8 Forbidden Zones. Su Chen? Is this not the individual that my elder brother mentioned a month ago? Lin Yueer found himself momentarily stunned upon seeing the leaderboard, deep in thought. He was the second son of the Li family from Yanjing, a half-brother to Li Ruoji. A month earlier, Li Ruoji had recounted his experiences at the villa of Xia Limo to their parents, and Lin Yueer had been present at the time. He had not paid much attention to the matter, for he believed that Li Ruoji was indeed at fault and had left himself vulnerable. Spending 10 million credit points for a moment of tranquility seemed worth it. Moreover, the family's proposing marriage to Li Ruoji numbered not less than 80, and Xia Limo was but one among them. Given Li Ruoji's background, was he not free to choose among the university beauties who were ordinary beast tamers? He had thought the matter settled, yet little did he expect to encounter Su Chen here. Although, as the second son, he could not receive the unwavering support from their parents as Li Ruoji did. If he were to surpass Su Chen in this training session, would it not prove his greater talent, thereby rendering him more deserving of the family's resources for cultivation? With this thought, Lin Yueer firmly patted his cheek. a glimmer of resolute determination flashing in his eyes. No matter what, he must maintain a ranking above Tu Shan, and ideally, he would surpass Zhao Lan, the current first place. Unbeknownst to Tu Shan, he was oblivious to the discussions surrounding him. He leisurely retrieved his barbecue kit and the meat of a black-scaled rhinoceros from his beast space, beginning to grill without a care for those around him. The enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, drawing back the students who had previously fled. Tu Shan generously shared some with them, for he and his two contracted beasts could hardly consume such a quantity of food, and saving it would only lead to waste. In return, Tu Shan inquired about the surrounding environment, particularly why there was a surge of poison fang spiders. Every year, third-year students would gather in this secluded valley for training, a tradition that had become well-established. Thus, it is entirely natural to inquire with senior students about the specifics of the training camp. Within this context, there are several places marked as taboos, which one must absolutely avoid. Among these is the Silk Cave, a habitat teeming with venomous spiders. Initially, they believed it to be merely a gathering ground for low-tier second-level beasts, considering themselves to be among the elite third-level beast masters, well-equipped with antidotes. They were confident that even facing dozens of second-level beasts would pose no significant challenge. However, to their astonishment, the presence of the Shadow Spider Queen within the Silk Cave escalated the threat level of the venomous spiders manifold. Reflecting on it now, a sense of dread washes over them. It is no wonder that the seniors repeatedly cautioned against venturing here. Their foresight was indeed justified. Tu Shan handed a skewer of roasted meat to a fellow student, smiling as he inquired, "Could you share details about the other locations?" The student accepted the meat, his face betraying a hint of alarm. "You're not actually considering a challenge, are you? I must inform you that this wave of venomous spiders is relatively manageable. It's merely a second-level forbidden zone. The other locations, however, lie within the central region, where only third-level beasts roam. Tu Shan, I must say, you've likely saved our lives this time. Had you not arrived, we might have had to call for rescue, which would have meant the end of this training camp for us. It would gnaw at our conscience to let our savior perish so recklessly." Upon hearing this, the other 4 third-year students echoed their concerns, urging Tu Shan against folly. Tu Shan was somewhat taken aback. Hadn't Yin Yao mentioned that students from Yinjing University were particularly obstinate and arrogant? It appeared otherwise. They seemed rather considerate. He waved his hand and chuckled. "How could I possibly seek death? I merely wish to understand these locations a bit better, to avoid inadvertently wandering into them." Upon hearing this, the 5 students collectively breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he did not court danger, all would be well. There are 8 designated forbidden locations in total, 1 in the outer area, 4 in the central area, 2 in the core area, and 1 in the Spring Gorge area. Do you have a map? We can mark them for you. Remember, you must not approach these places. Do not sacrifice your life for a few points. After finishing their roasted meal, Qing Lu quietly moved beside Tu Shan, lowering her voice to ask, "Tu Shan, do you truly intend to clear all these gathering spots? I have an unsettling premonition." An unsettling premonition? Tu Shan furrowed his brow. He recalled their earlier encounter in the hotel room, where Qing Lu had mentioned feeling a similar foreboding on the night he had forcibly contracted with her. Only at that moment, with 100 listeners before her, did she force herself to disregard her ominous premonition and launch an attack on Tu Shan. As it turned out, her intuition was indeed correct. Not only was she forcibly taken away by Tu Shan, but she also had to hold nightly concerts in their hotel room. How absurd. Indeed. Qingluan's expression turned exceptionally serious as she nodded vigorously, whispering that this time, her foreboding felt even more intense, undoubtedly suggesting ill tidings. Tu Shan looked at Qinglu, a slight smile gracing his lips, jesting, "But why do I feel that this cannot truly be considered an ominous premonition?" Huh. Qinglu was utterly bewildered. Tu Shan chuckled, "Look, you encountered me, not only successfully avenging Yang Shichao and achieving what seemed an impossible wish, but you also experienced the joy of being a human girl. How can this possibly be deemed an ill omen?" Upon hearing this, Qinglu immediately rolled her eyes. The first half of his statement was indeed accurate. Without Tu Shan, she would have found it nearly impossible to exact her revenge. Her ultimate fate might have been to languish alone on a sunken ship until her demise. Yet, the latter part of his statement seemed to take a strange turn. She sighed slowly, resigned, and said, "I've said enough. After all, I am now your contracted demon beast. And everything is up to you. I will follow your lead." Tu Shan smiled faintly. "Is that so? Then if you lose to Yueyue tonight, I kindly ask you to take the initiative. Before he could finish, Qinglu interrupted him. I immediately retract what I just said. Upon seeing Su Chun and Qinglu whispering to each other, Tu Shan Yueyue also sighed softly. For some reason, she felt an inexplicably strange sensation lingering in her heart. Was it merely an illusion? Chapter 65. The lair of the ghost fire lizard with Qingluan's flying prowess. Su Chen's speed was nothing short of exhilarating. Even though the expanse of the Yugu Gorge was vast, with Qingluan's velocity, they could likely circle the area in just a day. However, their pace was significantly hindered as Su Chun insisted on slaying every beast they encountered along the way. By the time they arrived at the vicinity of the second forbidden area in the central region, night had fallen and the clock struck 9. The night was as dark as ink, and a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, marking this time as the golden hour for rest. Moreover, having stumbled upon a natural cave during their journey, they decided to postpone any exploration until the morrow. Su Chun opened the leaderboard. First place, Zhao Lan, 4,450 points. Second place, Lin Yueer, 3,770 points. Third place, Luo Yuyan, 3,610 points. Fourth place, Lin Xiaohua, 3,050 points. 25th place, Su Chun, 2,060 points. Were these peculiar individuals specifically hunting for third-tier demon beasts? The accumulation of points was unexpectedly substantial. Su Chun pondered to himself, subsequently shutting down the leaderboard, not allowing the matter to weigh heavily on his mind. After all, his objective was to achieve a certain milestone. The accumulation of achievements concerning the number of demonic beasts focused solely on their variety, rather than their rank. Thus, it was only natural for him to select areas where these creatures were densely populated for his extermination endeavors. The university students in Yinjing were remarkably formidable, each possessing the capability to contend with third-tier demonic beasts. Naturally, they gravitated towards the central and core regions, where the points for second-tier beasts were magnified tenfold. To engage in battles, one could imagine that the competition for kills in such locales would be exceedingly fierce. On this day, Su Chun had only slain a solitary third-tier demonic beast, the Shadow Spider Queen. When calculated, he had eradicated a total of 197 demonic beasts today. For the first day of the training camp, this accomplishment was indeed quite commendable. What a delightful aroma. Su Chen, what kind of meat are you roasting tonight? Soon, Tu Shan Yueyue and Qinglu approached, drawn by the tantalizing scent. Their gazes were fixated on the sizzling, oil-dripping roasted meat, and even though they bore an ethereal beauty, they could not help but swallow repeatedly. With a slight smile and a glimmer of pride in his eyes, Su Chen replied, "This is the thigh meat from the black-maned wild boar that you two hunted this afternoon. I specially used pandan seeds and ancient celery seeds as seasoning. It's quite fragrant, I assenti it. It is worth mentioning that both pandan seeds and ancient celery seeds are considered rare treasures, which Su Chun had discovered during his explorations. According to the system interface, one would need to consume over a ton of these treasures for an exceedingly slim chance to enhance one's meager demonic power by a mere 0.1 point. In the realm of rare materials, they were undoubtedly among the most rudimentary. However, seeing that these two substances resembled cumin and sesame, Su Chun decided to treat them as similar ingredients, and surprisingly, the outcome was unexpectedly delightful. Su Chun, you've added yet another virtue to your list. Tu Shan Yueyue teased, though it still pales in comparison to your numerous shortcomings. With a smirk, Su Chun jested, I believe my nocturnal culinary skills could certainly be counted among my virtues. Before he could finish his thought, a peculiar sensation washed over him. He instantly turned, his gaze sharp and penetrating, locking onto the nearby thicket. His crisis detection skill activated, revealing that 5 formidable demonic beasts were drawing near. Perhaps they were lured by the flames of the barbecue or enticed by the delectable aroma of the roasted meat. As they cautiously approached the vicinity, species sequence, number 256 Ghost Fire Lizard, level, 3rd tier, stage 1, physique, 521,524, demonic power, 246246, talented skills, fire attraction, skills, fireball, ignite, mimicry, fire attraction. Upon receiving fire attribute attacks, it will restore vitality. The demonic beasts concealed in the shadows made no effort to hide their forms, gradually revealing their imposing figures. Each ghost fire lizard is as massive as a compact automobile. When its jaws part, it seems capable of effortlessly devouring an entire person. Upon witnessing this, Tu Shan and Qing Lu exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with determination and unspoken understanding. Without a moment's hesitation, they advanced, accompanied by two streaks of cold light that sliced through the air like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the corporeal forms of 4 ghost fire lizards were ruthlessly torn apart by Tu Shan and Qing Lu's delicate hands. The remaining ghost fire lizard, seeing this carnage, let out a terrified shriek and swiftly concealed its own form. The surrounding magical energy began to surge violently, coalescing around it like a tumultuous tide, forming an indomitable natural barrier. Camouflage. In less than a second, it seamlessly blended into its surroundings, appearing to vanish without a trace. It then turned to flee, its footsteps becoming almost ethereal to avoid drawing attention. Tu Shan possessed the art of reconnaissance, capable of effortlessly piercing through Tu Shan's illusions, let alone this rudimentary disguise. However, he chose not to expose it immediately. Instead, he swiftly retrieved the 3 segments of demon beast crystal cores from the 4 ghost fire lizards, along with the barbecuing apparatus, into his beast-controlling space. Under the cover of the illusion, Tu Shan mounted the Qing Yuan and swiftly flew toward the direction in which the ghost fire lizard had escaped. The reason was simple. Among the forbidden points provided by the 5 students in the afternoon, one was marked as the Ghost Flame Marsh, a habitat teeming with ghost fire lizards. The coordinates marked were somewhat broad, necessitating a personal search for the exact location. With a guide present, how could he not follow and take a look? Before long, Tu Shan indeed discovered the Ghost Flame Marsh. Beneath the moonlight, a faint purple luminescence enveloped the marsh, revealing that the flickering lights were the ghost fires emanating from the lizards. Against the backdrop of the surrounding darkness, these ghost fires appeared particularly radiant, out of place. The marsh stretched onward until it reached a colossal natural cave, from which a potent aura of demon beasts emanated. Clearly, this was the true stronghold of the ghost fire lizards. All of them are 3rd-tier demon beasts. Tu Shan gazed at the few ghost fire lizards lingering above the marsh, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Achievement points, here I come. No need to hold back. With those words, Tu Shan in her 9-tailed fox form, instantly transformed into a fleeting shadow, soaring down from the air. Under the cover of the illusion, her figure became indistinct, seemingly merging with the environment, betraying no sign of her presence. At the moment of landing, Tu Shan swiftly swung her forelimbs, and in less than 2.5 seconds, she annihilated 2 3rd-tier, 2nd-stage ghost fire lizards. Chapter 66. First on the leaderboard hiss. Observing the sudden intrusion of the 9-tailed fox into their territory, the remaining ghost fire lizards were instantly filled with fury. Their eyes flickered with a furious crimson glow, wide mouths gaping to reveal sharp fangs, as a fireball surged rapidly towards the direction of Tu Shan. However, as the fireball passed through the 9-tailed fox, they realized it was merely an illusion. Alas, it was too late. When they attempted to turn and flee, they were horrified to discover that their bodies had somehow been cleaved in 2. Blood gushed forth, splattering across the night sky, creating a gruesome and terrifying tableau. Meanwhile, 2 ghost fire lizards in another direction remained oblivious to the severity of the situation, only to suddenly find a figure larger than themselves looming behind them. It was Qing Lu, who had materialized like a specter, her claws striking out with fierce winds. In an instant, blood sprayed, staining the night sky. Thus, all 6 ghost fire lizards wandering outside were annihilated. The entire ordeal took less than 10 seconds. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed once more. Congratulations, host, for achieving the title of Lizard Slayer. It is said that in the land of Asan, some have directly targeted untransformed lizards. Would you like to give it a try? Achievement points gained, 30. As Tu Shan scavenged the demon beast cores, he complimented, "Your cooperation was quite impressive." One cannot deny that Tu Shan's mirror flower water moon was indeed a masterstroke of ambush, possessing absolute initiative. Were it not for Tu Shan's system interface, which allowed him to ascertain the location of the demon beasts, he might have never discerned her precise position. However, at that moment, Tu Shan and Qing Lu had already transformed into their human forms, bickering incessantly over the count of a demon beast's head. I must ensure Tu Shan does not fall. Hence I dare not act recklessly. So these 6 should count as my 3. No, I killed 4. Why should I concede 1 to you? You struck first against the demon beasts we encountered along the way, and I said nothing. Regardless, it's not like he can die from a fall. What is there to fear? He is, after all, our master, right? If he were to die from a fall, wouldn't we perish alongside him? Su Chen's face darkened with exasperation. Good heavens, is this truly the moment for such discussions? And what do you mean he can't die from a fall? For heaven's sake, Qinglu flies at hundreds of meters. Even if he survives, he'd still end up in the ICU. Su Chen quickly stepped forward, positioning himself between the two ladies. A smile gracing his face as he softly said, "Ladies, if this squabble continues, I may have to declare a draw." Upon hearing the word draw, Tu Shan Yueyue and Qinglu instantly swallowed their retorts. There was room for negotiation regarding kill counts, but a draw would surely haunt their sleep that night. With the two demonesses finally ceasing their quarrel, Su Chen seized the opportunity to suggest, "Let us proceed inside and take a look. The demon beasts within are the real prize." Just as they stepped into the cavern, a pungent odor reminiscent of lizards mingled with the murky scent of the swamp surged forth like a tidal wave, evoking a sense of nausea within. Fortunately, Qinglu was able to invoke the blessing song, effectively shielding them from any aberrant conditions, of which the foul smell was indeed a manifestation. After traversing approximately 30 meters, Su Chen's sense of impending danger was suddenly triggered. The number of ghost fire lizards in this vicinity was overwhelming, exceeding 100, and all were formidable beasts of at least the third tier. However, unlike the previous encounter with the venomous fong spiders, there seemed to be no prominent leader among these creatures. It was, in essence, a perfect haven for leveling up. Su Chen promptly registered the 10 third-tier beast cores he had just acquired with his point collector and entrusted them to Tu Shan Yueyue and Qinglu for them to devour and enhance their strength. Let us proceed. Once we vanquish these beasts, we can enjoy a well-deserved rest. Upon hearing this, the fighting spirit of Tu Shan Yueyue and Qinglu was instantly ignited. At present, the score between the two was merely a 3-beast difference. The quality of their rest depended entirely on the number of beasts they could eliminate this time. Meanwhile, Zhao Lan, Lin Yueer, and Luo Yuyan, who had already found a suitable spot to rest, were nearly startled out of their wits. Su Chen's score had inexplicably surged by another 1,000 points. What on earth was happening? Had he merely accounted for the 10 third-tier beasts he had slain earlier? Or had he truly dispatched 10 within the span of just a few minutes? Luo Yuyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured in astonishment. Logically speaking, even the mightiest Zhao Lan could not possibly eliminate so many third-tier beasts in such a brief period. After much contemplation, the only plausible explanation seemed to be that he had stockpiled them. Yet, to possess the ability to eliminate 10 third-tier beast cores while maintaining his ranking was a testament to remarkable prowess. Zhao Lan's expression darkened as she beheld Su Chen's skyrocketing score. A cold snort escaped her lips, laced with disdain. Earlier that day, Su Chen's score had also witnessed a dramatic increase, propelling him to 4th place. Now, he had employed the same tactics to surpass the 5th place by exactly 10 points and reclaim 4th. Without the strength to break into the top 3, he resorted to such attention-seeking antics. Nevertheless, Zhao Lan could not deny that Su Chen, as a second-tier beast master, maintaining a stable position within the top 10 was indeed impressive. After all, he was merely 18 years old. Such talent warranted her consideration. Surely her brother's intuition was correct. There must be an extraordinary force behind Su Chen. Lin Yueer sighed softly, secretly reflecting on this revelation. Yet, instead of dampening his spirit, it ignited an even fiercer determination within him. Should he triumph over this renowned prodigy during the training, the Li family would surely take greater notice of his capabilities. At that moment, the students were astonished to discover that Su Chen's score had begun to skyrocket once again. This time, the speed of his score increase was even more astonishing, with a steady influx of 100 points every 10 seconds or so. In an instant, he surpassed the 1st place. This bizarre scene left everyone in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. Could it be that Su Chen was the fabled child of fortune, having fortuitously stumbled upon a location teeming with the corpses of 3rd-tier magical beasts, methodically dismembering them to collect their cores for points? How else could one explain such a monstrous rate of score increase? In fact, their suspicions were not unfounded. Su Chen had indeed located a hidden area abundant with the remains of 3rd-tier magical beasts, diligently collecting their cores to register points. However, these beasts had been slain only moments before by Tu Shan Yueyue and Qinglu. Chapter 67. The entire audience in shock as night descended. Most student scores stabilized, exhibiting little to no significant change. Many faculty members had intended to take one last look at the rankings before retiring for the evening. preparing to hand over to the night shift personnel to ensure that students' calls for help during the night would be promptly addressed. However, when they beheld the current leaderboard, everyone was left speechless, utterly dumbfounded. First place, Tu Shan, 13, 860 points. Second place, Zhao Lan, 4, 450 points. Third place, Lin Yueer, 3, 770 points. Fourth place, Luo Yuyan, 3, 710 points. Does anyone recall what Su Chen's score was just moments ago? Zhang Honghu, the homeroom teacher of the 3rd grade, A class, a 5th-tier beastmaster at the 8th stage, widened his eyes in disbelief and inquired. I remember. Half an hour ago, I checked the rankings, and he had only 2,060 points, placing somewhere in the 20s. Lin Xian, the homeroom teacher of the 3rd grade, D class, a 5th-tier beastmaster at the 5th stage, hastily responded. Her voice trembled, clearly shaken by the unfolding situation. Upon hearing this, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. People exchanged glances, their faces etched with incredulity. To have gained over 10,000 points in just half an hour was simply unfathomable. Even a 4th-tier beastmaster would find it nearly impossible to amass such a high score in such a brief span of time. After all, there simply weren't enough magical beasts available for hunting. If these were cores accumulated earlier, then based on the score changes in the back end, it would imply that Su Chan had hunted over 300 magical beasts within just the first day of training. Even Zhao Lan, who previously held the top rank, would likely find it impossible to catch up. Principal Luo, could it be that Su Chen's scoring device is malfunctioning? Or perhaps he had secretly hoarded some 3rd-tier magical beast cores that went undetected. Zhang Honghu leaned close to Luo Hongwei and whispered his inquiry. Though incidents of cheating and malfunctions in point systems have never occurred during the training sessions at Yenjing University, there have been precedents in other institutions. Luo Hongwei's expression was grave. He neither immediately refuted nor accepted the notion. His gaze gradually fell upon Yun Yao and the self-satisfied Xiao Limo, who were engaged in hushed conversation behind him. Limo, I have a question to pose to you, Luo Hongwei began. Xiao Limo, striving to suppress the smile tugging at her lips, nodded gently. Please, General Luo, go ahead. I would like to inquire how you discovered such an extraordinary talent. A 2nd-tier beastmaster managing to conquer the 8 major challenge zones raises my suspicions regarding the potential for cheating. Luo Hongwei's statement landed like a bombshell, stirring a tempest within the conference room. The 17 faculty members present collectively gasped at his words. The 8 major challenge zones were specifically designed by the creator of the Yugujian testing area as the pinnacle of difficulty. The peril involved is so substantial that even 4th-tier beastmasters might find themselves facing dire consequences with the slightest misstep. The objective is to assess whether anyone possesses exceptional leadership skills, capable of organizing a formidable small-scale beastmaster legion to collectively tackle this den of ferocious beasts. After all, the educational philosophy in Longhua places significant emphasis not only on nurturing the individual capabilities of beastmasters, but also on fostering their ability to collaborate as a team. Regrettably, in the century since the establishment of the testing area, no student has dared to confront these 8 challenge zones, rendering them a taboo subject among generations of pupils. Were it not for Luo Hongwei's mention, these locations might have faded from memory. However, considering Su Chen's unprecedented point accumulation, if he had not cheated, the only plausible explanation is that he single-handedly eradicated the beasts within the 8 major challenge zones, accounting for his astonishing surge in points. Upon hearing Luo Hongwei's question, a subtle smile crept onto Xiao Limo's lips, betraying a hint of pride. She stood upright and replied, in response to General Luo. He was discovered in the first trial zone of Yeching. However, I must request that the details remain confidential, as per General Han's explicit instructions. Indeed, Su Chen's displayed abilities in the first trial zone were nothing short of astounding. Through meticulous analysis of the recordings, it became evident that Su Chan possessed a mysterious technique enabling him to form contracts with wild beasts even when they were not in a weakened state. The nine-tailed fox, Tu Shan Yueyue, was, in fact, Lin Yueer, the belle of Yeching No. 1 High School. It is likely that Su Chen saw through her disguise and forcibly contracted her using some potent secret method. Such prowess is exceedingly rare in the realm of beastmasters, and should this information leak, it would undoubtedly incite a considerable uproar. It is worth noting that Lin Yueer has lived in Yeching for nearly a decade, engaging with several beastmasters of 5th tier and above, yet she has never been unmasked, Her disguise capabilities are truly exceptional. However, despite this, her disguise failed to elude Su Chen's keen gaze. Such formidable insight, coupled with a demonic power rivaling that of a Tier 4 or 5 Beastmaster, renders the term genius woefully inadequate to describe him. Is he truly the individual favored by General Han? Luo Hongwei sighed in resignation. Initially, he had intended to inquire further into Su Chen's background, hoping to arrange a marriage between his daughter, Luo Yuyan, and him to secure a brighter future. Yet now, upon learning that Su Chen is the prodigy admired by Han Xinghe, he could only relinquish this notion helplessly. The other faculty members were equally aware of Han Xinghe's illustrious reputation, and they could only shake their heads with a bittersweet expression. Yanjing University, after all, is one of the premier Beastmaster academies in the Dragon Kingdom. However, now they were informed that the genius they had nurtured for 2 years had been so thoroughly bested by a mere high school graduate. Although everyone understood that it was entirely due to Su Chen's overwhelming strength, losing to such an opponent was not a source of shame. The ramifications of such an outcome would inevitably affect the institution's reputation. Suddenly, a female teacher, as if uncovering a monumental secret, exclaimed in astonishment. Do you all recall the fox and bluebird that appeared in the Beastmaster realm of Yi City a month ago? Su Chen is a Tier 2 Beastmaster, hailing from Yi City, and his contracted beast is none other than the nine-tailed fox. When combined with his extraordinary prowess, upon uttering these words, the atmosphere in the conference room fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, as if they had stumbled upon a significant revelation. Could it be that Su Chen is the one associated with the fox and bluebird that secured the 10th ranking nationally? At this moment, Su Chen and his companions had nearly completed the eradication of the Ghostfire lizard's lair. The lizards within were frantically fleeing, with only a few remaining to make their final stand. As for the combat efficiency of Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu, due to the presence of the talent skill ignite, Tu Shan Yueye's foxfire had effectively been nullified, resulting in a considerable decrease in her effectiveness. Conversely, Qing Lu's song of destruction proved nearly unstoppable within the confines of the cave. It seemed that tonight's delicacy would undoubtedly be Tu Shan Yueyue. Just as Su Chen pondered this, a system notification suddenly chimed. Congratulations, host, for achieving the accomplishment Lizard Slayer. You have slain 100 lizard beasts. Do you not find yourself rather ruthless? Achievement points earned, 100. Ding. Congratulations on surpassing 2,600 achievement points. Reward, 5 points for free attribute allocation. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, then a smile graced his lips. Ah, indeed. Slaying 100 beasts of the same kind also grants an achievement. I wonder if there are achievements for 1,000 or 10,000. I truly feel like a butcher. Su Chen mused in mild astonishment. Soon, he felt the power feedback from refining the demonic beast crystal core, and the energy within his body surged instantaneously. His aura continuously ascended, directly breaking through to the second tier, 9th segment. Meanwhile, Tu Shan Yueyue also experienced an elevation in rank, reaching the same tier and segment. It was estimated that once all the third-tier demonic beast crystal cores acquired from the extermination of the Ghostfire lizard stronghold were fully refined, a breakthrough to the third tier would not be far off. Minutes later, as the last Ghostfire lizard fell to Qing Lu's Windblade, she too completed the refinement of the third-tier demonic beast crystal core, successfully advancing to the first segment of the third tier. Shortly after, a system notification chimed again. Congratulations to the host for achieving the third-tier demonic beast. Demonic beasts can shapeshift upon breaking through the third tier. Does the host prefer the fragrance of a human girl or that of a demonic beast maiden? Achievement points earned, 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 2,700 achievement points. Reward, 5 points for free attribute allocation. If beautiful, then of course, they both possess their own allure. Su Chen chuckled at the system's jest, though no reply was forthcoming. Nevertheless, it must be said, the accumulation of achievement points was indeed delightful. As for the outcome of the day's contest, it concluded as Su Chen had anticipated, with Tu Shan Yueyue narrowly facing defeat. One could not deny that in this desolate wilderness, having 9 fluffy tails serve as a warm blanket and pillow was remarkably cozy. The joys of man can sometimes be so simply uncomplicated. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, gently illuminating the cave. Su Chen slowly awakened, carefully withdrawing his right hand from beneath the soft body of the little fox beside him. He then sat up languidly, stretching his arms and letting out a substantial yawn. Observing Tu Shan Yueyue, who had already woken and was tightly clenching her teeth, he gently pinched her cheek and said with a smile, "Good morning, Yueyue. The weather is splendid today." With a frosty expression, Tu Shan Yueyue, somewhat begrudgingly, retorted, "I must not lose today." Tu Shan, noticing her demeanor, merely smiled mischievously and teased, "What is there to lose? Is the lollipop not delicious? I'll buy you one next time." Upon hearing the word lollipop, Tu Shan Yueyue's once fair and rosy face turned a shade of green. After making a gagging motion, she indignantly exclaimed, "Tu Shan, please never mention those 3 words again. I almost vomited my dinner from the disgust." Congratulations to the host for achieving the Spider Slayer title. Aren't spider babies adorable? How could the host bear to harm them? Achievement points earned, 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 2,800 achievement points. Reward, 5 points for free attribute allocation. On the way to the 3rd forbidden area, Tu Shan caught sight of several solitary venomous spiders. Without further ado, he decided to provide them with a dragon service. To his surprise, with the addition of the venomous spider horde exterminated yesterday, he had precisely amassed 100. Once again, at 5 o'clock, the points for attribute allocation were credited. What a delightful moment. He had now accumulated a total of 43 points for free allocation. Tu Shan pondered privately. If he were to allocate all these points to his physical constitution, it would nearly equate to the standard of an ordinary 5th-tier beastmaster. However, if he were to invest them into his demon power, he could contract a 3rd-tier divine sequence demon beast. The thought stirred a yearning within him. Would it be possible to encounter a beautiful divine sequence demon beast once more? Tu Shan murmured softly, "System sister, do you possess any skill that allows for the search of divine sequence demon beasts?" "None." The system responded with remarkable clarity. Tu Shan sighed in resignation, realizing that he might have been a tad too greedy. Divine sequence demon beasts were exceedingly rare. Encountering Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu consecutively was already a stroke of immense fortune. To hope for yet another divine sequence demon beast, especially one that had transformed into a beautiful maiden, such aspirations were fanciful. The 3rd forbidden zone was known as the Spring of Fairies, devoid of any chief demon beasts. At first glance, the name exuded a sense of harmony and beauty, reminiscent of a fairy tale paradise. However, the fairies of the demon beast world were far from benevolent. They could kill without a flicker of an eye, and once struck by their mental control, the outcome would be a draining of one's demon power, leaving them as mere fertilizer in their gardens. Particularly in this area, where numerous fairies congregated, the potency of their mental illusions could stack exponentially. One could scarcely imagine the disaster that would befall even a 5th-tier beastmaster. Yet, for Tu Shan, this posed no significant challenge. Though fairies wielded formidable mental control abilities, their physical constitution was the lowest among demon beasts of the same tier. Qing Lu parted her crimson lips, murmuring incantations, as a powerful wave of energy surged forth from her being. Song of Destruction. Following this, she unleashed her innate skill, Lingering Echoes, which expanded the range of the Song of Destruction to envelop the entirety of the Spring of Fairies. Simultaneously, Tu Shan Yueyue employed Mirror Flower, Water Moon, concealing their presence and form, as if they had never been there at all. The fairies could not locate the source of the attack, rendering their mental control utterly ineffective. They could only endure as the Song of Destruction incessantly eroded their mental realm like a relentless plague. In a mere 10 minutes, the fairies in the spring had been decimated. The few that remained were barely clinging to life, easily dispatched. Congratulations, host, for achieving the title of Fairy Slayer. Fairies are rare humanoid demon beasts, and they possess a certain cuteness. Would the host entertain a daring thought? Achievement points, 100. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 2,900 achievement points. Reward of 5 free attribute allocation points. Thus, the 3rd forbidden area, the Fairy Spring, has been successfully cleared. Chapter 69 Mirage. On the 3rd day, in the 4th forbidden area, the Giant Bear Plains, it took half an hour to triumph. Congratulations to the host for achieving the title of Bear Slayer. Do you know the proper culinary methods for bear paws? Earned achievement points, 100. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your achievement points have surpassed 3,000. Reward, 5 free attribute allocation points. On the 4th day, in the 5th forbidden area, the Butterfly Pool, it took 20 minutes to annihilate the butterfly spirits. Congratulations to the host for achieving the title of Butterfly Demon Slayer. It is rumored that beautiful butterfly spirits can fetch a good price in certain black markets. Are you sure you do not wish to engage in this trade? Earned achievement points, 100. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your achievement points have surpassed 3,100. Reward, 5 free attribute allocation points. On the 5th day, in the 6th forbidden area, the Thunderwolf Den, due to the narrow terrain offering no place to evade, the Thunderwolves were swiftly eradicated in under 10 minutes. Unfortunately, there were only about 50 to 60 Thunderwolves present. The achievement of Wolf Nemesis had already been acquired in the initial trial area. Thus, no achievement points were gained from this slaughter. Nonetheless, Tu Shan successfully advanced to the 3rd tier, officially becoming a 3rd-tier beast tamer today. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone of breaking into the 3rd tier. Becoming a 3rd-tier beast tamer places you among the top 1. Earned achievement points, 100. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your achievement points have surpassed 3,200. Reward, Volume 1 of the Beast Cultivation Technique. Beast Cultivation Technique, Volume 1. Mastering this skill will significantly increase the speed of refining the cores of contracted beasts. Just as Tu Shan learned this technique, Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu immediately leveled up, reaching the 1st and 2nd segments of the 3rd tier, respectively. On the 6th day, in the 7th forbidden area, the Sea of Death Flowers, Tu Shan spent nearly 3 hours before successfully conquering the area. The lengthy duration was primarily due to the presence of the Death Flower spirits, all classified as Sequence 194. These Death Flower spirits, akin to fairies, possess inherently low physical attributes, but wield a terrifying innate skill known as Death Rebound. When slain by foes, they inflict the same damage upon their attackers, and this counterattack is unavoidable. As contracted beasts, this innate skill is nearly ineffective, akin to a blank slate. However, when facing these Death Flower spirits as targets for extermination, they become a nightmare that all beast tamers dread. The correct strategy for overcoming them, aside from relying on absolute level superiority to render the rebound damage negligible, is to proceed with powerful healing magic beasts alongside. In the battle against the Death Flower spirits, he simultaneously engaged in healing while methodically dispatching them to minimize the impact of counterattacks. However, Tu Shan was no ordinary individual. He was, without a doubt, a master of his craft. How could he possibly resort to such tedious methods? With unwavering resolve, he wielded his silver dagger, executing swift and lethal strikes against the Death Flower spirits with the speed of lightning. The moment he sustained a counterattack, he promptly expended 1 attribute point to bolster his physical resilience, instantly mending his wounds. Counterattacks posed no threat to him, although they still inflicted pain. After each elimination of a Death Flower spirit, he required a brief respite. While physical discomfort could be remedied through attribute points, the mental toll was far less bearable. Fortunately, the number of Death Flower spirits was limited to a mere 30. Tu Shan accomplished the eradication task in this forbidden zone with just 30 freely allocated attribute points. This scene left both Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu in awe. Yueyue, don't you think Tu Shan is rather dashing? Indeed, judging by his performance today, he certainly is impressive. Thus, I shall begrudgingly attend to him tonight. What do you mean begrudgingly? Is it not because you lost the kill count to me that you must work overtime tonight? System notification. The bond value with the nine-tailed fox Tu Shan Yueyue has changed. 7,075. System notification. The bond value with Qing Lu has changed. 6,070 throughout the week. Tu Shan's performance was nothing short of remarkable. His points soared like a rocket, surpassing an astonishing 100,000. In contrast, the second place, Zhao Lan, barely exceeded 20,000 points, a staggering 5-fold gap, rendering the pursuit of victory futile. Moreover, including Tu Shan, only 4 individuals surpassed the 10,000 points mark, while the others failed to reach even that threshold. No one could rival Tu Shan. The combined scores of the top 3 barely reached half of Tu Shan's total. How utterly absurd. This left all the instructors observing from the back in sheer astonishment. It must be noted that the students of Yanjing University indeed possessed extraordinary prowess. None were mere pretenders. Remarkably, throughout the week, not a single individual had cried for help, nor had anyone lost their qualification. This suggests that the majority of students were not incapable of slaying demon beasts, but rather struggled to locate their elusive presence. At this moment, Tu Shan was advancing towards the final forbidden zone located in the Stream Spring area. He effortlessly dealt with any demon beasts encountered along the way. Unfortunately, he did not garner any achievements. Aside from the forbidden points, the variety of demon beasts in the surrounding areas was abundant. Yet each type was represented by only 1 or 2 specimens, making it quite challenging to collect 100. The forbidden point in the stream spring area is referred to as the Black River, is it not? Why such an incomprehensible name? Could it be a black river nestled within the mountains? Just as Tu Shan was lost in contemplation, the startled exclamations of Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu interrupted his thoughts. Tu Shan, look, what is that? Following their gaze, he beheld, not far in the sky, a cluster of dark, Gothic castles. These structures stretched for hundreds of meters, resembling a quaint ancient western town. They appeared to be suspended in the air, devoid of contact with the earth below. Tu Shan furrowed his brow slightly. This phenomenon was clearly a mirage. Yet, for reasons unknown, it evoked a disquieting sensation despite being aware of its illusory nature. What on earth could it be? A mirage? Yet it seemed more akin to a city floating in the sky. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Perhaps we should retreat quickly? At that moment, Tu Shan suddenly noticed, not far below, 5 or 6 students gazing upward, transfixed by the so-called mirage. Among them, he recognized the daughter of the president of Yenjing University, Luo Yuyan. However, in the blink of an eye, including Luo Yuyan, those students vanished without a trace, disappeared as if their existence had been but an illusion. Chapter 70. The Demon Emperor's Realm. In the conference room of Yenjing University, silence reigned. Zhang Honghu focused intently on the computer screen, which displayed the location data of several students over the past few days. His brow furrowed deeper, filled with perplexity and confusion. What on earth was happening? Zhang Honghu murmured. Why are they all concentrated in the Jinshui area? It has been 2 days, and there has been no sign of activity. Their points have not increased at all. As he spoke, he lightly tapped the table, as if pondering something. Nearby, teacher Lin Xian leaned closer. She glanced at the location data on the screen and whispered, I recall there is a lovely little pond in that area. Perhaps they have gathered there to rest after hunting magical beasts? Look, the coordinates are still moving. If they truly encountered danger, they would surely call for help. Zhang Honghu shook his head, dismissing Lin Xian's speculation. The president's daughter is also here. How could she be with the other students? That is highly unusual. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian also found it strange. However, since they had not received any distress signals, intervening recklessly could have adverse effects. Suddenly, Lin Xian noticed a detail. She pointed to a dot on the screen, exclaiming excitedly, Look! It seems Tu Shan is heading towards that area as well. Let us first observe his situation. If he, like the other students, remains here without leaving, we shall consult Principal Luo and subsequently request assistance. Zhang Honghu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this approach would indeed be more prudent. Let us observe for a while longer. What is happening? Tu Shan murmured in perplexity. He was utterly convinced that the sighting of Luo Yuyan and her companions was not a mere figment of his imagination, but a tangible reality. The reason was simple. His identification technique had successfully revealed the item information on their garments, confirming their existence just a moment prior. At that moment, Tu Shan Yueyue anxiously called out, Qing Lu, run. Although Qing Lu was somewhat unclear about Tu Shan Yueye's intentions, she had come to learn through their time together that Tu Shan Yueyue was not one to joke frivolously like Tu Shan. Thus, she immediately turned and swiftly retreated, shielded by Tu Shan Yueye's illusionary cover. Tu Shan was left bewildered, questioning, Are you referring to that black castle? What on earth is it? Tu Shan Yueyue glanced back at the ominous black castles hovering above, her gaze turning unnaturally frosty, as if she could pierce through the darkness. In a hushed tone, she replied, That is no ordinary mirage. It is the domain of a certain monstrous beast. Domain. Upon hearing this term, Tu Shan could not help but gasp in shock. A domain is a special ability that only beasts of 6th rank or higher can potentially master. It allows the creature to carve out an independent spatial realm based on its overwhelming demonic power, creating a world of its own. Within its domain, the beast's strength is significantly amplified, and even injuries can heal rapidly. If an adversary enters this domain, unless there is a considerable disparity in power, they will find it nearly impossible to breach the spatial barriers of the domain. Realizing this, Tu Shan's expression grew grave. If the black castle before him truly represented a domain, it was clear that its master must be a beast of 6th rank or higher. No, according to the rules of this world, if a beast can create a domain, it can no longer be referred to merely as a beast. It must be termed a beast emperor. Yet, it was already too late. The Beast Emperor wielding the domain seemed to have taken notice of Su Chen's group long ago. With a chilling flash of black light, in the next instant, Su Chen's figure was forcefully drawn into the domain by an unseen hand. He had no time to react, vanishing completely from the spot, as if time itself had frozen. His consciousness plunged into a state of chaos. It was unclear how long had passed when Su Chen slowly regained consciousness. As he surveyed his surroundings, a wave of dread washed over him. He found himself within an eerily sinister complex, the air thick with an unsettling aura. Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu had already awakened, vigilantly monitoring every movement in their vicinity. Su Chen, the situation is dire. We have likely been forcibly drawn into the domain of the Beast Emperor. Qing Lu's complexion was ashen, and her tone was grave. She and Tu Shan Yueyue had previously attempted to breach the spatial barrier to escape this place, but alas, their efforts were in vain. Not only did they fail to break through the barrier, but they could not even create the slightest ripple. After all, despite the formidable strength of Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu, they remained mere third-tier demonic beasts, akin to infants in the presence of sixth-tier or higher demon emperors. Su Chen, what are we to do? Are we truly destined to perish here? Tu Shan Yueyue said, a hint of panic evident in her voice. Stay calm. Everything will be fine. Su Chen took a deep breath. Striving to regain his composure, he glanced down at his right hand and discovered that the point accumulator had vanished. However, his other belongings, including various items, remained intact. A terrifying hypothesis began to take root in his mind. This demon emperor seemed to be aware of the distress signal feature of the point accumulator, which explained its retrieval. If this were true, then the demon emperor had likely been lurking here for years, fully cognizant of the training exercises of the students from Yanjing University. But what was its ultimate aim? Did it intend to diminish human combat strength by annihilating the new generation of power? Such caution seemed excessive. Yet, if its goal was indeed to eliminate the emerging forces, why was he still alive? Could it be that Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu, as divine lineage demonic beasts, had piqued the demon emperor's interest? Su Chen opened his attribute panel. Name, Su Chen. Level, 3rd tier, Stage 1. Physique, 789,789. Demonic power, 725,790. Skills, Beast Control, Compulsory Contract. Insight, Indestructible Body, Combat Techniques, Demon Arrow, Volume 1 of Beast Mastery Secret Techniques, Appraisal, Crisis Perception. Volume 1 of Beast Cultivation Techniques, Achievement Points, 920-3270. Contracted Demonic Beasts, Nine-Tailed Fox, Qing Wan. Remaining free attribute points, 33. A 6th-tier Demon Emperor. Particularly one capable of opening domain spaces, likely possessed a demonic power value exceeding 100. Attempting to escape the domain through forced contracting would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty. The most perilous option might involve contracting the Demon Emperor and subsequently releasing it, despite the risks of demonic power surging. Sister System, is there currently any method to break through this predicament? None. Host, please fend for yourself. Do not involve this system in your misfortunes. Goodness. Sister System, you have no solutions either? Su Chen's expression darkened. Was he truly destined to meet his end here, despite being the protagonist with the system? However, there was a glimmer of hope. According to Tu Shan Yueyue, they had awakened half an hour before him and had consistently attacked the spatial barrier. The Demon Emperor possesses an exceptionally keen perception of the circumstances within his domain, almost omniscient in his awareness. However, the 6th-tier beast has yet to reveal itself to attack them, suggesting there might be deeper reasons at play. Perhaps it would be prudent to observe the situation further before acting. Let us proceed. Remaining here in anxious anticipation serves no purpose, Su Chen urged, mustering his spirit. Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu closely trailed him, their expressions alert as they surveyed their surroundings. The area was desolate, devoid of any signs of human presence or the shadow of any beast, save for a peculiar, eerie wind that roamed about. Before long, Su Chen arrived at the most opulent location within the territory, specifically, the Black Castle where demonic energy was most concentrated. Towering into the clouds, the castle exuded an imposing grandeur that instilled an irresistible sense of pressure. Given that the Demon Emperor had not acted immediately, remaining here would yield no escape. Thus, it would be wise to approach it directly and discern its intentions. With a creaking sound, Su Chen carefully pushed open the door, leading Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu inside. Upon entering the castle, they were greeted by a swarm of dark bats emerging from the shadows, while the walls flickered with ghostly green flames, casting distorted and bizarre murals into light and shadow. In the center of the hall lay a massive stone sarcophagus, its lid adorned with intricate, ancient runes that emanated a powerful wave of demonic energy. It felt as if they had stepped into the first-person perspective of a horror game. Tu Shan, is it not a bit reckless to come here so directly? Tu Shan Yueyue swallowed hard, her voice trembling with apprehension. Tu Shan suppressed his inner fear, forcing a smile as he half-jokingly remarked, "Yueyue, you look rather adorable when you're scared. Enough with the nonsense." Tu Shan Yueyue shot him an exasperated look, muttering in resignation. At a time like this, you still have the presence of mind to joke. Yet, his playful banter did alleviate some of the tension in the air. As they walked along the Black Castle's red carpet, thick with ash, they arrived at a spacious hall. The decor resembled that of an imperial court from a historical drama, albeit far more dilapidated and chilling. At the heart of the hall stood a grand throne upon which sat a veiled blonde woman. Though her features were obscured, her exquisite figure suggested that her beauty was undoubtedly remarkable. She sat there in serene stillness, resembling a delicate porcelain doll, though she was anything but human. She was the Demon Emperor. Name, Yi Yulong. Race sequence, number 030 vampire. Level, 8th stage, 10th rank. Physique, 46, 254, 625. Demonic power, 24, 482. 448. Innate skill, Dark Moon. Skills, Blood Servant, Blood Shadow Blade, Blood Wings, Blood Perception, Dark Arts, Bloodthirst, Gravity, Blood Eye, Blood Drink, Blood Shadow Step, Phase Teleportation. Domain of the Night King. Bond value, 0. Dark Moon. Combat power significantly increases in night environments. Tu Shan could not help but ponder. Could it be that this divine beast of the vampire lineage intends to transform me into her servant rather than kill me? As this thought crossed his mind, a fine sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead. At that moment, Tu Shan and his companions keenly sensed a beast stealthily approaching from behind, with a clear intent to target Tu Shan. Just as Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu were about to intervene, the Demon Emperor upon the throne suddenly rose to her feet. Her movements were as swift as lightning. With a single step, she unleashed formidable power that pinned both women in place. This entire sequence transpired in less than a tenth of a second. However, judging by the actions of the Demon Emperor, it seems she merely intended to suppress Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu, harboring no desire to inflict harm upon them. Simultaneously, the beast that had launched a surprise attack revealed its true form. It was a veiled blonde maiden, standing approximately 1.6 meters tall, though not particularly tall. Her figure was undeniably alluring, curvaceous in all the right places. In her right hand, she materialized a long, crimson blade that glimmered with a chilling light, seemingly poised to cleave Tu Shan in two. Name, Yi Lingyun. Race sequence, number 005 True Ancestor Vampire. Level, 3rd stage, 5th rank. Physique, 792, 792. Demonic power, 388. 388. Innate skill, Blood Oath. Skills, Blood Shadow Blade, Blood Wings, Blood Shadow Step, Blood Blossom. Bond value, 0. Blood Oath. Enables the consumption of blood from other entities, significantly enhancing one's combat prowess and appropriating their skills for personal use. Note, this target possesses a special constitution. Click here for detailed information. The 5th of the Divine Sequence. Another unverified beast. Tu Shan inwardly clicked his tongue, a wave of anxiety surging within him. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. He swiftly retrieved a silver dagger from his beast taming space, gripping it tightly in preparation for the imminent assault. Yi Lingyun's strike was as swift as a flash of lightning. Tu Shan focused all his energy, wielding the dagger with every ounce of strength to parry the blow. With a resounding clash, the dagger met Yi Lingyun's blood blade, sending sparks flying in all directions. Yi Lingyun's expression, concealed beneath her veil, momentarily faltered, clearly astonished that Tu Shan could withstand her attack. A third-tier beast master possessing such formidable strength truly took her by surprise. How intriguing! The cold voice of Yi Lingyun resonated, seemingly laced with a hint of admiration. Simultaneously, she waved her right hand, conjuring another blood blade that materialized in her grasp. However, this time she refrained from launching an immediate attack, instead standing still, meticulously observing every move made by Tu Shan. Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu, anxiously watching from the sidelines, could only lament the insurmountable gap between an 8th-tier demon beast and a 3rd-tier one, a disparity that was impossible to overcome. They could only helplessly witness Su Chen confront Lin Yuer's onslaught alone. As Lin Yuer's assault momentarily slowed, Su Chen seized the opportunity to gather information about her. Her physical prowess was comparable to his own, yet due to the disparity in skills and the current nocturnal environment, there remained a significant gap in their actual combat capabilities. As for his demon power, Su Chen calculated in his mind that if he allocated all 33 of his attribute points to demon power, he could potentially bind her to his will. Chapter 72, Deliverance. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Chen swiftly glanced at the 8th-tier demon emperor. He observed that, aside from firmly subduing Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu, it seemed uninterested in intervening in the battle. Its gaze conveyed an evaluative intent, as if scrutinizing Su Chen's every action to gauge his strength. What is it doing? Is it assessing my capabilities? Su Chen pondered inwardly, but he quickly dismissed the thought. This 8th-tier demon emperor, in terms of both lineage and demeanor, was intricately linked to Lin Yuer before him. Even doubling his current demon power would not suffice to bind it. However, if he could forcibly contract Lin Yuer, he could likely use her as leverage to secure a safe exit. With this thought, Su Chen inhaled deeply, gripping the silver dagger tightly, fixating on every motion of Lin Yuer. In the next moment, she struck like a bolt of lightning. The blood blade in her hand traced a breathtaking and lethal arc through the air, imbued with a murderous intent, as it swung fiercely towards Su Chen's neck. Undeterred, Su Chen mirrored her actions, wielding his silver dagger with astonishing speed. The two combatants, endowed with 8 times the physical prowess of an average adult, collided, the white and red blades clashing in an instant. The resulting impact produced a deafening roar, reverberating throughout the surroundings. The force of their confrontation was so immense that the ground of the black castle fractured like a spider's web, leaving 2 deep craters in its wake. The ghostly flames flickering on the walls seemed to tremble in fear, swaying dangerously as if they might extinguish at any moment. Su Chen was propelled backward, stumbling 10 steps. With blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, Lin Yuer was similarly thrown back, staggering a few steps before barely managing to steady herself. This clash was surprisingly evenly matched. Yet, after merely catching her breath, Lin Yuer resolutely charged towards Su Chen once more. This time, her speed was even more ferocious. Akin to a phantom, her figure left a flurry of afterimages in the air, dazzling all who beheld her. More astonishingly, a pair of crimson wings sprouted from her back. Her aura surged like a tidal wave, instilling a sense of dread in onlookers. Upon witnessing this, Su Chen understood that the moment had arrived. He feigned an attempt to resist, wielding the silver dagger in his hand, striving to block Lin Yuer's assault, as if awaiting an explosive climax at the last possible moment. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. The distance between Lin Yuer and Su Chen diminished rapidly, her blood blade gleaming ominously, aimed directly at Su Chen's right arm. Indestructible golden body. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, seizing this fleeting opportunity to unleash his ultimate move. A resounding clang echoed through the air. At the moment the blood blade made contact with Su Chen's skin, it emitted a crisp sound of impact, only to be halted as if obstructed by an invisible force. Unable to advance further. How could this be? Astonishment filled Lin Yuer's face as she widened her eyes in disbelief at the scene before her. Her understanding was once again thoroughly upended. From now on, I look forward to your guidance, Su Chen said, a smirk of triumph gracing his lips. As he spoke, he swiftly grasped Lin Yuer's wrist, preparing to enact a binding contract. However, just as he was on the verge of success, he suddenly felt his grip loosen. The wrist he held dissipating like smoke, vanishing without a trace. To be precise, Lin Yuer herself had disappeared in the blink of an eye, reappearing beside Night Yulong. Clearly, it was Night Yulong who had intervened to rescue Lin Yuer. Sister Long, what is going on? Lin Yuer inquired, somewhat perplexed. Even if her right hand had been seized, it seemed unlikely that Su Chen could inflict any harm upon her. Why would Night Yulong choose to act at this moment? In response, Night Yulong remained silent. She simply stood there, as still as a statue. The veil fluttered gently in the wind, revealing the clarity and depth of her eyes beneath. She cast a mere glance at Su Chen, then without hesitation, waved her hand, instantly dissolving the domain. The once ominous and terrifying castle vanished as if swept away by a tempest, replaced by a picturesque lakeside scene, resembling a paradise on earth. By the pond's edge, the lush grass carpeted the ground, and vibrant flowers bloomed, releasing fragrant scents that dispelled the lingering stench of blood. Moreover, Tu Shan noticed the figures of over 20 other students, all of whom wore pale expressions, clearly shaken by their recent ordeal. Among them, he recognized a few familiar faces, including Luo Yuyin and her companions, who had mysteriously vanished before his eyes. Have they returned? Tu Shan murmured as he surveyed his surroundings. The remaining students appeared to have just emerged from the depths of their terror, their faces still etched with fear. Some stood frozen in place, as if still trapped in the nightmarish experience. Others exuberantly shouted, expressing their joy at having narrowly escaped death. We survived. We made it back. Ha! I knew I wouldn't perish. Damn it. I will never dare to venture into the forbidden zone again. Help! Quickly, call for help. The demon emperor has appeared. Once they regained their senses, the first instinct of these students was to hastily press the rescue button on their score devices. Tu Shan was equally bewildered. How could an 8th-tier demon emperor capture so many individuals, only to release them after a few exchanges with a 3rd-tier divine lineage beast? What could be the motive behind this? Tu Shan gazed at his palm, striving to recall the icy yet remarkably delicate sensation he had just felt. And he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He regretted his earlier words. Had he known, he would not have spoken so much. To miss such an opportunity with a divine lineage beast was lamentable. Judging by the beast's physique, it was undoubtedly a beauty. Despite being a vampire, cuteness is indeed justice. I shall refrain from boasting in the future, Tu Shan muttered to himself with a heavy heart. Tu Shan, please do not frighten us like that. We are relieved that you are unharmed. At that moment, Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu hurried over, their faces filled with concern. The formidable power exhibited by that 3rd-tier vampire ancestor had nearly terrified them to death. Tu Shan waved his hand gently in reassurance, saying, "Do not worry, I am fine. Let us go. This week's gains have been substantial. We shall conclude this training session here." Simultaneously, he noticed that, unbeknownst to him, the score device had quietly returned to his right wrist, as if everything that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream. Approximately 10 minutes later, Tu Shan vaguely spotted a dozen flying demon beasts approaching swiftly from the distant sky. It must be the rescue team dispatched by the school. Given the multitude of distress signals received, the institution likely assumed that a significant demon beast incident had occurred. Chapter 73. Training session concludes. Tu Shan, are you alright? Are you injured? Seeing Tu Shan being escorted out of the trial area by the rescue team, Xiao Limo rushed forward to inquire, her eyes reflecting a hint of guilt. Her voice trembled slightly, as if she had yet to recover from the tension of the moment. After all, it was she who had summoned Tu Shan to participate in the training, rather than a directive from superiors. Should anything happen to Tu Shan, she would truly feel remorse for the trust placed in her by General Han Xinghe. Regarding the appearance of the Demon Emperor in the first trial zone, students, including Luo Yuyin, continuously recounted every detail they could muster, both spoken and unspoken. Consequently, the training was abruptly suspended, and all students were forcibly sent back. Fortunately, although the Demon Emperor had manifested, no casualties occurred. However, the mere mention of Tu Shan instantly elicited gasps of astonishment from the surrounding students. He is Tu Shan, the one who amassed 100,000 points in just 7 days? Goodness, I am in the presence of greatness. This is indeed the top scorer from Yi City's college entrance examination. I had thought it was a case of sharing a name. To possess such prowess right after high school makes me feel as if I have been living like a mere dog for the past 2 years. So handsome, so powerful. I declare that Tu Shan is now my idol. I recall you previously stating that Zhao Lan was your idol. The upperclassmen buzzed with excitement, their expressions filled with awe and admiration, as if witnessing the birth of a legend. Even Principal Luo and the faculty members cast approving and reverent glances toward him. Regarding the matter of Tu Shan and the fox and the blue bird, after persistent inquiries from several teachers, Xiao Limo ultimately confirmed this fact. Even if she had chosen to remain silent, they would have likely pieced it together. However, she requested that they keep it confidential for the time being, allowing only those within the institution to be aware, at least until Tu Shan's strength reached a certain level before making it public. There is no doubt that Tu Shan is destined to become one of the pillars of the Dragon Kingdom. Listening to the students' discussions made Tu Shan feel somewhat bashful. A faint blush crept onto his face as he smiled and replied, "Teacher Xiao, I am fine. That's a relief. I owe you an apology." "I never expected the demon emperor to appear," Xiao Limo said, gradually lowering her head, resembling a child who had committed a mistake. In contrast, Su Chen appeared more like the teacher in this moment. At that instant, Xiao Limo's gaze fell upon Su Chen's attire, noticing several torn sections. She quickly retrieved a room card and said, "Your clothes are torn. Let us go. We will handle the subsequent matters along with the personnel from the second battle zone. Your hotel room remains the same. Here's the room card." Upon hearing Xiao Limo's words, a twinge of regret surged within Su Chen. He slowly diverted his gaze from the direction of the trial zone and gently nodded in agreement, responding, "Yes. Thank you, teacher. What a tremendous loss to have missed the fifth beast of the divine era." Even though this training session ended prematurely, the rewards were still duly distributed. The school did not publicly disclose the truth, merely interrupting the training session under the pretext of a beast tide occurring in the trial zone. Simultaneously, news of Su Chen's breakthrough to the third tier and his first-place finish in the training at Yenjing University spread like wildfire. This news detonated like a bomb, stirring up a storm in Yenjing. Without a doubt, it sparked a frenzy of media coverage. In an instant, Su Chen once again became the center of attention. Concurrently, the illustrious Miss Luo Yuyan of Yenjing University emerged in a remarkable fashion. Her outstanding performance during the training, along with her pure and stunning photographs, captivated many. With a second-tier 9th stage ranking, unparalleled beauty, and noble status, Luo Yuyan surpassed numerous prodigies during the training, ultimately securing third place and garnering countless admirers. At this moment, Luo Yuyan was dining with Su Chen in a VIP booth, an invitation extended by her father at her request. "Su Chen, could you tell me what transpired after you were transported to the realm?" Luo Yuyan's gaze was fixed intently on Su Chen, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. Her invitation for dinner was not solely to cultivate a closer relationship with Su Chen for future options. The fundamental reason was to confirm a particular matter. The reason Luo Yuyan found herself at the 8th forbidden site in the Jianquan region was due to a chance encounter with several third-year students, from whom she learned of the existence of the 8 great taboos. Coupled with Su Chen's terrifying rate of point accumulation, it was evident that he must have soloed the forbidden site to achieve such high scores. As someone also deemed a prodigious talent by others, she found it unreasonable that he could accomplish it alone while she could not. Nevertheless, caution was paramount. She organized several students, intending to directly challenge the most formidable forbidden site, the Dark King City, only to discover the same scenario that Su Chen initially encountered. Upon being transported to the Beast Emperor's realm, their thoughts mirrored Su Chen's as they headed straight towards the enigmatic Black Castle, hoping for an opportunity to negotiate with the Beast Emperor. What ensued was strikingly similar to Su Chen's experience. The Beast Emperor did not personally engage. Instead, he suppressed all their contracted beasts, compelling them to face another humanoid beast alone, without the assistance of their contracted beasts. It was utterly absurd for humans of the same level to defeat Yi Yunling. Thus, it came as no surprise that all 5 of them were swiftly defeated and ultimately imprisoned in the realm's dungeon. Here, they encountered over a dozen other students, all of whom had faced identical fates. Each individual had been sent to this place only after being defeated by the appearing humanoid beast. Upon exiting the Beast Emperor's realm, Luo Yuyan had sensed an aura emanating from Su Chen, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Considering the events that transpired, she possessed ample reason to suspect that it was Su Chen who triumphed over the humanoid beast, enabling their salvation. Upon hearing her words, Su Chen let out a faint sigh. There was truly nothing to conceal in this matter. Thus he recounted the events as they unfolded. Coincidentally, this presented an opportunity for him to inquire about Luo Yuyan's perspective on the actions of the Beast Emperor. Naturally, Su Chen would refrain from mentioning that he had actually encountered 2 divine-tier beasts. "I did not emerge victorious. I merely seized the right hand of the beast that attacked at a critical moment, and the Beast Emperor abruptly halted the duel, releasing us." "Is that so?" Luo Yuyan pondered deeply. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that the Beast Emperor harbored no malicious intent. Otherwise, with the Emperor's formidable power, amidst the concentration of the Dragon Nation's main forces in the northwest battlefield and the realm of demons, annihilating a significant portion of a city would be a trivial task. They would not have merely been imprisoned in a dungeon, only to be released later. Truly a peculiar beast. Chapter 74. The vampires deal enough of that. Let us not dwell on it. Luo Yuyan gently patted her cheek, revealing a smile akin to spring blossoms. By the way, Tu Shan, there is something I wish to ask you. Tu Shan set aside the chicken leg he had just lifted and directed his gaze toward Luo Yuyan. What is it? Luo Yuyan rose to her feet, leisurely spinning around, her eyes glimmering with enchanting light. In a soft voice, she inquired, in 6 months. May I invite you to join me for the Dragon Nation's Beastmaster tournament? Tu Shan replied nonchalantly. I suppose that would be acceptable, provided you can keep pace with my rate of advancement. I heard that in this tournament, both Beastmasters must possess the same rank, correct? Upon hearing this, Luo Yuyan instantly broke into a smile. Tu Shan, you truly are quite proud. The current disparity in their ranks was minimal, even if Tu Shan's talent was exceptional. It was improbable that he would ascend to the 4th tier within just 6 months. I shall agree then. No need for such roundabout expressions. It is rather endearing. I initially thought Tu Shan to be a humorless, straightforward man. Though Zhao Lan was exceptionally talented, she still paled in comparison to Tu Shan. If given the choice, it was evident that Tu Shan was the preferable option. Very well, it is settled then. By the time they returned to their previous hotel, the clock had struck 9 in the evening. While the outdoor scenery was splendid, the comfort of a soft bed was undeniably appealing. Yes, it is decided. Tomorrow, I shall purchase a soft bed to place in the beast space. I must also prepare several changes of clothes. As Tu Shan contemplated this, he retrieved the room card and opened the door. However, in the next moment, he found himself frozen in astonishment, his gaze fixated upon the sofa in the room. Eyes wide with disbelief, Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu also sensed the impending danger, and they swiftly leaped out from the Beastmaster space, positioning themselves protectively in front of Tu Shan. What do you intend to do? This is human society. You should consider the consequences before taking action. Seated on the sofa in the hotel room were 2 figures, to be precise, 2 Yaosho, demonic beasts. These 2 creatures were the very vampires Tu Shan had encountered earlier that day in the Demon Emperor's domain. However, this time, they did not don veils, instead revealing their pure and stunning visages, captivating all who beheld them. Yi Yulong gracefully waved her delicate hand, causing the hotel room door to close gently, as if manipulated by an invisible force, emitting a soft click. Simultaneously, a translucent barrier enveloped the hotel room like a gossamer curtain, isolating everything from the outside world. Within this barrier, time appeared to freeze, rendering it impossible for anyone to perceive the events unfolding within. Then, Yi Yulong parted her crimson lips, her voice ringing clear like silver bells, yet imbued with an irresistible authority. Human, your name is Tu Shan, is it not? Shall we strike a deal? A deal? Tu Shan furrowed his brow, pondering the implications. Nevertheless, he quickly restrained Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu, who were eager to escape, drawing them close and sitting together on the sofa. If Yi Yulong truly intended to kill him, there would be no need for such elaborate theatrics. Indeed, Yi Yulong affirmed with a nod. So, will you accept or decline? Upon hearing this, Tu Shan and his companions were left in a state of bewilderment. They could hardly shake the feeling that they had unwittingly skipped ahead, missing the details of the deal before arriving at the final negotiation stage. After a brief silence, Tu Shan inquired, May I at least ask what the terms of the deal are? Yi Yulong gently shook her head, her gaze sharpening. You still have a choice for now. However, once you hear my proposal, you must accept it. Otherwise, I shall take your life. At her words, Tu Shan nearly choked on his own breath, cursing inwardly at the outrageousness of such a coercive arrangement. What sort of tyrannical contract is this? To demand acceptance without revealing the terms? Are you attempting to defy fate, sister? Then I must respectfully decline, maintaining a facade of calm. He firmly embraced Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu, declaring, It is my duty to protect them. I will not engage in ventures lacking certainty. Observing his resolve, Yi Yulong refrained from further discussion. She slowly rose, taking Knight Lin Yun's hand, preparing to depart. However, Knight Lin Yun unexpectedly grasped her hand, exclaiming, Sister Yulong, let us take one more gamble. I have great faith in this person. As she spoke, a faint blush colored her cheeks, and she shyly averted her gaze. Yi Yulong regarded Knight Lin Yun's reaction, hesitating for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh and resuming her seat. Her gaze fell upon Tu Shan, imbued with a tinge of complex emotion, as she slowly spoke. Tu Shan, I shall be candid. Assist us in slaying a demon beast, and any demands you have will be met. What? Tu Shan was utterly bewildered. For someone of your caliber, an 8th-tier demon emperor, is it not a trivial task to kill a mere demon beast? If you cannot accomplish such a task, what use is a 3rd-tier beast master like me? It seemed that Yi Yulong could see through Su Chen's thoughts, slightly furrowing her brows as she continued to explain. The target is the golden rock puppet. Now you should comprehend the urgency. Upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded, revealing an expression of understanding. The golden rock puppet, designated as number 100 in the hierarchy, is an extraordinarily unique demon beast endowed with the innate ability of the golden barrier. This barrier can generate a vast shield centered on itself, permitting entry solely to humans and demon beasts of equivalent rank. Any beings of higher or lower tiers are barred from crossing its threshold, unless one reaches the 10th tier and possesses unparalleled might to crush all worldly rules. The golden rock puppet remains an insurmountable entity against foes of vastly different ranks. The human elite, through extensive research on the golden rock puppet, managed to establish defensive barriers in every city to thwart demon beast incursions. However, despite humanity's relentless efforts, it seems impossible to fully unravel the rules governing the golden barrier. Many students in high school dreamt of single-handedly defeating the golden rock puppet, a feat comparable in prestige to securing a spot among the top 10 beast masters in every city. It is indeed a litmus test for prodigies. Nevertheless, numerous doubts lingered. Su Chen turned to the side and inquired of Yi Lingyun. While the golden rock puppet restricts the rank of humans entering its barrier, does it not impose limitations on numbers? If one truly wishes to slay the golden rock puppet, why not simply hire a team of beast masters? Yi Yulong shook her head, letting out a sigh. If it were that simple, we would not have waited for decades. Our primary motive for eliminating the golden rock puppet stems from its possession of our clan's treasured blood soul pearl. Moreover, having absorbed the malevolent energy of the blood soul pearl, its innate ability has undergone certain alterations. Within its golden barrier, beast masters cannot summon their contracted demon beasts, nor can any demon beast enter. Upon hearing this, Su Chen, Tu Shan Yueyue, and Xing Lu finally grasped the situation. After much effort, Yi Yulong had gathered a group of students into her domain merely to assess their capabilities. She had suppressed the students' demon beasts, pitting Yi Lingyun against the beast masters without any intent to kill. The sole purpose of this endeavor was to evaluate whether these beast masters possessed sufficient strength to confront the golden rock puppet. However, soon, Tu Shan Yueyue furrowed her brow and posed a question. Why not seek out the members of the demon beast clan? I have heard that their individual combat prowess far exceeds that of ordinary beast masters. It should be easier to find someone capable of subduing the golden rock puppet, correct? Yi Yulong shook her head once more. That is not feasible. Our treasured blood soul pearl is merely an ordinary jewel to common beast masters, lacking any utility. Yet for those of the demon beast clan, it is a priceless artifact capable of significantly enhancing their demon power. This item is of paramount importance to our vampire lineage. Although it is highly probable that the members of the demon beast clan are unfamiliar with its true worth, they might not dare to refine it in my presence. However, as the saying goes, it is prudent to exercise caution in all matters. Should the individuals we summon recognize the value of this object and succumb to the temptation of its power, our vampire clan may very well face annihilation. I see. Su Chen nodded. In this world, power reigns supreme. Many individuals are willing to sacrifice everything to attain formidable strength, often meeting their demise in the relentless pursuit of power. Even with an 8th-rank demon emperor observing from the barrier, one cannot guarantee that everyone can withstand the allure of becoming stronger. Thus, the most secure approach is to enlist a beast master who is not affiliated with the demon beast clan to vanquish the golden rock puppet. Even if they harbor greedy intentions, they would be incapable of utilizing it. With Yi Yulong's strength, reclaiming it would be a trivial endeavor. At that moment, Yi Lingyun finally broke the silence. Su Chen, you can certainly hold your own against me, and defeating that golden rock puppet should pose little challenge. If you assist us in retrieving the blood soul pearl, I can fulfill any request you may have. Any request? Su Chen asked earnestly. Are you certain? Yi Lingyun nodded slightly, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, gently swaying. Indeed, I am absolutely certain. Su Chen smiled faintly, gazing into Yi Lingyun's eyes. Is that so? Then very well, I desire you. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, a look of as expected crossed Yi Lingyun's face. The allure of a divine sequenced demon beast to a human is well understood by them as demon beasts. Su Chen's response was almost entirely anticipated by her. Lin Yueer rose gracefully, performing a courteous knee bow, and smiled sweetly. Of course, that is acceptable. However, I must clarify that I am not a 31st rank vampire, but rather a 5th rank vampire ancestor. Being your beast master may entail a few complications. Upon hearing this, Su Chen remained unfazed. It is well known across all realms that vampires feed on blood. In this world, due to the constant need for demon beasts to engage in battle, timely blood transfusions for injured civilians are essential. Consequently, the blood banks in each city are abundantly stocked and nearly always filled with fresh blood. The price for a 500 milliliter container of blood hovers around 100 credit points. Although this cost is somewhat elevated compared to ordinary sustenance, given Su Chen's current financial standing, sustaining a family of vampires poses no challenge whatsoever. Thus, the decision is made. However, I insist on receiving payment up front. Otherwise, we shall reconsider. Su Chen declared with unwavering determination. Night Yuelong, in her current state of need, refrained from taking action against him. She had previously mentioned that the Blood Soul Pearl is a treasured artifact of their vampire lineage. With such critical information now in Su Chen's possession, who could assure that she would not betray him? After all, the lips of the deceased are the most secure. Night Lin Yueer delicately licked her lips, her voice soft and low, imbued with an irresistible allure. Are you truly ready to form a contract with me? Are you certain? Her cheeks flushed slightly, resembling a ripe apple, particularly enchanting under the moonlight. For reasons unknown, Su Chen felt a peculiar sensation surging within him. Why did it seem that Night Lin Yueer was more eager than he was to establish this pact? Nevertheless, it mattered little. The regret of having missed the opportunity at noon could not be allowed to repeat itself in the evening. Indeed, Su Chen proclaimed resolutely, System. Allocate all 33 attribute points to supernatural power. Ding. Allocation complete. Current host's supernatural power value, 725-1120. Upon hearing this, Night Lin Yueer smiled softly. She slowly approached Su Chen, extending her delicate, snow-white hand, her fingers as graceful as carved jade, gently clasping his. The contract is established. As her words echoed, Night Lin Yueer's form began to transform. She gradually blurred, morphing into myriad radiant lights that danced like colorful butterflies. These beams intertwined, forming countless strands of power that seamlessly integrated into Su Chen's being. In no time, a bat emblem began to emerge on Su Chen's right wrist. The contract is complete. Congratulations, host, for achieving the Divine Generation Sequence. 3. Congratulations on contracting the 3rd Divine Generation Sequence beast, and a stunning beauty at that. Are you familiar with the phrase fishing in a dried-up pond? Achievement points gained, 200. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 3,300 achievement points. Reward, 5 points for free attribute allocation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 3,400 achievement points. Reward, intermediate combat skill. Intermediate combat skill possesses formidable close-quarter combat capabilities. Night Yuelong stood quietly to the side, her gaze fixed upon Su Chen and Night Lin Yueer. Her expression was as frigid as ice, resembling a towering glacier, rendering her seemingly unapproachable. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a scarcely perceptible smile gracing her striking features. Her eyes revealed a glimmer of satisfaction and contentment, akin to a mother-in-law who has finally found a reliable suitor for her daughter, feeling genuinely pleased. In the depths of darkness, even if Su Chen did not bring up the matter, it was inevitable that Night Lin Yueer would inquire about establishing a contract regarding the Blood Soul Pearl, should anyone be capable of handling it in the future. Her powers could only be activated through the consumption of the blood of the strong. With his 3rd tier, 1st stage rank, Su Chen successfully contracted 3 divine sequence beasts without causing any surge in demonic energy. This alone attests to his innate talent and strength. Undoubtedly, he would be the finest choice as sustenance for Night Lin Yueer. Chapter 76. The passive Su Chen. Before long, Night Lin Yueer was summoned by Su Chen. Her previously frosty visage unexpectedly transformed, blooming with a lively expression akin to spring flowers. She resembled a young maiden in the throes of love, her heart brimming with joy. Hee, Master Su Chen, Night Lin Yueer called out sweetly, her lips glistening as she playfully licked them, a sight that evoked a tender affection. However, Su Chen inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. An uneasy whisper echoed in his mind, as he sensed he had overlooked something significant. Meanwhile, Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu, having seen the crisis averted, exhaled in relief. Nevertheless, Lin Yuer's subsequent words elicited knowing smiles from them. Sisters, it is quite late. You should return to the beast space and rest. Tonight, my master and I have something very important to discuss. All right, you two converse. I shall take my leave. Tu Shan Yueyue replied with a smile, turning alongside Qing Lu, eager to retreat to the beast space. As the newcomer, Lin Yuer was evidently still unfamiliar with Su Chen's character. However, this was of little consequence. After all, vampires were nocturnal beings, and the night suited them perfectly. Having someone to accompany Su Chen in their stead was indeed a delightful turn of events. At that moment, Yeolong also rose, smoothing her skirt before lifting the constraints of her domain. Then, Su Chen, you may rest well tonight, and take care of your affairs here. I shall come to fetch you at 9 in the morning. With that, she stepped forward, vanishing without a trace, as if she had never been there at all. In the hotel room, only Su Chen and Lin Yuer remained, standing face to face, one human and one demon. Su Chen was caught off guard by the sudden arrival of happiness and, with a playful grin, asked, "Shall we take a bath first? I'm covered in sweat." "I imagine you wouldn't appreciate that?" Lin Yuer nodded slightly, a hint of shyness glimmering in her eyes. "Of course, I can help scrub your back. Also, I'm quite hungry." System notification. The bond value with the true ancestor vampire Lin Yuer has changed. 0:30. The following day, as dawn broke, the clock struck 6 quietly. Su Chen lay sprawled across the hotel bed like a puddle of mud, dark circles framing his eyes, and his legs trembled as if beyond his control. In that moment, he regretted it, deeply and utterly regretted it. Tu Shan Yueyue is the kind of beast that struggles with all her might yet finds herself helpless against Su Chen, ultimately resorting to compromise. Qing Lu, on the other hand, perceives such endeavors as mere tasks, effortlessly complying once her eyes close. Yet, surprisingly, it is Lin Yuer who emerges as the most proactive among them, demanding no less than 4 hours of engagement at a time. However, this is not the crux of the matter. Given Su Chen's robust physique, enduring 3 days and nights would pose no challenge. The pivotal issue lies in the fact that this girl, while immersed in her pursuits, drains his blood, siphoning away significant portions of his strength, reducing his vitality to nearly half. Su Chen had intended to inform her that he would take her to the blood bank the following day for a replenishment, urging her to endure for the night. Yet, she countered by revealing that upon forming a contract with Su Chen, her innate skill, blood oath, activated simultaneously, binding him to her as well. From that moment onward, she could only consume Su Chen's blood, gaining considerable power enhancements, even acquiring a sliver of his demonic arrows. Should she partake of others' blood, her strength would gradually wane until it vanished entirely. How absurd. No wonder Su Chen felt a lingering sense of having overlooked a crucial detail the previous night. Upon waking, he found Lin Yuer at the vanity, adorning herself with a radiant smile, sweetly declaring, "Master, I am hungry." Su Chen's complexion turned a shade of green, his face clouded with exasperation as he retorted, "But you were already sated last night. Why the sudden hunger now?" Lin Yuer delicately licked her lips, her fiery gaze drifting toward Su Chen's lower half, a mischievous grin gracing her features. "What? Are you denying me now that you've pulled up your trousers? I distinctly recall you assuring me during our bath that you would ensure I ate my fill." "I did not. I never said such things. Please, stop with the nonsense." "Very well, I'll indulge you, but you must provide me with sustenance. Let us consider it a morning exercise." With that, Su Chen once again found himself in a position of submission. System notification. The bond value with the vampire progenitor Lin Yuer has changed. 3050. 2.5 hours later, Lin Yuer finally detached herself from Su Chen, satisfied, and donned a deep crimson gown. Meanwhile, Su Chen utilized a point of free attribute to bolster his vitality, swiftly restoring himself to peak condition, lest he feel entirely drained. This encounter had truly taken him by surprise. Who could have anticipated contracting such a creature? No wonder Lin Yuer had displayed such a reaction when Su Chen expressed his desire to bond with her. Did she genuinely regard him as sustenance? "Good morning, Su Chen. Shall we fetch breakfast?" Tu Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu were positively elated, effortlessly addressing Lin Yuer as sister, as if they had known each other for decades. "Please procure me some extra meat. My nutrition is somewhat lacking." "Of course." Tu Shan Yueyue responded with unbridled joy. Su Chen rose from his slumber and took a refreshing shower. after which he meticulously recounted the events leading to the incident in the Dark King City from the previous day. Upon reading the message from Tu Shan, Xia Limo's face displayed a look of astonishment. Such an outrageous occurrence had transpired. It was no wonder that several 7th-tier beast masters from the first battle area were dispatched to search for clues about the Demon Emperor. Yet they had found no signs for an extended period. After all this effort, the Demon Emperor had been seeking out Tu Shan instead. Moreover, it was an 8th-tier divine sequence Demon Emperor. No, that was not the crux of the matter. Tu Shan, are you implying that you have formed a contract with another divine sequence demon beast? Or rather, a 5th-tier divine sequence demon beast? Indeed, though it does take a toll on my vitality. But wait, do you possess sufficient demonic energy? Absolutely. Rest assured, Teacher Xia, I will not lose control. Are you truly alright? Absolutely. It's just that the first and second battle areas require your assistance for a cover. Upon hearing this, Xia Limo sighed in resignation. Her student, in just a few short months, had stirred up such significant events that could shake the world. Was this the treatment of an unparalleled prodigy? That's no issue. Just go with the flow. But what about you? Are you alright with the deal to defeat the Golden Rock Puppet? Are you now strong enough to challenge beasts of the same rank? No problem at all. Then do take care. Xia Limo, for reasons unbeknownst to her, felt an inexplicable confidence in Tu Shan. After all, he was a man who had formed contracts with 3 divine sequence demon beasts, the most esteemed man in her life. Naturally, Tu Shan replied with a playful grin, I am eagerly looking forward to hosting a wedding for you. Teacher, how could I possibly perish here? Xia Limo's face flushed crimson, and she playfully scolded, Stop that. Don't speak nonsense. Chapter 77. The vampire's task having changed into suitable attire and finished breakfast. The clock struck 9. Yi Yulong arrived punctually, wearing a slight smirk. She spoke with a teasing tone. It seems you had quite a comfortable night. Tu Shan rolled his eyes in response. I underestimated the situation. I wondered why you could so effortlessly lead me to contract with Yi Lingyun. But aren't you afraid that I might suddenly perish, resulting in her demise as well? Upon hearing this, it was now Yi Yulong's turn to roll her eyes. She chuckled lightly. Have you forgotten our lineage? Humans who have had their blood drawn by us vampires, in a certain sense, cannot die. They merely cannot walk in the sunlight. Of course, the one who drained your blood is a true ancestor. So the curse of being unable to walk in sunlight does not apply. Tu Shan was taken aback by this revelation. He hurriedly checked his system interface. Indeed, a new skill had appeared in the skill section. Curse of Blood. The physical recovery ability will be greatly enhanced, granting immunity to various diseases. However, resistance to light and fire attributes will be significantly diminished, now ineffective. Indeed, it is no wonder that various films and dramas portray individuals who have been drained by vampires as capable of regeneration even after losing limbs, yet forever unable to walk in the sunlight. Tu Shan pondered. This essentially equates to a permanent enhancement buff. It is perhaps for this reason that Yi Yulong and Yi Lingyun agreed to the initial payment of rewards. With such a talent, the probability of overcoming the Golden Rock Puppet would undoubtedly increase substantially. Well, it is getting late. Let us depart. Yi Yulong's voice interrupted Tu Shan's thoughts. Indeed. However, where exactly is this Golden Rock Puppet you mentioned? Tu Shan inquired with curiosity. Yi Yulong smiled mysteriously, refraining from providing a direct answer, and instead snapped her fingers. In an instant, Tu Shan felt a dizzying sensation wash over him. The surrounding scenery appeared to be enchanted, twisting and contorting as if projected at an accelerated speed, resembling a film reel in fast forward. Within less than 10 seconds, Tu Shan found himself transported from the hotel room to a flower field, suffused with the fragrance of blossoms. The air here was fresh and pleasant, imbued with a subtle floral aroma. In this vibrant meadow, flowers of every hue bloomed in splendid competition, resembling a celestial paradise. However, an unusual presence lurked nearby. Not far ahead, a massive golden circular light screen enveloped a valley, akin to a resplendent sun, radiating an entrancing brilliance. Its radius must exceed 10 kilometers. Such a vast scale starkly contrasting with the boundaries typically associated with the Golden Rock Puppet. Furrowing his brow, Tu Shan murmured, Is this the Golden Rock Puppet's innate skill? The Golden Barrier? It seems rather expansive. Yi Yulong sighed in resignation, her tone laced with concern. Indeed. And have you noticed? This barrier is continuously expanding. Peering closer, Tu Shan observed that the golden barrier was indeed extending outward at a rate of 1 centimeter every few seconds. It would not be long before this flower field was entirely enveloped. At that moment, two beast tamers, both around 30 years of age, approached from a distance. One was a strikingly handsome man, and the other a sweetly innocent woman, resembling a pair of celestial lovers. Who are they? Tu Shan inquired, somewhat skeptical. They are a couple of third-tier beast tamers whom I know in human society. They have gathered much intelligence for me, as I have mentioned before. This golden rock puppet is somewhat unique. Besides the barrier preventing beasts from entering, it is particularly elusive. I summon them to help you locate the precise position of the golden rock puppet. Yi Yulong elucidated. No sooner had she finished speaking than the pair approached and greeted them. Brother Tu Shan, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. I am Zhao Xian, and I never anticipated that it would be you undertaking this task. I am his wife, Su Xiaodian. Please take good care of us. Tu Shan naturally shook hands with the two, exhibiting no hesitation. If you are ready, let us set forth. With those words, Tu Shan took the lead into the golden barrier. Zhao Xian and Su Xiaodian exchanged glances before following suit. As they stepped into the golden barrier, Tu Shan felt an extraordinarily peculiar force enveloping him like a surging tide. This sensation was remarkably strange and defied description, akin to ascending a high plateau, where a heavy pressure descended upon him, inducing a suffocating discomfort. Within the Beastmaster space, the voice of Yi Lingyun echoed. This is the power of the Blood Soul Pearl, which can either strip or bestow life force. Startled, Tu Shan instinctively gasped. Is it truly that terrifying? Yi Lingyun continued to elucidate. The situation is manageable. Only we vampires can perfectly harness the power of the Blood Soul Pearl. To entirely deprive a third-tier Beastmaster of life, it would typically require at least 3 hours, given the capabilities of ordinary beasts. Upon hearing this, Tu Shan nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. How is this not terrifying? It is no wonder that Yi Yulong specifically sought out 2 Beastmasters skilled in search techniques. It appears they were concerned that Tu Shan would not have sufficient time. Just then, Zhao Xian's voice resonated from behind. Tu Shan, we have located the resting place of the golden rock golem. Follow us. Tu Shan acknowledged and prepared to step forward. However, as his words fell, the once even ground suddenly began to tremble violently, as if disturbed by a colossal beast. The terrain became uneven, resembling tumultuous waves, as it threatened to engulf them. What is happening? Tu Shan inquired, astonished. Yi Lingyun swiftly explained, as previously mentioned. The Blood Soul Pearl can bestow life, and the golden rock golem excels in earth magic. It seems to have utilized the power of the Blood Soul Pearl to animate the earth. Nonetheless, as I stated, the golden rock golem cannot fully master the power of the Blood Soul Pearl. This terrain alteration will only serve as an obstruction, posing little harm to you. Is that so? So this ground is alive. Indeed. However, it should not pose a significant issue. I see. Tu Shan, having grasped the situation, took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into his right leg, and then he forcefully stomped down. Boom. A tremendous sound reverberated as the formerly writhing ground suddenly stilled, as if frozen in time. Then, the surface began to fracture, with countless fragments scattering through the air like raindrops. Chapter 78, The Nightmare Demon. Lin Xian and Su Xiaodian bore witness to this spectacle. With eyes wide open and mouth slightly agape, it seemed as though he had been ensnared by a spell of paralysis, remaining in a daze for quite some time before regaining his senses. Good heavens! Is it truly the case that because the earth was endowed with life, it must be extinguished? What kind of logic is that? We must act swiftly. Completing the exploration of such an extensive area within 3 hours is no small feat. Tu Shan furrowed his brow and surveyed his surroundings, stating his concerns. Observing the situation, Zhao Xian and Su Xiaodian refrained from further discussion, hastening towards the sense direction. At that moment, Su Chen's sense of crisis abruptly ignited, detecting an imminent danger approaching rapidly. Suddenly, a system interface featuring a monstrous beast appeared before him, despite the emptiness ahead. Yet, this interface vanished in an instant, as if it had merely been a fleeting illusion. Tu Shan found himself momentarily stunned, a chill creeping into his heart. In that brief moment, he caught sight of several crucial keywords. Sequence 199, Nightmare Demon. This beast is one that even other monsters scorn. Its emergence would undoubtedly provoke a joint assault from both humans and beasts alike. Could I have misperceived? Wasn't it said that such a creature had long been eradicated? How could it still exist? Tu Shan muttered internally, attempting to convince himself. Ultimately, he shook his head, striving to regain his composure. Now is not the time for such thoughts. The pressing matter is to fulfill the task entrusted to him by Yi Yulong. As the seconds ticked away, 10 minutes later, Tu Shan crushed the living ground beneath his feet, and alongside Zhao Xian and his wife, they finally arrived at the location where the golden rock puppet was initially sensed. However, the sight before him left him profoundly disappointed. Had it truly fled? It seems to be quite adept at escaping. Tu Shan lamented, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. Zhao Xian hurried to reassure him, do not fear. The golden rock puppet moves at a sluggish pace. It likely hasn't escaped far. With that, he tightly grasped Su Xiaoyan's hand, and together they unleashed their formidable beastly powers. The Demon Soul Compass. In an instant, a phantom resembling a divining compass materialized before them. The spoon atop the compass spun rapidly, emitting a crisp sound. Approximately 10 seconds later, the spoon pointed towards the northeast, tilting slightly downward, indicating the target's distance. At this moment, Zhao Xian exclaimed, Tu Shan, the target is located less than 500 meters to the northeast. Understood. Tu Shan nodded. Taking another step, he crushed the life-infused ground beneath him and pursued onward. Armed with his sense of crisis and perception abilities, coupled with the knowledge of the specific direction and approximate distance, Tu Shan surged forward with ease, soon discovering a rock monster, the golden rock puppet, entirely composed of gold. This beast stood 5 to 6 meters tall, resembling a small building, emanating an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Without a moment's hesitation, Tu Shan directly conjured a mystical arrow, which shot forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed at the heart of the golden rock puppet. In an instant, it pierced through the puppet's core. Yet, the overwhelming demonic energy did not dissipate. Instead, it began to coalesce into a swirling vortex at the point of impact. This vortex resembled an abyss, relentlessly devouring the surrounding golden shell. A pained roar erupted from the golden rock puppet, its massive form trembling as it struggled to break free from the grip of the demonic vortex. Could one strike not bring it down? Then let there be more. Tu Shan swiftly conjured 3 more mystical arrows, unleashing them upon the golden rock puppet. The air was filled with the sound of slicing winds as the arrows shot forth. In a heartbeat, the 3 arrows pierced through the puppet's head and legs, and the resulting vortex transformed into a ravenous beast, hastily consuming the puppet's flesh. With a cacophony of cracking sounds, the golden rock puppet's colossal body shattered into countless tiny fragments, which danced in the wind before vanishing into nothingness, as if they had never existed. It was clear that Tu Shan had triumphed in this battle, his victory overwhelming. He had anticipated that the creatures within the beast-controlling space would praise his bravery and perhaps even wish for a more proactive approach from him that night. However, what he received instead were 3 urgent warnings that echoed like the songs of orioles. Beware, there's an ambush. Tu Shan behind you. In that instant, Tu Shan's instincts kicked in, his body reacting even before the warnings reached him. Everything unfolded in a heartbeat, as if time itself had frozen. He instinctively sidestepped the incoming threat. Yet, this assault had clearly been charged for some time, its power formidable. Even though he evaded the brunt of the attack, the tremendous shockwave sent him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. A searing pain surged through him. System, enhance my physique. Ding. Allocation complete. Current host's physique value, 799,799. In that moment, a refreshing surge of energy coursed through Tu Shan's body, mending his wounds. Once clarity returned, he finally discerned the true nature of his assailant. It was another golden rock puppet, even larger than the one he had just vanquished, emanating a chilling aura. Yet beside this formidable creature stood Su Xiaotian, dispatched by Yi Yulong to assist Tu Shan, along with Zhao Xian, bloodied and barely conscious, currently being used as a seat by Su Xiaotian. A look of bewilderment filled Tu Shan's eyes as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding scenario. He gazed at Su Xiaotian, a hint of caution lacing his voice. Su Xiaotian, what are you doing? What am I doing? Heh. Su Xiaotian grinned, revealing a chilling expression. Having spoken, Su Xiaotian waved her right hand gently, and the blade of wind sliced through the air like a flash of lightning, severing her husband Zhao Xian's head in an instant. His head rolled aside, blood splattering onto the ground, forming a shocking pool of crimson. A trace of tears lingered at the corners of Su Xiaotian's eyes, slowly streaming down her cheek, starkly contrasting with the indifference etched on her face. It was a result of the wind blade she had just unleashed. At that moment, Tu Shan finally discerned the true appearance of the system interface. Race sequence, number 199 Nightmare Demon, level, 3rd stage. 10th tier, physique, 440,440, demonic power, 245245, innate skill, nightmare, skills, wind blade slash, demonic power ceiling, nightmare, capable of invading the bodies of other units and controlling the host through dreams. Chapter 79, possession indeed, it was that entity. I did not misjudge it earlier. Tu Shan's brow furrowed instantly, a glimmer of shock evident in his eyes. Throughout the annals of this world's history, the Nightmare Demon is notoriously infamous. As far back as 5 centuries ago, it had been jointly hunted down by humans and demonic beasts, disappearing completely from the historical stage. The reason was simple. The capabilities of this creature were exceedingly sinister. This beast not only possesses the ability to seize control of humans, but can also dominate demonic beasts. Even more terrifying, while in control, it can access the host's entire memory, rendering any secrets utterly exposed. Moreover, it can utilize the host's physical form to continuously divide and expand. To slay it is immensely challenging. One must first eliminate the host, and, taking advantage of the window before the Nightmare Demon seizes another, annihilate its mist-like form in one fell swoop. For this reason, even the demon factions regard it as a lethal foe, willing to pay exorbitant costs to eradicate it completely. I never anticipated that what just transpired was not an illusion, but a stark reality. Tu Shan has likely succumbed entirely to the Nightmare Demon's control, and the golden rock puppet beside her is undoubtedly an enemy that has also been invaded and dominated. A sinister smile crept across Tu Shan's lips as she spoke menacingly. Ah, Tu Shan, is it? The strongest prodigy of the Dragon Kingdom in nearly a decade. And according to estimations from the higher-ups, you may very well be the next Long Haojia. I adore this flesh. Just a few decades of lurking, and we nightmare demons shall once again grace the world, seizing dominion over all. Ha ha. With a clap of her hands, a spatial barrier instantaneously expanded from her side, enveloping Tu Shan like a transparent membrane. Demonic power ceiling. Its effect is akin to Tu Shan's silence of words, capable of restricting the use of demonic arts. However, due to the vast disparity in their demonic powers, the efficacy of this ceiling is nearly negligible. It may only slow the accumulation of demonic energy, but cannot achieve true silence in any meaningful sense. Tu Shan's expression darkened in an instant. It seems that everything has been meticulously orchestrated, and the opponent is evidently well prepared. From the very beginning, Tu Shan felt a sense of perplexity. Yi Long had previously informed him that the Blood Soul Pearl was known to very few, and the golden rock puppet was infamous for its clumsiness and dullness. Yet, at this moment, this golden rock puppet was astonishingly adept at wielding the Blood Soul Pearl, a fact that defied all logic. The true mastermind behind this was, after all, the Night Demon. By continuously seizing bodies to accumulate experience, it had likely learned the method of utilizing the Blood Soul Pearl. Immediately following this realization, the golden rock puppet beside Tu Shan swung its fist, a colossal mass larger than Tu Shan himself, crashing down upon him with a fierce gust of wind. Akin to a small mountain descending. Rock-crushing fist. Lin Yueer, I shall surely seek you out for some interest later. Tu Shan clicked his tongue, inwardly lamenting. However, from Tu Shan's actions, he seemed to discern a clue. Perhaps this night demon required certain prerequisites to possess a body. Otherwise, there would be no necessity for it to attack Tu Shan. After all, if Tu Shan were to sustain injuries before being seized, what if he ended up maimed? Wouldn't that be a self-imposed entrapment? With this thought, Tu Shan's gaze sharpened, dismissing all distractions, and focused intently. The visualization of intermediate combat techniques gradually crystallized in his mind. A mere third-tier night demon. Do you overestimate your own capabilities? As that enormous fist drew nearer, a flicker of disdain flashed in Tu Shan's eyes. In the next instant, he moved. His figure darted like lightning, appearing instantaneously beside the golden rock puppet. With a thunderous crash, the golden rock puppet was caught completely off guard by Tu Shan's astonishing speed, unable to react in time. Thus, it was sent flying by a powerful kick from Tu Shan. That 10-meter-tall frame soared through the air like a cannonball, hurtling over 20 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, creating a resounding explosion. A massive crater formed on the earth, enveloped in swirling dust. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Given Tu Shan's frail constitution, she could hardly comprehend what had just occurred. With wide eyes, she gazed in astonishment at the scene before her, unable to believe her own eyes. How is this possible? Who are you? Are you from the Yueyue clan? But the Yueyue clan specializes in demon energy, not in physical techniques. Damn it! Did you think we were unprepared? As the words fell, a mist-like figure gradually emerged from the body of the golden rock puppet. This form coalesced into a third-tier, 10th segment night demon. Subsequently, it quickly burrowed underground. And a skeletal ghost of a sequence 144 beast emerged from the depths, wielding a rusted, grayish sword. Upon the blade's edge, a faint gray mist swirled, emanating an odor so repugnant it was nearly unbearable. It was evident that any contact with this vapor would surely herald dire consequences. Yet, in the face of overwhelming might, such flamboyant tactics proved utterly futile. In the next instant, the skeletal specter felt a blinding flash before a colossal footprint descended upon its visage with the weight of a mountain, forcibly severing its head from its body. The remaining form, propelled by the sheer force of impact, soared 100 meters away, carving a deep furrow into the earth, trailing for several meters. Prepare to face the onslaught. At that moment, Tu Shan launched her assault from behind Tu Shan. An invisible blade of wind coalesced around her right wrist, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight, reappearing behind Tu Shan. This strike encompassed the entirety of Tu Shan's strength. It was destined to incapacitate her foe in one fell swoop. However, her speed paled in comparison to Tu Shan's. Tu Shan now possessed a physique equivalent to that of an ordinary fourth-tier, fifth-stage beast, while Tu Shan, under the influence of the nightmare demon, was merely an ordinary third-tier beastmaster. Confronting her posed no challenge whatsoever. Tu Shan barely registered how Tu Shan had countered before she felt a searing pain in her chest. A sudden eruption of blood escaped her lips, yet a smile graced her lips. Surprised, are you Tu Shan? A mocking voice echoed from behind him. Your body, I shall claim. It was the nightmare demon, which had just been vanquished by Tu Shan, now seeking to possess him. As the white mist assumed the form of the nightmare demon, it seized the opportunity while Tu Shan's attention was diverted to Tu Shan, slipping into his body like a wraith. Chapter 80. It must be the system's sister the nightmare demon sought to take possession. Its primary condition being that the target's attention was elsewhere or that they were in a state of unconsciousness. Thus, it initially attempted to render Tu Shan unconscious to avoid unnecessary complications. At that moment, Tu Shan was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming wave of drowsiness. As if he had toiled incessantly for 7 days and nights, his eyelids heavy and nearly impossible to lift. Just as he teetered on the brink of slumber, a system notification pierced the haze. Ding! A special energy has been detected within the host's body, poised to seize control. The host may fall into a deep slumber. Please expend 100 achievement points to eradicate this special energy. This announcement struck Tu Shan like a sharp blade, instantly shattering his drowsiness and restoring his awareness. What is this nonsense? The nightmare demon also perceived the system's alert, its mind flooded with confusion. Something was amiss. Is this even possible? The system's sister is indeed formidable. Let us proceed with the expenditure. Ding! In that fleeting moment, an incredibly peculiar energy erupted from Tu Shan's body like a volcanic explosion. The piercing screams of the nightmare demon reverberated violently within Tu Shan's mind. This agonizing sensation was beyond description, akin to being engulfed by raging flames, or perhaps being encased in a millennium of glacial ice, or ensnared within the immense pressure of 1,000 meters beneath the sea, or even being relentlessly gnawed upon by thousands of frenzied ants. The nightmare demon desperately sought to escape from Tu Shan's body, only to discover, with horror, that it had been ensnared by an impenetrable cage formed purely of energy. No matter how fiercely it struggled, escape was utterly impossible. Why is this happening? The nightmare demon roared in defiance. Yet, all its protests were in vain. In a mere 2.5 seconds, it vanished completely from this realm. The fallen beast crystal core naturally rolled into Tu Shan's beastmaster space. Upon sensing the complete absence of her companion's aura, Tu Shan's face turned ashen. Her eyes filled with shock and dread. What have you done? Tu Shan's voice trembled, seemingly unable to fathom the unfolding events. I did nothing, however. You may never see your companion again, but fret not, I shall soon send you to meet him. Tu Shan replied nonchalantly. In an instant, Tu Shan waved his hand with force, unleashing a tremendous power that surged towards Su Shaotian like a tumultuous wave. Su Shaotian felt an overwhelming force strike her, her body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. Nevertheless, Su Chun restrained his strength, refraining from directly killing Su Shaotian. After all, as long as the nightmare demon voluntarily vacated her body, she still had a slim chance of survival. As for her husband, let's not speak of him. Damn it, why is this happening? How could a mere beast be so powerful? Su Shaotian's curses echoed in the air, her heart brimming with fury and resentment. Seizing the opportunity provided by Su Chen's forceful push, the nightmare demon swiftly escaped from her body, intending to hide for a while. Invisible and intangible, it believed it could evade detection as long as it held its breath. However, it grossly underestimated Su Chen's abilities. The system interface clearly displayed the precise location of the nightmare demon, leaving no room for concealment. Had the nightmare demon taken refuge within a living being, Su Chen might have required some time to locate it. But now, having manifested in its true form, it had essentially walked into a trap. Su Chun formed his hand into the shape of a pistol. With a swift sound of slicing air, the arrow of the demon materialized, shooting forth like a bolt of lightning toward the location of the nightmare demon. In an instant, the arrow of the demon, with astonishing speed, struck true against the nebulous form of the nightmare demon. It let out a piercing wail, only to dissolve into nothingness. Only a third-order demon beast crystal core quietly lay on the ground, serving as a testament to the existence of the night demon. Su Chen exhaled softly, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. It must be said, he was indeed somewhat flustered when first possessed. To his surprise, it was the system sister who came to his aid. Following a series of maneuvers, the three young ladies in the beast master space were left stunned, their scalps tingling in astonishment. How could one so effortlessly turn the tables on the night demon? Was this not rather formidable? Su Chun, how on earth did you achieve this? Are you truly human? Truly handsome? Tonight, I shall reward you with a 6-hour swing package. System notification. Bond value of the nine-tailed fox Tu Shan Yueyue has changed. 7,580. System notification. Bond value of the Qing Luanxing Lu has changed. 7,075. System notification. Bond value of the vampire ancestor Yi Ling Yun has changed. 5,060 basic operations. Do not be overly excited, Su Chun declared triumphantly, yet the ordeal was not over. There was still one more to deal with, and he was unable to summon them yet. The golden barrier persisted, indicating that other golden rock puppets were likely still alive. However, this was of little concern. After vanquishing the night demon, a portion of its residual power seemed to linger within Su Chun. With this power, he could effortlessly sense the whereabouts of other night demons, almost as if through telepathy. Perhaps, this is how night demons communicate information among themselves. As for Su Shaotian, she required some attention. For the injuries she bore were indeed self-inflicted. Fortunately, the Beast Master space was stocked with some medicinal supplies. It should suffice for emergency care. This is an urgent situation. I am merely applying medicine, not intending to be a villain, Su Chun hastily clarified, unsure to whom he was speaking. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, the night demon maintaining the operation of the golden barrier, possessing the golden rock puppet, felt the instantaneous demise of its two companions. Shock washed over it, as if plunged into an icy abyss. They are dead? How could this be? It murmured, disbelief saturating its voice. This night demon had survived in the world for 500 years, always evading detection, too fearful to reveal itself. Ultimately, 2.5 years prior, it had successfully spawned 2 siblings, intending to leverage the power of the Blood Soul Pearl to expand its kind and dominate the world in the future. Yet now, it was abruptly informed that its comrades had perished, plunging it into despair and fury. How dare they kill my brethren? Just wait and see. However, before it could finish its threat, a sudden, jarring voice erupted from behind. Just wait and see what? It had not anticipated that demon beasts also enjoyed boasting. Startled, the night demon nearly escaped from the golden rock puppet's body in fright. Chapter 81. The true hero. Who are you? The night demon, with a face full of terror, stammered. I am the one who has slain your 2 kin, but soon, you shall be the third. Su Chun, unwilling to squander any more time, swiftly conjured 3 arrows of demon essence, shooting them towards the golden rock puppet with the swiftness of lightning. There followed 3 resounding explosions, as the corporeal form of the golden rock puppet was instantly shattered, revealing the true form of the night demon. Impossible. How can a mere human possess such strength? Why is this happening? The night demon was incredulous. Anything is possible. Have you never heard that saying? A flicker of disdain crossed Su Chen's gaze. He once again summoned an arrow of demon essence, which pierced the misty form of the night demon with ease. Although the night demon could effortlessly seize the bodies of other beasts, its own power was exceedingly feeble. With a physique value at the 3rd tier, 10th stage, it even paled in comparison to Tu Shan Yueye's 1st tier, 10th stage value. Thus, being instantaneously vanquished by Su Chan was entirely logical. As the last remnant of the night demon transformed into a 3rd tier beast crystal core, a series of notifications echoed within Su Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, on achieving the title of True Hero. The complete eradication of the night demon clan undoubtedly constitutes a significant contribution to this world. Have you ever wondered why? Since ancient times, beauties have favored heroes? Achievement points gained, 300. Ding. Congratulations, host, on surpassing 3,500 achievement points. Reward, 5 points for free attribute allocation. Ding. Congratulations, host, on surpassing 3,600 achievement points. Reward, 5 points for free attribute allocation. Ding. Congratulations, host, on surpassing 3,700 achievement points. Reward, skill limit breakthrough. Limit breakthrough, a substantial enhancement of one's combat prowess for a brief period. Su Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a bountiful reward of 300 achievement points. Initially, his sole intention was to subdue a female beast. Such an unexpected boon was indeed delightful. At that moment, Yi Yulong instantly appeared before Su Chen. She surveyed the shattered remnants of the golden rock puppet and nodded in satisfaction. Well done. I was right about you. After the barrier was lifted, Yi Lingyun jumped out from the Beastmaster space, unable to contain her excitement. Sister Yulong, you must listen. Su Chen is truly formidable. He defeated the golden rock puppet in an instant. It was simply incredible. My decision was undoubtedly correct. Really strong? Was the golden rock puppet defeated in an instant? Yes. Not only that, Yi Lingyun eagerly recounted the recent events, leaving Yi Yulong utterly astonished. There are still remnants of the night demon. At this moment, Su Chen interjected with a grin. Rest assured, esteemed mother-in-law, from this day forth, there shall be no more night demons in this world. After all, the system had decreed it so, and there could be no error in that. Is that truly the case? Night Yulong furrowed her brows slightly, inquiring, how do you know that? And what exactly is a mother-in-law? Su Chen jested, isn't it? Should I call you sister-in-law instead? Observing Su Chen's refusal to answer further, Yulong did not delve deeper. She approached the corpse of the golden rock puppet and picked up a blood-red orb, inspecting it closely. After a few moments, she exhaled heavily. Although a significant amount of power had been lost, the primordial energy remained intact, posing no major issue. After 30 years, she had finally resolved this lingering concern. Had she not encountered Su Chen, she would have likely been forced to break through the barrier by force, surpassing the 10th tier. That night, Su Chen was escorted by Yulong to the gathering place of her vampire kin, hidden deep within the mountains and shrouded by a domain barrier, making it virtually undetectable to outsiders. Undoubtedly, if others were to discover this location, they would be utterly astonished. For here, one could behold dozens of divine sequence beasts rarely seen elsewhere. The fact that Yulong brought Su Chen here clearly indicated her absolute trust in him. To add to the surprise, not a single vampire girl here was lacking in beauty. Each possessed flowing golden hair, blood-red eyes that exuded allure, and curvaceous figures, resembling beings stepped straight out of a painting. It could be said that this was indeed a paradise for men, provided one was in good health, of course. After all, the vampire's desires in that regard were nearly on par with the succubi of Western fantasy novels. Truly outrageous. Su Chen, he, came the sultry voice of Yueling, laced with charm and temptation. She slowly approached Su Chen, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. He couldn't help but shudder, feeling his heart race and a sheen of perspiration forming on his forehead. At that moment, he understood the knightly sentiments of Tu Shan Yueyue and Qinglu. Watching his flustered demeanor, both Yueyue and Qinglu exchanged knowing chuckles. Indeed, it seems that a villain needs a villain to challenge him. Finally, there were beasts capable of taming Su Chen. As the long night unfolded, the room where Su Chen resided remained brightly lit, starkly contrasting with the surrounding darkness. The laughter of the young ladies occasionally echoed within, infusing the tranquil night with a lively spirit. While the experience was undoubtedly delightful, he recognized the urgent need to enhance his physical prowess. The following day, at noon, Tu Shan, we owe you a great deal. On behalf of Lin Yueer and all our kin, I sincerely thank you for your assistance. Yulong expressed earnestly, if ever you find yourself in need of our aid, or if you consider forming a contract, do not hesitate to ask. We will always stand as your support. Tu Shan waved his hand dismissively, smiling sheepishly. I don't have that much blood for you to feast upon. However, if the need arises in the future, I will certainly reach out. Knight Yulong nodded slightly, her gaze shifting to the side where Knight Lin Yueer stood, a hint of concern and reproach evident in her eyes. Lin Yueer, remember to exercise restraint, otherwise. If Tu Shan were to perish, you would also suffer the consequences. Knight Lin Yueer, however, dismissed the concern with a playful smile and retorted, Sister Yulong, you seem to be unaware. Tu Shan is truly formidable. Upon hearing this, Knight Yulong blinked her beautiful crimson eyes in surprise, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. Really? Tu Shan's lips curled in a grimace, silently lamenting his fate. If he hadn't fortified his physique with attribute points, he might very well have succumbed to unconsciousness. To faint at such a moment would not only waste his stamina and prevent him from experiencing the paid content, but also subject him to ridicule from the girls. A man must never concede defeat. Alas, these limitations were finite. Knight Lin Yueer nodded vigorously, continuing, indeed, he is exceptionally powerful. Knight Yulong smiled charmingly. Is that so? You have piqued my interest. Her gaze lingered on Tu Shan for a moment, as if contemplating something profound. Chapter 82. Journey to the first battle zone. After some idle chatter, Tu Shan glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly time to take his leave. His eyes swept the surroundings, noting that the vampires appeared to be eyeing him with a ravenous hunger, their throats emitting the occasional sound of swallowing. A sense of unease washed over Tu Shan. If he did not depart soon, he might truly become a desiccated husk at their mercy. As for Su Xiaodian, upon awakening, she remained engulfed in profound sorrow, weeping uncontrollably. She vividly remembered that she had taken her own husband's life. This brutal reality was unbearable for her. Yet she felt utterly powerless. Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are dictated by fate. Such is the cruel nature of this world. In an effort to express her remorse, Knight Yulong presented a treasure worth hundreds of millions of credit points as compensation. While these treasures could not mend Su Xiaoyan's heartache from losing her beloved, they would at least ensure her future comfort. Perhaps even granting her the opportunity to ascend as a beast master of the 6th tier or higher. Knight Lin Yueer's affairs had finally reached a satisfactory conclusion. Teacher, this is Knight Lin Yueer, my new partner, Tu Shan declared with pride as he introduced her to teacher Xiao Limo in their hotel room. Knight Lin Yueer respectfully performed a kneel and greeted, Hello, teacher. I am Knight Lin Yueer. I often hear Tu Shan speak of you. After thoroughly inspecting all suspicious locations in the trial zone, the inhabitants of the first and second battle zones ultimately issued a complete lockdown order, ceasing further investigations. The scarcity of high-tier combat strength, such as 7th-tier beast masters, was evident, as there were countless tasks requiring their attention daily, rendering them perpetually occupied. In this scenario, the most beneficial course of action was to seal off the trial zone, conclude the mission, and deploy drones for continued vigilant surveillance. As Tu Shan returned to the hotel, he happened upon the enchanting Xia Limo, who had just completed her mission. He casually introduced her to the captivating Lin Yueer, who had insisted he dine on meat the previous night. Xia Limo's focus seemed somewhat misplaced, as her tone carried a hint of melancholy. Her gaze lingered on Lin Yueer, revealing a flicker of complex emotions. However, she quickly regained her composure and continued, By the way, Tu Shan, I reported your breakthrough to General Han, and he has instructed me to escort you to the first battle zone immediately. Are you ready to go? Absolutely. Tu Shan responded without hesitation. After all, what man could possibly refuse the allure of being associated with the strongest and the most mysterious? Shall we leave now? She inquired. Let us go, he affirmed. Very well, I will request the teleportation array from my superiors. Xia Limo had anticipated that Tu Shan would require at least a year to achieve his 3rd-tier breakthrough. To her astonishment, he had accomplished it in just over 3 months, surpassing other 3rd-tier beastmasters by a considerable margin, contracting 3 extraordinary divine beasts, each possessing formidable strength. His progression was nothing short of astonishing, almost too outrageous for even a novel to portray. Before long, Tu Shan was led to the basement of the Beast Master Association in Yanjing. At the center of the basement lay a colossal teleportation array, pulsating with immense energy and adorned with intricate patterns. As the staff operated the mechanism, the array began to hum with power, sending shockwaves through the surrounding air and creating visible ripples. A swirling vortex of blue and white energy erupted above the spatial array, leaving Tu Shan momentarily astonished. Is this the teleportation array? He pondered, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. It resembled the portals found in a popular open-world game from his previous life on Earth. Let us go. Once we step through, we'll arrive at the first battle zone, Xia Liemo urged, tugging at Su Chen's hand with a smile. All right, he nodded, taking a deep breath as he stepped into the teleportation array alongside her. In an instant, a brilliant flash of light enveloped them, and their figures vanished without a trace. The sensation was reminiscent of his initial arrival in this world. However, Su Chen soon noticed subtle changes in the scenery before him. The overall design leaned toward a futuristic, technological aesthetic, and it was evident that this space was far more expansive than the previous basement. Have we arrived at the first battle zone? That was quick, he exclaimed. Indeed. Impressive, isn't it? Xia Liemo replied, her pride evident. This is a collaborative creation between our first and eighth battle zones. And every major city's Beastmaster Association is equipped with one. Come, General Han wishes to meet you. As Su Chen followed Xia Liemo, he encountered a diverse array of beast masters along the way. Every beast master exudes an extraordinarily formidable aura. Despite Su Chen's strength now being on par with a fourth-tier monster, he still experiences an overwhelming sense of shock. Is this truly the first battle zone? It is indeed terrifying. 10 minutes later, Su Chen and Xia Liemo arrived at Han Xinghe's office. Impressive indeed. Han Xinghe stood up and circled Su Chen several times, scrutinizing him as one would a rare antique, his face adorned with a satisfied smile that grew fonder with each glance, almost feeling an impulse to consider him as a godson. It is worth noting that even the most powerful beast master in the Dragon Kingdom, Long Haojia, took nearly 6 months to advance from a second-tier to a third-tier beast master. Yet, Su Chen accomplished this feat in just over 3 months. Such talent is truly astonishing. Han Xinghe inwardly marveled, as if witnessing the rise of a future star. General Han, should we discuss the matter at hand? Su Chen remarked, a hint of exasperation tugging at his lips, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Han Xinghe's relentless gaze. Only then did Han Xinghe realize his lapse in decorum. He chuckled softly and returned to his seat. Apologies. Han Xinghe cleared his throat and continued. Firstly, congratulations on officially becoming a member of our first battle zone. Resources will be allocated monthly, and Emoli will explain the details to you at that time. Here is your identity card. With this, you will possess the authority to make certain decisions independently. Emoli will also introduce other rights you will hold. Now, about your codename. Everyone in the first battle zone refers to each other by codenames. If you have time, you may consider creating your own. There's no rush. As for your obligations, do you recall the words you spoke to me earlier? As soon as he finished speaking, Han Xinghe's expression turned serious. In response, Su Chen straightened up and performed a military salute with conviction. To restore the glory of humanity, we shall not shirk our duty. Chapter 83, Selecting a Villa Excellent. Very well done. Han Xinghe beamed, nodding in satisfaction, his eyes reflecting admiration. His gaze shifted slowly towards Xia Liemo. You may now take them to select their accommodations. Xia Liemo executed a standard military salute and replied, Understood. Them? A flicker of curiosity surged within Su Chen. Were there others besides himself in need of housing? Before long, Su Chen accompanied Xia Liemo to the dormitory area of the first battle zone. The sight before him left him utterly astonished. Rather than a dormitory, it resembled a row of luxurious villa estates. Expansive and exquisitely decorated villas were arranged beautifully, their opulence surpassing even that of Xia Liemo's residence in Yi City. Accompanying them were 6 beast masters, ranging from the 3rd tier, 10th stage to the 4th tier, 2nd stage. Among them, 3 were familiar to Su Chen, frequently appearing on television and renowned across various universities as distinguished chief beast masters. Each possessed formidable abilities, capable of securing the top position in previous training sessions with absolute dominance. Naturally, this did not apply to Su Chen. The other 3 were strangers to him, yet their presence suggested they shared a similar level of prowess. At that moment, Xia Liemo halted, surveying her surroundings before pointing to the villa ahead. This is the dormitory area of our first battle zone. The villas without names on the door plate are unoccupied. You may choose according to your preferences. However, this is not a gift. To obtain the rights and ownership of a villa, you must pass the assessments we have established. The more luxurious the villa you choose, the greater the challenge you will face. There is no limit to the number of attempts, but you may only apply for a challenge once per day. You may also form teams to undertake challenges, but this would mean sharing a room. If you fail, you will have to temporarily stay at an inn. So please be aware of that. Now, you may proceed to select your villas. As her words echoed, a brief silence enveloped the gathering. Soon, a female beast master broke the stillness. Excuse me, Lieutenant Limo, do you have a map? This place is enormous, and if we inspect each villa individually, it will likely consume half our day. There's no need for concern, Xiao Limo replied with a slight smile, retrieving 7 terminal devices from her beast space. These are positioning terminals for the villa area. Once you select your desired villa and confirm, you will be teleported to the assessment area. After completing the assessment, you will receive the keys to your residence. Miss, would you consider sharing a villa? I am Lin Yueer, the Chief Beast Master from Yenjing University this year. A gentlemanly 4th tier, first stage Beast Master bowed respectfully to the sole female Beast Master, asserting, I believe with our combined strengths, we could conquer the most luxurious villa in the accommodation area. She coldly replied, I'm sorry, but I prefer not to share my living space with others. With that, she began fiddling with the positioning terminal, seemingly indifferent to her surroundings. What a pity, Lin Yueer remarked, a hint of regret in his voice, though his expression bore no significant disappointment. After all, individuals of their stature were accustomed to female prodigies being readily available. It was unlikely that any particular female Beast Master's beauty would compel them to linger. At that moment, Tu Shan had already selected his preferred villa and was striding toward the distant Sea View Villa area. Of course, the so-called Sea View was merely an artificial lake. Who is that? Quite ambitious. The objective is indeed the remaining seaside villa. Lin Yueer rested his chin on one hand, offering his admiration. The forces behind them could effortlessly acquire a manor far larger than these villas. The reason they sought to win a villa through challenges in the first combat zone was not only due to the necessity for all newcomers to undergo this trial and facilitate their deployment, but also because the villa area possesses a specific spiritual energy barrier, established atop a dragon vein. Residing in such an environment allows the contracted demon beasts to accelerate the refinement of the demon cores they consume, achieving an efficiency equivalent to vanquishing approximately 30 demon beasts of the same level daily. Furthermore, it enhances the nourishing effects of rare materials, making the acquisition of physical and demonic power improvements considerably easier. The larger the villa, the greater the access to dragon vein resources, thus expediting the upgrade process. With ample rare materials and demon cores, one could level up merely by resting here. The seaside villa area features only 35 villas, of which 34 are currently occupied, leaving the largest one uninhabited. However, it is said that in the over 30 years since this villa's establishment, no newcomer in the first combat zone has succeeded in the challenge. Even renowned predecessors have only a few who managed to conquer it. And each of these individuals is among the most exceptional prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom. While Lin Yueer held great confidence in his abilities, he would never be arrogant. To rashly challenge such a formidable obstacle would be an exercise in folly. Yet, upon seeing that individual, a wave of curiosity welled within him. That person must be Tu Shan, the Beast Master who, at the age of 18, recently achieved the top rank among this year's students in Yenjing. As reported just days ago, is he truly Tu Shan? Lin Yueer felt a twinge of astonishment. His gaze fixated on Tu Shan, attempting to discern any signs that aligned with the rumors. The Tu Shan before him bore dark circles under his eyes from insufficient sleep, appearing somewhat fatigued, with no hint of arrogance in his gaze, and his gait was slightly limping. This was a stark contrast to Lin Yueer's imagined image of an unparalleled prodigy. He hardly resembled the extraordinary genius one would expect. I noticed him from the outset. It is indeed Tu Shan. He has been heralded by major media outlets as a potential successor to Long Haojia as a Beast Master. Another third-tier, 10th stage Beast Master concurred, his eyes filled with admiration. The sole female Beast Master, upon learning of Tu Shan's identity, cast a curious glance his way. However, aside from his somewhat fatigued appearance and composed demeanor, she found little that stood out. So he is indeed Tu Shan. I thought he was merely an unknown passerby. She gently licked her red lips, murmuring, "I wonder how such an extraordinary prodigy would withstand my onslaughts." Chapter 84. An Unattainable Trial. It is truly intriguing. The female beastmaster, named Tu Shan, is the esteemed eldest daughter of the prominent Ji family in the enchanting city of Magic Capital. With her striking beauty, rated above 9 points, Tu Shan became the object of admiration for numerous young men from various factions since she was around 10 years old. They vied for her affection, showering her with flattery and attention, all in hopes of eliciting a smile from her. However, this excessive adoration and pursuit only fueled her disdain for such sycophantic behavior. Gradually, her heart became twisted, and she could barely bring herself to acknowledge those who sought to please her, her face reflecting nothing but contempt. Ironically, this led to her being labeled as an ice princess. Conversely, the aloof young men who paid her no mind piqued her interest. This was not due to genuine affection, but rather a thrill she derived from the chase. She relished the excitement of ensnaring renowned young men, using her unparalleled talent and captivating beauty. Naturally, she refrained from pursuing married men, as that would diminish her own worth. When they ultimately fell at her feet, she would ruthlessly discard them, relishing the unique pleasure that came with it. From the moment the gathering commenced, Tu Shan meticulously counted the glances cast upon her by the other prodigies. The first was Lin Yueer, whose gaze practically screamed, "I want to pursue you." The other four also scrutinized her several times, yet Chen stood apart. He spent the entire time conversing with Second Lieutenant Xia Limo, seemingly oblivious to Ji Shuyuan's presence, which left her feeling overlooked. Initially, she assumed Tu Shan was merely an ordinary passerby and did not pay him much heed, as his appearance did not suggest he was an extraordinary talent. However, upon discovering that he was the recently renowned prodigy, a surge of conquest surged within her. What if she could capture such a remarkable talent and then cast him aside? The very thought sent a thrill through her. Tu Shan was set to challenge the villa, reputed to be the most difficult. She decided to follow, curious to witness this unparalleled genius who, surely, had never tasted failure. At that moment, she envisioned arranging a comforting package for him, allowing him to experience her tenderness and care, making it all too easy to win him over. With her thoughts settled, Ji Shuyuan followed suit. The others were puzzled to see her heading toward the seaside villa district as well. However, with plenty of time left on the first day, casting a few more glances was hardly a loss. Tu Shan remained unaware of the discussions among the 6 others. After walking for about half an hour, they finally arrived at the seaside villa district. The air here is refreshingly pleasant, with a gentle sea breeze carrying a hint of saltiness. Each villa stands like a work of art upon this land, their architectural designs uniquely exquisite and breathtaking. All these villas occupy more than 2,000 square meters, truly deserving the title of estates. In front of each villa's entrance lies a delicate nameplate inscribed with a personal code. However, the most exclusive of them, sprawling over 3,000 square meters, bears an empty nameplate. Could this be the villa? So grand. Tu Shan's lips curled into a smile. Thus, it is decided. He activated the positioning terminal, inputting the nameplate information before pressing the confirmation button. Instantly, a powerful wave of spatial transmission surged forth, reminiscent of the transfer to the trial zone during the college entrance examination. Tu Shan's figure gradually blurred amidst this wave and ultimately vanished from sight. Has he entered? How reckless! What immense confidence he must have in his own abilities. Ji Shan and 5 other beast tamers arrived shortly after, witnessing Tu Shan's audacious act, their faces displaying expressions of astonishment and confusion. Others would deliberate carefully after selecting a villa, weighing their options thoroughly and preparing adequately before commencing the assessment, lest they miss the once-a-day opportunity. Yet he, without hesitation, has plunged straight in? Is he merely an ignorant novice regarding the rules? Or does he possess such unwavering confidence in his strength? Upon entering the assessment chamber, Tu Shan discovered the layout mirrored that of the beast realm, featuring a circular arena dominated by a black color scheme. However, unlike the beast realm, this place appeared more dilapidated and chilling, nearly rivaling the dark, eerie ambience of the Night King's castle in the realm of Yulong. Although he knew that failing the assessment would not mean death, the desolate atmosphere still instilled an indescribable sense of trepidation. Taking a deep breath, Tu Shan slowly made his way to the center of the arena. He summoned Lin Yueer, eager to gauge her full potential. Yet, the opponent remained conspicuously absent, plunging the arena into an eerie silence. As this was merely a virtual assessment, devoid of life and death stakes. And the foe was an AI-simulated beast. Su Chen's perceptive and crisis-sensing abilities could not be triggered. Lin Yueer tilted her adorable little head, inquiring with puzzlement. Are we just going to wait here? Su Chen surveyed his surroundings, seemingly devoid of viable options. Teacher Xiao Limo had once mentioned that the assessment system here is identical to that of the beast realm, with the simulated virtual beasts possessing a remarkably high level of intelligence, indistinguishable from their real counterparts. Perhaps this virtual beast is not merely observing his actions, but is instead hesitant to confront him, fearing that it might be vanquished. In light of this, Su Chen made a decisive move and called out loudly, "Yeah, Qinglu, both of you come out and level this place to the ground. I won't seek you out for the next week." Upon hearing that they would be able to enjoy a week of uninterrupted sleep, Tu Shan Yueyue and Qinglu immediately leapt from the beast-keeping space without any hesitation. Foxfire, sonic boom, thunderous drums. A myriad of wide-ranging destructive skills began to bombard the virtual arena incessantly. If one were to liken their roles to those in a game, Tu Shan Yueyue and Qinglu would be akin to mages, while Lin Yueer resembled an assassin. Such extensive attacks were best left to the adept magical beasts. Finally, in that fleeting moment, Su Chen, with his keen perception, detected a figure emerging from the smoke. Simultaneously, Lin Yueer sensed the disturbance. She took a step forward, her foot imprinting a spiderweb pattern on the ground as she surged towards the shadow with terrifying speed. Clang! A piercing sound of air being sliced was followed by a heart-wrenching wail. The black figure was swiftly dispatched. Immediately thereafter, two distinctly different system notification tones resonated explosively in Su Chen's mind. Chapter 85, is that it? Congratulations on clearing the assessment trial. You will receive ownership of Villa number 10086. The mental link is currently being synchronized. Esteemed Su Chen, greetings. I will serve as your AI butler, responsible for managing all affairs within your estate. Simply call out to Xiao Jiu to activate the AI service. You may choose to remain here for training or return to the real world. Congratulations, host, on achieving the milestone of owning your own home. Congratulations on acquiring a residence with 4 halls and 20 bedrooms. Are you planning to marry 20 concubines? Achievement points gained, 30. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your achievement points have surpassed 3,800. Reward, skill, Mastery of Dominion. Mastery of Dominion temporarily enhances the combat capabilities of contracted magical beasts at the expense of one's own magical energy. It doesn't seem so daunting after all. Su Chen remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he affectionately patted the heads of the 3 magical beasts, murmuring to himself. Previously, Xiao Limo had cautioned him repeatedly, describing the trial as exceedingly arduous. Initially, Su Chen had anticipated seizing this opportunity to witness the extraordinary prowess of Lin Yueer in her full state. However, having merely caught a glimpse of her figure, she effortlessly annihilated her opponent. Su Chen could only express, is that it? Are they too powerful? Or is this trial too simple? Meanwhile, on another front, Xiao Limo hurriedly dashed back to the office where Han Xinghe was located. As soon as she entered, before she could catch her breath, Xiao Limo eagerly exclaimed, General Han, as expected, just as you predicted, Su Chen decisively chose the most challenging villa to confront. Seated at his desk, Han Xinghe appeared remarkably composed. He leisurely picked up the teapot, pouring himself a steaming cup of fragrant tea. Gently lifting the teacup, he took a small sip and remarked, this was entirely anticipated. After all, he is the one bold enough to proclaim the restoration of human glory. He would undoubtedly not compromise in such matters. Upon hearing this, Xiao Limo nodded in agreement. Then, General Han, how many attempts do you believe Su Chen will require to pass the assessment? Although Xiao Limo was exceedingly confident in Su Chen's capabilities, the challenge posed by the seaside villa was the hardest in 30 years, with no one having succeeded thus far. It is important to note that those who reach the first combat zone are already extraordinary talents, few and far between. Yet, despite this, none have triumphed, indicating the immense difficulty involved. The creature within the assessment, a shell ninja of the Divine Era Sequence 91, possesses swift movement and excels at discerning weaknesses, with a level guaranteed to exceed that of the challenger by a significant margin. Su Chen currently stands at merely the 3rd tier, Segment 1, while his opponent, the Shell Ninja, has achieved the 4th tier, Segment 5. According to the challenge rules, if Su Chen's level were to fall between 3rd tier, Segment 6, and 3rd tier, Segment 10, Then his opponent's level would escalate to 4th tier, segment 10, and so forth. This regulation is undoubtedly exceedingly unfriendly for Tu Shan, who has just barely broken through to the 3rd tier, segment 1. Furthermore, the shell ninja is renowned for its unexpected lethal techniques. Nevertheless, Xia Limo harbored immense faith in Su Chen's potential for growth. She believed that within a month, he would conquer the Villa assessment that had thwarted all newcomers. Han Xinghe smiled slightly, as if he had already perceived Xia Limo's thoughts. He softly stated, "My opinion aligns with yours. I also believe Su Chen should clear the assessment in about a month." Hearing Han Xinghe's confident assertion, Xia Limo felt a slight sense of relief. His judgment has always been remarkably precise. If he asserted such a conclusion, then it would surely unfold as he predicted. However, just then, an unexpected broadcast suddenly emanated from Han Xinghe's intercom. "Old Han, this Su Chen is indeed impressive. Therefore, the resources you fought for him, I have personally decided to triple. Even a 10th-tier demon emperor would not deter me." Han Xinghe immediately narrowed his eyes, a look of confusion and disbelief crossing his face. He quickly inquired, "Old Wei, what are you talking about?" "Huh, Old Han, did you not see the notifications in the group? The newcomer you brought, named Su Chen, actually succeeded in passing the Seaside Villa assessment on his very first day. That mansion, which had remained unoccupied for 30 years, now belongs to Su Chen." "What?" Su Chen chose not to continue his training. After all, the training here merely involved summoning a virtual beast identical to the original, all of which could be easily dispatched with a single strike. Thus, it hardly constituted any meaningful training. Rather than squander time in this manner, he deemed it more worthwhile to explore the realm of beast tamers in the 3rd-tier district. Within a minute of Su Chen commencing his challenge, the other 6 beast tamers retreated, their expressions betraying a sense of foreseen inevitability. However, contrary to their expectations, Su Chen did not display a wry smile and turned to leave. Instead, he strode purposefully toward the grand entrance of the villa. What was he planning? Perhaps he sought to reminisce, considering he had lost within mere moments on his first day. Keep pushing forward. As I suspected, even the extraordinary Su Chen could not possibly pass this assessment. Ji Xuan wore a subtle smile, contemplating that it might be time for her to intervene. In this scenario, an unconscious collision would likely deliver him a significant shock. With this thought, she took a step forward, yet upon doing so, she froze in place. The others mirrored her reaction, their mouths agape in astonishment. They beheld Su Chen uttering something indistinct. The next moment, the villa's door swung open with a resounding thud. And without hesitation, he stepped inside, his figure vanishing beyond the threshold. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain how to respond. What in the world? Did he actually pass the assessment? Otherwise, how could he gain entry into the villa? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Perhaps he had a relative working in the accommodation management, allowing him access despite failing the assessment. This was the first battle zone, the most formidable district in Long Country. Such familial connections would bear no weight here. Could it be? Was Su Chen truly that formidable? Had he genuinely cleared a test that no newcomer had ever managed to conquer in a mere minute? Ji Shuyuan's expression was one of sheer disbelief. Yet, swiftly, her astonishment transformed into elation. Su Chen was a paragon of exceptional talent. Just imagine the thrill if she could bring him to kneel at her feet. It seemed she needed to further explore his preferences. She must secure him. Chapter 86. The center of attention upon entering the villa, Su Chen promptly released the beast maidens from the beast tamer space, embarking on a quest to explore the expansive 3,000 square meter estate, featuring a building area of approximately 500 square meters across 3 levels. The villa boasted complete facilities, comprising 4 living rooms, 6 bathrooms, and 20 bedrooms, albeit with only the most basic of finishes, allowing for future customization according to personal taste. The sole drawback was the absence of everyday necessities. However, Su Chen had already stored most of the daily necessities in the Beastmaster space. With the addition of another girl, he deemed it prudent to procure a few more supplies as a precautionary measure. Particularly, the consumption of the high C, which was the only means of resistance for Su Chen each night, had significantly increased, as he would tear apart Lin Yueer's high C. Of course, aside from the villa area, the first battle zone boasted a variety of shopping malls and supermarkets. The array of goods available here was far more comprehensive than that of major cities, and the prices were exceedingly reasonable, being sold at cost price with top-notch quality. After all, This area was dedicated to serving the elite beast masters of the first battle zone, so there could be no room for negligence. Tu Shan, can we truly utilize these rooms? Lin Yueer asked, gazing at the pristine and orderly space before her, swallowing hard in astonishment. The contrast to her previous living conditions was nothing short of stark. Tu Shan nodded affirmatively. Of course. You can choose your rooms according to your preferences. After spending an extended period in the Beastmaster space, it's essential to step outside for some fresh air. However, you must accompany me whenever I venture out. All right, I want this one, Lin Yueer declared without hesitation, pointing to the room at the end of the corridor on the third floor. I feel this room suits me perfectly. Tu Shan readily agreed. No problem, as long as you like it. And Yueyue and Xiaoqing, you may also select your preferred rooms and see what else we might need. We'll head out for dinner soon and procure some supplies. Yes, my facial cleanser and conditioner are almost finished. Xiaoqing chimed in. By the way, we attract too much attention walking through your human stronghold like this? Do not worry, the first battle zone is quite accommodating. Tu Shan waved his hand dismissively. You have contracted with me, which essentially makes you one of us. There's no need to be overly concerned. Besides, with your beauty, I imagine the young merchants would be eager to see you. With this reassurance, Qinglu felt relieved. In that case, it seems quite pleasant. The design of the first battle zone was not drastically different from an ordinary city. It was a metropolis enveloped by a colossal barrier. However, the layout had undergone some alterations. It resembled a vast horizontal expansion of the Great Wall, stretching over dozens of kilometers. The zone was divided into 3 areas. The Vanguard Zone, extending towards the Dragon Kingdom, was equipped with an array of impressive heavy weaponry. In the event of a beastly assault, this place would instantly transform into a battlefield, serving as the first line of defense against external threats. The area closest to the Dragon Kingdom was a bustling commercial logistics zone, teeming with an abundance of malls that catered to the diverse needs of the Beast Masters. Tu Shan found himself situated right at the heart of the residential area, perfectly positioned between the Vanguard and logistics zones. This location was home not only to the Beast Masters of the first battle zone, but also to merchants from the logistics area, Beast Masters responsible for security, and some civilians engaged in logistical work, all of whom chose to settle here. As for Qinglu, the contracted beast of Tu Shan, she had long been registered in the first battle zone. With her remarkable flying capabilities, the trio arrived at the bustling commercial street in less than 10 minutes. At this moment, Tu Shan was blissfully unaware that he had become the center of attention. Each time he passed through a crowd, it sparked fervent discussions. Is it true? No newcomer has passed the assessment in over 30 years, yet he succeeded on his first attempt? Indeed. Moreover, it is said he achieved this in a mere minute. How impressive. By the way, what precisely is Tu Shan's background? It is rumored that the first battle zone conducted an extensive investigation, but found nothing conclusive. What are they thinking? If his background were questionable, how could the first battle zone possibly allow him entry? Such speculation likely serves to obscure the profound heritage of the Su family behind him. To be frank, I possess a piece of inside information, though I wonder if you will believe it. After today's events, I am utterly convinced. What inside information? The rumor has it that Tu Shan hails from an ancient beast master family in the Dragon Kingdom, a lineage that has subtly been on the rise since a millennium ago, prior to the emergence of beasts, and is scarcely known. Its stature is likely comparable to that of the Ji family in Magic City and the Long family in Yanjing, if not surpassing them. Upon hearing this, the merchants present were nearly in an uproar. This seems indeed plausible. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain Tu Shan's formidable prowess. Humanity has an inherent tendency to gossip and revel in spectacle. Tu Shan's name has repeatedly graced trending lists in recent months. Curiosity about his background and identity ran rampant, and various speculations and rumors spread like wildfire. Some tales, embellished and exaggerated, became increasingly absurd, leaving listeners astounded. At that moment, Tu Shan was enjoying barbecue at a street stall with a group of young women. Of course, Shan Yueyue had employed her illusionary abilities to disguise the group. After all, being scrutinized and discussed during their journey was rather uncomfortable. Numerous enthusiastic admirers approached, requesting autographs, leaving Tu Shan feeling both helpless and slightly embarrassed. This is utterly ridiculous. Indeed, there are always girls drawn to my handsome facade. It is truly unexpected that what began with those beastly maidens enchanted by my charm has now ensnared human girls as well. Alas, is being too handsome a fault? As Tu Shan's self-satisfied musings slipped from his lips, Both Tu Shan Yueyue and Lu couldn't help but roll their eyes in unison. Although they were beasts and had once been adversaries of humanity, they had encountered many human men and could discern handsomeness from unhandsomeness if their eyes were not deceived. How dare you, Tu Shan, claim to be handsome? As for Lin Yueer, she maintained a charming pose with her hands propping up her chin. Her gaze like water fixed upon Tu Shan. Occasionally, she would delicately lick her luscious lips, revealing a smile as radiant as spring blossoms. Indeed, my master is undoubtedly the most handsome man in the world. Given this situation, it seems that Tu Shan's resilience, particularly regarding his kidneys and hematopoietic system, will soon face a formidable test. At that moment, Tu Shan overheard the conversation of two merchants at the neighboring table who were discussing him. By the way, do you know about the newcomer Tu Shan in the first combat zone? Tu Shan. Oh yes. He's the new beast master who conquered the last residential building in the seaside villa area that afternoon, right? I've seen him trending every day. That's right. Let me tell you, the influence behind Tu Shan far exceeds your imagination. Rumor has it he hails from the reclusive Su family, one of the legendary families that existed long before the emergence of magical beasts. Do you remember those nameless beast masters from our history? They were immensely powerful yet remained hidden, with only their code names known until their demise. Wow, is it really that impressive? No wonder Tu Shan is so formidable. He has finally emerged after 18 years of anonymity. Indeed. However, whenever a hero rises, the world is often met with a tempest of blood and chaos. So one must be prepared. Upon hearing their conversation, Tu Shan was left utterly bewildered. His eyes widened as he internally muttered, "What on earth? Am I not an orphan without parents? The system has certified my achievements. How could such a powerful background suddenly appear?" Nevertheless, this discourse piqued the keen interest of three young women, who fixated their gazes upon Tu Shan, seemingly perplexed about his true background. Possessing the ability to forcibly contract other magical beasts and boasting an astonishing level of magical power, he could even impart skills to these beasts and rapidly refine the energy from precious materials. Though they were not human, they still possessed basic knowledge. Tu Shan's abilities were nothing short of a walking anomaly. It was impossible not to be curious. At that moment, a crisp system notification echoed in Tu Shan's mind. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the accomplishment renowned I. Over one of the world's population remembers your name. Perhaps you could leverage this fame to attract admirers? You have earned 50 achievement points. Is this even possible? Tu Shan's heart was instantly engulfed in ecstasy. From the title of this achievement, it seemed there was more to come. Perhaps, he might indeed have the opportunity to be interviewed by a television station. At that time, his popularity would surely soar. Upon returning to the villa after procuring various supplies, Tu Shan discovered 5 or 6 middle-aged women diligently engaged in cleaning the premises. This was a directive he had given to Xiaojio before his departure. Requesting assistance in tidying both the interior and exterior of the villa, clad in simple work attire, these women moved with skill and dedication, wielding brooms, mops, and cloths, meticulously attending to every nook and cranny outside the villa. Judging by their efforts, it was evident that the interiors had also been attended to. Upon noticing Tu Shan's arrival, they merely offered a polite nod and returned to their tasks, uttering not a word more. The imagined scenario of an 18-year-old beauty in a maid's outfit, dutifully cleaning and respectfully greeting her master with a welcome back, master, seemed a distant fantasy. In this world, ordinary young women, particularly those of striking beauty, were often swiftly courted and wed by beast tamers, leading lives devoid of financial worries, thus negating the need for employment. Conversely, those of average or less than average appearance typically chose to marry ordinary men, channeling their energies into motherhood, hoping to nurture a child with the potential to become a beast tamer. It was only in their 40s or 50s, as their fertility waned, that they found time to work and procure rare resources to strengthen their children. The thought of being addressed as master by such middle-aged women felt absurd. However, upon stepping through the door into the villa, Tu Shan's preconceived notions were instantly overturned. Before him stood a woman in her early 20s, possessing an elegant physique and striking features, adorned in a finely crafted maid's uniform. With graceful strides, she approached Tu Shan, exuding utmost respect, her gaze betraying a subtle hint of admiration, akin to a devoted fan finally meeting her idol. She embodied the charming maid archetype often seen in animated tales. Bending slightly, she humbly curtsied and softly spoke, "Greetings, master." I am Chen, the steward responsible for managing all logistical affairs of this villa. My sister, Yao, has met you previously. Tu Shan was momentarily taken aback, surprised to learn that she was the younger sister of Xia Li's close friend. How had she come to be the steward of his villa? Nonetheless, he refrained from probing further, waving his hand with a smile. You may simply call me by my name, Chen. Addressing me as master feels somewhat awkward. Additionally, how much longer will the cleaning take? Chen raised her gaze to meet his, replying, it will take approximately another hour to complete the task. Nodding in acknowledgement, Tu Shan continued, do you reside in the annex? Maintaining her slightly inclined posture, Chen answered, yes. To ensure we are available to assist you at any hour. We reside in the annex during our leisure time. Tu Shan expressed his satisfaction, saying, very well, I have recently purchased numerous household items. Please assist in arranging them in the master bedroom and the 3rd, 5th, and 10th guest rooms, as they are needed for tonight. Upon hearing this, Chen nodded slightly, her movements graceful and natural. She retreated lightly by 5 steps before turning to call out to the middle-aged women, her tone imbued with authority. Her demeanor starkly contrasted with her interaction with Tu Shan, reminiscent of a beautiful CEO commanding her subordinates. Tu Shan observed this scene with considerable astonishment. She was respectful towards her superior, yet decisive with her subordinates. Although he was unaware of the demeanor of maids and housekeepers in affluent families, he could not deny that Chen's conduct was indeed quite impressive. At that moment, Tu Shan glanced at his phone, where several unread messages from Xia Li flashed on the screen. It turned out that Chen had been summoned specifically by her. After the training concluded, Yao had recounted Tu Shan's circumstances to her younger sister, Chen. In that instant, Chen had transformed into a starry-eyed admirer, filled with admiration and reverence for Tu Shan. Like Xia Li, Yao did not hail from a family of beastmasters, but rather from a modest background with a bit of wealth. Consequently, resources were often allocated to those with exceptional talent, leaving other children with little hope of becoming beastmasters, destined to be raised as ordinary children. Chen was one of them. Coincidentally, her acquired skills aligned with those of a maid or housekeeper, and the villa area of the first battle zone traditionally employed housekeepers. Coupled with Chen's infatuation with Tu Shan, these coincidences led to her assignment here, perhaps affording her the opportunity to forge a connection with the future prodigy. Furthermore, the situation across the 7 battlefields was becoming increasingly tense. Nearly all beastmasters above the 5th rank, including Xia Li, had been dispatched to various battlefields to serve as reinforcements, likely leaving them unavailable for several months. Chapter 88. SS-level mission 1 hour later. The villa was immaculate, both inside and out, rejuvenated and pristine. The air was perfumed with a delicate floral scent, refreshing and pleasant, as though one were immersed in a sea of blossoms. Yet within this enchanting atmosphere, a pair of eyes glowed with intense desire, fixated on Tu Shan. My lord, it is 10 o'clock. It is time to rest. Lin Yueer exclaimed in a sweet voice, her cheeks slightly flushed. My queen, might we forego the blood-sucking tonight? Could we indulge in more pleasurable pursuits instead? A flicker of pleading crossed Tu Shan's eyes as he leaned closer to Lin Yueer, whispering softly in her ear. Absolutely not. I'm feeling quite hungry. Lin Yueer pouted playfully, gently shaking Tu Shan's arm, entering full-on charm mode. Upon hearing this, Tu Shan sighed deeply. All he wished to convey at that moment was how exhausting it was to be a man. However, there was no other choice, after all. Lin Yueer was his contracted demon beast. For the next few days, Tu Shan remained at the villa, leveraging the power of the dragon vein to cultivate in peace. His 3 daily meals were expertly managed by Chen, making him feel as though he were living in paradise. Yet, as the end of August approached, he realized that he had yet to complete the monthly regular tasks set by the Beastmaster Association. Determined to utilize the remaining time to undertake some tasks and accumulate achievement points, he understood that although the dragon vein facilitated his progress, the speed of upgrading would never rival the rapid acquisition of achievement points. The first battle zone also housed a branch of the Beastmaster Association, and the locations for completing monthly tasks were not restricted to any specific city. Upon arriving at the task hall, Tu Shan noted that it differed significantly from those in other major cities. With the month nearing its end, the tasks posted in the first battle zone spanned the entire nation, all categorized as S-level difficulty. It was not that A-level tasks had been entirely claimed. Rather, Only tasks of S level and above were issued here. Furthermore, Beast Masters affiliated with the first battle zone could earn additional contribution points, an innovative currency, upon completing tasks in this hall. In terms of market value, a single contribution point equated to over 100,000 credit points and could be exchanged for rare treasures not found in the marketplace. Consequently, nearly all the elite of the first battle zone congregated here during their idle moments to accept tasks. At that moment, an S-level task suddenly materialized at the top of the task hall. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a dazzling red light flashed across the entire interface, elevating the difficulty to SS level. The previously tranquil hall erupted into a cacophony of voices at the sight of the task re-illuminating. Had the extermination task for the demon beasts in Bashu failed once more? This was not the first occurrence. Indeed, the difficulty had intensified. It was baffling how the Beast Master Association insisted on adhering to such rigid regulations. The demon beast population in Bashu was enormous, and it seemed they were willing to sacrifice some seedlings to prompt higher-tier beast masters to intervene, truly perplexing. Yet, there was little that could be done. The main battlefield was severely understaffed. In a confrontation, any high-tier beast master being reassigned could potentially lead to a complete collapse of the front lines. However, with the difficulty now escalated to SS level, it was plausible for fourth-tier beast masters to engage and potentially resolve the situation. It was difficult to ascertain. Perhaps it would be wiser to summon fifth-tier beast masters for a thorough extermination, as the loss of even a single fourth-tier beast master would be a significant blow. Brothers, since we are currently unoccupied, this task offers considerable rewards. Shall we form a team? Absolutely. Let us invite a few more fourth-tier beast masters to join us. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Chen also turned his attention to the task that had just appeared. Task: proceed to the Bashu battlefield to assist the beast masters of the Second War Zone in extermination operations. Difficulty: SS level. Estimated level: 4th stage. First segment: task reward: for million credit points. The Bashu battlefield, is it? Chen murmured softly, a hint of curiosity and contemplation lacing his voice as he endeavored to conjure memories of the Bashu battlefield in his mind. The border of the Dragon Kingdom delineates 9 major battlefields. Among them, the Northwest battlefield undoubtedly stands as the principal battleground for the Dragon Kingdom and is the most expansive battlefield throughout Asia. The beasts that roam here are predominantly formidable entities of at least the 6th stage, and each encounter resembles a veritable meat grinder, with the blood-soaked expanse stretching for thousands of kilometers, rife with carnage. Beyond the Northwest battlefield, there are the Anling battlefield, the Goryeo battlefield, the South China Sea battlefield, the Plateau battlefield, the Southern Domain battlefield, and the Bashu battlefield. Each of these arenas possesses its own unique characteristics and perils. The remaining 2 battlefields, the Bailong River battlefield and the Prairie battlefield, were concluded decades ago, both culminating in the victory of the Dragon Kingdom. However, the situation in the Bashu battlefield is markedly different. The beasts that manifest here are typically above the 3rd stage, presenting a lower average level compared to other battlefields. Furthermore, there are no high-tier beast leaders stationed here. Yet, the reason the Bashu battlefield remains incompletely purged lies in the emergence of a peculiar miasma that envelopes the land. Although this miasma is not lethally toxic nor presents any extraordinary dangers, it possesses a unique capability to significantly diminish both the offensive power of the beasts and the potency of human beast taming techniques. Moreover, the higher the beast's power, the greater the reduction in its capabilities. For instance, a 10th stage beast, whose destructive capabilities should rival that of a large nuclear bomb, finds its power curtailed to that of a standard missile under the influence of this miasma, with shock waves extending only a few hundred meters at most. The Bashu battlefield stretches for thousands of kilometers, crisscrossed with ravines, relying solely on this diminished power to eradicate the threat, while theoretically plausible, would be exceedingly time-consuming. And high-tier beast masters simply do not possess the luxury of time to squander in such a manner. Given the average power of 3rd stage beasts, the miasma's impact is relatively minor. Thus, this battlefield has been entrusted to the 3rd stage beast masters of the Dragon Kingdom, who will methodically reclaim lost ground. With this realization, Chen resolutely accepted the task at hand. The land of Bashu is reputed to host a diverse array of beasts, promising ample opportunities for achievement. Furthermore, over a dozen 4th stage beast masters have also undertaken this mission. At that moment, in a corner of the task hall, a woman slowly removed her sunglasses, revealing an expression of complete mastery over the situation. It was none other than Tu Shan. This Tu Shan, despite being merely at the 3rd stage, dares to undertake a task upgraded to a 4th stage SS level difficulty. Truly, he is exceptional. Only individuals of this nature necessitate strategic guidance. Tu Shan approached the front desk with a smile and said, "Hello, I too wish to undertake this task." Chapter 89. The Land of Bashu. In the primary logistics base of the Land of Bashu, a group of Beastmasters, each at least at the 4th rank and 5th tier, stood outside the teleportation array, holding up placards. They appeared disheveled, their expressions revealing weariness and sorrow. These Beastmasters were the captains of various outposts. Given the recent losses of numerous Beastmasters in battle, they had gathered here to petition their superiors for support. It is truly perplexing how those in charge perceive the situation. Sigh. These missions should have been upgraded to SS status long ago, or even SSS status would not be excessive. Just look at how many newcomers we have already lost. One captain, Yi Huang, could not help but voice his grievances, his tone laden with helplessness and regret. "Hush, keep your voice down. We merely need to fulfill the orders from above. There is no need for questioning." Another Beastmaster, Lin Yueer, hastily cautioned, lowering his voice. "I am not questioning, merely lamenting for the fallen newcomers. But speaking of which, Lin Yueer, did your outpost not just receive 10 3rd rank, 5th tier Beastmasters a fortnight ago? Is that not sufficient?" "Sufficient? Those Beastmasters are essentially here for leisure. Perhaps the association's bounties enticed them, and they thought to try their luck. Yet, when they arrived on the battlefield, half of them fled in fear. Yet you, last time, took a 4th rank, 8th tier Beastmaster who had contracted a divine sequence beast. Did he not perish?" At this, Yi Huang's expression darkened significantly. He clenched his fists tightly, causing the cup in his hand to shatter from the pressure, shards scattering across the ground. "Damn it. Do not speak of that. That wretched creature was merely here to gild his reputation, never intending to face the battlefield." Lin Yueer's expression shifted to one of sympathy upon hearing this. The term gilding was all too familiar to them, the frontline warriors. Much like many overseas returnees today, numerous young masters and mistresses from Beastmaster families, despite possessing superior resources and even powerful divine sequence beasts, chose to remain in their comfortable enclaves, indulging in a life of excess, too fearful to step onto the battlefield. Yet, to voice such sentiments could tarnish family honor. And should they seek alliances with other prominent families in the future, they would have little to present in terms of valor. Thus, a trend emerged where they would meander through the existing 7 battlefields, merely to attain the facade of having fought, while in truth, they never engaged in combat. Instead, idling in the rear. This behavior, commonly referred to as gilding, was most despised by the soldiers, yet they found themselves powerless against it. After all, those gilded individuals often possessed deep connections and resources, making it unwise for the soldiers to offend them lightly. Alas, one can only hope to encounter a reasonable individual. Amidst the conversations, the Beastmasters summoned from various regions of the Dragon Kingdom gradually arrived at Base 1 through the teleportation array. Upon accepting their assignments, these Beastmasters underwent evaluations by the Beastmaster Association, which subsequently allocated them to various bases according to their strength and experience. Thus, the Beastmasters found themselves akin to students at a bus station, searching for their designated universities. At this juncture, Lin Yueer had welcomed 3 elite Beastmasters, each of whom was of at least the 4th tier. The other captains fared similarly, nearly all receiving 4th tier Beastmasters. Yet, the position of Yi Huang remained conspicuously unfilled. What is this? Am I to wait until the morrow for my support? Just as Yi Huang pondered this, a 3rd tier Beastmaster approached him. Clad in a simple uniform adorned with the emblem of the Dragon Kingdom Beastmaster Association, he was none other than Tu Shan. Tu Shan inquired, "Greetings. Are you Captain Yi Huang of Base 64? As he spoke, he produced a token issued upon accepting the task, clearly inscribed with the number 64. Yi Huang gazed at Tu Shan, his mind awash with questions. A 3rd tier novice? And he comes alone? This is absurd. I have already ascended to an SS level 4th tier. And yet here stands a solitary 3rd tier Beastmaster before me. Is this a jest? Surely, he cannot be another gilded individual." Noticing Yi Huang's prolonged silence, Tu Shan pressed on, "Is there an issue?" "And no, it's nothing. Please proceed to the lounge at the back." Yi Huang quickly reassured himself, contemplating the presence of other Beastmasters to regain his composure. How ironic that a gilded fourth-tier elite has yet to depart, and now a third-tier fledgling arrives. This young man appears no older than 18 or 19, with a youthful visage reflecting innocence and naivety. Even if this lad is not gilded, Yi Huang, despite his intentions, could hardly bear to thrust him into the fray. Typically, a regular base houses only 10 permanent beastmasters, equivalent to 2 small teams. Yet now he is informed that one is a gilded individual, merely consuming resources without contributing any tangible value, while the other is a novice of the third tier, necessitating special attention to his safety and exclusion from battle. Is it truly the case that the higher-ups believe his situation insufficiently dire, purposefully assigning him such burdensome training? Is this really necessary? Although Base 64 is not a strategically pivotal location, must it be treated with such disregard? However, his anxiety dissipated like mist with the arrival of a stunning fourth-tier female beastmaster. Ji Xuan approached Yi Huang with a smile, gracefully stepping into his presence. She extended her hand, presenting her identification card, and softly stated, "Greetings, I am Ji Xuan from the first battle zone. I have accepted the task you posted in the mission hall. May I inquire if this is the assembly point for Outpost 64? I am Yi Huang, a beastmaster from the second battle zone, at the fourth tier, 10th segment. I am the captain of Outpost 64. On behalf of all the beastmasters here, I extend a warm welcome to your arrival." It seemed that the sight of a long unseen beauty, especially one hailing from the first battle zone, had left Yi Huang somewhat flustered. At 25 years of age and still single, his words stumbled as he spoke. After all, amidst the chaos of the battlefield, where life and death intertwined daily, he had little time to seek out a beautiful partner. Furthermore, due to the interference of the battlefield, his phone lacked any network signal, rendering even a fleeting glance at a beauty's live stream a distant dream. Naturally, he was unfamiliar with Tu Shan. Ji Xuan smiled gently. "Then it seems we are indeed in the right place. Shall we head back to the outpost now, or do we need to wait here a bit longer?" At that moment, Yi Huang received a response from his superiors regarding the situation. Only 2 beastmasters had been dispatched to support Outpost 64. Although the recent arrival of a novice at the third tier was somewhat vexing, it was a welcome change. Finally, there was a blossoming presence among them. "Let us depart. There is no one else left," Yi Huang said with enthusiasm. His gaze swept across the lounge, and he cast an annoyed glance at Tu Shan. Letting out a resigned sigh, Yi Huang mused inwardly that regardless of whether Tu Shan was a gilded figure or not, since he was assigned as a beastmaster by the higher-ups, he could not simply leave him behind. Taking a deep breath, he raised his voice and called out to the lounge. "Hey, you there, is it Tu Shan? We are leaving." With Yi Huang's call, many beastmasters turned their gazes toward him. Even Shui Yang, the leader of Outpost 1, looked on with an envious expression. This left Yi Huang somewhat bewildered. He scratched his head, puzzled. Had he perhaps misspoken? Having arrived at the Bashu battlefield 6 months prior, he was out of the loop, with only radio communications available in the absence of a network. Thus, he was entirely unaware of events that had transpired in the past months and did not know the significance of the name Tu Shan within the Beastmaster community. Of course, Yi Huang was not alone in his confusion. Other captains, including Lin Yueer, were equally unfamiliar with the name Tu Shan. They exchanged bewildered looks, clearly lacking any comprehension of Tu Shan's identity. Meanwhile, Shui Yang, needing to ensure logistical support and maintain close contact with the outside world, was fully aware of Tu Shan's reputation and prowess. The first battle zone had even rated Tu Shan's strength at the supreme 4th tier, 7 stars. This signifies the prowess possessed by Tu Shan among all the 4th tier beast masters in the Dragon Kingdom. He has surpassed over 70% of them and harbors the potential of reaching the supreme level. It is noteworthy that in nearly a century, only one beast master in the Dragon Kingdom has received such a supreme potential evaluation, and that is Long Haojie, the most formidable beast master of the realm. Even a prodigy like Han Xinghe has a potential evaluation merely a notch below the supreme tier. With such an extraordinary talent assigned to your base 64, who would not feel envious? The distance between base 64 and the main base 1 is approximately over 200 kilometers. Ideally, with the assistance of flying beasts, they could arrive in just 1 or 2 hours. However, to prevent the beasts from detecting their support mission and to evaluate the physical stamina of the 2 newcomers, Yi Huang opted to walk, refraining from summoning any riding beasts. He led the way, with Tu Shan and Ji Xuan following behind. Ji Xuan, A fourth-tier beast master from a prestigious background, had been nurtured by various rare treasures since childhood, rendering her physical capabilities unquestionable as she easily kept pace with Yi Huang. Yet, what truly astonished Yi Huang was the third-tier novice named Tu Shan. As Tu Shan darted through the woods, sprinting at full speed for over 30 kilometers. His countenance remained unchanged, and his breathing steady. This compelled Yi Huang to regard this gilded individual with newfound respect. This gilded individual does indeed seem impressive. However, the true test is only just beginning. There remains over 170 kilometers ahead. I refuse to believe you can keep up. Time passed inexorably. 2 hours later, Ji Xian was already beaded with fine droplets of sweat, gasping for breath as if each inhalation demanded all her strength. Despite having consumed various rare treasures since childhood, achieving an astonishing physical value of 71 points, she still lacked systematic training. In the prolonged run and the intricate forest terrain, her energy depletion far exceeded her expectations. As for Yi Huang himself, his breath began to grow increasingly erratic. Although his physical value reached an impressive 94 points, and he often found himself in complex battlefields, the extended high-speed run had begun to tire him. He cast a glance at Tu Shan, astonished. Is this Tu Shan truly a third-tier beastmaster? This pace is challenging even for ordinary fourth-tier beastmasters. How is it that this third-tier beastmaster is maintaining such a steady rhythm without breaking a sweat? Of course, Tu Shan could not be achieving this effortlessly. All credit was due to the allocation of 1 point of free attribute points, which instantly restored his physical value to full capacity. However, Yi Huang soon shook his head, clearing his thoughts. He contemplated that they had already covered nearly 80 kilometers, which was sufficient for evaluation purposes. He took a deep breath and with a grand gesture, the mythical beast, the Azure Sky Hawk, designated as Sequence 184, materialized before him. Both of you come forth. We shall ride it for the remainder of our journey. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian exhaled in relief. Though a hint of dissatisfaction lingered in her heart, she cast a bemused glance at Yi Huang, inwardly muttering, "What is the meaning of this? It's not as if we were forbidden to ride mythical beasts. Why the lengthy delay in mentioning it? Is he attempting to show off in front of me? How absurd." Throughout the journey, the trio remained enveloped in silence, with only the gentle breeze caressing their faces. Before long, they arrived at Outpost 64. The moment the 6 beast tamers stationed their set eyes on Ji Xian, a wave of excitement surged among them as they rushed to her side. Among them was a golden-haired man with slicked-back hair, exuding an air of youthful exuberance, who eagerly approached her. With a beaming smile, he introduced himself, "Esteemed lady. I am Chu Xiaohe from the esteemed Chu family of the 3rd Beast Tamer clan in Han City, a 4th rank, 8th-stage beast tamer. If we were not acquainted before, allow me to introduce myself now. As your teammate, let me give you a tour of the outpost." Ji Yueyue responded coldly, "No? Thank you. I'm rather fatigued and wish to rest." With that, she made her way directly to a room within the outpost. This left Chu Xiaohe feeling somewhat awkward. After presenting his credentials, he was met with indifference from the young woman. Was she attempting to play hard to get? Nevertheless, since she had expressed her fatigue, pursuing her further would only seem tedious. Thus, the gazes of the onlookers shifted to Tu Shan, an idea reminiscent of Yi Huang's earlier thoughts dawning upon them. Yi Huang sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation, and proceeded to provide a brief introduction regarding Tu Shan's situation. Instantly, the expressions of the crowd fell flat. After all that, another gilded individual appeared, a mere 3rd rank, 1st-stage gilded individual at that. This was a battlefield. The absence of even one person's strength could lead to a complete mission failure. Moreover, they would need to expend energy to protect these pampered scions. It was impossible not to feel a sense of irritation.